Chapter 241. You guys help call some over too. The cultivators who were forced to participate in the Fate trial, as well as those who had not yet participated in the trial, and the cultivators isolated outside the Golden Formation, all looked at Su Yin pushing a cart and jumping up and down on the beast control gate in silence. Su Yin entered the library, and after a while, he ran out, pushing the cart, and hurried to the alchemy room of the beast control gate, and then looted the residences of the high-ranking officials and elders of the beast control gate one by one. His face was full of joy, and he was more proud than the wedding night of ordinary people. The cultivators inside and outside the formation could only watch Su Yin enjoy himself alone. The powerful cultivators outside the formation could not enter, and the cultivators inside the formation could not resist the flying beasts, and could not move freely inside the beast control gate like Su Yin. Something bad has happened. When the scene calmed down a little, the earthly immortals outside the formation were all watching Su Yin looting the beast-taming sect alone. Suddenly, they knew that some violent incidents might happen next. The cultivators outside the beast-taming sect didn't know how brave Su Yin was inside. They didn't know that a certain nine-tailed fox grandmother was using Su Yin's body and the yin-yang method to contain her own ghost that had been split into 9 parts. Because Daohua Wanling's Zhenjuan controlled the dragon-shaped embryos and giant embryos all over the sky when he appeared, blocking the sight of all the cultivators. Although he was extremely arrogant, Daohua Zhenjuan was not a brainless fool. He had no intention of showing up from the beginning, nor did he plan to deal with this matter personally. If Su Yin hadn't made trouble one after another, and even broke up the ferocious beast spirit controlled by Daohua Zhenjuan, he would not have revealed his intention at all. Therefore, when he appeared in person, he not only blocked everyone's vision, but also put on a layer of leather that was completely different from himself. However, all the calculations finally turned into Su Yin's wedding dress and the Empress Dowager's fun. Daohua Wanling's Zhenjuan was defeated miserably. Although Su Yin seemed to have a baby voice, he was really powerful when he changed into the core of a certain fox grandma. Unfortunately, the cultivators outside the formation didn't know. They even planned to rob Su Yin, because they now believed that Su Yin had obtained the orthodoxy of the beast-taming sect. Otherwise, how could Su Yin have a smooth journey in the sect? Including my aunt. She didn't know what was going on inside. So my aunt, who noticed that the atmosphere at the scene was not right, pulled Hong Ling, Hatching Chicks, and Firefly Taoist away temporarily. Call someone. We must call someone. My aunt fell into the remote wilderness and took out a magic weapon from her storage ring. A huge golden lotus platform was taken out by my aunt, and then metal pointers were poked onto the lotus platform. And then a metal cylinder inlaid with a large number of compasses was placed in the center of the lotus platform. The 3 people beside my aunt were all stunned, and had no idea what kind of temple Chongqiong was building. The Jiaochong clan had been fierce bandits for generations, occupying Pingfeng Mountain and making trouble. Although Pingfeng Mountain was called a mountain, it was actually a huge mountain range that stretched endlessly, spanning the border area between the Demon Clan and the Human Clan. The 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman was not enough for the Jiaochong clan. Therefore, the Jiaochong clan spent a lot of money to let the Qizong develop a set of special magic tools that could communicate unimpeded over thousands of miles or millions of miles. When the Jiaochong clan found prey or was bullied by outsiders, they would directly set up a temple to call friends to come and fight together. The situation is critical now. My aunt cannot guarantee that she can protect Su Yin completely. Or, she cannot protect Su Yin completely. She fought hard for her life to obtain the inheritance of the beast-taming sect. So, as soon as she realized that something was wrong, my aunt directly set up the infinite voice transmission platform and started calling friends, so as not to suffer a disadvantage in numbers when the fight really started later. Why should I share the opportunity of the beast-taming sect that the little fox exchanged for his life with you? What do you want? If you have the guts, just come and take out your weapons to rob us. Evil creature, what is this? Looking at the dozens of ancient compasses inlaid with gold and jade spinning on the metal cylinder, Hong Ling, who had never seen the heirloom of the proud insect, asked with a dull face. Of course, it's a sound transmission instrument. See how many reliable Taoist friends you can call over there. I'll try to call the Taoist friends who live nearby. You should also try to call as many people as possible, so that after the beast-taming sect trial is over, there won't be enough people to fight against the other side. The ant controlled the instrument, turned around and gave Hong Ling an order, and then began to transmit sound to the Taoist friends. What are you doing? I need help here. If there are any reliable Earth immortals around, call them. What are you doing? Welcoming the elders? The elders in your family are all old ghosts who have lived for thousands or tens of thousands of years. If you die, they may still come to your grave to lay flowers. Come to Blackwater City to help quickly. By the way, go to the top floor of Luoheiju, the Red King's mansion, and ask the old dragon for help. If he refuses, just say that Juchong will give discounts to Xia Yu's official caravan passing through Pingfeng Mountain in the future. Urgent. 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 Hong Ling. Hatching Chicks. And Firefly. Finally, I know how the Juchong tribe bandits can bring a group of big insects when they rob on weekdays. It turns out that they are scattered to keep watch. And once they find the target, they start to call their friends to come and rob. It really deserves to be a hereditary bandit. And it is really professional. Su Yan, who was isolated in the formation, didn't know that his aunt was worried about him. He was still jumping up and down in the beast taming gate with a happy face, which made the expression of the mountain guardian beast Feisho gradually become weird. As the gate for raising spirit beasts, the beast taming gate usually has restrictions on the activity areas of the disciples and important palaces that prohibit four-legged beasts from passing through. Once triggered, they will be directly fixed in place and unable to move at all. However, Su Yan ran in and out, but did not trigger any restrictions, which made Feisho's eyes twitch. It was very strange that he could push a cart and jump up and down in the restrictions without triggering the restrictions. Feisho looked at Su Yan as if he was looking at an alien. Hu. Su Yan ran to the dormitory of the upper level of the beast taming gate, unplugged the porcelain bottle containing the elixir, and sniffed the smell. A smell of mold and decay came to his face, making Su Yan sneeze uncontrollably. Su Yan put the ceramic bottle back to its original place, and then pushed the cart to other treasure cabinets to take out the usable ones. But most of the elixirs here have been placed for too long, and the spiritual power in the elixirs has completely disappeared. The once miraculous elixirs could not withstand the ravages of time and turned into a pile of useless small stones. On the contrary, some magic tools can still be used, but because they have been placed for too long and lack the nourishment of spiritual energy, most of the magic tools have become slightly dim, and even the only spiritual tool has been damaged. Apart from the books on various magic techniques, the spiritual tools obtained in the Spirit Beast Garden should be regarded as Su Yan's biggest gain so far. However, Su Yan didn't know what it was. The spiritual tool has a golden cylindrical appearance, as smooth as new, like a copper sun, and is extremely suitable for holding in the palm of the hand. Su Yan thought it should not be the fairy's item, so he picked it up and prepared to ask Feisho later. Chapter 242. The Beast Taming Gate closes. Senior Feisho. After walking around the Beast Taming Gate and selecting opportunities through the cart, Su Yan returned to the front of the Beast Taming Gate dojo and found Feisho standing in front of the foundation of the Tontian Tower in silence. Excuse me. What is this? Su Yan held a brass cast cylinder with an excellent grip in his hand. He came to Feisho and asked the Beast Taming Gate by Xiaosheng in front of him. Magic weapon, beating whip. A special magic weapon used to educate monsters after being weakened. Feisho glanced at Su Yan, then looked at the brass cylinder in his hand. While speaking, he took the cylinder from Su Yan's hand and twisted the switch on the top of the brass cylinder, a common magic weapon in the Beast Taming Gate, usually used to deter monsters. As the mechanism twisted, a particularly crisp sound echoed in Su Yan's ears. An orange-yellow beam of light shot out from the opening of the brass cylinder mechanism, forming a hard whip of about 50 centimeters. Feisho raised his hand and continued to twist it. The hard whip of about 50 centimeters began to extend and turned into a relatively rare slender soft whip. Finally, under the twisting of Feisho section by section, the brass cylinder turned into the handle of the meteor hammer. Su Yan was stunned throughout the whole process. He never thought that the beast taming sect could be proficient in mechanical arts. The hard whip is used to educate weak monsters. The hook at the front of the soft whip can drag the soul. It can hook out the soul of the monster or the monk and punish it severely. After Feisho showed Su Yan the use of the divine whip, he threw the spiritual weapon back to Su Yan and said, "As for the meteor hammer, it is the form used by the beast taming sect to painlessly execute monsters after confirming that the monster cannot be educated. Monsters are the name of the monsters who are born with intelligence and have no background or resources. Spirit beasts are domesticated monsters that know how to live with humans and eat and drink. The disciples of the beast taming sect are really perverted." Su Yan looked down at the whip in his hand, secretly complained about the disciples of the beast taming sect in his heart, and then silently looked up at the Fey Beast in front of him. "No, not really." Fey Beast shook his head. fumbled in his arms, took out another golden whip, and said, "I usually whip those disciples. As a disaster beast, I entered the beast taming sect because they can provide me with cultivation resources." Fey Beast is the ancestor of the beast taming sect. In terms of cultivators, his strength is second only to the last generation of the beast taming sect. The disciples of the beast taming sect saw that Fey Beast was kneeling and licking, hoping that the mountain guardian beast uncle would show mercy and introduce some powerful beast Taoist friends to the younger generation. They also wanted to take one home to worship and take good care of the beast master. At that time, the beast taming sect was still very lively, and the top demon sect disciples were extremely shameless. It was very comfortable to be licked by Feisho, and I felt very comfortable with the calls of master and ancestor. It's a pity. It's time for us to say goodbye. Feisho looked at Su Yin beside him and said lightly, "Daohua Wanlingzhenjuan has died, and we have to return to our original area to sleep." The beast taming sect does not belong to the current cultivation world. It is just a special sect that was born in a special era to adapt to the times. The beast taming sect should not appear again. Feisho seemed to be talking to Su Yin, and seemed to be making some promises. He bowed slightly to the void, and controlled the great formation of the beast control gate to close through his divine sense. The pale golden barrier above the sky slowly disappeared in front of many cultivators. A golden teleportation formation rose in the dojo, where the beast control gate was located, ready to teleport the beast control gate back to the deepest underground of the imperial capital mountain. "I will protect you for a while." Feisho slowly raised his head, and looked at the earth immortals, who were gradually approaching Su Yin in the sky. He sneered and raised his hand to press on the void. A strange force enveloped the entire area of 100 miles around the beast control gate. Desolate. As Feisho's palm clenched, the earth immortal cultivators in the sky lost control of their bodies, and fell to the ground like dumplings falling into a pot. Their skin, which had originally preserved their youth, was drying and aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. They fell to the ground, covering their dry throats, and groaning in pain. The Fey Beast is a fierce beast among the strange beasts. Because of its fire, it will cause the river to dry up and all the grass to wither wherever it passes. So it is called the Dry Beast. It has never been welcomed by the demons or humans. Those who see it almost shout and kill it. "Let's go!" The Fey Beast used its powerful strength to clear a safe path for Su Yin, allowing him to return safely to his elders. As for the rest of the things, the Fey Beast could not interfere. The Fey Beast swept the whole scene with a dry blow, causing some earth immortals and monks to fall to the ground. Those earth immortals, who were not seriously injured and still stood in the sky, were also afraid of the extraordinary strength of the Fey Beast, and did not dare to move. Under the gaze of several earth immortals, Su Yin ran straight to the place where the Fey Beast pointed. Jung. After the beast control gate burst out with a golden light, it completely disappeared on the land of Blackwater City, and the fierce beast that intimidated the whole scene also disappeared, leaving only a place where there was no time to participate in the Battle of Luck, or those monks who should have become sacrifices if they failed in the Battle of Luck. All the monks who lost the Battle of Destiny were trapped in the demon-locking cave by Daohua Zhenjuan. They were all sacrifices of Daohua Zhenjuan, used to devour the vitality of Daohua Zhenjuan after he took over his body and was reborn, and to restore his own cultivation and consciousness. However, with the death of Daohua Zhenjuan, the sacrifices also lost their original function. Feisho did not want to keep some idle people in the mountain gate, so he threw the losers out when he teleported away. "Auntie!" Su Yin trotted and jumped up, turned back into a fox in midair, and threw himself into his aunt's arms, saying with excitement and joy, "We are going to get rich again," Su Yin said, raised his hand, and pointed behind him. Xue Ling, who had been following Su Yin silently, had several ropes hanging on her body, and on each rope, there were 30 or 50 storage magic tools hanging. At a glance, there were hundreds of storage magic tools. "Did you rob the weapon sect?" Seeing so many storage magic tools, the aunt, who was originally well informed, was slightly stunned. "I won them all, or picked them up from the ground," Su Yin said proudly. Some storage magic tools were won by Su Yin in the luck contest in the cave. Some storage magic tools were when Su Yin was teleported to the front of the mountain gate after the cave contest, and he saw other luck winners throwing storage magic tools aside, and he had no intention of taking them to participate in the White Jade Steps contest. Su Yin felt it was a waste, so he ordered the giant water spirit to pick them all up during the competition. As he picked up, Su Yin obtained nearly 500 storage instruments in the beast taming gate incident. Moreover, the storage instruments were all filled with stuffing. Outrageous. After listening to Su Yan's brief narration, the ant couldn't help but mutter. She had been worried for the past 3 days. Worried that Su Yan, who was involved in the beast taming gate, would be bullied by other cultivators and become a mount, allowing the cultivators to ride all over the ground. Unexpectedly, the little nephew was so powerful that he actually made a fortune in the beast taming gate. What's outrageous? Su Yan was full of doubts. The trial of the beast taming gate is too outrageous. It's just a simple test of luck. Isn't this an act of putting money in your pocket? The ant said speechlessly. I thought you were fighting to death in it, and even became a mount for other cultivators. Chapter 243 Tian Ancestor. Just when Su Yan ran into his aunt's arms and excitedly told her that he had made a lot of money, the cultivators who were originally intimidated and dared not move did not directly rob Su Yan, but first landed on the ground to pick up their descendants. Grandfather, don't go. One of the descendants of the earthly immortals saw that their ancestor wanted to go to Su Yan, most likely to ask for the Taoist treasures of the beast taming sect. So he quickly stopped the ancestor's behavior. The Taoist treasure is not on the fox demon. The Tontian Tower was thrown into the space gap. She participated in the battle of the White Jade Steppes, and was inside the pale golden formation. Her vision was not blocked. Naturally, she also witnessed the fight between Su Yan and Dao Huajinjuan. And finally a white nine-tailed fox emerged from Su Yan's body. She didn't understand what the space gap was, nor did she understand the universe of the heavenly people. But she knew very well that the white fox definitely had a strong background behind it. And it was not something that an earthly immortal like her ancestor could provoke. Therefore, when she saw the old ancestor's actions, she immediately spoke up to dissuade the old ancestor from doing anything reckless. The last famous nine-tailed fox was the female emperor of the Xiaoyu dynasty. Not long ago, during the new year of Xiaoyu, the cruel female emperor also captured tens of thousands of cultivators to extract their souls and light sky lanterns for celebration. In the eyes of the cultivators in the southern states, the nine-tailed fox is not a symbol of good luck. The nine-tailed foxes headed by the Emperor Wusheng are even more brutal than the demon cultivators. Nine-tailed fox? The old man's face was obviously stunned, and his face gradually changed from full of joy to pondering. Did you see it clearly? Reporting to the old ancestor. What my grandson said is absolutely true, and I can even swear it with 5 years of monthly salary. She said seriously. Then let's go over and take a look. After pondering for a moment, the old man made a difficult decision. It's not that he didn't believe what his grandson said, but the items in the beast taming sect were too tempting. After all, the fox was a fox alone, and he plundered a sect in ancient times with a great demon guarding the mountain gate, not to mention the Taoist treasure house inside. Even the historical documents and alchemy inside are precious treasures for some cultivators with shallow background. But considering what his grandson said, the ancestor finally decided not to be the first to let other cultivators step forward to force the fox to hand over the historical documents obtained inside. If everything went well, he would also go to the fox to make a copy and take it home. If something really happened and those immortals in the mortal world were involved, the old man would naturally choose to decisively defect and serve the fox as a dog. The old man led his granddaughter and came behind Su Yan and his aunt. He stopped talking and quietly observed the changes on the scene. Once an immortal appeared. He lied that he was standing behind Su Yan, just because he wanted to protect Su Yan and fight against those extremely greedy and shameless robbers and bandits. If nothing happens, then standing behind Su Yan can also block their retreat. The old man's abacus was clacking, and he had just landed not far behind Su Yan. And the other 2 earthly immortals, who also brought their juniors, also landed quietly. The few people looked at each other and turned back. It was obvious that everyone had the same purpose. Little fox, we'll talk later. Auntie interrupted Su Yan's words temporarily, glanced at the cultivators coming behind him, and the several cultivators who quietly fell behind him, and said, What do you want? I am Taoist Yanqi from Fenji Valley. The visitor politely clasped his fists to Auntie, and continued to say, I see that the Taoists have black eyebrows, and there may be a fierce battle next. So I came here to ask if you need help. Although his words were more elegant, there was a threat between the lines. Taoist Yanqi came here this time, undoubtedly preparing to ask Su Yan for a copy of the Taoist canon of the beast taming sect. If Su Yan and Auntie agreed to him, then he could jump to Auntie's side and help them escape from here. Auntie's strength is not weak. There are 4 earth immortals protecting Su Yan. If they really fight later, there may be some trouble. So Taoist Yanqi is ready to discuss the conditions with Auntie. as long as they agree to share. He will do his best to help them break through. They originally had a high probability of escaping. And Taoist Yan-Chi was also worried that the duck in his hand would fly away. Taoist Yan-Chi, you, the demon sect cultivator, are really starting to show your kindness and act like a good person. The cultivators were immediately unhappy when they saw that Taoist Yan-Chi wanted to eat alone. Another person started to tease. If that fat fox agrees to you, why can't everyone have a share? If everyone has a share, there will naturally be no bloody disaster. What I said makes sense. You are very rude. Another earthly immortal interrupted and said, I support Taoist Yan-Chi. And I am willing to help several Taoist friends escape. His idea is the same as Taoist Yan-Chi. They are all ready to stabilize Su Yin and others first, and then obtain the Taoist canon. He doesn't want to share with the cultivators present. And he doesn't even want to give Su Yin a chance. If everyone has a share, doesn't that mean no one has a share? Such a precious Taoist secret method is naturally known by as few people as possible. However, Su Yan's strength was not bad, and it was obviously impossible for him to kill and rob. He could only put up with himself a little, so that Su Yin and the others could also learn the secret method of the beast-taming sect. And Su Yin saw those monks quarreling, and they were still discussing how to rob him. He felt something was wrong, and turned back to look at his aunt and said, Can we run away? Aunt sneered, with a disdainful expression on her cheek, pinched Su Yan's butt and said, No need to run. It's not his group that really needs to run. Lian Qi's ancestor is watching in the sky. The legendary Tien Tiango, for some reason, suddenly came south to look for Lian Qi. And Lian Qi happened to bring his ancestor, who had been in seclusion with him. That Li Zilaolong also agreed to come and join in the fun. What we really need to be afraid of now are these monks, who are talking big here. Do you want the Daozong of the beast-taming sect so much? Then I will give it to you. While the monks were arguing, blood-colored evil spirit rolled in from the edge of the sky. A blood-red waning moon changed the sun hanging high in the sky, emitting a cold and chilly breath. And the blood-colored light reflected on the earth. Send you to the netherworld. After you land in the underworld, go and ask Qingyu, that bitch, for the secret method. Remember to say Lo to her for me, and wish her never to be reborn. Rolling black fog filled the sky and the earth, and everything was decaying wherever the black fog touched. A big black fog palm fell from the sky and slapped the earthly immortals and monks who were arguing about the ownership of the Daozong. Chapter 244. Old Aunt. The blood-red waning moon hung high in the sky, completely blocking the original sun. The thick black fog rolled over and swept across the earth, turning into a huge hand covering the sky, and slapped heavily on the monks who were discussing the Daozong of the beast-taming sect. Ah! A beautiful woman with a charming face, but strong murderous aura all over her body slowly emerged from the bloody waning moon. Her flawless white gauze reflected the blood-red brilliance under the light of the bloody moon, and the coldness seemed to sweep across the earth in the winter. Aunt? Celestial being? Su Yin secretly glanced at the beautiful woman, although he could not clearly see her cultivation level. The powerful and majestic aura she exuded, as well as the subtle feeling that the world must revolve around her, reminded Su Yin of the time when Emperor Wuxing used him as a scarf and fought against the leader of the Nightmare sect. The aura of the beautiful woman in front of him was exactly the same as that of Emperor Wuxing, who opened the universe. The beautiful woman was undoubtedly also a person with both divine and physical beauty. That is commonly known as celestial being. The ancestor of the Tengu tribe, Tien Tengu the ant, answered Su Yan's question, and then quietly sent a message to Su Yin. You'd better be careful when you speak later. The character of Tien ancestor is extremely fickle. If you say something wrong, you may be punished. The Yin and Yang immortals of the demon tribe refer to the sun and the moon. They are the current rulers of Wanyao City, excluding the divine beast tribes that do not care about worldly affairs. The sun golden crow is the king of all flying demon tribes. The demon tribe respectfully calls him the Lord of Daylight, while the Tien Tengu rules all beast demon tribes and is respected by the demon tribe as the Lord of Night. Wanyao City is the demon tribe base camp built with the two immortals as the core. All weak, fragile, and non-combat demon tribes can be protected by the two immortals in Wanyao City, even if they commit serious crimes in the human race. As long as the fierce beasts are willing to accept the rules of Wanyao City, they can also be protected. Although the Yin and Yang immortals have equal status, the Lord of Daylight has a higher reputation among the demon tribe, because the Lord of the Night, Tien Tiango, usually does not interfere with the daily management of Wanyao City, and his moody and unpredictable personality makes the monsters unable to stand it. Even Shan Huan, who has an inexplicable bad breath and is not afraid of death, will become extremely polite when seeing the Lord of the Night. The words between the lines are full of awe, and he dare not say any obscene and dirty words. Therefore, when meeting Tien Tiango, it is best to maintain awe and courtesy throughout the whole process. Otherwise the Lord of the Night will really find fault and punish without hesitation. When my aunt was studying at the One Yao Academy, every time the Lord of the Night came to inspect, all the students in the academy had to copy the rules of the academy 200 times as punishment. Don't say that Su Yin felt that the Lord of the Night was terrible. My aunt also felt guilty when she saw her. Lord of the Night! Su Yin shrank into my aunt's arms, muttering the name that my aunt had just taught him. After the Lord of the Night slaughtered the monks, the anger in his heart subsided slightly, and his figure floated in the air and slowly fell on the blood-red ground. Have you read the Taoist scriptures of the beast-taming sect? From a distance of several miles, the Lord of the Night looked at Su Yin in my aunt's arms and asked him a question lightly. For the Lord of the Night, the 3 words, beast-taming sect, were taboo words, not to mention its Taoist tradition. All monks who dared to touch the things of the beast-taming sect would be cruelly and bloodily suppressed by the Lord of the Night. No, I haven't seen it. The towering tower that the beast-taming sect used to preserve its orthodoxy was uprooted by the fairy sister and thrown directly into the gap in space. Su Yan's heart trembled when he was stared at by the Lord of the Night. He spoke subconsciously and told the story, including the previous battle with Dao Huajinjuan. The Lord of the Night's gaze seemed to have the effect of seducing souls. With just a gaze, the cultivators no longer had any secrets in front of her. As soon as Su Yan finished explaining the orthodoxy of the beast-taming sect, the Lord of the Night's face, which was like solid ice, showed a slight ripple, and even the blood-red crescent moon in the sky was slightly less violent. Su Yan seemed to see a message popping up silently above her head, initial favorability of Lord of the Night plus 40. After getting a comfortable answer from Su Yan, Lord of the Night felt a little better and said, "Are they in the same group with you?" The Lord of the Night seemed to be floating slowly, but its movement speed was actually extremely fast. While Su Yan was talking, it had already moved to the side of everyone. She raised her hand and touched Su Yan's head to praise him, and then looked at the 3 Earth Immortals and some monks behind Su Yan. "Senior, none of us have paid attention to that Taoist song. We are monks who live in seclusion in the nearby mountains and forests. We are innocent monks who were forced to be involved in some sect. We saw that the little Taoist friend was in trouble, so we are ready to stand up for justice." The Earth Immortal's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he narrated the incident eloquently. During the narration, the cold sweat on his clothes soaked his clothes. Aging, the Lord of the Night looked at the 3 people, gently raised his hand, and waved the 3 earthly immortals' dharma bodies to decay into various mucus, all of which flowed to the ground. The 3 earthly immortals stood naked in the same place, even forgetting how to breathe, and their bodies were stiff and dared not move. Facing the Lord of the Night was no different from facing death. They felt extremely oppressive. Their minds were completely blank, and their thoughts had completely stopped. They were unable to think, and even forgot who they were for a short time. "Do you think I like jokes?" The Lord of the Night's face gradually darkened. "Do they think they are stupid? Such a clumsy and brainless lie can actually be said?" As the Lord of the Night was furious, the hand that was originally stroking Su Yan unconsciously increased its strength. When the nails touched Su Yan's head, a few strands of snow-white fox hair were pulled out. The sudden stinging pain made Su Yan, who was in a tense state of mind, subconsciously whimper. It was not painful, but a few hairs were shaken. Su Yan suddenly frightened the Lord of the Night and thought she wanted to pull her head off. The Lord of the Night looked at Su Yan sideways, and Su Yan, who was stared at by the Lord of the Night, quickly covered his mouth. Tien Fairy. When the ant saw Su Yan causing trouble and disturbing the Lord of the Night's interest in killing, she immediately cried out in her heart that it was bad, and quickly opened her mouth to cover for Su Yan. "Forget it. Go away." The Lord of the Night looked at Su Yan's fat face and suddenly felt bored. He waved his hand and asked the 3 sneaky and lying Earth Immortals to go aside. "Thank you for your hard work." The Lord of the Night was interrupted by Su Yan's whimpering. He regained consciousness from his anger and spared the lives of the 3 Earth Immortals. But he only spared their lives. The death penalty can be avoided, but their living sins cannot be escaped. For a long, long time to come, they can fully experience the sufferings of the world. Lies and deceptions are like betrayal. Not to mention that the Lord of the Night feels that they are insulting his intelligence. Chapter 245 Lu Zilong talks about fun. Did I say something wrong? The blood-red crescent moon hanging in the sky gradually fell. The Lord of the Night focused his attention on Su Yan because of Su Yan's interruption, and raised his hand to pinch his cheek. Su Yan, who was pinched by the Lord of the Night, looked at her with a little confusion. No, you didn't say anything wrong. The Lord of the Night released his hand, said something, turned around, and slowly floated towards the imperial capital mountain. Su Yan's identity was not difficult to guess. The Lord of the Night knew that the snow fox in front of him should be the child of the nine-tailed fox Su Qing after seeing Su Yan. If Lian Qi hadn't been confused and stupid before, Su Yan should have been named Lian Yan. It was really a pity. The Lord of the Night disappeared in front of everyone, and the red moonlight also disappeared on the earth. The sun, which had disappeared for a long time, was hanging high in the sky again, and the cultivators from the outside world could also enter the area where Su Yan was. TSK. 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 It's really tragic. Standing in the void, Grandmaster Jean raised his hand to fan the bloody smell around him. A strange smile appeared on his cheek, and he said, "Our little fox students have a lot of extracurricular time," Grandmaster Jean said, and landed with Lian Qi and Hua Yuzhenren, who came behind him one after another. "Dean? Why are you here?" Su Yan saw Grandmaster Jean appear, and a surprised expression suddenly appeared on his cheek, as if he was very surprised why Grandmaster Jean was here. Senior Lian Qi and Hua Yu. Seniors would not only Grandmaster Jean appeared here, but also those seniors Su Yan was familiar with, and some seniors he didn't know. Because it's very interesting. Grandmaster Jean smiled and said the reason why he came here, by the way, recorded through the crystal, and added to the future textbooks of Youngla Academy, so that students will know how terrible it is to be uneducated. Grandmaster Jean came to Blackwater City. Of course, not because of the discount promise given by his aunt. He just came to join in the fun, wanting to see how much trouble Su Yan had caused, and then watch the gloomy Lord of the Night go crazy and kill people. Su Yan slowly had a question mark on his head for Master Jin's answer, and all the emotions that were about to emerge in his heart shrank back. Tengu and the beast taming sect are irreconcilable. Any cultivator who touches the items of the beast taming sect will be hunted down by the Tengu tribe to the death. Seeing Su Yan's uneducated expression, Master Jean said casually, "So, after learning that the beast taming sect has reappeared in the world, the Lord of the Night will definitely be furious, because the beast taming sect is too arrogant. So arrogant that it touches the core interests of the demon race. So that when the demon race slaughtered the disciples of the beast taming sect, the human race chose to stand by and watch." Master Jean smiled and told a story. Everyone only thought that the reason why the beast taming sect declined was because they deceived the Lord of the Night, causing the Lord of the Night's cub to be critically ill. And then, they were retaliated by the Tengu. But this is only one aspect. The deeper reason is the decision made by the top leaders of the beast taming sect. At that time, the beast taming sect launched a decision to force powerful spirit beasts to mate, and select and breed the offspring of spirit beasts, trying to share the innate magical power of divine beasts and exotic beasts with ordinary monster beasts. You should know that the costs of breeding the three types of divine beasts, strange beasts, and demon beasts are different during their growth, and the fertility rate of divine beasts is extremely low. If the talents of strange beasts and even divine beasts can be transferred to demon beasts through targeted breeding, not only will the breeding cost be reduced, but the output of artificial divine beasts can also be increased. By then, the human race will enter a new dimension. Those who have storage needs can raise some demons with the blood of the Tengu. Those who have the need to travel long distances can raise demons with the blood of the one-horned green ox. Those who want unique clothes can raise demons with the blood of the proud insect. Those who want to avoid disasters can also raise demons with the blood of the sky-watching howl. Even all kinds of needs can be met through artificial divine beasts. Even increasing lifespan out of thin air is no problem. This is the root cause of the extinction of the beast taming sect. At the beginning, the decision makers of the beast taming sect stubbornly believed that what they did was a good thing that benefited people and the world, and they would inevitably be able to coerce the human race to deal with the crazy revenge of the demons. But the decision makers of the beast taming sect were wrong. The human race had just started to live a stable life at that time, although there was no external worry that needed special attention. The cultivation world was suppressing the ubiquitous Nightmare Town members at that time, and did not want to start another miniature war of all races. Both the human race and the demon race were tired and needed to rest. Although the plan of the beast taming sect is very good, if the artificial divine beasts and gifted spirit beasts are promoted, the human race may really usher in a new era. Master Jean smiled and said, but the human race did not. Because of the comprehensive factors of all aspects. They all chose to give up the beast-taming sect that sent out a request for help to various forces. The beast-taming sect was destroyed because of this. The plan launched by the beast-taming sect was indeed good. But the beast-taming sect did not want to give up its interests. It even wanted to coerce other human cultivators, and the divine beasts and alien beasts. In addition, due to the anti-war background and the frequent crimes committed by the Nightmare Town members, no cultivator was willing to respond to the beast-taming sect's request for help. They were all busy with their own affairs. And the divine beasts were also hunting down the Nightmare Town members. Tengu and the beast tamers have a good relationship. Lianqi then added, they have exchanges from time to time. And then the beast tamers took advantage of our trust, and took the lead in attacking our Tengu tribe. The Tengu tribe has a talent for space. At that time, when the teleportation array was not connected, many exchanges between the disciples of the beast tamers and the demon tribe were completed by relying on Tengu. The relationship between the two sides was pretty good. And then the beast tamers took the lead in attacking the relatives of the Lord of the Night through trust. The Lord of the Night has the purest bloodline and is the most powerful, already holding the intention of tearing off the face. The beast tamers kidnapped the husband and offspring of the Lord of the Night. When encountering things related to the beast taming sect, the ancestor's temperament may be a little extreme, because at that time the leader of the beast taming sect committed suicide, and the ancestor did not succeed in revenge as he wished, and he has always been resentful in his heart. Lianqi looked at Su Yin and explained, the ancestor is usually a demon, except for being a little strict, but overall he is still very peaceful. Lianqi was worried that the ancestor would scare Su Yin, and was afraid that Su Yin would equate the Tengu tribe with the bloodthirsty demons in his heart. So he made a special explanation. The reason why the ancestor was so cruel before was entirely because those cultivators wanted to obtain the beast-taming sect's Taoist tradition, not involving the beast-taming sect. The ancestor's personality was a little strict, but he was not a bloodthirsty person. What a complicated relationship. After listening to the stories of Master Jean and Lianqi, Su Yin felt that his brain was about to burn. Originally, he thought that the beast-taming sect's massacre was just because they offended the Lord of the Night. Unexpectedly, the matter of the beast-taming sect would eventually lead to a war between the human race and the demon race. Moreover, seeing that Su Yin didn't like reading, Grand Tutor Jean told him some behind-the-scenes stories, such as the uneven distribution of benefits and the problems of the times, which almost burned Su Yan's little head. Chapter 246 Seaside City. Su Yin barely understood the twists and turns of the beast-taming sect. He also understood why the Lord of the Night killed all the monks as soon as he appeared. Because those monks wanted to eat the blood of the Lord of the Night. The beast-taming sect took advantage of the long-standing trust between the two sides to secretly harm the husband and descendants of the Lord of the Night. Moreover, when the beast-taming sect was attacked, the sect leader and some of the management chose to commit suicide to avoid the torture of the Lord of the Night. The Lord of the Night did not come alone, but led the demon army to invade. If he fell into the hands of the demons, the senior members of the beast-taming sect would surely die a miserable death. It would be better for him to go first, so as not to die in an indecent manner. The Lord of the Night's revenge was not successful at the beginning, resulting in equal hatred of all the monks who tried to revive the beast-taming sect. The beast-taming sect is a taboo for the Lord of the Night. Whoever dares to mention it in front of her, she will do it. The reappearance of the beast-taming gate has come to an end for the time being. Hongling also went to pick up the Huang clan members, who were forced to be involved in the reappearance of the beast-taming gate. Most of them did not participate in the Battle of Fate. Before being captured by the light golden beam, they were all thrown into the sacrifice prison and used as nutrients. This is why Su Yin has never seen the Huang clan members. Let's go! Let's find a place to stay first. I'll ask the seniors and fellow Taoists to show their favor later. After picking up the Huang clan members, Hong Ling returned to the crowd and invited all the fellow Taoists to have a meal. Although the people were invited by my aunt. The cause of the incident was that she invited my aunt to come to the banquet. Otherwise the little fox would not be involved in the beast-taming gate incident. Hong Ling had to invite this banquet. But there were mummies everywhere in Heishui City, and the red bloodstains were all over the city. No one had cleaned it up for the time being. Obviously, it was not suitable to be a banquet for all the seniors and fellow Taoists. Moreover, the level of Heishui City was really not enough. So Hong Ling invited everyone to Binhai City for dinner, and they planned to temporarily settle in Binhai City, and come back to live after the Blackwater City is cleaned up. Blackwater City is just a small city. Unlike Flower City, which can get assistance from the Red King and the court, Blackwater City needs to collect donations for repairs. As for how long it will take to raise the donations, the city lord needs to work hard everywhere. It is said that the rich people in the city will contribute funds, and the city lord will definitely not pay out of his own pocket to fill the hole. You can live there or not. If you want to live there, you can pay for the repairs. If you don't live there, it won't affect the business of my city lord's mansion. In Binhai City Holland Inn. Auntie Huayu, don't do this. It's itchy. Hong Ling led everyone to the most upscale inn in Binhai City with familiarity, and directly paid out spirit stones to book the 2nd, 3rd, 5th, and 6th floors for a banquet. All the Taoist seniors sat at the big round table in front of the top 6 floors. Hua Yuzhenren, who had not been seen for a long time, tied up her long hair and pinned it behind her head, with a smile on her face. She took Su Yan from her aunt's arms and put him on her legs. She put her hands on Su Yan's belly very naturally, and began to knead Su Yan's belly. When Su Yan showed his true form on weekdays, he would cover his bell and belly. One reason was that he thought the child had grown up and understood shame. The other reason was that a hairless belly was very easy to catch cold. When he was not strong before, he often lay on the ground and had stomach pain easily. Over time, Su Yan got used to using his tail to cover his belly. But Hua Yuzhenren seemed to know Su Yan's weakness, and easily bypassed Su Yan's tail protection, pinched the fox's belly and rubbed it. Su Yan cried out, "I can't stand it. It really works well." Hua Yu saw Su Yan gasping with his mouth wide open, his red tongue of more than 20 centimeters sticking out, and an expression of being so happy that he couldn't breathe, and couldn't help but say in amazement, "Auntie!" After Su Yan took a breath, he hurried back to his aunt's arms, and looked at Hua Yuzhenren vigilantly. "What did you do to the little fox again?" The auntie who was chatting with other Taoist friends saw Su Yan return to her arms and gasp. And the auntie couldn't help but look at Hua Yu with a black line on her head, scolding her for making trouble. "Nothing. I just learned a way to tease foxes from the Taoist friends on the side of the road," Hua Yu said with a smile. She really didn't lie to her aunt. She was indeed shopping in Xiaoyu City some time ago, and saw a Taoist friend on the roadside teasing a fox. He tickled the pet fox until it turned upside down, and its legs twitched. Hua Yu was curious about this, so she went up to ask if the Taoist friend could teach her a trick. Seeing Hua Yu's curiosity, the woman taught her. Today was Hua Yu's first actual combat. Unexpectedly, she almost made Su Yan so happy that he couldn't breathe. After listening to Hua Yuzhenren's story, the black line on her aunt's forehead involuntarily thickened by 2 points. She started to complain about Hua Yu's behavior and said, "If you really have nothing to do, I advise you to choose to go back to the dormitory and tickle the soft flesh on your waist for fun." Su Yan looked at Hua Yu with a vigilant face, because Su Yan felt a very familiar feeling in Hua Yu's technique, which was very similar to the technique of his own old mother tickling him when she had nothing to do. As the saying goes, no one knows a son better than his mother. Su Yan is the one who can't stand the tickling of the fox mother. Seeing Hua Yu's fox tickling technique, Su Yan was really afraid that she would use it to tickle him. Sorry for the long wait. Guests. Just when Su Yan wanted to ask Aunt Hua Yu where she learned the fox tickling technique, a waiter's shout came from outside the window of the inn. A male cultivator dressed as a waiter climbed up the outer wall with great effort, and seemed to be dragging something heavy under his body. He turned over to the lobby with difficulty, took 2 deep breaths and said, "Our signature cold dish. An endless platter of freshly caught seafood. You didn't catch it, did you?" Su Yan saw the waiter dripping with water and emitting a salty smell, and immediately asked with a look of surprise on his face. "That's not the case." The waiter laughed and said, "I'm just responsible for running errands to the port and looking for the boatman to pick up the goods. The endless sea is not a place for a little cultivator like me to go." After the waiter said this, he stepped out of the guardrail with 1 foot. Half of his body was outside the inn, holding a thigh-thick hemp rope in his hand, and struggled to put the cold dishes on the table. The cold dish plate is about 3 meters in diameter, and it is full of clean seafood, from fish sashimi, pickled crabs to scallops. Although the dishes are very common, the ingredients on it are all sea beast meat without exception. In the center of the 3-meter diameter metal plate, there is a glass jar filled with sea water, and inside it is a sea snake that has reached the foundation building stage and is spraying venom. "I didn't say I wanted to eat you. Why are you scolding me?" Su Yan looked at the sea snake curiously, but the sea snake in the glass jar started scolding Su Yan, and also scolded Su Yan's parents. Su Yin was so angry that he almost jumped into the glass jar and fought with the sea snake. Well, it's called the sea snake. It has the powerful effect of nourishing yin and yang. But its toxins can turn men into eunuchs. Be careful. Hong Ling saw that Su Yin, who had been hungry for 3 days, couldn't wait to eat the sea snake. So she spoke with hesitation and reminded Su Yin to be careful when eating sea snake meat. Otherwise, if the sea snake bites him, he will be in trouble. Chapter 247 Coastal Tea House. Sea snake is not just a food supplement. It is a practical type of animal meat, or a slightly poisonous one. Eating it raw can cause the eater to feel hot all over, which can increase the birth rate of residents living on the coast. There are also some villains who will extract the toxins of sea snakes to avenge their enemies. It is a snake unique to the South China Sea, but it is not suitable for monks without a partner to eat alone. Hong Ling did not think of ordering sea snake meat, but it is the main dish of the cold dish platter and the most expensive dish in the platter. Obviously, the shopkeeper would not agree to remove the snake meat and sell it at a lower price. How should this snake be eaten? Grab it and chew it? Su Yin imitated his predecessors, picked up some side dishes from the round table and put them in the bowl, and then picked up some fish sashimi and soy sauce and put them in the bowl to use together. But Su Yin still looked at the sea snake, curious about how to eat the sea snake in front of him. The meat of spirit beasts that we usually see is basically slaughtered cleanly and cannot speak. But the snake in front of him can not only speak, but also lie on the pot and curse. Su Yin is very curious about what kind of cultivator has such a heavy taste. How to eat? Hong Ling pondered for a while, and said, ordinary cultivators will only bleed a little and mix it with spirit wine to take, while some with high cultivation or strong physique will pick it up and eat it. Hong Ling raised her orchid finger and made a sucking motion in front of Su Yin, just like sucking noodles. Su Yin looked at the big snake that was thicker than his waist and fell into silence. Could it be the head of the inn? The Sea King snake in front of him was at a high level of foundation building, and it had a poison that could wither if touched by the bell. Ordinary cultivators, who wanted to replenish their kidneys, might not be able to beat the big snake in front of them. Su Yin had every reason to suspect that it was an actor used to increase the price of the dish. Otherwise, how could an ordinary monster be placed on the table and still be so calm and curse? Moreover, it specifically caught the weakest one to curse. Thinking of this, Su Yin subconsciously looked at Master Jean, who was sipping the wine from his glass and tasting the spiritual wine. The dean should be able to pick it up and eat it like eating spicy strips. Right? After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of dishes, Su Yin took out the god-beating whip he got from the beast-taming sect from his storage ring and asked the seniors if they knew how to repair the dormant spiritual weapon. Because the god-beating whip had not been maintained for too long, the spirit inside had already fallen into a dormant state, and its power was greatly reduced. Spiritual weapons are advanced artifacts of magic weapons, generally composed of the embryo and the spell that carry the forbidden spell. On this basis, spiritual weapons have spiritual intelligence and can greatly enhance the power of the spellband. Like the red jade hairpin sword, it can even independently kill Yuanning period monks without anyone controlling it. Hairpin sword is already a top-grade spiritual weapon, but the god-beating whip is not as powerful as the hairpin sword, because no one has used spiritual power to nourish it for too long. The newly born spiritual intelligence is forced to fall into a deep sleep to slow down the consumption of spiritual power. The spiritual intelligence of the god-beating whip has been dormant for a long time. If it is not replenished, the spiritual intelligence may disappear. Now Su Yin is stuck here. If he wants to use mana to nourish the god-beating whip, he needs to sign a blood contract with it. But if he wants to sign a blood contract with the god-beating whip, he needs to awaken the spiritual intelligence of the god-beating whip. And awakening the spiritual intelligence requires mana to nourish the dormant spiritual intelligence of the god-beating whip. Su Yin was numbed by the magic weapon he had obtained. Puff. When Su Yin described his troubles, Hua Yuzhenring couldn't help but chuckle and said, "What you said is actually not difficult to solve. You only need to spend a little spirit stone and find a cultivator from the Qi sect to solve it. The price is very affordable. For matters related to artifacts, it is definitely right to find a cultivator from the Qi sect to ask." The logical closed loop that Su Yin is currently encountering is actually quite common in the cultivation world. So the cultivators of the Qi sect have developed a set of awakening formations for this disease. As long as it is placed in the formation, it can forcibly awaken the spirit of the weapon without injury, allowing the cultivator to sign a blood contract with the sleeping spirit of the weapon in a short moment. If I remember correctly, Taoisting was said, there is a group of Qi sect cultivators in Haiban City who have been guarding here for a long time to collect materials. Haiban City is rich in seafood. Generally, after the cultivators catch sea beasts in the sea, they first dig out the high-priced materials that can be used to refine pills or tools, and then sell the blood and flesh of the sea beasts to seafood merchants, killing two birds with one stone. As a sect that mainly cultivates weapons, the cheese sect usually needs to consume a large amount of weapon refining materials. Naturally, they cannot go to the treasure appraisal pavilion and spend a high premium to purchase ordinary materials for their disciples to use. Cheese sect monks usually go to the place of origin and send monks to do material recycling tasks for a long time. The materials on sea beasts are of very high quality, whether used for refining weapons or refining robes. In addition, the price is cheap due to the large number of sea beasts. Where is the senior cheese sect monk? After Su Yin learned the clues to repair the spiritual weapon, his eyes lit up and he asked, "You should know if you ask at the seaside." Firefly Taoist shook his head and said that he didn't know either. He just knew that there was a cheese sect monk in the seaside city. If he really asked where the cheese sect monk was, he would not be able to answer Su Yin. Probably in the Coast Tea House? Teacher Jean seemed to remember something, smiled, and told Su Yin where to find the weapon sect cultivator. It's very interesting there. A young cultivator like you usually can't resist the temptation. Ah? Su Yin was puzzled, but seeing the wicked smile on the head, he probably wouldn't tell him what was interesting about the Coast Tea House. Su Yin had no choice but to go to the Coast Tea House and fix the spiritual weapon first, because the distance was not too far. Su Yin didn't disturb the seniors or Huang Yin's interest in eating, and went to the Coast Tea House mentioned by the dean alone. For Su Yin, it seemed like a matter of a moment to enter the Bee's Taming Gate to participate in the Battle of Destiny. But according to the time of the outside world, 3.5 days had passed, and the Huang family members almost starved to death in the prison cell. Now they came to the Sea Phosphorus Inn, and naturally lay on the round table to feast. I was afraid that I would starve to death if I ate too slowly. If I wanted to achieve the state of short-term fasting, I needed the Jined End state. Hello. Where is the Coast Tea House? Su Yin also learned from other cultivators and flew to the coast at a low altitude. After landing on the ground, he deliberately found a female cultivator and asked her the address of the Coast Tea House by taking advantage of his handsome and cute appearance. Are you here to play in the seaside city? The female cultivator with darker skin, wearing shorts and a sports bra, saw the extremely rare white and tender cultivator on the beach, and immediately asked with interest, "You are so young, but you also like to participate in the handicap." Handicap? Su Yin looked at the female cultivator in confusion. Didn't the dean say a tea house? How did it become a casino? I don't know. I'm just looking for someone. Looking for a gambling elder? That's fine. Come with me. I just came out of the sea and am ready to gamble a few hands. Looking for the sea to find the real wonder. What about you? Just call me Xiaobai. Chapter 248 Weird Things on the Coast. Why don't you change your clothes? You look strange here. Mihai Sunjin Sanren led Su Yin to a corner southwest of Binhai City, 2 miles away from the real coast. There were no luxurious tall buildings here, but there was a pavilion. The Coast Tea House covers an area of about 3 acres. The ground is just ordinary hardened sand. It can be seen at a glance that it was made by a cultivator of earth element in 3 minutes. Then, the top configuration used for sunshade is also tattered wood. Su Yin even has holes on the floor, and the store owner is very perfunctory with a few coconut leaves as a cover. If there were not a large number of coconut trees planted outside the Coast Tea House, Su Yin felt that a typhoon would smash the Coast Tea House in front of him into pieces and all over the ground. Is there anything wrong with my clothes? Su Yin looked down at his clothes. The whole white cuffs and lapels were decorated with blue, and there was a layer of gauze on the outside for anti-fouling. There was nothing particularly strange, and it was also a common dress. It's not a problem, but it's very different from here. You may be ridiculed by some old hooligans when you go to the tea house. Mihai Sunjin Sanren led Su Yin inside. When passing by the coconut forest, he raised his hand and punched the trunk of the coconut tree, causing the coconut tree to shake continuously until 2 old coconuts fell from the tree. Mihai Sanren caught the 2 coconuts and squeezed them. He used the power of controlling objects to blend the coconut meat and coconut juice to form a very rich and sweet white coconut milk. She handed one to Su Yin and broke one to drink to quench her thirst. Su Yin thought about it, took out the decorative oil paper umbrella from the storage ring, tore off a piece of umbrella paper, rolled it into a straw, inserted it into the brown old coconut, and drank it. Old coconuts are different from green coconuts. Old coconuts have a layer of very prickly hairs on the outside. Although kissing them will not hurt you, you will inevitably eat a mouthful of old coconut hairs when sucking coconut milk. What a delicate rich young master. Mihai Sanren sighed, with a face full of tears and laughter. Su Yan's clothes look expensive, and his words and deeds are like those of aristocrats, masters, and monks from academies. Only my sister does not lack spiritual stones. Otherwise a rich kid like you, in our seaside city, would need to be kidnapped and extorted from your family first, and then sent to a brothel to work illegally on the way. And then we would sell you to the demon sect after we receive the ransom. Su Yan's clothes are too luxurious, and his young appearance just suits the taste of those old ladies. Some poor and crazy monks in Seaside City will also make some extra money while engaging in sea fishing. Those monks usually target monks from other places to kill. As for locals, poor and crazy monks will not touch them, fearing that they will provoke revenge from local clan forces. Tun tun tun. The coast tea house does not have a proper door under the eaves, except for the load-bearing columns. There are rows of guardrails surrounding the tea house. The gap is the door of the tea house. If they are regular customers, they basically climb over the guardrails to enter. Su Yan also followed Mihai Sanren and climbed over the wall. There were 3 or 5 tables of monks sitting in front of square tables inside. The tea house was filled with demonic energy. Su Yan looked back at the outer fence of the tea house and immediately understood their function. In front of one of the tables, there was a female sea beast dressed in a very cool humanoid outfit, holding a large jar that exuded cold air, gulping down ice water. That table is full of big fish. Don't provoke them easily. Mihai Sanren saw Su Yan standing still, staring at a table of female cultivators wearing a few pieces of starfish as a private cloth, sitting at the table and drinking water to quench their thirst. Mihai Sanren looked at Su Yan with a funny smile on his face, raised his hand and pushed Su Yan and asked, "Have you never seen such a big one?" "It's not that I haven't seen the world. I just feel curious." Su Yan looked at it for a while, and then looked away. That table was basically full of female sea beasts and demons. They should have come to the shore in groups of 3 or 5. However, Su Yan really had never seen sea beasts come ashore to drink water. What's so strange about it? Mihai Sanren raised his hand indifferently, patted his chest and said, "In the sea, as long as the sea beasts and monsters that feed their offspring here, they will come to the shore to find a tea house to drink water and quench their thirst. Big fish, lazy fish, turtles, and sea dogs are all frequent customers of coastal tea houses. The big fish that Mihai Sanren mentioned, in Su Yan's words, refers to whales, white whales, killer whales, and blue whales. The big whale monsters, who are drinking ice water to quench their thirst, are a table of big whale monsters. They are different from other sea beasts. Among the sea beasts, the monsters with mammalian characteristics rely solely on hunting and body conversion to intake very little fresh water. If there was no way to get fresh water in the sea before, it would be fine. They could only increase predation to get more fresh water. But now the monsters can transform and go ashore, and they can have a full meal for a few copper coins, and even ice water. Naturally, they are unwilling to chase fish schools and swim several kilometers in the sea for a little fresh water. Why bother with a few copper coins? Therefore, in the tea houses by the sea, those who are seen wearing starfish costumes or not wearing any are basically mammals who came ashore to drink fresh water because of thirst in the sea. No milk to drink. Su Yan's gaze caught the big fish's attention, seeing that Su Yan also recognized his identity as a demon, and even knew that Su Yan should be a land demon cub. The big fish firmly rejected his strange gaze. "I've quit." 3 black lines appeared on Su Yan's forehead. He hesitated for a long time before slowly spitting out 2 words. The sharpness of the demon's words is still on the top. Although the demon cultivator once complained that he had just quit milk and came out to work to earn money to support his family, Su Yan retorted that he had really quit milk for more than 10 years. On weekdays, he was a meat eater and really didn't need to rely on milk. "Don't worry about them. Come and see if your gambling elders are here." Mihai Sanren pulled Su Yan from the edge of the tea house to the inside of the tea house. When they came to a long table, Mihai Sanren, under the watchful eyes of the waiter, placed 3 pounds of spiritual stones on a betting table with the words Undersea Kirin written on it. Corresponding to the Undersea Kirin is a cultivator called the Undersea Rabbit. Should he be a cultivator? Su Yan was not sure, but he could still see that a battle game was going on here. Mihai Sanren bet that the Undersea Kirin would win, but Su Yan thought that the Undersea Rabbit would win by a large margin. "Look," Those are the cultivators watching the game. Let's see if your elders are among them. Mihai Sanran raised his hand and pointed at a group of people on the beach outside the tea house. They were watching two humanoid creatures holding weapons duel. Is that a sea hare? Su Yin walked closer and found that the two sea beasts preparing to duel were holding no magic weapons. They were holding their weapons and preparing to stab them into the opponent's body. Once the weapons were inserted, the loser would become a female beast and give birth to children. Sea hare? The name is quite appropriate. The two long vertical ears look like rabbits. But their tribe is called Haishu, which is a hermaphroditic sea beast. It is now in the spring breeding duel. Mihai Sanran explained to Su Yin and asked casually, "How is it? Have you found your elders?" Chapter 249 Fellow Taoist Pei Yin. His. Compared to looking for the predecessors of the Qi sect, Su Yan's attention was mostly on the duel between the sea slugs. It is not difficult to find Qi sect cultivators, as long as you find a cultivator whose arms are thicker than your waist. Even if he is not a cultivator of the Qi sect, he is related to the Qi sect. The male cultivators in the coastal tea house are basically all wearing double-breasted, sleeveless, and open-chested clothes. Su Yin found a cultivator who met the characteristics of Qi sect disciples at a glance. Several muscular men over 2 meters tall ignored Su Yin beside them and watched the two sea slugs fighting to decide the winner. The two sea slugs stood facing each other on the beach, holding weapons growing from their palms, and the two rabbit ears on their foreheads stood up high, as if they were temporarily majestic. The two did not say anything. In the duel of reproduction, all words were pale, and only the sharp blades in their hands were worthy of trust. The two humanoid sea hares trembled slightly, staring at each other's every move with sharp eyes, just like two peerless swordsmen looking for the enemy's flaws. And after finding the flaws, they would kill the enemy with a sword. Clang. The flaws on the body were fleeting, and the sea rabbit sword stabbed straight like a dragon, directly breaking the sharp blade in the sea unicorn's hand. And light blue blood was thrown into the air. The sea unicorn was shocked at the sight, and he didn't expect the sea rabbit to be so fierce. He tried to change his tactics and counterattack sideways, but the struggle for the reproduction of the sea tribe was cruel and extremely deadly. The straight sword of the sea rabbit turned into a soft sword the moment his body changed, and followed closely, stabbing directly into his chest. The sea unicorn looked at the cold-faced sea rabbit with an incredible face. The rough voice of the sea unicorn gradually softened, becoming soft and sharp. She said you for a long time, but still didn't say a complete sentence, as if she still felt unbelievable about her defeat. There is no point in giving a fierce name. The sea rabbit chuckled, raised his hand to hug the child's mother, forced her head to his shoulder, and smiled. The duel is over. Tell me, what style of new house do you want? I will build it for you. Hate. How did I lose? The sea unicorn looked depressed. The two sea lovers finally got married, hugged each other in public, and talked about their future lives. But the male monks who were squatting by the seaside tea house watching the battle, seeing that the seabed unicorn's weapons were broken by Haishu, couldn't help but take a deep breath with a painful expression on their faces. The parties involved didn't say anything yet, but a phantom pain lingered in the hearts of the spectators. Ha hiss. Su Yin saw the blue blood flying all over the sky. His legs subconsciously clamped, and the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. The way the sea hare reproduced made him open his eyes. Under the witness of the group, the sea hare hugged the seabed unicorn and kissed it, and went directly to the bedding table of the tea house to ask the waiter for spirit stones to start a new life. The showdown between the sea hares was originally to find a deserted place to be carried out quietly, and would not be openly displayed on the table. But the seaside tea house was willing to give money to the sea hares who performed in public. The coast tea house coveted the show effects of the sea hare, and the sea hare coveted the settlement fee given by the coast tea house. The sea hare received the gambling dividends from the waiter, hugged his newlywed wife and left, preparing to go shopping in the city and then return to the bottom of the sea to buy a house and start a shameless and happy life of newlyweds. A group of spectators were left holding their crotches, looking at the two sea hares with a look of pain on their faces. Sister Mihai, why are you covering it? After watching the two sea hares leave, Su Yin noticed that Mihai Sanran beside him also had a look of pain on his face, holding his crotch. Because I feel pain too, Mihai Sanran said with a look of pain on his face. Not only did I lose the spirit stone, but I also felt like someone kicked me hard. The phantom pain in the philtrum is not only experienced by male cultivators, but also by female cultivators. Is that so? Su Yin took a long time to get rid of the phantom pain in his heart. He glanced at Sister Mihai's crotch and muttered in his heart, It seems that there is nothing to kick. Then, Su Yin hurriedly caught up with the muscular men who had just turned around and were about to return to the tea house, and asked, "Excuse me, are you the seniors of the Qi Zone?" The 4 strong men who were stopped by Su Yin turned around and saw no one. They lowered their heads and saw a child answering them. So they casually said, "We are indeed disciples of the Qi Zone. I don't know what you want." As the strong man said, he opened his front to reveal his abdominal muscles that were as sharp as a knife and an axe. Even the outer edge of the pectoralis major muscle under his armpits was a wing-like muscle. Su Yin was stunned the whole time. An envy was revealed in his eyes. Of course, the strong man opened his front not to show off his figure, but just to show the meteorite token hanging on his clothes. The meteorite token of the Qi Zone is extremely difficult to copy, and it can be said that there is no other sect except Qi Zone. Although the strong man didn't care much about Su Yin, since he asked if he was a disciple of Qi Zone. The strong man naturally needed to show his identity, so as not to let this kid be deceived by other imposters, and then go around saying bad things about Qi Zone. "Senior, please spare me a moment to talk." Su Yin glanced at the tea house, raised his hand to make a request, and said, "I have a weapon and I would like to ask the seniors to see if it can be repaired." "Don't call me senior. We are just some monks who collect junk." Seeing that there was a business coming, the Qi Zone monk followed Su Yin's footsteps and walked into the coconut grove, saying, "You can just call me Brother Pei Yin. His name is Yiya, and the other 2 junior brothers are Jin Ji and Chen Hua. Brother Pei Yin is in the nascent soul stage, and is currently leading the little guys in the sect to collect materials in Benhai City. Although the muscles of the other 3 are not bad, their cultivation is just some little guys in the Qi refining stage." Okay. After arriving in the coconut grove, Su Yin took out the whip from his storage ring, whose spirit had long been dormant, and asked, "I'm not hiding anything. I want to ask fellow Taoists from the weapon sect if there is any way to awaken the spirit inside my spiritual weapon." After Su Yin took out the whip, he was not worried about being robbed or anything. His elders were drinking tea and eating melon seeds in the inn. According to the perception ability of Earth Immortals, if something happened to him, his aunt and the others would be able to directly attack with a large force. Therefore, Su Yin directly handed the beating whip to fellow Taoist Pei Yin for inspection. The rules of the Jianghu are that you do not accept any spiritual weapon. When Pei Yin saw Su Yin handing over the spiritual weapon, he did not reach out to take it directly. Instead, he took 2 steps back, opened his storage ring and took out a table covered with soft cloth. "Put the spiritual weapon on the table, and then I can start to check it. Spiritual weapons can be large or small. If they are damaged in your hands, you can't explain it even if you jump into the sea. At the least, you will have to search your memory for 3 to 5 months to recover. And at the worst, you may lose everything, unless you don't care about spiritual stones. Otherwise, the disciples of the Qi sect will not accept spiritual weapons handed over by strangers. They have also been blackmailed." So after seeing the old antique handed over by Su Yin, they did not show a particularly excited expression, but took 2 steps back cautiously to let Su Yin put the spiritual weapon on the table. After confirming that there was no pit inside, fellow Taoist Pei Yin dared to touch the old antique. Chapter 250 at night. Chaos. "This spiritual weapon of yours is quite old. Did you just dig it out from the pit?" After inspecting the magic whip on the table, Pei Yin pondered for a long time and slowly said, "The spirit inside is close to collapse. It may take a lot of time and spirit stones to cure it. In terms of artifact care, the cultivators of the weapon sect are as professional as doctors. They can see at a glance that the magic whip in Su Yan's hand should have come from the pit, and the spirit inside is on the verge of collapse. It is not impossible to cure it, but it depends on whether the little Taoist in front of you is willing to spend spirit stones for treatment. First of all, it takes more than 3,000 kilograms of spirit stones to awaken the spirit without injury. This is just the cost price. The subsequent maintenance cost is impossible without 300,000 to 500,000 kilograms of spirit stones. Of course, the price of a spiritual weapon is definitely not something that can be bought with 300,000 to 500,000 kilograms of spirit stones. It is normal for high-quality spiritual tools to cost over $1 million. Some top-quality spiritual tools are traded with millions of spiritual stones or barter. They cannot be purchased with spiritual stones alone. Pei Yin Jinren's advice to Su Yin is that if you think you can use it smoothly, then treat it. If you can't use it smoothly, forget it. After all, the cost of repairing it for 3 or 500,000 is really not something that ordinary cultivators can afford. Treat it. Su Yin thought about it and said, "The god-beating whip originated from the beast taming sect. It is a weakened product of the beast taming sect's sole secret method, god-beating whip. It is used by disciples to tame monsters. The real god-beating whip secret method is a powerful magical power that can tear apart the soul of the earth immortal. Even Dao Huajinjuan, a cultivator in the tribulation period, died in the god-beating whip formation of the Tongtian Tower. Although 3 or 500,000 spiritual stones are expensive, Su Yin can exchange for a spiritual tool that specializes in the soul of cultivators. Su Yin feels that the treatment fee is worth it. Okay. Since you said that, I will prepare the awakening formation for you first." Seeing that Su Yin was willing to pay, Master Pei Yan's expression eased a little, and he promised Su Yin to go back and prepare the formation. "Give me 2 days to prepare. It will take about 3,000 kilograms of spirit stones to awaken the spirit of the weapon. You can think about it again. Awakening the spirit weapon is just a small amount of money. The real big expense is still to come." Pei Yin is not afraid that Su Yin will default on the debt or not give the spirit stones. The things that treat the spirit weapon are ready-made, and Master Pei Yin only needs to return to the sect to get those things. After returning, Su Yin will treat it if he gives the spirit stones. And if he doesn't give the spirit stones, he will only lose the teleportation fee. The cost of the teleportation formation is not worth much. "What did you talk about in secret?" When Su Yin came out of the coconut grove, Mihai Sanren saw that the group of people from the weapon sect were excitedly discussing something, while Su Yin was worried, as if he had lost a lot of money. "Did they overcharge you? Do you want me to go over and bargain for you?" Mihai Sanren thought for a while, and asked Su Yin about what happened. "It's okay. It's just that my wallet hurts a bit, and I need to use some of the money I used to beg for my wife." Su Yin shook his head, and didn't say anything about what happened in the forest. The god-beating whip is not a regular spiritual weapon. If it reaches a satisfactory level of power after being cured, Su Yin plans to use it as his most precious treasure. One whip can scatter the soul of the hostile cultivator. No matter how you think about it, it is a very powerful spiritual weapon. Just like the Starlight Divine Water. I can't use it now, but I can't live without it. It's getting late now. I'm going home. Is Sister Mihai free tomorrow? After sitting in the tea house for a while, Su Yin saw that the sun was about to set, so he was ready to go home. But before that, he specifically asked if Mihai Sanren had time tomorrow. Su Yin wanted to visit the seaside city tomorrow. He had never been to the seaside, so he especially wanted to experience the seaside style in the city by the sea. But Su Yin was embarrassed to ask the seniors in the inn. Sister Hong Ling still needed to preside over the wedding of the younger generation of the Huang family. "Auntie and Aunt Hua, you were busy with the two-person show now." Su Yin was not familiar with Master Hatching Little Chicken and Taoist Firefly. As for Master Jean, Su Yin was also afraid that the dean would sell him to fight black boxing, so he never considered asking Master Jean to take him out to play. It would be better to ask if the kind local in front of him, Mihai Sanren, was free tomorrow to lead him to experience the characteristics of the seaside city. "Tomorrow?" Mihai pondered for a while and said, "You will be free after the hour of sea, right? What's going on?" "The monks on the coast make money in the morning and evening. That is, at high tide and low tide. Mihai can't go to sea fishing or hunting without the high-level cultivation of Yuanying or Huashan period. No captain will want to participate in sea fishing. For monks who don't even have the high-level cultivation of Yuanying, participating in sea fishing is a burden. Just stay at the beach and pick up LS. Don't think about exchanging your life for money. Your life may not be worth as much as my boat. Can I ask you to be a guide and take me to visit the special attractions of the seaside city? As a child growing up in the inland, I have never seen the sea," Su Yin said. "Be a guide? I thought it was something else." Mihai Sanren waved his hand and said, "Of course, no problem. Just come to the coast tea house to find me at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Then, I'll come to you at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning." After both parties made an agreement, Su Yin did not stay at the coast tea house any longer, flew into the air, and flew back to the Highland Inn. Su Yin still remembered what his aunt said. Binhai City is more chaotic at night. Su Yin is not interested in street fights. It is better to meditate and breathe for a while. And Su Yin is also quite tired now. Just this morning with the help of the fairy sister's power to fight with Dao Huajinjuan. Then he went to the inn to eat. And after eating, he hurried to the coast tea house to find the Qizong monk. After being busy for 3 consecutive days, Su Yin also wanted to take a shower and have a good sleep to relieve his mental fatigue. "And I'm going back to my room to rest first." After returning to Highland Inn, Su Yan said goodnight to his aunt and other seniors sitting in the courtyard, and then went straight to an empty courtyard and walked in. Although Highland Inn was not booked, the inn was full of Huang clan members, and high-end dormitories, such as wing rooms, were booked by Hong Ling for reception. Although it was not a booked room, it was better than a booked room. Su Yan washed and turned back to his original form, jumping onto the slightly smaller bed. But after turning back to his original form, the slightly smaller bed directly turned into the Wuxing Emperor Fox bed. In the dead of night, in the courtyard of Highland Inn, only Master Jean was left, eating melon seeds leisurely, waiting for an old woman to come out and discuss something with him. Master Jean saw an old woman, but she did not come out of the dormitory, but went in from the outside. Grandmaster Tyne? What is she doing? Grandmaster Jean was cracking melon seeds, looking at Grandmaster Tyne with a slightly strange look as she entered Su Yan's bedroom. Chapter 251: The Obsession of the Lord of the Night. It was late at night in the Highland Inn, and a ball of black fog that could not be sensed or touched slipped into Su Yan's bedroom along the open windowsill for ventilation. What is Tyne Patriarch doing? The Grandmaster Jean, who was originally sitting in the courtyard of the inn, looked at the ball of black fog with a little surprise, and then slipped into Su Yan's bedroom along the gap of the windowsill, in the middle of the night. The Grandmaster Jean was not worried about Su Yan's safety. He was now the container of the Queen Mother Su, used to nourish the ghost of the Queen Mother Su. If the container was damaged, it would be a troublesome matter for the Queen Mother Su, because not all creatures can become containers. In the Xiaoyu dynasty, Su Yan, who had a nine-tailed fox and the blood of the extremely young and strong dragon clan, could, on the one hand, warm the Queen Mother's ghost through the blood of the nine-tailed fox, and on the other hand, eliminate the eternal cold infected by the years of freezing through the extremely young and strong dragon blood. Su Yan was perfect as a nourishing container. If Su Yan was gone, the Empress Dowager Su would have to spend a lot of time looking for a new container. Therefore, when Su Yan was in mortal danger, the Empress Dowager would definitely step forward to save Su Yan's life. So, when seeing Tyne Patriarch turning into black mist and sneaking into Su Yan's bedroom in the middle of the night, Master Jean was really not panicked at all, and even had the leisure to make a pot of tea and eat melon seeds. An old woman kicking the door of a boy in the middle of the night. Is this a fun that violates human ethics? Master Jean changed his sitting posture, with his right hand on the back of the chair and his legs crossed, eating nuts with his left hand, and his eyes were completely focused on Su Yan's windowsill. Inside Su Yan's bedroom, the Lord of the Night emerged from the black fog and stood in front of Su Yan's bed. He looked at Su Yan, who was sleeping soundly on the dark blue sheets with his head tilted back and his white belly exposed, because he felt safe. He was silent for a long time, then retracted his gaze and said, Su Tu, I know you are in there. Where did you throw the tower to? Before the Lord of the Night came, he had already visited the Beast Control Gate, which was destroyed by the Empress Dowager Su, and learned the whole story from the Flying Beast. Naturally, he also knew that the tower that hid the Taoist scriptures of the Beast Control Gate was thrown into the gap in space. In the eyes of the celestial beings, space is not a flat plane, but a series of boxes. The tower was thrown into the gap by the Empress Dowager Su, and for the cultivators who are not in the celestial realm, it may never be touched. But for the celestial beings who know the spatial coordinates, it is not difficult to retrieve the tower to the sky, but they just need to grope in a dark room for a while. The Lord of the Night came here specifically to retrieve the Tower of Babel. The Taoist scriptures inside had no practical meaning to her, but the husband of the Lord of the Night committed suicide in the tower because he could not accept the humiliation and had no hope of escape. The Tower of Babel was like a tombstone. Now, the tombstone of her husband was pulled up and thrown away, which naturally made the Lord of the Night feel very angry. Out of sight, out of mind. Isn't it good? Su Yan opened his eyes, and his azure blue eyes turned into emerald green at this moment. He sat up straight and crossed his legs, and said with a nonchalant look on his face, It's better to have another cub as soon as possible than to worry about those things. Facing the Lord of the Night, Su Tu smiled and never mentioned the Tower of Babel. When she was active in the world, the city of 10,000 demons had not been established. At that time, the Lord of the Night was still active in the world of cultivation. Although Su Tu was a junior, they were cultivators active in the same period. She knew a lot about the Lord of the Night. Give me back the Tower of Babel. The Lord of the Night ignored Su Tu's nonsense and continued to force Su Tu to take out the Tower of Babel. There are many male beasts that can make women pregnant. Why are you obsessed with a dead person? Su Tu still did not respond. She smiled and patted Su Yan's belly and said, "Look, I and my dead ghost gave birth to 3 children in 600 years. It's not difficult for you to work harder." Su Tu knew Tian Patriarch and knew Tian Patriarch's temperament and obsession. The purpose of the Lord of the Night's marriage was not some entangled love. She simply felt that she was the strongest Tengu demon and had the responsibility and obligation to raise an extremely powerful cub. So, she chose a husband to get married. The stronger the cultivation of a cultivator, the harder it is to reproduce. When the cultivation reaches the earthly immortal realm, in order to reproduce, either the couple has to have the same nature, or they can suppress their realm through elixirs, so that both parties' dharma bodies temporarily lose their immortal ability. When the cultivation reaches the heavenly realm, most elixirs have lost their effect on heavenly beings, and it is simply a miracle to breed offspring. This formula applies to the demon clan, and the more powerful the bloodline of the demon clan, the more difficult it is in this regard. Have you seen the dragon clan that is full of lust? Except for the real dragons in the Four Seas dragon clan, the rest of the dragon clan that stirs up trouble are basically second, third, fourth, and fifth generation sub-dragons. The Lord of the Night is not obsessed with her husband, but the cub who died prematurely due to an accident. Her longing for her husband is just to miss the miracle he created, which makes something that is almost impossible happen to her. Therefore, Su Tu dared to scold the Lord of the Night so wantonly during her weakness, because she knew that the Lord of the Night would not turn against her because of her husband. The two are not just celestial beings, but also have tribes and forces behind them. If a conflict breaks out, it is very likely to cause an incident that both sides cannot resolve. If you want to know the secret of pregnancy, wait until I wake up and then tell you slowly. Su Tu's face was full of the expression of an experienced person. He stood up and patted the Lord of the Night on the shoulder, and laughed strangely. After that, Su Tu quickly shrank back into Su Yan's body, fearing that the Lord of the Night would continue to ask about the tower. The tower can be returned to the Lord of the Night, but not immediately. Su Tu does not want the things of the beast-taming sect, but a portion of the things inside can be kept to increase the foundation of the Xia Yu dynasty. In its heyday, the beast-taming sect was not weaker than the current Xia Yu dynasty, and was even more powerful. It had 3 celestial cultivators and monsters, and there were countless fierce beasts and monsters in the tribulation period and the refining void period under its command. The beast-taming sect is known as the home of fierce beasts, and all the abandoned fierce beasts can live a fairy-like life in it. The Lord of the Night looked at Su Yan, who fell into his arms, and a strange color appeared on his cheeks. She always felt that there was something strange about Su Tuesday. Was he mocking her just now? You are the most different one, right? What kind of divine beast can give birth to 3 babies within 1,000 years? Even if it is a rare female beast in the realm of earthly immortals, it is absolutely impossible to give birth to 3 babies within 1,000 years. Are there any 9-tailed foxes with pig demon attributes? The Lord of the Night sat on the bed, lifted up the sleeping Su Yan, and asked in confusion. Among the 9-tailed foxes, Su Tu seems to be the most fertile. Not only can he give birth, but the cubs he gave birth to are basically all peerless geniuses. If the crown prince had not died in an accident, maybe the Xia Yu dynasty could really produce 2 royal celestial beings. The Lord of the Night also watched Xia Yu establish it, so he naturally knew the difficulties they faced at the beginning. The fierce beasts in the central province almost made Xia Yu slaughter the whole clan, and even the passing Fengshi demon king was shot and made into armor by Emperor Xia Yu. In the later period, the crown prince presided over the internal affairs, and the eldest princess led Xia Yu's soldiers to advance triumphantly and flatten the territory of the central province. My heart is moved. The Lord of the Night rolled up Su Yan's tail hair while thinking about Su Tu's secret of giving birth. How did that fox give birth to so many cubs with high quality? Huff, huff, huff. Su Yan didn't feel anything at all, still in the deepest dreamland, soaking in the hot spring, recovering his spirit. Chapter 252. Awe. The next morning. After a night of dreams, Su Yan woke up from his bed in the dormitory slowly, with a lazy and comfortable look on his face. He turned over and lay on the bed, stretched his arms and legs straight. It's really comfortable to wake up. And the Snow Mountain hot spring in the dream is also quite good. But as his body functions recovered, Su Yan suddenly felt something wrong, and his skin was obviously tight, which was different from the past. Su Yan raised his fox paw and saw that the fluffy white hair had a layer of smooth mucus on it, making the fox's white fur stick to the skin tightly. What is this? After noticing something wrong, Su Yan immediately jumped up from the bed, walked in the air, and came to the dressing table in the dormitory to look at himself in the bronze mirror. The snow fox, which originally had fluffy hair and no trace of other colors, was now soaked with hair that stuck to its skin. The hair on its snow-white tail was even more like a pigtail. At first glance, Su Yen was not a fox at all, but a skinny dog. He looked at Su Yen with a dog-like look, and his pupils trembled as he looked at the bronze mirror with disbelief. "Aunt, you're making a fuss again." Su Yen came back to his senses from the bronze mirror, and ran out of the window without saying a word, to find his aunt to see what kind of slime was smeared on him. "What's going on so early in the morning?" The aunt was sitting in the courtyard of the inn, sorting out the hundreds of storage rings that Su Yen had obtained earlier. When she heard the screams of the nephew next door, she couldn't help but roll her eyes and muttered, "Could it be that Huayu, who got an itch from meditating late at night, and climbed over the wall to the nephew's bedroom and killed him?" In the end, the only two people who liked to tease Su Yen were Xiaoyu, Lao Long and Huayu. Given the character of Master Jin, he probably wouldn't search Su Yan's bedroom in the middle of the night. So when she heard Su Yen scream, the first thing the aunt thought of was Huayu's mischief. A grayish-white dog ran into the courtyard at lightning speed from the main gate of the courtyard. Aunt looked at the white dog in surprise and asked, "Did you fall into the paste vat?" Su Yan's current appearance was like his whole body was soaked in water, and his hair was all wet. Moreover, he had been running all the way, and his white hair was stained with some dust and fallen leaves. The whole fox was really dusty and pitiful. "I don't know. It was like this when I woke up." Su Yen turned around and pouted, showing his fox tail that was tied into a braid to his aunt. Aunt looked at Su Yan's braided tail, especially the black silk scarf bow at the end, and almost couldn't help laughing and said, "It's quite delicate." As the aunt said, she rolled up her long sleeves, picked up Su Yen and walked straight to the next courtyard, ready to find Huayu Zhiren to ask what good thing she had done. "Huayu." The aunt climbed through the window into Huayu's bedroom, picked up Su Yen, who was holding the tail of her pigtail, and pushed him directly in front of Master Huayu, saying, "Look at my nephew." "Ah?" Huayu sat on the bed, with two colorful snakes entwined around her. As Huayu opened her eyes, the two snakes disappeared along the sleeves of Huayu Zhenren. Huayu stared at the unlucky fox in front of her, showing a puzzled expression. "Are you aunt and nephew playing with flower oil?" Although Su Yen was dirty, he did not have any obvious odor on his body, but instead exuded the fragrance of flowers. As the Madam of Xia Yuan Hua Pavilion, Huayu instantly recognized what the sticky layer of liquid on Su Yen was. This is a kind of flower oil used to make lip balm, and it is also a skin care essential oil commonly used among human female cultivators. It can eliminate the wrinkles on snow-white skin caused by wind and sun. "Do you want to take me with you?" Huayu Zhenren sniffed the flower fragrance on Su Yen's body, then looked at his aunt with interest and said, "If the flower oil is not enough, I have a big box here." After that, Huayu sat on the bed, ready to take off her clothes and massage each other with her aunt and nephew. "What about the Blackwater City here?" Su Qing, wearing a painted skin, just stepped out of the teleportation array. Her face full of joy turned into flowing light, and came to the Blackwater City where Su Yen was. However, the Blackwater City that Su Qing saw was not peaceful at all. Half of the city had turned into ruins, and some unclaimed bodies were piled up on the streets and burned on the spot, like a painting of the underworld. Su Qing was stunned by the scene, and had no idea what happened in Blackwater City. Is the life of the little fox so hard? Before coming to Blackwater City, Fox Mom went to the main city of Xiaoyu first, because she was very sure that she put Su Yen in Lao Chang's home for foster care. And Ao Renlin was also sure that Su Yen lived in Xiaoyu's Richuan garden. Although life cannot be said to be perfect, at least there is no worry about food and clothing, and occasional extra meals can be added. However, when Su Qing went to Richuan Garden, there was no brothel in Richuan Garden. In the lobby of Richuan Garden, there was a horse-drawn hall on the left and various clothes were sold on the right. There was no sign of the magnificence and luxury of the brothel. Fox Mom learned from Jian Nanwu that Lao Chong was out visiting his nephew in the flower field and was not in the store. Fox Mom moved to the flower area and saw the flower city under construction. She also learned that the flower area had just experienced foreign invasion and war, and was now repairing and building a road connecting the Xiaoyu dynasty. And from the government office, she learned that Su Yen and Chong Qiong were currently in Heishui City, until she saw Heishui City in front of her. The big fox fell into deep thought. What kind of miserable life is our little fox living as a disaster victim? because the big fox knew how to ask for directions. She fell into Heishui City and grabbed the old city lord. In an instant, she learned that because of the disaster of the Beast Gate, the big families in Heishui City have temporarily moved to the seaside city. The proud insect immortal she mentioned should be there too. Seaside City. Su Qing threw the city lord away helplessly, and the city lord quickly crawled into the rubble and picked up some broken walls to cover himself to hide his body. After sighing, Fox Mom turned into a stream of light again and rushed directly in the direction pointed by the old city lord. Moving forward at the speed of a stream of light, Fox Mom had reached the sky above the seaside city in an instant. Looking at the city with people coming and going, Fox Mom spread her consciousness and began to explore various places in the seaside city. It's just a city on the coast, and there is no need to give them any face. The consciousness swept through unscrupulously and locked onto Su Yan's location in an instant. Su Qing's figure gradually disappeared, and when she appeared again the next moment, she was still in Su Yan's dormitory. "Ah, son, do you miss your mother?" Su Yan, who was bathing in a wooden tub and scrubbing off a layer of flower oil of unknown origin, looked at the human-shaped object that appeared on the bed with a horrified face. Chapter 253 Why are you so unlucky? Jung. The emerald green light bloomed on the bedpost, and the wrist-thick bedpost began to expand. In an instant, it expanded to a size large enough for a normal person to step out of the bedpost. The fox mother used the would escape method to instantly move to the bedroom of the Highland Inn. With a happy face, she tore off the painted skin on her cheeks, opened her arms to Su Yan, who was swimming in the wooden barrel, and said, "Ah, son, do you miss your mother?" Su Yan, who was scrubbing fur in the wooden barrel, saw the movement on the bed from the corner of his eyes, and was startled in his heart. Before he could react, the big fox had already appeared and opened his arms to Su Yan. "Mother!" Su Yan saw the appearance of the person clearly, and said in surprise with a look of shock on his face, "You are free again?" The moment he saw the fox mother, Su Yan was startled in his heart, and then he showed a happy expression. If the old mother, who was under house arrest, can appear, doesn't it mean that he is no longer facing? How can I regain my freedom? The old fox is still angry and kicking her feet. She is annoyed and angry. I don't know how many thousand-year-old solid wood tea table she has broken, but she can't do anything to me. The fox mother jumped down from the bed and said with a smile on her face, "Mother hasn't escaped yet. Now we can only say that she has sneaked out an incarnation. Su Qing's real body is still in the nine-tailed fox clan. What she has come out now is just an incarnation. Once the real body is gone, it will take no time for the old fox to capture her personally, and Su Yan may even be put into the pot and taken back. Therefore, even if the real body of the fox mother has a chance to escape, it is impossible to escape. It's also thanks to the recent unrest in the cultivation world. First, the mythical beast by Zay reappeared, and then the little rabbit tribe was trampled by the morning star giant. The nine-tailed fox and the sun golden crow came to help. Otherwise I wouldn't come out." Su Qing came to the front of the wooden barrel, smiling, lying on the edge of the barrel and looking at the little fox in the barrel, saying, "How is the little fox doing recently?" "My life is pretty good." Su Yan saw his old mother asking about his living conditions. Su Yan did not explain it in words, but just raised his hand, took out the magic whip in the storage ring, and turned his head to look out the window and shouted, "Hey, there's a big fox!" A top-grade magic weapon emitting evil spirits and a spiritual weapon with a sleeping spirit were placed in front of the fox mother. "How is your living standard?" The two spiritual weapons placed in front of Fox Mom explained everything. Su Yan showed a proud look on his face and said, "Except for my low cultivation level, I am very promising in other aspects." Fox Mom looked at the magic weapon and the spiritual weapon, and was silent for a moment without saying anything. She just raised her hand and touched the top of Su Yan's head. What an unlucky child. The spiritual weapon and the magic weapon in front of her could never have been bought by Lao Chong for Su Yan. That is to say, in just 1 year, Su Yan's cultivation level soared from the high level of Qi refining stage to the golden core stage. And he also got a top-grade magic weapon long sword and a spiritual weapon from some secret realm or grave by his own bad luck. For ordinary cultivators, it is an opportunity. But in Fox Mom's view, it is enough bad luck. The life of a little fox is really hard. Separated from the fox mother by a screen, Su Yan chattered about his own achievements, such as being watched by the granddaughter of the third Prince Xiaoyu, Princess Wuxi, also known as the county magistrate of Flower City, who was leading the livelihood of the people, and winning millions of pounds of spiritual stones in one hand through the battle of luck in the beast taming gate. However, as Su Yan went deeper into the story, the fox mother looked at Su Yan with more pity. Poor child. How did you do it? You can encounter all kinds of bad things? Su Qing and Ao Renlin are not poor families. In addition, they do not have the bad habit of gambling like my aunt. So the couple actually have quite a lot of wealth. There is no need for Su Yan to work so hard to make money. The reason why she did not give Su Yan money when he left home was purely because the fox mother was worried that money would bring disaster. Bang. Just as Su Yan was telling his story, the dormitory door was suddenly kicked open by his aunt. It's you? Big Fox. When the aunt entered the dormitory, she saw Su Qing squatting in front of the round table drinking tea. She smiled and said, I was wondering why I felt a familiar consciousness sweeping across the sky. Old bug. When Su Qing saw the aunt, she didn't say anything. She just hugged her aunt and said, I missed you so much. You don't know how hard my life is at home. I sit on the top of the mountain all day and night, and can't find any fun to play with. The fox mother was not short. After hugging the ant, half of the ant's head sank into the fox mother's chest, causing the ant to struggle immediately. The ant was only 1.6 meters tall, but she only reached in front of Su Yan's mother. Go. Go. Go! The ant rolled her eyes, and pushed away the fox mother, who was hugging her and spinning around, saying, What is your situation now? I only know from Su Yan that you were captured by the Yusuf fox. The Yusuf nine-tailed fox did not deliberately spread the news about the fox mother's arrest. Only some well-informed demons knew that the cultivation world was quiet, and there was no news about the fox mother. The old fox didn't want to make a big deal, so she didn't deliberately spread anything. She was going to deal with the matter secretly, and pretend nothing happened. The fox mother said, after all, they are not glorious either. The Yusuf family had no opinion on Su Qing. After all, in terms of strength alone, Su Qing's strength could be ranked in the front of the second line among the nine-tailed fox clan. In addition, the number of nine-tailed foxes was already pitifully small. They could not do anything to kill one to warn the rest. They had no opinion on Su Qing. As long as Su Qing honestly admitted her mistakes and divorced, they would just treat it as nothing. But it was not possible for Su Yan. If he did not agree to the conditions of voluntary castration, the nine-tailed fox would pull him up by the roots if it caught him. The nine-tailed fox was doing bad things, so it would not spread the news of its persecution of children. Ah? From cutting to pulling out by the roots? Su Yan shook off the water stains on his hair. When he came out, he just heard the fox mother talking about pulling out by the roots, and a look of shock appeared on his cheeks. They want you to squat and pee, so don't be careless. The fox mother raised her hands, with a funny look on her cheeks, scaring Su Yan. Your family affairs are really amazing no matter how many times you hear them. Auntie said helplessly, if it doesn't work, I will take Su Yan back to Pingfeng Mountain to hide. Those big foxes can't fight us in Pingfeng Mountain and ask us to hand over people. Right? It's not impossible. Fox Mom picked up Su Yan and put him in her arms, and habitually stretched her hands to Su Yan's belly and pinched him. After all, now is different from the past. The future cultivation world may experience a huge change. Everyone is actively preparing to deal with the inevitable changes. Huh? Auntie looked at Fox Mom with a puzzled face, not quite understanding what Fox Mom meant by the huge changes. It's just that the previous Jedi Tiantong has gradually become ineffective for some reason. Maybe the two immortals of Jedi and Tiantong are dead? We may not have noticed it yet, but the ancient cave formations and the universe that are sensitive to spiritual energy are now reviving. And some old ghosts who pretended to be dead may come out again. Fox Mom told Auntie something and asked Annie to start preparing as soon as possible. The effect of the Jedi Tiantong is gradually disappearing, which means that the cultivation world will gradually return to its original position. And on the way back, the concentration of spiritual energy in the cultivation world will also rise rapidly. Some old ghosts who were isolated and unable to ascend to the fairyland will surely revive from their suspended state and begin to accumulate strength when they realize that the cultivation world is returning. Huh? Su Yan looked at his old mother with surprise, and was surprised by what the fox mother said. He learned a little about the Jedi Tiantong from Dao Huajinjuan and Bai Zai's minds, but judging from his mother's appearance, she seemed to know a lot. Chapter 254, The Return of Heaven and the Return of Earth. Mother, what is the Jedi Tiantong? Su Yan, who was sitting on Fox Mother's lap, heard his mother say something that he had just come into contact with recently and wanted to continue to investigate in depth. Su Yin could not help but turn his head and look at Fox Mother to ask about the deeper content. It's just a big formation. In the past, the cultivation world we were in was very large. The gods couldn't bear to see the suffering in the world. So they raised their hands and flicked us all away. Fox Mother looked at Su Yin with a smile, raised her hand and flicked his nose lightly, saying, by directly flicking away all the unruly people like this, the original cultivation world would be torn apart and drifted into different spaces. And let the two immortals of Jedi Tiantong fix us all here. The two immortals are placed one above and one below, collectively known as the Return of Heaven and the Return of Earth. Although Fox Mother's words were more playful, if translated into serious words, it means that the powerful people in the fairy world, seeing the constant wars around the original fairy world, have felt tired. So they ordered the fairies under their command to divide the original fairy world and throw away all the wild lands, so as not to let those unruly people waste the fairy spirit of the original fairy world. The original fairy world is a whole, and the split original fairy world will still merge again as time goes by. The time point where Su Yin is the time when the two immortals, Jedi Tiantong, have passed away and the fairy world is merging. The unruly people also have resentment. Those old ghosts who are faking their death and living on really want to suppress those high and mighty people and explode them crazily. So, the cultivation world will become more and more chaotic, and you still have to pay more attention to current affairs. Fox Mom said with a smile. The cultivation world is preparing to counterattack the fairy world? Su Yin slowly asked. Is it so outrageous? It's not the cultivation world, but those abandoned innate holy spirits. The concentration of spiritual energy in the cultivation world is completely insufficient to support their survival. Most of the holy spirits eventually choose to hibernate, just like the Queen Mother of the West that our ancestors followed. Even the immortal grass for refining immortal medicine is handed over to the arrogant insect tribe for care. As the Fox Mother spoke, she nodded to the ant beside her and said to Su Yin, remember to treat your aunt well in the future. Better. Maybe she will be happy if you lick her. And she will turn around and take you home to drink some water from the immortal grass. Seeing Su Qing's mouth full of running cars, 3 black lines appeared on my aunt's forehead. And she complained, I haven't even seen the immortal grass bath water. I advise you not to think too much about the legendary immortal grass. It is not appropriate and rigorous to say that the Proud Insect Clan is in charge of the immortal grass. The Proud Insect Clan has only taken care of the immortal grass for a period of time, and there is a certain degree of intersection with the immortal grass. Not a subordinate relationship, but the relationship between the two is indeed very good. And the immortal grass also reciprocated and gave the Proud Insect something. For example, my aunt is already an adult beast, but she still maintains the body of a girl. This is the reverse growth behavior caused by the juice of the immortal grass. The Proud Insect's body will not leave any wounds and has extremely healing power. As long as every Proud Insect is not beheaded, it can basically live peacefully until the end of its life. In short, you should try to appease your aunt more often in the future, and you will definitely not get cheated. As Fox Mom said this, she took out a black thing from her storage bag and handed it to Su Yin, saying, by the way, I was so busy talking about those irrelevant things that I almost forgot the most important thing of this trip. Mother, please don't. Su Yin was listening attentively, but unexpectedly, Fox Mom stopped talking halfway and took out a black preserved egg from her storage bag. Su Yin was not very interested in the preserved egg. Instead, he wanted to know what would happen in the future when facing the return of the cultivation world, or what impact it would have on himself and the cultivation world. If you want to know more, go to your father. I am not interested in those things. He knows a lot about the innate Holy Spirit and the behind-the-scenes planning. Fox Mom shook her head and didn't continue to talk, because she didn't know much about the original fairy world. She only knew some general context. More in-depth things are not something you can know if you want to know. If you are not in the game, you can't understand it. You may even be forced to disappear because you know too much. The only thing that is certain is that the top forces in the cultivation world are planning things to resist risks, like the fox, rabbit, and Jinwu. The 4 tribes won over the arrogant insects before the Queen Mother fell asleep and gave them a seedling of the immortal tree. Although they didn't say anything, they were natural allies because of the relationship with the Queen Mother of the West. An alliance led by the Queen Mother of the West. All the 4 tribes need to do now is wait. Wait for the Queen Mother of the West to wake up from her sleep. I escaped on purpose to hand over the heart-seeking demon to you. Why don't you take a look at it? Fox Mom grabbed Su Yin's face and kept it on her cheek. She turned her eyes and asked Su Yan to look at the black preserved egg on the table and said, "The item inside is the heart-seeking demon, which has the effect of condensing the heart demon. When you reach the nascent soul stage, swallow it into your stomach, and you can condense the incarnation of the divine transformation cultivator one step ahead. Although the heart-seeing demon is a divine object, don't take it early just for the sake of strength." Fox Mom's face was slightly subtle and said, "Otherwise there may be some problems." "What problem?" Su Yan looked at the preserved egg on the table and asked Fox Mom and his aunt. Faced with Su Yan's question, the two elders who had already condensed the heart demon and defeated the heart demon ignored Su Yan's question very tacitly, not wanting to talk about it. The heart demon is a topic that the divine transformation cultivator cannot avoid. As long as there is a desire to advance to the earthly immortal realm, the incarnation cultivator must condense his inner demon and use the power of the inner demon to break through the physiological shackles and become a new life form. The so-called inner demon in the cultivation world is not something mysterious. In essence, the inner demon is the cultivator's own subconsciousness and the instinct of the creature. It will inherit the talent potential that the cultivator himself has never noticed. As long as the incarnation cultivator devours the inner demon, he can step into the fusion stage and completely refine himself into an earthly immortal with a lifespan of almost the same as the heaven and earth. The inner demon can be said to be the dark history of each person. Therefore, when Su Yan asked what the inner demon was, the aunt and the fox mother were silent at the same time, not wanting to mention that period of dark history. "Okay, I've brought the things. Just remember to take them when you reach the nascent soul stage. Then you'll know what inner demons are." Fox mother pinched Su Yan's mouth, completely ignoring her son's curiosity, and forcibly changed the subject, saying, "We're at the beach now. How about mother taking you to the sea to go fishing? Don't ask about adults' affairs, son. Knowing too much will affect the height of the little fox's shoulders." Su Yan, whose mouth was pinched by Fox mother, looked at the kind and lovely smile on his mother's cheek, blinked his eyes, and nodded to promise not to ask Fox mother any more. After getting Su Yan's promise, Fox mother picked up Su Yan and rubbed his cheek to show her affectionate motherly love. Chapter 255 Son. Be careful when you look for a wife next time. Let's go! Take our big son to play in the water. Because Su Yan asked too many questions, Fox Mom pinched Su Yan's mouth directly, then lifted Su Yan up and walked directly out of the dormitory, hoping to use the temptation of the outside world to shut up his mouth of 100,000 whys. I don't want the rare mother-son reunion to turn into a boring game of you ask me and answer. Su Qing. Seeing Fox Mom coming out of the dormitory, Lian Qi, who had been sitting in the courtyard waiting for a long time, stood up from the chair and looked at the beautiful woman holding Su Yan high, and shouted, "Huh? What's wrong?" Fox Mom looked at Lian Qi with a puzzled look and asked, "Yes. What's wrong?" Sitting in front of the tea table, Master Jean, without cracking the nuts in his hand, showed a strange smile on his cheek, and echoed Fox Mom's words and asked Lian Qi, I. Lian Qi looked at the woman in front of him, opening his mouth to speak but stopping for a long time. His cheeks flushed, and then he timidly said, "I don't agree. I absolutely don't agree with your marriage with Ao Renlin. Ao Renlin is not a good match no matter how I look at it. I will never agree." "Is that all?" Fox Mom looked at Lian Qi and asked again. "Yes. Is that all?" Master Jean turned sideways to look at Lian Qi's face. "That's all." Lian Qi nodded awkwardly. Ao Renlin is really not a good match. Divorce as soon as possible. I promise to take good care of you and your mother in the future. TSK. Fox Mom did not continue to speak. After two TSKs, she lifted Su Yan up again, shaking left and right, as if she was playing a game, and left with Su Yan. "That's it?" Taisher Jean showed disappointment on his face. He thought he would see some violent love triangle. But unexpectedly, Lian Qi only shouted loudly in his mouth. When he really saw the real owner, he was timid and couldn't even speak clearly. "Waste my vacation time. Lian Qi. Did I let you see it? Why are you so long-winded? Don't you, the dignified Taisher Xiaoyu, have to go to court? Mother, that Uncle Lian Qi is a bit perverted. Last time, he blatantly asked me to call him father." Su Yan, who was held high by the Fox mother, thought about it and told what happened in the government office last time. It's like taking advantage of his father not daring to show up. He secretly came to ambush and asked me to call him father until it became a habit. And then he wanted to assist as an insider to persuade his mother to divorce. Don't worry too much. He's just a bad-tempered little brother. The fox mother put Su Yin on her shoulder, smiled and turned her cheek to let her son kiss her. Then she spoke helplessly. What did Lianqi say? He doesn't really care who I marry. He only cares about how to make me kick your father away. He won't hurt you. Don't worry. Lianqi and Su Qing knew each other very early, and they knew each other not long after they came out of the womb. They were childhood sweethearts. Su Qing was a little older than Lianqi, and often took Lianqi and her aunt, who was born later, to play around the mountains and fields. They were still good friends until they went to the Wanyao City Academy. Lianqi didn't care who Su Qing married. He just knew that the Nine-Tailed Fox and the Dragon Clan were impossible. The Nine-Tailed Fox was extremely concerned about the purity of the bloodline, and it was a lot of trouble for the Tengu, who was also a beast, to propose to the Nine-Tailed Fox. The Su clan is relatively open. If the Nine-Tailed Fox of Qingqiu clan proposed marriage, the elders of Qingqiu clan would have rushed over with swords as soon as they opened their mouths. The Dragon Clan is notorious for its promiscuity. The mosquitoes that come out of the Dragon Clan territory in the morning are blushing with shame. Su Qing and Ao Renlin are impossible. It is ridiculous for them to really get married. Facts have also proved that after Ao Renlin and Su Qing got married, the Dragon Clan and the Nine-Tailed Fox had constant disputes. The Dragon Clan was angry that Ao Renlin was not up to the task and abandoned the tradition of the Dragon Clan for his own selfish desires. The Nine-Tailed Fox was angry that Su Qing had no choice but to choose the notorious Dragon Clan as her husband. Both clans were extremely dissatisfied with their marriage. The Dragon Clan even spent a lot of money to reward Ao Renlin and issued a notice in the Endless Sea that anyone with Dragon Clan blood, no matter how thin the blood in their body was, could be directly included in the genealogy of the North Sea Dragon Clan as long as they could subdue Ao Renlin. Lianqi didn't know anything else. He just knew that Su Qing was not living well now. Why should a dignified Su Nine-Tailed Fox follow you? A four-legged snake? To suffer? Do you think you are still the North Sea Black Dragon? Now the Four Seas Dragons and Sub-Dragons are looking for your bad luck. Lianqi, who was so angry, directly found Tying Patriarch and asked him to come forward to propose marriage to the Su Nine-Tailed Fox. Su Qing was like an elder sister. Seeing that Su Qing was secretly wanted by the Nine-Tailed Fox, Lianqi felt that the nameless evil fire was rising from his heart. Rather than saying that Lianqi loved Su Qing deeply, it would be better to say that Lianqi felt unworthy for Su Qing, and he wanted to kill Ao Renlin with a knife to vent his anger. Su Qing also knew these. But things about feelings are originally unclear. If the feeling came, they would be together. Why are there so many whys and whys? How can I know what's going on? Little Fox. When mentioning Lianqi, Fox Mom suddenly remembered that she had not had time to teach her son how to choose a suitable woman as a partner. She had not had time to say many things because they had been in such a hurry after the separation. When you look for a woman in the future, remember to choose a woman with a temperament like your mother. Fox Mom lifted Su Yin from her shoulders and said seriously, don't make the wrong choice. Ah? Su Yin looked at his mother with confusion and said, what kind of woman is a woman like mother? In Su Yin's heart, Fox Mom is a person with a relatively unreliable personality but is particularly good to him. If he really wants to describe Fox Mom, Su Yin can only think of one word. Good. Just go find some bad women. Fox Mom said seriously, the worse the woman, the better she knows how to use sweet words and know how to deceive a handsome man. You can just use your face to get him to eat, drink, and play. She also knows how to pamper you and give you spiritual stones and flowers. Such a woman is a good woman. Understand? Remember to find such a woman in the future. Don't mess with those decent women or virgins. Once you meet them, you can't get away. Mother, are you sure this is teaching your child how to start a family in the future? Listening to his mother's earnest teachings, Su Yin felt that Fox Mom was not teaching him how to find a wife, but was teaching him how to deal with fraud and how to make a fortune in a strange place by relying on his face. Don't worry about it. Just remember it. If there is no blood relationship, only bad women will pamper you unconditionally, give you kisses and hugs, and give you endless spiritual stones. Mother, how can you understand so much? I'm not. I usually rely on robbing. Lao Chong is responsible for drafting the draft. I am responsible for knocking down the enemy. Lao Qi is responsible for connecting the property. And Xiao Wang is outside to support. Su Yin, no wonder. Mother, do you know? In the mouth of your friends, you are extremely uncultured, bullying men and women and doing all kinds of evil. And you are a wicked person who only kicks the good legs of the lame. Is it really good to ruin the reputation of the nine-tailed fox like this? We seem to be divine beasts. Chapter 256 Fox Drifting on the Sea. This is not teaching me how to find a wife. It's clearly teaching me how to use my youthful face to get free food and drink. Su Yan, who was lying on Fox Mom's shoulder, secretly criticized Fox Mom's point of view in his heart. But Su Yan didn't think it was strange. After all, the big fox was the one who could use a scoop net to abduct monks in broad daylight at his doorstep. If she taught him how to make money and support his family down to earth, Su Yan would doubt whether the big fox in front of him was his biological mother. Walking out of the sea phosphorus in and onto the street, Fox Mom put on a layer of painted skin again, not wanting to cause Su Yan to fall into the scoop net because of her relationship. Ding-da-ding-da-da. When I came to the streets of the seaside city, the scenery I saw was completely different from yesterday. I could vaguely see white ever-bright lanterns hanging high in front of some large commercial banks. And there were faint sounds of swana. And paper money fell all over the ground. Hanging white ever-bright lanterns is a funeral custom in the southern states and some neighboring areas. From the day of the death of a loved one, the mansion and the business shop need to hang the ever-burning lamp. And until the second day of the first 7 days, all the places where the ever-burning lamp is hung must be brightly lit. And there must not be a large area of black shadows in the place where you are. Otherwise, it may attract some bad things. Su Yan originally lived in the southern state, and when he saw the white ever-burning lamp, he knew that someone was holding a funeral. The news of the death of those earth immortals should have spread to the coastal city. Right? Su Yan lay on the shoulder of the fox mother and secretly glanced at the scenery inside the shop, revealing a strange look. Most of the monks who had previously peeked into the Taoist canon of the beast-taming sect were from the coastal city. So they completely annoyed the Lord of the Night, who hated the beast-taming sect. And a group of black fog directly slaughtered all the monks. That is, his group, as well as the 3 flattering earth immortals and their descendants survived. And the other monks, who tried to get involved in the Taoist canon of the beast-taming sect, all died. Su Yan was not sad. But a thought suddenly popped up in his mind. With so many earthly immortals dead, will their families unite to use spirit stones to buy the Lord of the Night? It is no wonder that Su Yan thought so. Earthly immortals are basically treasures for the house, and the source of wealth for the clan. Now that the earthly immortals in the clan have died, the interest network built on them can be said to be gradually ineffective. The slightly weaker clans may not be able to continue to bully men and women. The Lord of the Night is cutting off people's wealth. It is really hard to say what a furious and stupid person can do. Mother, let's go to the Coast Tea House first. Su Yan jumped off Fox Mother's shoulder and led Fox Mother to the Coast Tea House, saying, I have already made an appointment with a guide yesterday. I want her to take me around the more distinctive scenic spots in the coastal city. Why do we need a guide when we have Mother here? When your mother, my aunt, and I were drifting in the sea. You were not even born yet. Fox Mother spoke with a little dissatisfaction. Why did the mother and son bring an outsider out for a good trip? The old bug wanted to come along, but was kicked away by her. As a result, her son actually said that he wanted to bring other monks to play together. You think your mother is old and it will be embarrassing. Right? You only want to hug your beautiful sister, and don't kiss your mother anymore. Hey, if I had known this, when you caught the beauty picture, Mother should have. Mother! Su Yan quickly interrupted Fox Mom's speech, not letting her say anything. That was agreed yesterday. Everything should be first come first served. Okay. I can't go back on my word. Right? The trial is similar to the grabbing of the weak in the previous life. When they were still living in the southern state, Fox Mom and Dragon Dad felt free one day. So they took out some magic tools and other items from the storage ring for Su Yan to choose to play with. At that time, Su Yan was really small, and even the yellowing hair on his body had not faded completely. Naturally, he could not read. So when he saw a pile of items in front of him, he clearly realized that it should be the grabbing of the weak. So, he specially selected a book from a pile of magic tools, spirit stones, and herbs. He thought it was some secret book of cultivating immortals. So he sat on the book, looked at Fox Mom and Dragon Dad with a classic Shiba Inu smile, raised his hand, and patted the little book. Fox Mom and Dragon Dad were silent. Fox Mom raised her hand and hit Dragon Dad on the shoulder, saying, It's all your Dragon Clan's fault. You keep mumbling about reproduction, multiplication, and having sex with female beasts. Now the little fox hasn't even stopped breastfeeding. And you already know how to look through the brothel's book of talented women to choose a woman. Dad Dragon looked at Su Yan deeply, showing a very helpless expression, as if saying, Why don't you learn good things but embrace the bad habits of the Dragon Clan? Su Yin didn't notice it at all. Instead, he saw his parents arguing and thought he had chosen something good, which shocked his parents to the point of being speechless. For Fox Mom, this incident was an interesting thing about Su Yin when he was a baby. But for Su Yin, it was a completely black history. Fox Mom held a lot of interesting things about Su Yin because of the different worlds. The most classic one was that Dragon Dad brought back fresh seafood for the mother and son. And Su Yin almost let the crab on the plate fall off the table with one claw. How could a fox in the body refining stage possibly chew a crab monster in the foundation building stage? In the tea house on the coast, there was still some time before the sea hour. So Fox Mom took Su Yin to a small shop next door and chose a set of clothes. It would not be good to wear clothes tightly like Su Yin when going to play on the sea later. Once wet, it would stick to the skin and be very uncomfortable. Therefore, Fox Mom bought Su Yin a new sleeveless double-breasted jacket, medium-length shorts, a pair of straw sandals, and 4-tooth wooden shoes to see how Su Yin liked to match them. She also followed the local customs and changed herself into a set of seagoing clothes similar to those of Mihai Sanren. The clothes in each region are different. At first glance, they may seem very strange, but the local clothes have been optimized for the local area. Although they are strange, they are also very practical. By the way, Mother, speaking of going out to sea, I happen to have a ferry boat here. Can it be used later? Seeing Fox Mother choosing fishing rods and bait, Su Yin seemed to suddenly remember something, and fumbled from his hair crown, and fumbled out a jade hairpin, which was decorated with a red glass ball. And inside, it was a ferry boat in a miniature sealed state. Ferry boat! Seeing Su Yin take out the ferry boat, Fox Mother's face did not show surprise, but disappointment. Why does Mother look disappointed? Su Yin asked Fox Mother with a little confusion. Because Mother is very disappointed in you. And even the few hobbies that Mother has are taken away, Fox Mother said with a disappointed face. And while speaking, she also made a fishing rod pulling action, saying, I thought I could see my son fishing, but because of lack of strength, I couldn't pull it up. So I had to choose to show my true form. With a face full of clenched teeth, 1 foot on the bow of the canoe, the little fox leaned back and suddenly pulled the fishing rod, Fox Mother said. And even through the wood method, she created a canoe on the spot, demonstrating the situation that Su Yin was pulled by a big fish while fishing. Su Yin, Mother, have you ever thought that when your child feels that he can't pull it anymore, he will throw away the fishing rod instead of letting the big fish pull him to the sea surface? Impossible. My son will never do such a boring thing. Even if he wants to amuse his emptiness, Mother, he will grit his teeth and act. After saying this, Fox Mother also playfully winked at Su Yin to show the pity of the emptiness mother. Su Yin. Chapter 257 Endless Sea. Around the hour of sea, Mihai Sanren arrived at the coast tea house as promised, looking for Su Yin, with whom he had made an appointment. As soon as he arrived, he saw a plump beauty with skin as white as snow, raising her hand to feed Su Yin with purple-red myrtle fruit. The two fair-skinned people formed a sharp contrast with the tea house with insufficient light, and the air was filled with laughter. It hurts. When Mihai Sanren was confused, a coconut fell from the coconut forest and hit Mihai Sanren's head directly, making him scream and cover his head with his hand. Hit my head again, bastard. After Mihai Sanren came to his senses, he raised his foot and kicked the trunk of the coconut tree directly, kicking the trunk of the coconut tree to bend it to 90 degrees before he vented his anger. Is she the sea-seeking waterer you mentioned? She looks like a hapless person. Fox Mom glanced at the farce outside the tea house, then glanced at Su Yin who was sitting in front of her, and said with a smile, since the guide has arrived, let's set off to the endless sea to fish. There are not many entertainments at the seaside. In addition to eating and shopping, the most talked about recreational activity is to go fishing at sea. You may lose money on bait with one rod, or you may catch a sea beast worth hundreds of thousands of kilograms of spiritual stones. Of course, Fox Mom chose to take Su Yin to go sea fishing, not for spiritual stones. With her ability, it is easy to earn a lot of spiritual stones. The reason for choosing sea fishing is that she wants to play on the sea with Su Yin. During the voyage, she can fish and cook the fish immediately after catching them. After lunch, she can also go swimming in the sea together. The most important thing is that there are not so many idle people to disturb her playing with the little fox. Although I knew before that your family might be relatively wealthy. When they came to the coast, Mihai Sanren looked at the large immortal boat that was undergoing self-inspection and charging. and couldn't help but look at Su Yan and his mother and complained, "But you didn't say that your family was so wealthy. What is an amusement-type immortal boat? Simply put, it is a toy for rich children. A magic weapon used to show off their wealth when traveling for fun. Not to mention whether the cultivators who are looking for can afford it. Even a Sanren Shang Xian in the god transformation stage can't afford a full amount of spiritual stones. Su Yan can take out such a thing, which is enough to prove that the little demon child in front of him is not ordinary rich. Strictly speaking, the cruise immortal boat is not my personal property. I am keeping it for you." Su Yan responded modestly. The cruise immortal boat is indeed not Su Yan's. But Princess Wuxi appreciates Su Yan's identity and wants Su Yan to come to her side as a minister under her skirt. It was a gift to him. The price of a cruise immortal boat is more than 1 million spirit stones. Here we only count the price of the immortal boat. The price of the interior decoration and supplies is not included in the price of the immortal boat. You need to spend extra spirit stones to buy it with the cultivators of the weapons sect. Although the immortal boat is expensive, Su Yan still remembers the unintentional words of Princess Wuxi. It's really too empty, surrounded by flattery and cliques. Just take it if I give it to you. It's just a matter of tens of millions of pounds of spirit stones. I have never been scolded for spending hundreds of millions of spirit stones in an afternoon before. So, you don't need to worry about anything. Just accept my kindness. It's not him who is really rich, but the princess. So Su Yan didn't show off in front of Mihai Sanren. He said it directly, saying that the ferry boat was temporarily deposited here by Princess Wuxi for safekeeping. Your family's potential is not bad to know such a rich kid. Mihai Sanren secretly complained. Who has a star disc to borrow? Fox Mom poked her head out of the 4th floor cab and asked the two of them. To sail in the endless sea, you can't sail normally with a compass or Sinan. You must match it with a display astronomical instrument. The combination of the three can sail normally and unimpeded on the endless sea. Star disc? Are you planning to go to the endless sea? Mihai Sanren heard the term from Fox Mom's mouth and immediately showed a shocked expression and said, "It's very dangerous there." After leaving the land 40 miles away, they set foot in the endless sea area. The ocean is more than 10 times larger than the land. But sea beasts reproduce by giving birth to dozens or even hundreds of cubs. Some female beasts can even give birth to 2 or 3 babies every year. No matter how large the area is, it is not enough for the sea beasts to toss. The ecological civilization in the endless sea area is extremely cruel. It can basically be said that cultivators below the spiritualization stage are forbidden to go there. Mihai Sanren has never been to the endless sea. He usually only heard about it from the sea capture group and fellow Taoists. Therefore, when Mihai Sanren heard Fox Mother asking for the star disc, he knew where she was going. The star disc is a must for going to the endless sea. If you don't have it, it will be difficult to get out of the endless sea. So, do you have a star disc? Yes. Su Yan. In the cab. Fox Mother set up the navigation logic with the star disc as the main sea nan and the compass as the auxiliary, and activated the immortal boat formation to drive it on the sea, but did not activate the formation used for defense. Once it was activated, the sea beasts within a radius of 10 miles sensed the fluctuation of spiritual power and ran away. Come! Fox Mother turned over from the 4th floor and landed gently on the deck. She took out the sea fishing rod and the sea beast corpse bought from the market from the storage bag and said, "Little fox, come here. Mother will teach you how to become a little fox floating on the sea." Mihai Sanren looked at Fox Mother's actions with a slightly puzzled expression on his cheek. Storage bag? It shouldn't be. The son wears a storage ring and drives a ferry boat. How come the mother only has a storage bag? Among the storage instruments, the storage bag is the most economical and affordable instrument. A good one can be bought secondhand for dozens of kilograms of spirit stones. Even the storage bag with the largest space costs less than 5,000 kilograms of spirit stones. Therefore, when Mihai Sanren saw the storage bag, he was confused for a while. A kind monk gave it to me. Fox Mother saw Mihai Sanren's expression, as if she could read her mind, and instantly knew what she was thinking, and said with a smile, "To be precise, is it a simple-minded demon cultivator? Anyway, I'm not sure." Su Yan, who was tying the bait, looked at his mother with a strange face. "Are you sure it's simple?" "Of course it is. As soon as it saw me, it said that it had never seen such a fairy before, and said that it wanted to take me back to be its wife. But I am a married woman. How could I do such a despicable thing?" So I sold it to a brothel in the human territory, where a bunch of beautiful girls would choose it. The money from its sale was just enough for me to buy a second-hand storage bag. Fox Mom smiled sweetly, peacefully and kindly. Foxes are best at bewitching people, and Fox Mom is very good at it. If someone wants her beauty, she will just trick him into selling him in a brothel. In a sense, the communication between the two is indeed simple. Just as Su Yin was amazed at his mother's bad behavior, the fishing rod in his hand suddenly moved. The bait he had just thrown into the sea caught something. Su Yin tried to pull the fishing rod back, but the hook seemed to be stuck. No matter how hard Su Yin tried, there was no sign of recovery. There was even a faint sign that Su Yin was dragged to the guardrail of the ferry boat. Hey! Su Yin kicked the guardrail of the ferry boat heavily, and used his whole body to exert his strength and water control ability, trying to compete with the big fish in the sea. As Su Yin pressed down, the big fish biting the hook in the seabed seemed to loosen a little, and the steel cable was gradually retracted. Su Yin had already sat on the deck. Seeing the big fish hooked, he no longer cared about the sea-seeking man beside him. He directly changed back to his original form, and stepped on the deck with his feet. He held the sea fishing rod with his two fox claws, and pushed it forward with his shoulders on the fishing rod. Hua la la. A wave hit the hull, and the big fish caught by Su Yin finally revealed its body. A huge shadow gradually floated up from the seabed to the surface of the water. It rose slowly, as if there was no end, and even blocked the sunlight, leaving the immortal boat completely in the shadow. The tentacles of the comber opened one by one, and one of the tentacles was covered with a stone pillar as big as a boat. And Su Yan's sea fishing hook was to make the Hiluo fish in front of him tightly grasped in the tentacles. Mihai Sanren was completely frozen in place. He glanced at Su Yin, who was still pulling the fishing rod. A trace of cold sweat gradually seeped out of his forehead. He trembled and said, "Hey, Xiao Bai, stop pulling the fishing rod. The big fish fairy has come out. Who are you looking down on?" The supergiant octopus slowly spoke and threw the bait that Su Yin used for fishing back to the boat. "So many rotten fish and shrimps. What are you fishing for? Who the hell cares about you? Fix." Seeing Su Yan's body unstable and falling, the fox mother next to him cast a fixation spell, raised her eyes, and saw a white fox-shaped phantom condensed in the void, pinching the body of Hiluoyu and pulling it out of the sea. "Look!" Su Qing's eyes were green, and the fox phantom in the void stretched out two fingers to clamp the stone pillar that Hiluoyu was holding, raised it high and poured a lot of spiritual power to reinforce it, and slammed it on its head, hitting it on the head with 3 consecutive sticks. "I don't look down on you." The fox mother put the Hiluo fish back into the sea, picked up the fishing hook on the deck, and threw it directly on the Hiluo fish's cheek. "I didn't even look at you. Eat it. If you can't eat it, I'll eat you." "What a spoilsport. It's right here. If you have the guts, put the fishhook in my mouth. If you can't put it in, just hold it in your mouth." Chapter 258 Abnormal Sea Fishing. Put it in your mouth and hold it. Mother Fox picked up Su Yan's sea fishing hook and threw it heavily on Hiluoyu's face. The heavy force made Hiluoyu, who was as heavy as a mountain, retreat. The white fox phantom in the air raised the rock pillar again and hit Hiluoyu's head with another big stick as a warning. Woo! Hiluoyu's big octopus head changed color several times when the white fox phantom raised the rock stick and hit it. Hiluoyu no longer dared to talk nonsense and held the inferior bait that he usually didn't even look at in his eyes. As an old man on the endless seashore, Hiluoyu usually eats the spiritual beasts cast by the sea fishing team. Today, he suddenly saw that some ignorant guys dared to perfunctorily use rotten fish and shrimp. Hiluoyu originally wanted to confiscate the fishing rod, but the guy on the boat got excited and pulled him for a long time. Such behavior immediately angered Hiluoyu, causing him to emerge from the bottom of the sea, ready to teach the kid who ran to the edge of the endless sea to fish what rules are. "Who are you trying to fool with these rotten fish and shrimp? Dare to spoil my child's interest? I'll kill you." Fox Mom gradually restrained her fierce look, raised her finger and pointed at her nail plate, signaling the stupid fish in front of her to lie down honestly. And if she dared to do anything out of line, she would beat it into an octopus ball. Fox Mom dispersed the white fox Dharma image in the air, and also lifted the immobilization spell of Su Yin and Mihai. Su Yan's figure fell straight to the ground and slid forward for several meters because of the empty pull of the sea fishing rod. Mihai's cheeks still maintained a frightened expression. But as the immobilization spell was lifted, Mihai Sanren was directly shocked. Originally, Hiluoyu's face was full of ferocity. as if the demon god appeared in the world. With 10 hands, one hand grabbed Su Yan's steel cable for fishing, and the other hand held a rock stick that was larger than the hull. As a result, before even a blink of an eye, the previously arrogant 10-armed Hiluoyu fell on the deck, with several large gaps on its head bleeding, and the surrounding sea was stained black by the octopus ink. A slap and 4 consecutive hammers sprayed out the Hiluoyu's ink. If the fox mother hadn't thought it was still somewhat useful, the Hiluoyu might have been crushed by the white fox phantom with one hand. Although she is now only an external incarnation, the external incarnation is not necessarily weak. The biggest difference between the external incarnation and the original body is that it cannot use magical powers and has a slightly lacking mana reserve. But there is no difference in other aspects. Such a big fish? Su Yan came back to his senses and tried to hold the fishing rod firmly. But he turned around and saw the huge Hiluoyu leaning against the side of the ferry boat, looking half dead. Can I catch this thing? When Su Yan saw the big octopus, he was almost scared to jump off the boat and doggy paddle to escape. Even if Su Yan released the secret of immortality and revealed his true form as a 3-tailed fox, the size of the entire fox might not be as big as the breathing holes on the skin of the giant octopus in front of him. How could this thing be caught? Besides, he couldn't even see through its cultivation. Fox Mom silently clenched her fist, and her fist hardened again. Hero, spare my life. Seeing this, Hiluoyu didn't dare to continue pretending to be dead, fearing that he would really die if he pretended to be dead. He quickly straightened his body and looked at Su Yan on the deck, saying weakly, I am very weak now. I was ambushed by my enemies at the bottom of the sea not long ago. I have been escaping until now. Then I saw the bait thrown by the hero. I couldn't help but sneak up to eat it to restore my strength. In the great terror between life and death, Hiluoyu didn't care about the dignity of a sea beast in the god transformation stage. He almost knelt in front of Su Yan and picked up his fox feet and kissed them fiercely. Mihai Sanrin, you were like this last second. How did you become so weak after completing the disguise in an instant? Where is your big stick that is as big as a ferry boat? Didn't you say that rotten fish and shrimp are not worthy of fishing in the endless sea? Hero, spare my life. Xiao Lu is willing to offer the most delicious part of my body. Please be merciful. I am really so weak that I can't move now. And even the wounds on my body can't heal. Hiluoyu glanced at Fox Mother, and saw that the coldness on Fox Mother's cheeks was getting stronger and stronger. She immediately continued to brag about Su Yan's bravery, and was willing to offer treasures. As Hiluoyu said this, he cut off one of his arms, and put it on the deck of the ferry boat for Su Yan to taste. If he was still not satisfied, he could cut off 9 arms and a reproductive line. How long will it take to eat this? The size of an octopus tentacles almost filled up the deck of the bow of the ferry boat. Even if he filled his storage ring, he couldn't fit this big octopus at all. Su Yan couldn't help but look at Fox Mom and asked her how to deal with this big octopus. If you can't eat it, let it be used as a reserve food. Don't we need to feed bait when we go fishing later? The huge size of Hiluoyu should be just right. Fox Mom thought about it and suggested to Su Yan. Su Yan looked at Hiluoyu, and Hiluoyu nodded frantically, showing a cowardly character. Speaking of fish sashimi, I just happened to have some wasabi in my storage bracelet. Su Yan won the first battle. With one shot of the fishing rod, he caught a huge and cowardly Hiluo fish. The immortal boat directly closed all the driving formations, and let the Hiluo fish swim in front, and carry the immortal boat to the endless sea. On the deck of the immortal boat, Mihai Sanrin had already started grinding wasabi, and was preparing to cut a piece of white meat on the tentacles of the Hiluo fish as fish sashimi to enjoy. The spirit beast of the great demon in the spirit transformation stage is a tonic in the eyes of the cultivators. The spiritual power contained in it is comparable to, or even exceeds that of low-level elixirs. Seeing that there was food to taste, Su Yan did not continue to pay attention to the sea fishing rod in his hand. He clamped the fishing rod with a fixed frame and ran to Mihai Sanrin's side, looking at the white octopus meat on the small vegetable board. Wow! However, as soon as Su Yan let go of the fishing rod, a cry of surprise came from the end of the fishing rod. How can you be so unethical? Didn't you see any big fish being hooked? In the stunned eyes of Su Yan and Mihai Sanrin, a white hand climbed up along the steel cable of the fishing rod. And finally a woman with a human upper body and a fish tail in the lower body climbed over the guardrail of the ferry boat and landed on the deck. Are you from the mermaid tribe? Seeing the woman's appearance, Su Yan asked with a surprised face. No, I'm from the Jiu tribe. The woman shook her head and turned around, revealing a shark-like fin on her back. and then smiled and said, of course. Some human guys like to call us lazy fish. Well, we are indeed quite lazy. Is this a dolphin spirit? After Su Yan saw the fins on the woman's back, he immediately realized that the Jiu tribe member in front of him was a dolphin. Why did you come to our boat? Su Yan looked at the dolphin in front of him without clothes and asked. It's impossible that you really volunteered. Yes, I volunteered to take the bait. Because the big brother Helluayu below said there was a handsome boy here. So I came up to take a look. Take a look. The dolphin stretched lazily, then opened his arms and rested on the edge of the guardrail, saying, although I didn't see the handsome boy, I also want to see the fox. Come quickly. After all, we lazy fish like a long sea fishing rod. Dolphins are similar to humans. There is no fixed breeding season at all, and they are not close to males just for reproduction. It is more likely that they are just greedy for the appearance of the handsome boy opposite. Like humans, they can experience pleasure. Chapter 259 Horrible Upright Ape. Sisters, there are really male beasts on the boat. Come and line up to taste the fresh ones. A pure first-hand land beast cub. Jiu saw that Su Yan was unwilling to come, and after thinking about it, an exclamation mark suddenly appeared on his head. He immediately thought that Su Yan might feel that the scene was not lively enough, which caused him to not be able to get into the state at all. Jiu, who understood this, turned his head, lay on the guardrail of the ferry boat, and shouted to the endless sea. Although Jiu's mouth did not produce much sound, there was a special vocal organ in Jiu's mouth. It allowed her voice, which was obviously not loud, to spread to a radius of 100 miles in a way that other tribes could not hear. Is it true? Another Jiu popped out of the sea, looked at Su Yan's ferry boat and asked, had the beast brothels now expanded to the outer areas of the endless sea? Are the services so good? One by one, Jiu popped out of the sea, and the big fish, a friend of the Jiu clan, also poked out his huge head. Big fish refers to creatures like whales in Su Yan's cognition. Sea beasts like Jiu and big fish occasionally take the initiative to go to the brothels to seek excitement. Now that they heard their good sisters say that the beast brothels have opened on the shore of the endless sea, they naturally prepared to consume with curiosity. Don't spread it more and more outrageously. Jiu on the ferry boat said that there were beast cubs. The first Jiu who popped out of the sea did not hear it. And then the other Jiu and big fish obviously heard it wrong, and heard the beast cubs as the opening of the demon clan brothel on the sea painting boat. Seeing Jiu standing on tiptoe, taking small steps and preparing to hold the thunderbolt, Su Yan was really scared. There were indeed only a few on the ferry boat, but there was already a long line outside the ferry boat. Su Yan could even see big fish bigger than the Hiluo fish queuing up. A quick glance showed that there were at least 100 customers. Even if the legendary Yellow Emperor was resurrected, he couldn't stop them today. Mom, save me! Seeing that the situation was gradually getting out of control, Su Yan had to leap into the arms of the fox mother like a fox, hoping that she would stop this increasingly ridiculous farce. Ha ha! Sitting on a lounge chair and basking in the sun, the fox mother witnessed the farce caused by Su Yan, laughing so hard that she fell backwards, and had no intention of helping. It was not until Su Yan jumped into her arms that the fox mother slowly spoke. Isn't this a good thing? At least it proves that I, your mother, know how to give birth. And I have good taste. And I gave birth to a little fox that everyone loves. I, your mother, laid the foundation for you to have 3,000 women when you grow up. Mom. Su Yan raised his hand and pointed to the sea level, pointing to the curious sea beasts who were still queuing up to get on the ferry boat, and said angrily, whose fox can stand such a toss? Seeing that the little fox was really getting angry, the fox mother did not continue to tease Su Yan, but came forward to stop the rumors that were getting more and more bizarre, and invited everyone to get on the ferry boat to drink water. Jiu and Dayu both like to drink fresh water. They came all the way here, and also provided such an interesting program for the fox mother to watch. The fox mother naturally knew to pay to watch the interesting programs they provided. Huh? There's a terrifying upright ape here. Su Yan and Mihai Sanren took out all the fresh water and drinks in their storage rings and distributed them to Jiu and Dayu, who just wanted to patronize Su Yan's business. Ah? Mihai Sanren, who was called the horror upright ape by Jiu, looked at Jiu with astonishment. Huh? Su Yan, who had transformed into a human form, also approached Mihai Sanren with a little curiosity and asked, what do you mean by horror upright ape? The human race calls themselves the human race. The concept of human comes from the figurative language, which mainly emphasizes that the human race knows how to use their hands to make tools and form a society. However, in other ethnic groups, the racial names of the human race are quite different. The monsters of Wanyao City and the sea beasts of the Endless Sea generally call the human race Dangerous Upright Ape or Horror Upright Ape. Su Yin was born in the southern state. He was originally a monster born in the human territory. Naturally, he could not know the name of the human race in the monster race. And Fox Mom was unlikely to teach Su Yin such meaningless knowledge. The Horror Upright Ape is the Horror Upright Ape. Facing Su Yin's inquiry, Jiyu was slightly distressed and thought carefully for a moment. Then explained by analogy, like there is a coral forest in front of us. If the sea bream or the black carp eats it, they can eat it until they die. And they can also feed the coral forest through themselves. And the whole family can live in it. But when the Horror Upright Ape sees the coral forest, they may cut it all down without saying a word, and even dig up the roots of the coral forest. Not only will they destroy the coral forest, but they will also kill all the residents in it. Killing is fine. The Horror Upright Ape likes to dissect us alive, take the demon pills and fish fins, and then sell our remains at a high price. It's so scary. Shiyu thought for a while and said, no matter where the Horror Upright Ape goes, it will eventually cause great suffering to the people. Su Yin thought about it, and found that Jiyu's explanation really made sense. It seems that the human race really belongs to the Horror Upright Ape, and basically no grass grows wherever they go. If the farming culture wants to open up wasteland, the first thing must be slash and burn farming. To put it simply, it is to burn the original vegetation and use the ash composting method to make the land more fertile next year, and then start planting crops. In the eyes of the human race, they are just farming and have not done anything harmful to the world. But in the eyes of the creatures living in the fields and mountains, these upright apes in front of them are simply ghosts who take their lives. Not only did they slaughter their own people, but they also destroyed their homes with a big fire and occupied their homes. The sea beasts are not close to the human race, and they are very reluctant to let the human race wander on their territory. Therefore, Shiyu and the big fish have two completely opposite attitudes towards Su Yin and Mihai Sanren. When facing Su Yin, they all smile and ask the little fox if he wants to recall his childhood wet nurse. When facing Mihai Sanren, they are very cold, just not showing hostility. The land monsters and the sea monsters are both monsters. They just live in different places. Moreover, there is no conflict of geography and interests. When the two sides meet, they are naturally distant relatives, not to mention how close they are. At least they can greet each other with a smile. Therefore, when they learned that the sea beast brothel was opened, the Jiyu tribe and the Dayu tribe came to support it. Of course, they did not come here simply to support it. They also wanted to experience an exciting life. Su Yin learned a lot about sea beasts from Jiyu. And then he knew that Jiao Nanwu was a relatively different existence among sea beasts. Most sea beasts actually did not welcome the visit of humans. After walking around the Jiyu tribe, Su Yin went to the Dayu tribe to make a fuss, and then returned to the fox mother to lean on the recliner to rest for a while. I don't know. Can I meet Bai Zhe here again? Having arrived at the Endless Sea area, Su Yin naturally thought of Bai Zhe in his mind. It is said that Bai Zhe is traveling straight from north to south, and his final destination should be near the Endless Sea. Su Yin was wondering if he could encounter the divine beast Bai Zhe here by chance. Chapter 260 Wedding Banquet. Hey, come up. After circling the Jiyu sisters, Su Yin continued to return to the immortal boat, using the white meat on the tentacles of the Hulua fish as bait with great interest, trying to see what outrageous things he could catch. Less than 300 miles out to sea, the sea fishing rod caught a seriously injured Hulua fish for Su Yin, and the second rod directly caught the beautiful bride of the Jiyu tribe and the Dayu tribe. This experience was like opening a blind box, making Su Yin gradually addicted to sea fishing. Mihai Sanren, who was on the side, acted as a cook and was responsible for cooking some fresh ingredients. When she had free time, she also went sea fishing. Sea fishing outside the Endless Sea was the top luxury entertainment for the immortals and clan children in the world of cultivation. Without a strong person as a guardian to watch, going to the Endless Sea to fish was a death sentence. The sea fishing team only cast a net, and after casting the net, no matter whether there is fish or not, they will immediately flee to the land. Now that Fox Mother is here to protect the law, and with the help of Jiyu and the big fish, the ferry boat is full of demonic energy, and Mihai Sanren will not get into trouble when fishing at sea. let alone a super giant sea beast that will suddenly appear and drag him to the bottom of the sea to beat him up or beat him up for extortion. Mi-hai has also fulfilled his dream of fishing in the endless sea. Fox chop. Su-yin turned around to avoid the giant shrimp's giant claws, and his right hand turned back into a giant fox palm, slapping the giant shrimp that jumped onto the ferry boat. Then, he picked up the giant shrimp that was 10 feet long and had 8 feet of shrimp whiskers and smashed it on the hardened sea surface, completely knocking the giant shrimp that was caught to the sea surface. Huh? Su-yin let out a long breath, took off the double-breasted clothes he was wearing, and wiped the sweat off his body. Sea fishing is not too difficult. You just need to throw the baited fishhook into the sea. Most sea beasts passing by will come to take a look and see what the human race has brought to feed the sea beasts. As long as you feel the hook moving, you can retract the hook for a while and reel it in again if it moves again. Repeat this 3 times, and the sea beast will basically be furious and jump onto the ferry boat to fight Su-yin to the death. This is the fishing method that Fox Mom taught Su-yin. Su-yin tried it and felt it was quite useful, except that he needed to fight with real people after fishing. There were basically no flaws. Su-yin has fought 5 games in a row, except for the first poisonous octopus he caught and the second Jinan stage Sea King snake he caught. Su-yin didn't dare to do it. The oysters, 7-star fish and giant shrimps that followed were all defeated by him personally. Take off one more piece. Take off one more piece. Su-yin was busy catching seafood. Shiyu, who was particularly fond of Su-yin, saw Su-yin start to take off his front, and his eyes lit up. They all started to urge Su-yin to take off his shorts. They all loved to see this, just like the young man undressing. Although Su-yin was often complained by his elders, saying that he had fat on his belly in the fox form. It was because Su-yin was used to squatting on the ground, and he was too small. So when he sat on the ground, his flesh was squeezed together. Su-yin had gone through the body training period after all, and had deliberately trained his physique. Although he could not make his muscles bulge and burst his clothes like the cultivators of the weapons sect, he could also show his lines when he exerted force. Therefore, in the eyes of Jiyu and others, although Su-yin is small, he is quite strong and can lift the giant blue shrimp that is nearly 100 times bigger than himself. A strong male beast is a plus point in the eyes of female beasts. If you make trouble, I will charge you. Seeing Jiyu and others making trouble, 3 black lines appeared on Su-yin's forehead. The lazy fish were also shameless enough. They first drank fresh water on the ferry boat, then basked in the sun on the deck, and later had fish sashimi and oyster porridge for lunch. Now that they are full, they are thinking about sex. Take off one piece. Take off one piece. When they heard that Su-yin was going to charge, Jiyu and others thought about it and prepared to pay the debt with their bodies. I don't want to reward you. Su-yin rubbed his aching head and complained about the lazy fish's strange brain circuits. Hua la la. Just when Su-yin was completely at a loss and didn't know how to deal with a group of female hooligans in front of him, the fox mother, who had jumped into the sea to swim earlier, flew onto the ferry boat, making waves of sound, and said, "Little fox, pack up. Your aunt is urging us to go back for dinner." The fox mother turned over and jumped onto the deck, and came to Su-yin with a smile on her face. Su-yin saw this, with a helpless look on his face, raised his hand, and pulled up the fox mother's arms. I saw a wave of spiritual power passing by, and all the water stains on the fox mother's body gathered in Su-yin's palm. In an instant, the fox mother, who was originally wet, became extremely dry. The 5 elements of the fox mother are wood, and it is not like the fire element or water element that can remove water stains. Therefore, Su-yin's Dragon Clan's ability to control water is a very useful talent every time the fox mother takes a bath, but is too lazy to take care of her completely wet hair. Fox Mom said that she was training Su-yin's talent, but Su-yin just thought she was just teasing him. By the way, what banquet are we going to have? Su-yin looked at Fox Mom and asked. It seems to be a wedding, right? Your aunt just sent me a message saying that we will have a banquet, but she didn't say it clearly. Fox Mom didn't care too much and said casually, anyway, let's go and have a meal normally. Blackwater City is close to the southern province, so the customs of wedding banquets are the same as those in the southern province. Wedding banquets are held at noon, and funerals are held in the afternoon on the day of the funeral. Although many people in the Huang family have died, it is not the time for the funeral on the 7th day. Therefore, Su-yin was confused when he heard Fox Mom say that they were going to have a banquet. Banquet? What banquet? Where is the banquet? It must be the wedding banquet first. If it's not held, the woman's belly will be almost unbearable. White lanterns are hung in the courtyard of Holland Inn, and red festive lanterns are hung below the white lanterns. Hong Ling talked about the marriage of the younger generation with a helpless look on her face. None of the grandchildren were honest. They secretly met with people outside. It would have been fine if they just met. But they got the girl pregnant and didn't dare to tell anyone. It was only because the girl's maid found something wrong and told the master that the real owner was found. What else can be said now? They hurriedly got married while the girl's belly could still be covered with clothes. The 7 mentioned in the southern states does not refer to the 7th day after a person dies, but to the 7th day as a 12th month. 1 12th month completes 1 soul. So a person has 7 souls in 49 days. Su Yan met ordinary families. Those with a little wealth followed the rules. That is, the first 7 days of the funeral were to hold a vegetarian feast and offer sacrifices. And the second 7 days. It was not until the 7th day that the funeral was completed. After the 7th day, the placenta in the woman's belly could suck her fingers. A wedding banquet mixed with red and white began. Although the wedding banquet was very strange. There were even faint sounds of mourning and swana outside the inn. But the guests at the wedding banquet were extremely luxurious. From the South China Sea Dragon Clan Master Jin, Tiango Lianqi, Nine-tailed Fox Su Qing, the arrogant Insect Clan Ant, and a group of earthly immortals. The newlyweds bowed to the earthly immortals when they saw them, starting with the most powerful Master Jin, and kowed out all the way. The newlyweds felt dizzy. After the immortals, there were also the elders in the family, starting with the grandparents and then the parents of both sides. Suddenly I feel a little lucky that I am the kind of person that my grandma doesn't love and my uncle doesn't love. So I don't need to kow out to everyone when I get married. Seeing the miserable state of the newlyweds, Su Yan complained. If the human race cowed us like this, then what about the immortal nine-tailed fox or the North Sea black dragon race? In the future, everything will be kept simple when getting married. Chapter 261 Returning to their own way. The Huang family and the Fong family tied the knot today. Su Yan also gave the 10-foot giant shrimp he caught and some of the tentacles of the Hulua fish and octopus as gifts to the 2 newlyweds to replenish their bodies. Although it is not precious, it is rare. After all, the top seafood produced by the endless sea can be sold for a few hundred kilograms of spiritual stones. The tentacles of the Hulua fish, a big fish in the spiritualization stage, are quite nourishing and contain huge spiritual power. Even cultivators with weaker cultivation cannot bite it. Divorce? No. The earthly immortals were all sitting at the same table to eat. While eating, Lianqi suddenly looked at Su Qing and said something. Fox Mother looked at Lianqi and shook her head, indicating that she had no plans for the time being. Auntie, come and taste this. Hua Yu tasted a piece of shrimp meat and felt that the meat of the giant shrimp was quite good. With a smile on her face, she picked up the chopsticks and put a piece in the bowl of the ant. The ant showed a look of disgust on her cheeks. She picked up the shrimp meat in the bowl and put it in the bowl of Su Yan on the right. No, there's your saliva on it. Su Yan's aunt sat on his left, and his fox mother sat on his right. She poked her head out and took a sneaky look at what the elders were discussing at the table, then lowered her head to continue eating without expressing any opinions. It was not appropriate to interrupt the fight between Aunt and Hua Yu, and it was not appropriate to talk about the things between Mother and Lianqi. The true Lord Hatching Little Chicken also lowered his head to eat, but he would look at Master Jin from time to time. She was originally the true Lord Burning Heaven and Covering Sea, and then was besieged by the Golden Crow and the Asian Dragons. So she changed her name to Hatching Little Chicken. She didn't want to change back to her original name, for fear of being besieged by the Golden Crow and the Asian Dragons again. But she wanted to change her Taoist name. But she didn't know if Master Jin could help her talk to the Dragon Clan. She promised not to change her arrogant Taoist name, but just wanted to change back to a normal Taoist name. But the true Lord Hatching Chicks obviously flirted with the wrong person. Master Jin was second to none, and had no shortage of elixirs and gold and silver treasures. But he lacked fun. The true Lord Hatching Chicks. The name sounds fun. After dinner, Su Yan reappeared in the form of a fox and jumped into the arms of the fox mother to take a nap. I had too much fun playing on the sea in the morning, and now I feel a little sleepy after having a full meal. Su Yan was not interested in the chats of the elders for the time being, so he jumped directly onto the legs of the fox mother and curled up to sleep. By the way, I just spent some time in the sea to obtain the refining materials. When you have time, buy 2 robes for the child. Seeing that he doesn't even have 2 clothes outside, it's pitiful. The fox mother looked at the ant, and threw the storage ring in her hand directly to her aunt and said, "You have upgraded?" The ant looked at the storage ring in her hand and complained, "It's not bad. Right? I just earned some spirit stones for the little fox as living expenses. Seeing the little fox worrying about money all day long makes me feel bad as a mother." The fox mother chuckled. "The little fox is not poor." The ant looked at Su Yin, who was sleeping soundly, and black lines gradually appeared on her forehead. She raised her hand and pointed at herself and said, "The real poor one is me. This evil fox in your family may have earned spirit stones for a long time. So much so that I need to write him an IOU for 1,000,000 kilograms of spirit stones." Ah! Fox Mom really knew nothing about this. She judged based on Su Yan's living environment. The living standard of her little fox dropped drastically after leaving home. He is not a fox. He is clearly a Pichio. He only takes in, and never gives out. Auntie pulled Fox Mom aside, and told her what happened after Su Yin came to the brothel. Su Yin is poor? He is not poor at all. Not only is he a big shot at the gambling table, but he also doesn't know how to get close to Princess Wuxi, the granddaughter of the third Prince Xiaoyu. As long as Princess Wuxi is happy, she will stuff him with spirit stones. Su Yan's whole body is stuffed full. Even his crotch is not spared. And it hurts when he walks. Puff. The fox mother laughed out loud while covering her mouth, and said, "I said, if you want to find a woman outside, you must find a bad woman, because they know how to love and pamper people. You are worthy of being my son. At such a young age, you already know how to cheat for food, drink and body. How can you teach your cubs like you do? If not, how can I teach? As long as my fox doesn't suffer a loss. It's okay. Now it's not like before. You can just kick the door open and rob." That's right. In the Xiaoyu dynasty, if you are caught robbing, you will be fined 3 times the amount of the robbery. It was late at night, and there was no one. After eating the sweet soup for supper, Master Jean set off for the appraisal pavilion to take the teleportation array and teleport from Haiban City back to the Red King's territory. After a few days of rest, the master needs to go back to deal with trivial matters and memorials, and watch some students who are outing, so as not to leave for too long and cause large-scale casualties. Huo Yu also reluctantly said goodbye to her aunt and prepared to return to Xiaoyu City. As the Madam of Xiaoyu Wanhua Pavilion, she has the title of Madam, but secretly Wanhua Pavilion is engaged in intelligence business. As the threat of Xiaoyu, she needs to deal with a lot of intelligence every day, so she can't just run out to play when she has nothing to do. This time, it was the ant who spoke up and said that she asked other cultivators to besiege her and needed her to bring people to help. Otherwise, Wei Yushenren really didn't leave Xiaoyu City. Now that the matter is done, she naturally has to go back. Fox Mom also picked up Su Yin on her lap and prepared to go back to the dormitory to take a bath to remove the fishy and salty seawater smell that was contaminated on her body when swimming in the afternoon. Fox Mom put Su Yin on the big bed, and she walked behind the screen to take off her clothes and soaked in the bucket. A plant grew on the floor of the bathroom, and the buds bloomed and stirred the hot water in the bucket slowly, giving it a fresh fragrance. Who? Fox Mom had just soaked in the hot water tub, and was wiping her body with a flower bud after a long sigh, when she suddenly felt that the atmosphere around her was not right. Fox Mom suddenly turned her head to look at the hall outside the screen. After a moment of silence, the visitor said, "Long time no see. Su Qing, senior Tian ancestor?" Fox Mom was wrapped in the clothes on the screen and came out of the bathroom. She saw the Lord of the Night, who was wearing a black dress like morning clothes, exuding a sense of sorrow and strong negative emotions. Seeing the Lord of the Night, Fox Mom was obviously shocked. She didn't know why the Lord of the Night came. Was it because of Lian Qi's talk? Between us, we are really like siblings without blood relationship, and there is really no entanglement in that aspect. Lian Qi was just throwing a tantrum. If the Lord of the Night took that matter seriously, it would be bad. No, you guys should solve your own problems. I won't interfere. As the ancestor of Lian Qi, I can only do my best to propose marriage. Whether you succeed or not has nothing to do with me. The Lord of the Night seemed to see through what Fox Mom was thinking. He spoke lightly to refute her wild thoughts, raised his hand, pointed at Su Yin, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, and said, "I came here for him." Chapter 262, The Lord of the Night and Su Yin. I came here for him. When asked by Fox Mom, the Lord of the Night slowly raised his hand and pointed at Su Yin, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. Ah? Fox Mom looked at the Lord of the Night with a surprised face. She didn't know why Tying Patriarch said this. Because the gap between the two was too big. One demon was one of the rulers of Wanyao City, and the other demon was just a fledgling demon. There was no intersection between the two. The Lord of the Night did not respond to Fox Mom's surprise, but just sat quietly on the bed, raised his hand to pick up Su Yin, who was sleeping like a noodle, put him on his black long skirt, and gently stroked his back. Su Yan's originally fluffy white fox tail, under the traction of an invisible force. The hair was separated into 2 rows and entangled together to form a braid, which made his seemingly fluffy tail smaller in size. The Lord of the Night's hand gradually seeped out colorless mucus that wet Su Yan's snow-white fur, making all his hairs stick to his skin. The race has changed. When Fox Mom saw Su Yan fall into the hands of the Lord of the Night, he instantly turned from a cute little fox into a little white dog, and her eyes twitched slightly. Seeing that the Lord of the Night said nothing but did not show any malice, Fox Mom also felt relieved. Although the celestial being is known as a person with both divine form and divine body, divine form and divine body refer to the celestial being's body and soul, which have been tempered to a perfect state. It does not refer to the saints with divine nature. The longer the old ghost lives, the more quirks he may have in private. Fox Mom did not continue to question the Lord of the Night. Anyway, the current situation is not a bad thing for the little fox. Fox Mom turned back to the bathroom to take a shower, leaving the Lord of the Night and Su Yan in the dormitory. Su Yan also changed from a slightly fat little fox to a white dog with shrunken hair, and fell into the hands of the Lord of the Night. Although the Lord of the Night was stroking Su Yan, his mind was not entirely on Su Yan. The reason why she appeared here was to wait for the Empress Dowager Su, who was as good at giving birth as a sow, to wake up and ask her how she, as a celestial being, could give birth to her own offspring. Among the celestial beings known so far, the Empress Dowager Su was the most fertile. The rest of the celestial beings either had given birth before achieving the status of celestial being, or had no interest in that aspect at all. The strong would live forever. The Lord of the Night wanted to continue her bloodline, and succeeded in continuing one. But because of an accidental premature death, she even lost her husband, who created a miracle. In the mind of the Lord of the Night, all she thought about was the method of reproduction mentioned by the Empress Dowager Su. Therefore, she had been waiting by Su Yan's side, wanting to wait until the old fox woke up and ask her for the secret method of reproduction. Old you, don't touch my bell. It doesn't have the effect of praying for a lover from heaven or protecting fertility. Because of being touched by the Lord of the Night, Su Yan in his dream returned to the period of escape, and was in the dream of Yu Yanning's vicious attack while mixed in the team of carriages going to Beijing for the imperial examination. In the dream, Su Yan kicked Yu Yanning's face without any hesitation, and angrily beat the old hooligan. But in reality, Su Yan raised his back foot and kicked directly on the clothes of the Lord of the Night. With a rip sound, Su Yan kicked open the coat that the Lord of the Night was wearing, revealing a belly band with a slightly hollow flower pattern inside, and his slightly curved nails hooked on the hollow. The Lord of the Night looked down at Su Yan lying on his back, chuckled and shook his head without saying anything, but raised his hand to pinch Su Yan's hind legs and helped him get out. The flower oil applied to Su Yan's body, in addition to covering up the Lord of the Night's smell and breath, and allowing Su Yan to sleep more soundly. The most important point is that it can turn Su Yan from a little fox into a little white dog. Su Yan's age is not much different from the age of the Lord of the Night's child who died young. Since he was free, the Lord of the Night dressed the little fox up to look like his own child. While stroking Su Yan, he waited for the Queen Mother to wake up and asked her about the secret method of life. Because of the Lord of the Night, after taking a bath and changing clothes, Fox Mom did not go back to sleep with the fox as a pillow. She turned around and ran to the bed of her aunt, hugging her sister who she had not seen for a long time and talking all night long. Fox Mom also came from the Wanyao City Academy. The Lord of the Night in the Wanyao City Academy is like an extremely strict menopausal dean, and Fox Mom is afraid of him. Nothing is particularly important. When Fox Mom sees the Lord of the Night, she will avoid him like her aunt. The night passed without a word. On the morning of the second day, Hailan ushered in a new day with a fox's scream. Mom! Aunt! There is something dirty in this inn. Su Yan woke up slowly and felt the wet touch on his hair again. Looking at the bronze mirror, he saw that his whole body was covered with flower oil, which scared Su Yan so much that he jumped 3 feet high and almost jumped onto the beam. This was the second day of staying in Hailan Inn, and Su Yan welcomed his second wet body. Su Yin finally understood that the flower oil on his body was not a prank by Aunt Huayu or Master Jean. There was really something dirty in the Highland Inn. Fox's mother and aunt rushed over upon hearing the noise. As soon as they entered the door, they saw Su Yin hanging on the beam as a fox. He looked around the dormitory with a vigilant look on his face, as if he wanted to find the villain who casually applied the essential oil on himself. Who is so bored? When the aunt saw Su Yin, who was wet all over and had a ponytail tied on his fox tail, she couldn't help but raise her hand to cover her aching head and complain. What are you doing with nothing to do? You ruined the little fox like this again. And the fox mother, who knew the truth, did not choose to tell the truth behind the scenes directly to the aunt and nephew, but just looked at Su Yin on the roof thoughtfully. From what the old insect said, it was not the first time that the Lord of the Night came to find the little fox in the middle of the night. Could it be that the senior Tian patriarch thought that Su Yin looked like her child who died young and wanted to recognize him as a relative? Otherwise, it is really impossible to explain why she dressed up a little Yazzie, who looked like a nine-tailed fox, as a Tengu. Mother Fox was thinking in her head, but she did not stop her actions in reality. She picked up Su Yin, who jumped on the roof, comforted him a little, and sent him to take a bath. Don't worry. Mother will keep the door open for you tonight, and make sure no dirty things come in. No. I will go home after I pack up. Su Yin was really scared this time. The previous time, it could be said to be a prank, but after excluding pranks and acquaintances, every night after he fell asleep, there was a person who could quietly walk around in his dormitory. That is to say, that being has no ill intentions. If that being has ill intentions towards me, I would probably die 1,800 times in my sleep. Therefore, Su Yin said he would not do anything. After finding the cultivator of the Qi sect and signing a blood contract with the whip, he would return directly to the Flower City. The seed phosphorus in is outrageous and more terrifying than a haunted house. At least Su Yin was scared. After all, the existence of that thing is something that even the old mother, Master Jean, the aunt, and Aunt Huayu, who raises a large number of poisonous insects as guards, cannot detect. So Su Yin is ready to run away overnight. If you can't afford to provoke me, can't you hide? If you have the guts, chase me to the Flower City and continue to tell me ghost stories in the middle of the night. Chapter 263, Whip with Power. I will never live here again. Su Yin ran to his aunt's courtyard and took a bath in the wooden barrel in the bathroom. He washed off the flower oil on his fur and the braided tail. He glanced at the courtyard where he lived with a little disdain, and almost stuck out his tongue to spit. After Su Yin dried the water stains on his hair, he changed into a human form and ran to the lobby of the inn, ready to complete the transaction with the cultivator of the Qi sect and run away directly. Now the Highland Inn is full of Huang clan members from Blackwater City. Su Yin walked out of the backyard, and the calls of the seniors made him feel a little flattered. Putting aside other things, the Huang clan members are still very good. Son, have a freshly baked soup dumpling while it's still warm. Su Yin came out of the backyard and saw the elders, who had been sitting in the lobby of the inn enjoying breakfast. Fox Mom raised her hand and waved to Su Yin, indicating that Su Yin should stick his head over to bite the bamboo tube and suck a crab roe bun. Breakfast here at the seaside is usually salty and fresh shrimp, and a kind of squid called small tube, with rice porridge or some pickled pickles. But Fox Mom felt that the little fox had lost weight recently, so she skipped the breakfast standard and ordered breakfast for Su Yin according to the lunch standard. On the table, there were not only large crab roe buns comparable to Su Yin's fox body, but also crab roe noodles made by adding a small amount of flour to the crab roe, and a touch of crab roe and crab meat toppings directly poured on the crab roe noodles. The crustaceans were cooked into soup, and the main dish was a strange fish that Su Yin didn't recognize. It had an ugly face, and after being steamed, it stared at Su Yin with a pair of dead fish eyes. Su Yin silently picked up his chopsticks and moved the scallion and chili shreds on the fish slightly to cover the dead fish eyes. A wave of resentment burst out from the dead fish eyes, making Su Yin a little unable to put down his chopsticks. Soon after breakfast at the Highland Inn, the cultivators of the Qi sect arrived as scheduled. However, when they saw a table of earthly immortals, the cultivators of the Qi sect almost thought they were being robbed by the thieves. If Su Yin hadn't spoken quickly, the cultivators of the Qi sect would have run away. Ahem, cough, cough. Pei Yin coughed twice to ease the embarrassment, raised his hand to bow to Su Yin's elders, and said, I saw all the seniors sitting here early in the morning, and I subconsciously thought I was being robbed by the thieves and thought about running away. You are really good at judging people. Su Yin complained in his heart. It seems that my aunt and mother used to specialize in robbing others to help themselves. The true Lord Hatching Chicks is a cultivator from the southern province. Well, he is a demon cultivator. Although Taoist Firefly does not know his origin. He is probably not a good person if he can mix with evil people. At present, only Sister Hong Ling is a good person. So Su Yin has to admire Taoist Pei Yin's vision. He can see at a glance that there is no good person among his elders. Let's get down to business. 3,000 kilograms of spirit stones. Pei Yin returned to Su Yin with an embarrassed face and asked Su Yin for the medical fee. Su Yin saw this and didn't waste any words and took out the money directly. After receiving the spirit stones, Taoist Pei Yin took out a golden compass from the storage ring. Then, Taoist Pei Yin raised his hand and pressed the golden compass on the square table. And a special formation diagram flashing orange and red slowly unfolded. Put your spiritual weapon on the base. Wait for a while, and you will see the sleeping spirit. Pei Yin raised his hand and pointed to the golden compass in the center of the square table. It was completely opened. A layer of red velvet was placed on the compass to prevent scratches. Su Yin heard this and took out the god-beating whip from his storage ring and placed it on the table. Pei Yin raised his hand and poured out the silver liquid, which fell into the formation of repairing the spirit of the weapon. As the orange-red color rose, Su Yan's god-beating whip gradually responded. Under the gaze of the 4 Chi sect monks, 5 earth immortals, and Su Yin, 2 short golden legs similar to plant roots appeared at the mouth of the god-beating whip. It bounced up from the velvet with a carp-like jump, and the mouth of the handle was facing the weighted ball at the end of the handle, and began to move. Seeing the god-beating whip in such a shape, the Chi sect monks and elders fell into deep thought. Son, if I remember correctly, the human race seems to call this thing Tongnong? Fox Mother looked at the divine whip that was inverted, and the more she looked at it, the more familiar it looked. After thinking about it carefully, she suddenly showed an expression of sudden enlightenment, looked at the little fox and complained, "Why don't we forget it? It's a bit embarrassing to take this thing out to fight." Everyone looked at Su Yin with strange eyes. Su Yan's cheeks turned red and whispered, "Heal it." Before, he had been holding the divine whip, but he didn't think of other places for no reason. After all, it was a real spiritual weapon that could form hard whips, soft whips and meteor hammers to specialize in spiritual weapons. However, after Fox Mother pointed it out with a strange look on her face, Su Yan's cheeks couldn't help but turn red. Especially the elders were staring at him. Su Yin was not shy, but embarrassed. In the shoes that no one could see, Su Yan's toes couldn't help but curl up and rub against the soles of the shoes. "Just reach out and sign with it," said Taoist Pei Yin with a strange expression, looking at Tong Yang who was jumping on the square table with his short legs. Su Yan's face was full of embarrassment, and he turned his arm slightly, with the palm facing the table, grasped the god-beating whip, and then turned it directly to make the mouth of the god-beating whip face up. The god-beating whip kicked its legs, as if it was dissatisfied with Su Yin turning it over. The Beast Control sect was originally a demon sect, and it was also a sect related to reproduction. The spiritual weapon produced by the Beast Control sect naturally had a taste of reproduction worship, because the god-beating whip spiritual weapon belongs to the whip weapon. The Beast Control sect deliberately designed it to look like this. It was not unintentional by the Beast Control sect, but it was deliberately done. Su Yin signed the blood contract with the god-beating whip smoothly, without any waves at all. The god-beating whip is currently in the weapon sect formation. Being in the orange-red formation can ensure that its weapon spirit is unobstructed. But once it leaves the formation, the weapon spirit is still extremely weak. The beating whip also knew that it was about to break down. If it did not contract a cultivator to transfer mana to nourish its weapon spirit and body, it would not take long for its weapon spirit and body to collapse. So, when Su Yin said that he wanted to sign a blood contract, the beating whip did not even hesitate and signed the blood contract directly. At the moment the blood contract was signed, Su Yin felt that a strong gravitational force inexplicably appeared in the void, and all the mana in his body was sucked out. Su Yin could not help but groan and fell on the square table. The beating whip also fell on the table in response, still showing a proud appearance with the mouth of the halberd facing downwards, and the metal weight ball at the end straight up. Puff. Seeing this, the Fox Mother could not help but chuckle, and saw the beating whip approaching Su Yin, as if wanting to be intimate. But Su Yin turned around and ran away without thinking, and the beating whip continued to chase its master with its short legs. Chapter 264 Return to Flower City. Must. Please give me a leather cover. Otherwise Su can't accept it. After Su Yan took a breath, he regained his human form and raised his hand to hold down the god-beating whip. He looked at the cultivators of the weapon sect and asked them to make a whip cover for him sincerely. The god-beating whip and the red jade hairpin sword are like two extremes. The red jade hairpin sword is indifferent to everyone except the female fox. Even Su Yan, as the owner, is selective in paying attention to it. On weekdays, it floats quietly in the air. The god-beating whip is extremely clingy, which was originally a very good thing. But after the fox mother's advice, Su Yan can no longer look directly at the appearance of the god-beating whip. After seeing the god-beating whip, his head will have unreasonable associations. So, after paying the awakening fee and the medicine fee, Su Yan took out the spirit stone and asked Dao Pei Yin to make a leather cover for the god-beating whip for him. Absolutely don't make it according to the size. Just make a luxury house for the god-beating whip. Okay. The spirit stones were already in place. So the Chi Zone monk, who was originally a businessman, naturally didn't say anything. He immediately ran out from the inn to buy tanned animal skins for Su Yan, and then cut the size, wrote the forbidden spell, and made everything beautiful for Su Yan at once. The Chi Zone's main focus is on service attitude. As long as the spirit stones are in place, the spirit weapon can be made by hand. Because Su Yan's consumption amount exceeded 100,000, Taoist Pei Yin even gave him a discount coupon for Chi Zone. The god-beating whip has been preliminarily repaired with the Chi Zone's special repair spirit liquid. Su Yan now only needs to soak the god-beating whip in it and put in a lot of spirit stones. And the god-beating whip spirit weapon and body can be restored to their original state. Get ready to go back to school. Su Yan covered the sealed jar, stuffed the glass jar filled with special spirit liquid and the god-beating whip into the storage ring, and breathed a long sigh of relief. Huh? Are you ready to go back so soon? Hongling asked with a surprised expression. It's hard for him to ask for leave now since he's still in school. And he explained for Su Yan. It's hard to ask for leave. Of course. The reason why Su Yan was anxious to return to Flower City was because he thought there was something dirty going on in the sea phosphorus inn. And it was a fierce ghost that no cultivator could detect. So he chose to run away. As the saying goes, if you can't afford to offend me, can you not hide? Indeed. Hongling recalled the appearance of Master Jean. And after a little hesitation, she also felt that what Andy said made sense. It's a pity. I thought we could have a good reunion. After all, we only see each other a few times a year. I didn't say I wanted to go back. Andy looked at Master Hatching Chicken and Taoist Firefly with a smile on her face. And a kind expression appeared on her cheeks. Let's play another 200 rounds. Auntie really didn't plan to go home, because it would take a lot of time to sort out the hundreds of storage rings that Su Yan had obtained. Secondly, the little fox was sticking to Su Qing's arms, and the mother and son talked a lot, and Auntie didn't intend to disturb their brief reunion. In the end, she still hadn't won enough. My aunt was ready to win back the money she had invested and the interest, so that Master Hatching Little Chickens would lose everything and have to bear the consequences. Seeing the smug look on my aunt's face, Su Yan hesitated and advised, Aunt, you have to take it easy. It's hard to predict luck. Aunt is a typical example of losing more than winning. She usually relies on herself to win at the gambling table. Now, as soon as he leaves, Su Yan is worried that Aunt will lose everything at the mahjong table, and knows what's going on. It's a sure win. Aunt waved to Su Yan, indicating that he didn't need to worry. Su Yan glanced at Sister Hongling, Hatching Chicks, and Firefly Taoist. Aunt, you can go. At most, when the Huang clan members entertain guests again, the nephew will go on stage for Aunt and win back the lost spiritual stones. Is there anything else you want to buy? If not, get ready to go home. After leaving the Highland Inn, the fox mother asked while holding the little fox. I bought it. There's nothing left for the time being. Right? Su Yan thought about the seafood he caught in his storage ring. There was nothing he needed to buy at the moment. He couldn't make the refining materials after buying them, and the alchemy materials were purchased on demand. He didn't stock up on them for business, and his friends didn't ask him to bring anything back for them. Su Yan also brought some souvenirs in his storage ring. If I really want to say something. Mother, don't you think it's particularly quiet today? Su Yan looked at Fox Mom and complained. Uncle Lian Chi seems to have disappeared. Maybe he went to your father again to get into trouble? Fox Mom said with a smile. Your father is working very hard now. Maybe in a short time, he will be able to bring us home openly. Return to the North Sea Dragon clan? How could it be so outrageous? Su Yin turned back with a shocked expression, looked at his mother, and asked, "Won't I have many more stepmothers?" "Not really. As long as he can find that thing. He will be a hero of the Four Seas Dragon Clan. Maybe because of this, the North Sea Dragon Clan will open a separate page in the family tree for your father and put our family alone." Fox Mom smiled and sent a message to Su Yin. Fox Mom couldn't tell Su Yin too much about the old father now, but at least let Su Yin know that the old father is working hard for us. Don't believe Lian Qi's evil power. It's enough to let that kid coax you to call father and uncle. The mother and son walked towards the teleportation array of the Treasure Appraisal Pavilion, while talking by voice transmission. Just when he stepped into the teleportation array, he suddenly saw someone greeting him. A scholar dressed as a young man of 23 or 24, raised his hand with a bright smile, holding an old and yellow folding fan in his hand, and waved to Su Yin in the teleportation array. Storyteller. The moment he saw the young man's face, Su Yin remembered where he had seen him. The pig fetus dragon seed incident in the Blackwater City and left a deep impression on Su Yin. The wild boar and the embryo have even become one of Su Yin's nightmare materials. The storyteller Kong the Butcher in front of him was one of the murderers who secretly created the pig fetus dragon seed. But Su Yin didn't have time to do anything else, because the storyteller showed up at the right time. Taking advantage of the gap when the teleportation array was about to start, he deliberately walked out of the crowd to greet Su Yin. After the greeting, the teleportation array was just started, and Su Yin's figure completely disappeared in the seaside city. What a perfect vessel! How pleasant it would be if I could occupy his body and soul! The storyteller watched Su Yin leave, sighing as if he was mocking himself. Su Yin not only had good luck, but also had a very good family background and network of contacts. If he could occupy Su Yin's body and secretly inherit the wealth, he would become rich overnight. Unfortunately, he no longer had the power to take over the body, so he could only suddenly show up to scare the fox boy. Now, run faster. If the fox boy really catches you, you will never be reincarnated. The storyteller's face was full of emotion. He opened his folding fan with a snap and stepped into the teleportation array, teleporting away. As soon as the storyteller left, the teleportation array lit up, and Su Yin led Fox Mother, Master Jean, and Fairy Yi back to Binhai City. That guy was here just now. He was the second in command of the Northern State Yinjin sect. He was very rich. Su Yin explained with his hands and feet dancing. What exactly was the Daohua Wanling Jinjuan he was talking about? Daohua Jinjuan was not a thing, but the method of creating animals in his hand was really a good thing. Chapter 265. What happened to Brother Zhou? Speak up. It ran really fast. Standing in the Treasure Appraisal Pavilion of Haiden City, Master Jean opened his spiritual sense to explore the earth, but he did not find the disciple of the Nightmare Town mentioned by Su Yin, Daohua Jinjuan. He immediately knew that Daohua Jinjuan must have escaped on the teleportation array. It's a pity that a big fish escaped. Although Master Jean did not practice the method of the Nightmare Town, he had also heard about the method of the beast making of Daohua Wanling Jinjuan described by Su Yin. The method of the beast making of Daohua Jinjuan has reached the pinnacle. If the defect of the beast making method that cannot change the soul and body can be solved, Daohua Jinjuan can even rub inferior beasts by hand. The secret method of changing the soul and body is available in the beast taming sect, and the Daozong inheritance of the beast taming sect is now in the hands of the Queen Mother. If Daohua Jinjuan can be caught, it will be possible to add a Taoist heritage to the Xiaoyu dynasty out of thin air. The method of creating animals, and the method of fabricating souls, and the method of Nightmare Town are not the specialties of the Mother of Yuhua. The Nightmare Town sect in the Central State is more focused on the method of taking over the body, which has extremely strong side effects and sequelae, and is a method of saving life. There is no relevant research on the method of creating animals. Daohua Wanling Jinjuan. He can't climb. After Master Jean retracted his consciousness, he looked at Su Yin and said with a smile, I will issue a golden list wanted order. Is that so? What a pity. Su Yin showed a disappointed expression on his cheek and said, the news that Daohua Jinjuan is still alive is really a terrible news that makes people shudder. Previously, with the help of the power of the fairy sister, he disrupted Daohua Jinjuan's immortal situation. The two are deadly enemies. Now seeing Daohua Jinjuan appear alive, Su Yin is now a little uneasy like a fox. Ha ha ha. Master Jean saw Su Yin's disappointed expression and did not explain anything. He just smiled and took out the spirit stone to buy a ticket for the teleportation array again to return to the fiefdom of the Red King. Daohua Jinjuan can't escape. The Golden List wanted order mentioned by Grandmaster Jean may not mean much simply by looking at the name. But those who are familiar with Xia Yu's laws know that the wanted orders officially issued by the Xia Yu dynasty are divided into 3 categories: gold, silver, and bronze. Those nominated on the bronze list are basically those who have their 9 clans executed. The silver list is a wanted order issued internally, which is generally handed over to the Demon Suppression Department and the Imperial Guards to solve, and is a major accident. Those nominated on the golden list are very powerful. Xia Yu has only issued 13 since the founding of the country, and each time it is a matter that affects the overall destiny of the Xia Yu dynasty. The golden list is issued by His Majesty the Emperor himself, facing the Xia Yu dynasty and allied and friendly forces. Being listed on the golden list is basically equivalent to facing the full-scale encirclement and suppression of the Xia Yu dynasty. Things that Xia Yu can solve quietly do not need to be listed on the wanted list. Those listed on the wanted list are very serious and targeted serious criminals. Dao Huazhenjuan certainly doesn't deserve to be on the gold list. But now Xia Yu has mastered the Daozong of the beast-taming sect. He only needs the puzzle of the method of creating animals in Dao Huazhenjuan's hand to have another perfect evil way to become an immortal. Then, Dao Huazhenjuan is worth this price at this moment. Because Dao Huazhenjuan has what Xia Yu needs. Dao Huazhenjuan may want to discuss Su Yan, but he may not know that Su Yan's current identity is quite special. He is the vessel of the Queen Mother Su, and his every move is quite watched by Xia Yu's top. The true lord's behavior was equivalent to digging his own grave. He jumped in front of Su Yan now, which was the same as the vulgar dance in front of the Emperor Wuxing. After returning to the fiefdom of the Red King, Su Yan's expression was still unhappy, and he was still upset about the escape of the true Lord Dao Hua, because in Su Yan's heart, the act of posting a wanted order was tantamount to saying that if he could be caught, he would be caught, and if he could not be caught, it would be fine. It would be abnormal for Su Yan to feel comfortable in his heart when being targeted by a cultivator in the tribulation period. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't contact Sister Shear, Su Yan would have dragged Sister Shear to scold Master Jean together. By the way, Xiao Su, take this medicine back for me. Back to the central square of the Red King's fiefdom. Fairy Medicine raised her hand and fumbled in her emerald sleeves for a while, then took out a glass bottle and a few plasters, saying, "Take 1 pill a day in the glass bottle, and apply the plaster. When it falls off naturally, put on another one. In this way, you can sleep peacefully." "Whose medicine is this for?" Su Yan poked his head out of Fox Mother's arms, looked at the medicine Fairy Medicine handed to him, and said, "Fairy Medicine, won't you go back to Flower City with us?" Fairy Medicine said helplessly, "Originally, I should have returned to Xiaoyu yesterday. But Xiao Zhou was severely injured by the demon cultivator and had to stay for 1 day. I have to go to the Imperial Hospital to attend the inauguration ceremony tomorrow. And now I need to go back to prepare my clothes and other things." Fairy Medicine is the director of the Imperial Medical Bureau. That is, the new head of the Imperial Hospital. She should have stayed in Xiaoyu City to prepare for her inauguration. But because of the incident in her hometown, she came here to break the Red King's plan. Now that everything is calmed down, she also needs to return to Xiaoyu City to make some preparations and take up her post tomorrow. "Okay, I'll hand over the medicine." Su Yan took the medicine from the fairy doctor and asked curiously, "Brother Zhou, was he attacked by a river monster?" The human race and the monster race in the Flower City should be a relatively peaceful area. Both the human race and the monster race live in peace under the constraints of the leaders of each race. Zhou Yu has no grudge against the monster race in the flower area. The only monster race he has offended is the river monster. That guy went fishing when he was free, and as a result, he was spotted by the king of the river monster and wanted to be caught and taken back to the river for breeding. Well, it's not a river monster. It's a plant monster. The fairy doctor thought for a while and said, "You should ask the patient for the specific situation yourself. It's not convenient for me to say." As a doctor with medical ethics, the fairy doctor will not disclose the patient's condition at will, especially diseases related to privacy. Mysterious. Seeing the fairy doctor saying half of her words, and then turning away with a stifling smile on her face, Su Yan muttered something, then raised his hand to point away to his mother, asking her to take him back to the government office where he was living now. "Sister Juanxia, I'm back." As soon as he entered the gate of the government office, Su Yan saw the lady of Wanming County sitting on the county magistrate's desk, recording something, and greeted her with a smile on her face. "Where are the others? I brought back some seaside specialties for everyone." "Others? The lady of Lunming County slowly raised her head and was about to smile. But after seeing the woman holding Su Yan in her arms, her smile and words were stunned. And she looked at the fox mother with a look of amazement on her face. Although Fox Mom is now wearing a painted skin, it is still difficult to hide her fox charm. When Lunming County Lord saw it, she was shocked. Where are the others? Ahem. The others are in the backyard. Shichi is helping to take care of Zhou Yu. Lunming County Lord coughed twice to hide her embarrassment, and quietly looked at the woman holding Su Yan, and said, "Who is this person next to you?" "She is my mother." Su Yan smiled and introduced Fox Mom to Lunming County Lord. Su. Fox Mom looked at Lunming County Lord and smiled. She did not reveal her name. Instead, she looked at Lunming County Lord, who was about to fall in love with her when she saw her. With interest. The little fox's friends are really interesting. Chapter 266 Holding Thunder. Your best friend is quite interesting. Fox Mom carried Su Yan to the backyard of the government office, smiling with a strange expression on her face. When Lunming County Lord introduced herself, her choice of words and sentences was very interesting. She did not use friends or Tao as friends to describe her relationship with Su Yan, but used a super intimate word, best friend. That is, close friends with deep friendship. And if they take one step further, they can become Taoist partners. Mother, don't believe her nonsense. Sister Juanxia, how should I describe you? It's a mirror. Su Yan whispered to Fox Mom, asking her mother to be careful of Lunming County Lord's unwarranted courtesy. The first time Su Yan and Juanxia met was in the Wanhua Pavilion in Xiaoyu City. At that time, Lunming County Lord was already a frequent visitor to the Wanhua Pavilion, and she could already tell all the names of the courtesans by heart. It doesn't surprise me. Fox Mom nodded and said something that surprised Su Yan. Seeing the 5-color pattern at the end of that girl's hair, I have roughly guessed that she is of the Luan bird bloodline. The Luan bird also has the power to transform into a phoenix. However, it is extremely difficult for a Luan bird to transform into a phoenix or a phoenix. Once it fails, it will face the risk of shaking its foundation or death. Fox Mom Su Yan said with a smile on her face about the Luan bird tribe. Luan birds belong to a branch tribe of phoenixes. They have the special talent of transforming into a phoenix or a phoenix. But to display such a talent, they need the assistance of a close Taoist partner. Similarly, the couple is the main force. Once a Luan bird successfully transforms into a phoenix, it will be of great benefit to itself or its partner. High returns face high risks. Once the gifted magical power is displayed, the two will be inseparable forever. Any accident to either party will affect the other party. At the least, the foundation of cultivation will be shaken and slowly die. And at the worst, it will die directly. Not all Luan birds want to take risks. As a tribe of exotic beasts, Luan birds can live a very good and nourishing life even if they do not transform into phoenixes. Therefore, in recent years, more and more Luan birds have chosen not to marry or have children, fearing that they will display their gifted magical powers in a moment of excitement. Or like the Lunming County lady, some female birds will spend some money on the same sex to solve physiological problems. Fox Mom is not surprised by the behavior of Luan birds, but she simply didn't expect that the Luan bird bloodline owners in Xiaoyu City also learned the customs of Luan birds. After listening to his mother's story, Su Yan's head was full of question marks and said, the whole tribe chooses not to marry and have children. Will the Luan bird tribe have the next generation in the future? Why not the next generation? Fox Mom asked Su Yan back. Only some of them choose not to marry and have children. A larger part of them choose to skip the stages of knowing, getting to know, and falling in love, and directly jump to the stage of giving birth to cubs and hatching eggs when they meet. After giving birth, they run away to avoid developing feelings and causing themselves to be overwhelmed. So little fox, you should take it easy. The Lunming County lady is not a good match. Mother doesn't want to see the two of you lingering and jumping off the cliff to commit suicide. Makes sense. Su Yan couldn't help but sigh in his heart when he heard this, and he admired his mother's imagination. Because of the conversation, the mother and son stayed in the back hall of the government office for a while, because he needed to meet a friend later. Su Yan did not continue to hitchhike in Lai Hu's mother's arms. Brother Zhou, what's the pose you guys are in? Su Yan came to the backyard of the government office and saw Feng Shiqi carrying 2 bamboo poles on his shoulders, while Zhou Yu was lying on the bamboo poles with his arms open. Su Yan thought they were driving corpses at first glance. Brother Su. Woo. Seeing his good brother return, Zhou Yu was stunned at first. And then his eyes became wet as if he was about to cry. I'm suffering without you. Brother. Zhou Yu's upper body was lying on the bamboo poles, and his thighs were open in an O shape, not falling to the ground. Su Yin felt that his pose was weird no matter how he looked at him. He's just looking for trouble. After seeing Su Yin, Feng Shiqi rolled her eyes at Zhou Yu and said, this guy knew that there were plant monsters in the forest, but he still went to the flower field to find the flower fairy protected by the plant monster to draw a picture. Drawing a picture is fine, but in the end, he even wanted to put the flower fairy in the teacup to soak in water. It's not necessary to make tea like this. Right? Su Yin saw that Zhou Yu couldn't close his legs after falling to the ground, and walked with his legs spread out like a crab. He couldn't help but wonder what his good brother had experienced to end up like this. Feng Shiqi didn't say anything, but he suddenly raised his right hand, which was originally hanging by his side, to the position of the philtrum, and then clenched it heavily, as if holding something, and dragged it around in front of Su Yin for a few circles. He was caught by the plant monster. If he hadn't had the title of Flower County Magistrate, it wouldn't be as simple as letting the plant monster control him and walk his bird in the forest. I'm just curious, isn't it? Zhou Yu refuted Feng Shiqi as if he was still unconvinced. As Brother Su said, the flower fairy will indeed emit a strange fragrance when put into the water. How can I write a book without verifying it myself? The whole book I wrote is aimed at being passed down through the ages. How can I write false content that has not been verified? Ah hiss. Zhou Yu was slightly excited when he spoke, and he mentioned the red and swollen wound, which made him take a breath of cold air. You should take the medicine first. Su Yin shook his head helplessly and said, I met the medical fairy on the way back. She said that she had an urgent matter to deal with, so I asked me to bring the plaster to you. As he said that, Su Yin took out the glass bottle and plaster for Zhou Yu, who couldn't close his legs because of the poisoning of Wuming. The plaster is used to reduce swelling and remove blood stasis, while the pill is highly effective in relieving pain and detoxification. Normally, it would not be so difficult. Zhou Yu was a Jindon stage cultivator, but the bad thing was that the plant monster Zhou Yu encountered was poisonous, which made his wound swell up to the size of a fist. The Fairy of Medicine ran out of medicinal materials, so she went to the Red King's mansion to purchase medicinal materials. Otherwise Zhou Yu might not have any descendants. I don't need to thank you for your great kindness. I will be yours after returning to Xiaoyu City. After taking the Fairy of Medicine's elixir, Zhou Yu felt that the unbearable stinging pain had disappeared, and the pain was also going away. Zhou Yu, who had agile legs, did nothing. He ran to the toilet with his crab steps, shivered against the door, and after applying the plaster, he finally showed a relaxed expression, and said to Su Yin with a smile. If Su Yin had not returned in time, Zhou Yu might have really urinated in his pants. Feng Shiqi's care only included assisting Zhou Yu in walking, but did not include the business of sending him to the toilet to help him pull up his pants. As the saying goes, men and women should not touch each other. If Zhou Yu dared to make such an unreasonable request, Feng Shiqi would strangle him to death. At least Zhou Yu could not escape from castration. Only by turning Zhou Yu into a sister could the shame be washed away. Zhou Yu was deeply grateful that Su Yin came in time and saved his life. Otherwise, he dared not think about what to do if he really peed in his pants. Therefore, Zhou Yu felt that he had to ask Su Yin to drink a lot of wine, even if it cost hundreds of kilograms of spirit stones. It was worth it. Without Su Yin, his reputation would be gone. Who is this? Zhou Yu looked at Su Yin with a smile on his face, and then looked at the fairy beside Su Yin. My mother. Su Yin introduced Fox Mom to Zhou Yu and Feng Shiqi. Zhou Yu's smile froze. He looked back at Fox Mom and smiled awkwardly. Ha ha ha. Auntie. Lo. I was just talking casually just now. I definitely won't go to Wanhua Pavilion. Huh? Feng Shiqi's eyes lit up when she saw Fox Mom. She almost threw away her reserve and blurted out the word mother-in-law. Chapter 267. I have no appetite just looking at it. Where is Sister Qingyao? I don't see her. Su Yin helped Zhou Yu sit on the chair, and took out the seafood from the storage ring, and handed it to the monkeys, who had just joined the flower office not long ago, and told them to take it from the kitchen and cook it before serving it. Su Yin looked around in surprise, but he didn't see Qingyao, the nine-tailed fox. She said she needed to retreat for a while, and now she is squatting in the fairy doctor's manner to practice. Zhou Yu sat on the chair with his legs spread out, answering Su Yin's doubts, and said, by the way, we have prepared the things you said. You can go and check whether they are suitable for use when the time comes? Before asking for leave, Su Yin found Zhou Yu and asked him to help find some craftsmen to build a stove. No. It may not be appropriate to say that it is a stove. It should be said to be an old-fashioned oven. Do your job. Do your best. The southern part of the flour industry is rich in various types of rice and sugarcane, and the high-profit crops related to spiritual plants are monopolized by the Red King. Therefore, if you want to increase fiscal revenue, you must reprocess the primary processed products to seek higher profits, which can also bring more jobs to the people of Flower City. Su Yin does not need to do well. They just need to spend half a year to create a feasible business model for Master Jean to accept, and do better than the students of the same school. Su Yin actually doesn't know much about ovens, but he has seen kilns for roasting chickens and roasting ducks. So the oven style is basically built with reference to brick kilns. It is a cylinder standing on the ground, and a hollow semicircle is built on it with bricks and stones, plus a chimney. The bottom of the oven can be placed on charcoal fire, and the hollow semicircular brick kiln has an opening with a platform inside. Just put the things to be baked in it, and close the iron door to bake the food. The kiln is simple, but it can be used. Ahem. 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 Su Yin tested the ceiling of the kiln, and saw that the kiln had been preheated. He also accidentally glanced at the 3 monkeys, who had finished processing the seafood and just sat down to drink a sip of tea. Su Yin coughed twice, attracted the attention of the monkeys, and smiled. Can you knead dough? The monkeys nodded subconsciously. Come on. I'll teach you how to make egg cakes, Su Yin said in a persuasive way. Su Yin doesn't know how to make Western pastries, but there are also things similar to cakes in Chinese. There is something called egg cake in Su Yin's childhood memories. The method of making it is also simple. You just need to put some eggs and flour and stir them into batter, and add a lethal amount of white sugar, and then continue to stir. Now the oven is ready, and Fox Mom is sitting outside drinking tea. It would be unreasonable not to make some snacks for Fox Mom to eat. Right? Yeah. Under Su Yin's command, a monkey took a brand new pot scrubbing broom and frantically beat the egg liquid, then added flour and sucrose to it. After the egg paste was completely beaten, the monkey was half dead. Su Yin tasted it and felt that it was too sweet, so he asked the monkey to add some lemon juice and sent it to the kiln. Su Yin looked at the other 2 monkeys and said, "It's not time to rest yet. You two, play rock, paper, scissors. One of you carries a cow for me. Remember? It must be a cow. Of course, if you can be a cow demon, that's fine too. The other one goes to find fruit. Fresh fruit with sweet and sour taste." The 2 monkeys looked at each other and swallowed their saliva at the same time. It was not difficult to find fruits, but stealing cows, or stealing cow monsters, would cost one's life if one was not careful. Rock, paper, scissors could be said to be a game of life and death. The 2 monkeys looked tragic and began to use rock, paper, scissors to decide who would sacrifice for their master. What are you doing? Su Yin wanted to take out the spirit stone from the storage ring and let the 2 monkeys use it as payment. When Su Yin found the broken spirit stone, the monkeys had already started writing suicide notes. They were stunned by their actions when they saw Su Yin. I asked you to buy it, but you wanted to rob it? Where did you learn this bad habit? It's not a rare thing. After Su Yin taught the monkeys how to make egg cakes and cream, he returned to the courtyard of the government office and sat at the table to eat. What did you do just now? It took so long, the fox mother asked curiously when she saw Su Yin coming back. Just now. The monkeys could be heard screaming from time to time in the kitchen. Fox Mom used her spiritual sense to see, but she didn't understand what Su Yin was doing. She saw the monkeys stirring a ball of batter like crazy. A local specialty. Right? Su Yin said with a smile on his face. A product used to make beautiful achievements for the dean to accept. Of course, there are other things besides this, such as chewing gum that replaces chicken tongue fragrance and some fruit wine. But now we are just starting out, so we can't make so much. In front of Fox Mom, Su Yin's nose was up in the air, and he proudly told Fox Mom about his business plan. Of course, it's just talk on paper now. Su Yin hasn't made a product yet. Whether it can succeed or not depends on whether the product can be sold. If it can be sold well, Su Yin can naturally expand production capacity directly. This is the egg cake you mentioned. It was afternoon, and the monkeys, who had been waiting in front of the kiln, finally brought out the finished egg cake. On a ceramic plate, there was a cake covered with mulberry juice cream, and a spoon was placed next to it. Fox Mom looked at the cake, but didn't start eating it. Instead, she pondered for a long time before commenting, The color is so ugly that I have no desire to eat it at all. I even think it might be poisonous. Mulberries are blue-purple when they are ripe. But they are also very sweet when they are ripe. The monkey couldn't find any sour and sweet fruits at the moment. So he could only mash some unripe fruits into sauce, and add them to the cream. As a result, the outer layer of the cake showed an uneven purple-blue color, and one look at it made him lose his appetite. But seeing the little fox's filial piety, and the look of expectation on his face for her comments, Fox Mom had to bite the bullet, and put a spoonful into her mouth to chew. How should I say it? So sweet. Fox Mom put down the spoon after eating 2 bites, and didn't want to eat any more. Especially after eating the mulberry sauce on the surface, and the egg cake inside. It was so sweet that it made me sick. After seeing Fox Mom finish her comments, Su Yan looked at Liaoming County Lord Feng Shiqi and his good brother Zhou Yu again. And is right. It is indeed too sweet. Reducing the amount of sucrose can also reduce some costs. Liaoming County Lady also agreed with Fox Mother's opinion. And she could openly watch the beauty walk away in disgust. I think it's okay. Feng Shiqi licked the cream on her lips, and gave Su Yan a big thumbs up. She loves sweet food. She usually adds 2 taels of sugar to her sugar water to make it tasty. What about you, Brother Zhou? Su Yan looked at Zhou Yu and asked. Zhou Yu waved his hand and said, I don't eat sour food. Wouldn't such a large portion of mulberry topping be killing me? Then, reduce the amount of sugar, and make another portion. Su Yan looked at the 3 monkeys and said, As for jam, I remember that strawberries seem to be on the market now. Go buy some strawberries and try again. The 3 monkeys were silent, and looked at each other's right hands, which were sore and swollen from stirring the batter. Master, I feel that your business is not going well now. This egg cake is quite demanding on the arms and monkeys. Chapter 268 At night. A mahjong table was gathered in the dormitory. Squeak. The 3 monkeys in the government office. When they were so tired of stirring the egg batter that their limbs were about to twitch, finally made a cake that Fox Mother was willing to eat. The 3 monkeys were so wrong that they cried. But after receiving the reward from Su Yan, they immediately became happy, and ran to the dormitory to hide the spiritual stones. There are still too few people trying the taste. When we have time, we will go out to distribute some egg cakes on a chosen day, and let everyone evaluate the taste, and do a survey. Su Yan finished eating the cake on the ceramic plate, and felt that it tasted quite good. But it was just a good taste that could be eaten as a dessert. It was of no benefit to the monks. There was still a lot of preparation work to be done before the egg cake could be sold. But compared with the sale of egg cakes on the market, after an afternoon of communication, Su Yan also learned about some changes that had taken place in the Flower City during his absence. First of all, the construction has recruited enough people. The Red King funded the reconstruction of Flower City and the construction of roads. He also built an official road that leads directly to the Red King's fiefdom. In the future, merchants can come to Flower City to do business directly without the promise of the merchant in the Red King's fiefdom. In the past, it was difficult for merchants to come here, and all commodity transactions were based on the prices of the Red King Guild, the price the guild said to buy, and the price of the crops produced in Flower City was paid to the guild. The reason why the landlords and tenants did not starve to death was purely because the clans were subsidizing them, and did not let the monks under them make trouble because of hunger, so that the Red King could take control of the flower area without bloodshed. As for selling to other areas, it can't be sold at all. Once it is sold, the Red King can even accuse the flower people of treason and go directly to the Emperor Wuxing to sue the flower people for selling supplies to the enemy country, and selling them to the demon sect to support anti-Xiaoyu elements. The bones of the flower clan are also considered hard. They have been holding on until now. With the transfer of control, the Red King gradually lifted the previous secret blockade of people's livelihood and strict iron laws, and loosened the iron chains tied to the flower monks. With the loosening of various strict iron laws, the flower official office also changed from a small transparent to an important institution. The flower official office needs to control public security. Most of the clans in the southern Xinjiang region were slaughtered by the Red King, resulting in many refugees on the edge of the flower area. The Red King's mansion has already ordered the flower official office to pay attention to the situation in this regard, and prevent the breeding of Nightmare Town people. At that time, the Red King's mansion will allocate funds, and send some soldiers to the flower official office for assistance. The power of the flower area clans was transferred, and with it came the obligations brought by power. In the past few days, Liaoming County Lord and Zhou Yu have been recruiting yamen runners to deal with the increasingly serious public security problems, arresting refugees entering the country, street robbers and hooligans, and all kinds of crimes, and focusing on cracking down on rapists who molest women. The government offices are now overwhelmed. They need to supervise the progress of the construction projects, organize the landlords to contact the tenants to carry out reasonable spring plowing, so as to avoid the products being too monotonous and unable to sell at a high price during the autumn harvest, and organize border patrol teams to crack down on the riots of refugees and the preaching of the nightmare sect. The government offices are facing a serious shortage of staff, although the problem of the flower office is urgent. Su Yin is not too anxious. After all, Fox Mom is still here. I will talk to Hua Clan in general by another day. They can't really do nothing. Right? You? If you really don't care about anything, Su will collect the fine. Although the clan has given up power, their interests in the flower area have not been given up. As Master Jean said, we must judge the situation and make a judgment that is beneficial to ourselves. Now everyone is in the legal framework constructed by Emperor Wuxian. The role of the law is to protect the weak in the Xia Yu dynasty, and the law is a shackle on the strong. If the clan really does nothing, then Su Yin can only hold the official county magistrate and start the process. At that time, without saying anything, he will go directly to the Red King to report the clans in the flower area, accusing them of monopolizing the land and disrupting the price of sugar in the Xia Yu dynasty, and hoarding a large amount of armor and weapons in the clan land, suspected of treason. Of course, all this is premised on the failure of the two sides to negotiate. Otherwise Su Yin would not be willing to do this, because it seems to be fun to do this. But he is offending people from beginning to end. He and his clan can be said to have lost a lot, and only the Red King can benefit secretly, and count the spirit stones with a smile. What are you thinking about? Why don't you rest quickly? If you don't follow the 3 meals and don't sleep, it's easy to grow short. At night, Su Yin sat in front of the desk in the dormitory and used charcoal to record the actual itinerary, and wrote the plan he had just thought of in his mind on the book. I'll go to bed later. Su Yin looked at the fox mother on the bed, said, and then accelerated his writing speed. Of course, serious people don't write diaries, and if they do, they won't write down what they think in their hearts. The reason why Su Yin wrote it is entirely because this is the homework assigned by Master Jean. All students who go outings have to write it. Master Jean will check the itinerary books of all members from time to time. If they find that they haven't written it, they will be sentenced to hang a lazy dog sign on their chest and parade for 3 weeks. If the second random check finds that the work has not been written, the punishment will be directly imposed according to the case of Trist in the Imperial City. Male cultivators will take off their pants and hang them on the city gate, while female cultivators will take off their pants and beat them with a stick in the Imperial City. And demon cultivators will be directly locked up. Su Yin felt that he was still young and might not need it for the time being. But he didn't want to be locked up. He didn't even want to know what those locks looked like. Go to bed. Su Yin finished recording his itinerary, then put away his homework book, stretched his waist, and turned into a fox and jumped onto the bed, and jumped into the fox mother's arms very skillfully, and sat down. Although Su Yin now has the status of a Jin Dan cultivator, he can do fasting for several months and short-term sleepless nights. But generally speaking, no cultivator does this. His body is still made of flesh, and he cannot be immortal like an earthly immortal. Long-term sleeplessness is a burden on the spirit, and it will inevitably affect the sensitivity of the senses. Fasting also uses the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to replenish. So you will still be hungry when you are hungry. Muma, whose little fox is this? It's so cute that the fox can't help but kiss it. Mother Fox hugged Su Yin and gave him a deep kiss, rubbing her cheek against Su Yin's cheek fiercely. So it's your biological child? No wonder he's so cute. Yes. Yes. Go to sleep. We still have to go to Hua's and General Bai's place tomorrow. Su Yin rolled his eyes, and as usual, he turned into a pillow for Fox Mom to hug and sleep. He was not unfamiliar with this. Fox Mom did not choose to sleep, but sat cross-legged on the bed to breathe, letting Su Yin sleep on her legs with her thighs as a pillow. As an incarnation, she naturally did not need to practice. But it was precisely because she was an incarnation that she had to breathe to replenish her mana. Otherwise she would dissipate after the mana was exhausted. It was a rare trip for Fox Mom to go home so quickly. I just finished watching the little fox here, so I naturally couldn't be partial to the dragon father who needed to visit him hard at work. Fox Mom had just calmed down to breathe, and suddenly she felt a strange feeling on her skin, causing her to open her eyes and see the woman in a black dress sitting sideways on the bed. Senior Tain, what are you doing? The Lord of the Night looked at Su Qing and said, "Waiting for someone." Su Yan, who was sleeping soundly because he felt safe, didn't know that his dormitory was so lively in the early morning, and even had a mahjong table. "Senior, who are you waiting for? Do you need help?" "No. She is sleeping there." Fox Mom looked down at Su Yan, then glanced at the Lord of the Night sitting beside the bed, and a question mark appeared on her head. "Are you a fan of this?" Chapter 269. The tail popped out. "Do you want to accept a disciple?" Fox Mother looked at the director of the training department of the Lord of the Night, and pondered and proposed a possibility. "I'm just waiting for someone. You don't need to care about me." The Lord of the Night pointed at Su Yan, looked at Fox Mother, and asked casually, "Are foxes so dishonest when they sleep?" Su Yan, who was sleeping in the arms of Fox Mother, was not too elegant in his sleeping posture, and often moved around there. Although the Lord of the Night had the experience of being a mother, the time was also very short. Compared with the time she existed, it was only a blink of an eye. The Lord of the Night is the oldest existence of the Tengu clan, and she can also be among the top in terms of the long existence in the cultivation world. She hopes that her bloodline can continue, and this time she will take care of the child herself to ensure the health of the child. So after meeting Fox Mother by chance, the Lord of the Night asked some knowledge about parenting. Old tree blooms? Listening to the questions asked by the Lord of the Night, the Fox Mother answered fluently on the surface, but in her heart, she couldn't help but say an extremely offensive word. The questions asked by the Lord of the Night were all related to taking care of the cubs, but the demons all knew that the husband of the Lord of the Night had passed away many years ago, and since then, the Lord of the Night has never looked for a partner again. Now, he suddenly opened his mouth and asked her about parenting knowledge. It was hard for the Fox Mother not to suspect that the Lord of the Night had secretly found a partner. It shouldn't be the little fox. Otherwise the little fox wouldn't have been scared to the point of shouting that there were dirty things in the inn yesterday morning, and just wanted to escape from here. But what does the Lord of the Night mean by waiting for someone, and saying that he is sleeping here? This old woman wouldn't be attracted by the nine-tailed fox appearance of my little fox, and the extremely masculine and strong physique of the dragon clan, and want to raise a child husband? Raise the little fox to look like what she likes? The Fox Mother was full of slander in her heart, guessing what the Lord of the Night came to Su Yan for. Fox Mom is very satisfied with her little Yazi, and she often feels that Su Yan would choose to be born with the appearance of a nine-tailed fox, and inherit his father's dragon physique and water talent. Therefore, Fox Mom has every reason to suspect that the Lord of the Night really wants to raise a child husband. For beings like them, hundreds of years are like a fleeting moment, and hundreds of years are enough for Su Yan to grow into a strong and powerful fox. Will someone like Su Yan get up in the morning? Will he need a maid to relieve his worries? The Lord of the Night started asking about taking care of the cub, and then asked about the matters of the childhood, and then asked about the teenage period. Well, I don't know either. The Lord of the Night's tricky and strange questions completely stumped Fox Mom this time, because Su Yan is an extremely worry-free fox. When he hatched, he knew to chew the egg all by himself. When he was hungry, he knew to run to Fox Mom's arms to get food. He also knew to call when he was in a hurry, and he learned to read and write automatically and consciously. Fox Mom usually takes care of Su Yan. She only needs to take Su Yan to play around and teach him some basic common sense about how to live in the world of cultivation. There will be no scenes of exhaustion and vomiting blood. Fox Mom herself has never seen many of the questions asked by the Lord of the Night. Fox Mom has never seen diaper changing and poop shoveling, and she was shocked. How do I know whether it is better to change the diaper by hand or by telekinesis? The little fox has never peed in his pants. After a long conversation, the Lord of the Night disappeared into the void. After a while, Su Yan's eyelids moved slightly, and his consciousness gradually woke up from his deep sleep. Su Yan saw himself sleeping on the chest of Fox Mom. Su Yan got up from Fox Mom's arms, and looked at his snow-white fur. After finding that there was no trace of flower oil, he breathed a sigh of relief and stretched his waist, saying, "Good morning, Mother. Is there anything you want to eat for breakfast?" The encounter with the dirty things 2 days ago really scared Su Yan, because he left the Highland Inn and did not see the invisible and intangible dirty things. Su Yan was in a good mood when he got up today, so he looked at Fox Mom with a smile on his face and asked what he wanted to eat for breakfast. "You can eat anything. You decide. I'm going to stay in bed for a while." Fox Mom raised her hand and rubbed Su Yan's head. Then she breathed a sigh of relief. Fox Mom didn't feel tired, but her mind was still a little drowsy. She talked with the Lord of the Night for half the night. The questions he asked were too weird. Most of them were parenting matters that Fox Mom had never encountered before. Fox Mom was tired of answering questions. And she couldn't just ignore the Lord of the Night. Fox Mom didn't want to relive the past. Just like skipping classes when she was studying at the Wanyao City Academy. And the Lord of the Night held the back of her neck with one hand and walked in the academy. Oh, poor little fox. People are staring at you before you even open your mouth. Fox Mom turned over on the bed and secretly complained that the Lord of the Night had good taste. Fox Mom didn't know about the Queen Mother. The only thing she could see now was that the Lord of the Night was paying extraordinary attention to the little fox. No demon would believe that he was not going to capture the little fox and take it home as a child husband. Although Fox Mom was reluctant about this matter. She didn't say anything in front of the Lord of the Night. The older he was, the better. Now, he could help take care of the little fox that was wandering outside. With the decision of the Dragon Clan and the Nine-Tailed Fox in the past, it was not unacceptable for Su Yin to be a child husband. Being a child husband was better than being uprooted or tied to the bed, taking medicine all day, and suffering the humiliation of being covered with wounds. After washing up, Su Yin came to the kitchen and looked at the monkeys who were making a fire to cook breakfast, and said, after preparing breakfast later, "You should prepare 3 egg cakes according to the last version yesterday. I need to take them as gifts when it is close to the time of sea." The little fox relied on the power of the big fox and prepared to talk to the Hua family. General Bai and the old mountain god in the flower area. First talk, flower security issues. If you don't care about security issues, at least take care of the spring plowing issues? Do nothing. Do you want to tire us to death? Second talk, when singing the flower nursery rhyme, and asked the clans for some rubbings. Su Yin also wanted to study the complete history of the Jedi Tianong. The flower nursery rhyme was sung by the innate Holy Spirit, and there must be some interesting things in it. Perhaps through the vision of the innate Holy Spirit, we can see how the incident that affected the original fairy world happened. Fox. Just when Su Yin was instructing the monkey to work, Qingya's voice suddenly came from behind him. Su Yin turned around and saw Qingya in a white silk skirt and a white gauze round hat on her head. A group of little foxes followed her. Those little heroes that Su Yin picked up were jumping around Qingya and wanted to touch her. How did you hide this thing? Qingya came in front of Su Yin, bent down, and gradually pulled her long skirt up to her knees, so that her suddenly extra tail popped out from under her skirt. I'm not used to having an extra tail all of a sudden. Is there any way for the demon tribe to take it back? Chapter 270 The Rules of the Flower Office. Hey. Don't point at me. Su Yin saw Qingya slowly pull up her skirt and take out the light-colored fox tail to point at him. Su Yin quickly waved his hand to signal Qingya to stop, saying that this was not very polite. He had never taken out the tail to point at her. So how could he let Qingya point at him with the tail today? Is it so rude? Qingya was slightly stunned when she heard this. And then she slowly put down her skirt, letting the fluffy tail stick to her legs, and said apologetically, "Sorry. I just grew a tail, and didn't know the rules of the demon race." Qingya, as the chief disciple of the medical fairy, is a serious human cultivator. But she has a grafted plant cultivated by the medical fairy transplanted into her body, which has merged the blood of the mixed blood Fennec fox. And her body has demon characteristics. Originally, after fusing the blood of the Fennec fox, Qingya only grew a pair of fox ears. So she wore a round hat and a scarf to cover them, and it did not affect her life. However, as she merged the nine-tailed fox blood obtained from the flower city into her body, the characteristics of the demon race became more obvious. Fox ears are not a big deal, and they will not affect her daily life. But the fox tail is different. Qingya felt that it was very wrong to walk with the tail clamped. Therefore, Qingya came back from the manor early in the morning and wanted to ask Su Yin if there was any way to retract her demon organs that were exposed. Don't all demons have the method of transformation? Then I should be considered a half-demon now. So I can learn it. Right? I don't know how to transform. Su Yin said truthfully with a strange expression on his face. I was born with it. Su Yin really doesn't know how to transform. He was born in human form, with a thought in his mind. He can switch between beast form, orc form, and human form. Qingya asked Su Yin, but she asked the wrong person. Moreover, the complete transformation method can only be learned by the Yuanying stage demons. The Jindan stage demons can only be transformed into human form. Aren't you changing back? Or wait for me first. Su Yin thought about it and ran back to the dormitory. He pulled up the fox mother, who was lying in bed, with a quilt in her arms, and asked her how to use the demon transformation method. The fox mother thought about it, and taught it to Su Yin. Su Yin ran to Qingya, and taught Qingya the transformation method he had asked from the fox mother. Bang! Qingya raised her hand, and pinched the seal to recite the formula for the operation. The next second, a puff of green smoke came out of her body, and a light yellow fox with a shoulder height of about 40 centimeters fell to the ground. The fur of the fennec fox is not too fluffy, but it lies very obediently on the skin. A light yellow fluffy fox tail is as straight as an iron rod. Qingya stood up and looked at Su Yin, then looked at her fox paw, with a speechless expression on her face. Seeing this, Su Yin also revealed his true form. The little snow fox, about 20 centimeters tall, jumped around the fennec fox, which was about 40 centimeters tall. The other little foxes adopted by Su Yin also followed suit and jumped around the fox with their king. Is this the custom and specialty of Xiaoyu? The mother fox lay on the windowsill, watching Su Yin playing with other foxes, and complained. The orthodox nine-tailed foxes came to Xiaoyu and learned to secretly raise little foxes. The fox mother complained about the situation with a double meaning. Her son was really heartless. For the sake of the little fox, he actually went to disturb his good mother, who was staying in bed. Su Yin and Qingya showed their true forms. After playing for a long time, Qingya finally lifted the transformation method that was maintained on her body with a frown on her face. The demon clan used the transformation method to transform into a human form, but Qingya used the transformation method to transform into a fennec fox. It really fulfilled what Su Yin said, that the more she changed, the worse she became. It's fine to have a long tail. There's nothing wrong with having a long tail, Qingya muttered and returned to her dormitory, preparing to take a bath and change clothes to rest. Suddenly, she had an extra tail, so she needed to adapt for a while and think about whether the tail was useful other than fighting. Su Yin and the fox mother had breakfast in the government office, and then went out with freshly baked egg cakes. The government office was now deserted. Juanxia and Feng Shiqi led the Yamen runners to patrol the border early in the morning. Zhou Yu was injured and stayed in the government office to receive the people who came to appeal for justice. The so-called grievances were not big things. It was nothing more than someone's land was plowed beyond the boundary, or someone's bull ran to someone else's house and raped someone else's cow. As a result, the cow gave birth to a calf, and both sides were fighting for ownership. Although they were all trivial matters, they could not be mediated without mediation. Otherwise, the next moment, it would evolve into a knife drawing and slashing between the two sides, turning a trivial matter into a murder case. 1 or 2 murders would be fine, but I am afraid that it would eventually lead to a mass fight between 2 or more villages. The county magistrate would mediate if he could, and directly intervene with force if he could not mediate. The crops were planted beyond the boundary, and you all refused to accept it. Now this county magistrate takes it home and stir-fries it. Are you all satisfied? The cow gave birth to a calf, and you all wanted to fight. Right? No problem. I will sell it in the city, and we will share the money together, or you can negotiate again. If no one is willing to give in, then give a solution that no one can accept, and both sides will know how to calm down and negotiate with each other to solve the problem. The government office taken over by Su Yin and his team is mainly shameless and even more unruly than the unruly people outside the Flower City, where the Hua clan members gather. Ha! How come County Magistrate Su has so much time to come to the wilderness today? Hua Yin, the current head of the Hua family, received a notice from his clansmen that Su Yin was coming to visit. So he moved from the study to the guest garden and greeted Su Yin with a smile. It's been a long time since I last saw Master Hua. Although Su Yin was 2 heads shorter than Hua Yin, he felt 1,000 feet taller when he thought of Fox Mom supporting him. He said, "It's nothing important. I just want to ask Master Hua for help. We were invaded by southern Xinjiang not long ago, causing heavy losses to our Flower City." Su Yin opened the beautifully packaged wooden box, revealing a layer of strawberry cream egg cake inside, and said with a smile, "So we thought, is it possible to benefit the people? I came here today just to let Master Hua try our reprocessed sugar products. If there is a way, we may be able to increase the price of sugar and get involved in the pastry field that we have never been involved in before." Master Hua was stunned when he heard this. He thought Su Yin had something to do in the gathering place of the Hua clan, or was ready to make a scene. But he didn't expect that Su Yin came to his house today just for a pastry. Well, if the price of sugar cane can be raised, it will be a great thing for our Flower City. Let me try the cakes that Magistrate Su mentioned. Hua Yin carefully looked at the cakes on the stone table. The cakes were light pink and exuded a strawberry fragrance. They were quite delicate and elegant with a white porcelain plate. After confirming that there was no poison, Hua Yin picked up the porcelain plate and silver spoon to taste the cake. By the way, is the head of the Hua family interested in suppressing bandits? Su Yin suddenly asked. Here they come. Hua Yin paused while eating the cakes, looked at Su Yin with a puzzled look on her face and said, Magistrate Su, why do you say that? Chapter 271 Recruitment. Why does Magistrate Su say that? Our flower district has always been famous for its poverty. How could there be bandits? When Su Yin spoke, Hua Yin immediately pretended to be confused. There were naturally no robbers in the flower district before, nor were there any mountain bandits. At that time, all the areas in the mountains and forests were under the jurisdiction of General Bai, and the public security inside and outside the city was managed by the Hua family and other clans. Once the criminals were caught, they would be punished according to the ancient methods of the flower district: beating to death for stealing property, drowning for raping other people's wives and daughters, being beaten to death for taking human lives lightly, and strangling for breaking faith. In the past, the public security in the flower district was quite good, except for the fights caused by clan friction. There were no vicious incidents. However, after the clans and monsters transferred power to the flower office, the clans and monsters, who were originally responsible for public security, naturally withdrew. Hua Yin certainly knew that because of the invasion of the southern Xinjiang region, many people in the flower and vegetable areas had difficulties in life. In addition, there were no demon patrols in the mountains and forests, and many southern Xinjiang foreign tribes smashed, looted, raped and plundered in the flower and vegetable areas. But this is no longer the clan's business. They also need to spend money to be responsible for public security. If a clan member is injured, he needs to pay money, buy medicine, and even damage the houses. It takes money and effort to repair. Now that the taxation power in the city has been taken by the Red King, the clan is naturally unwilling to come forward and do a losing business. Therefore, when Su Yin mentioned the suppression of bandits, Hua Yin already knew the purpose of Su Yin's visit, and immediately began to pretend to be confused and asked nothing. And even asked Su Yin, how could there be bandits in the flower and vegetable areas that are so poor? Is the cake taste okay? Although it is just made of ordinary materials. I plan to use the most exquisite wooden box as packaging to attract the wives and girls of Xia Yu's upper class. Seeing that Hua Yin pretended to be stupid and had already rejected his proposal, Su Yin was not in a hurry, so he shifted the topic to the cake. Su Yin came to the Hua family, not only to discuss the refugees and bandits in southern Xinjiang, but also to attract investment. It tastes really good. I like it, Hua Yin said with a smile. But he had no intention of touching the cake on the table. If it was just eating and drinking, it would be fine. Hua Yin could finish the sweet cake directly. But Su Yan's cake was wrapped with other things. He would not touch it again before he understood. If it is a business, can it succeed? Su Yan looked at Hua Yin and asked. As I said, focus on the upper market? Regarding the cake, although Su Yan had his own plan, business matters naturally required market research. It is useless if you think it is feasible. It is only if the person who pays the money thinks it is feasible. Whether it will succeed or not is not up to me, Hua Yin said with a smile. There are too many unexpected possibilities. Pastries are not exclusive products. No matter how complicated the production process is, it can only be exclusive for a period of time. Of course, I don't doubt the consumption power of the upper class. When the pastries are unique, they can make money. But once they are cracked and everywhere on the street, they are no longer valuable. Su Yan's path is very clear. He is ready to spend a lot of money directly, and use the sweet taste and extremely exquisite packaging to get into the eyes of Xia Yu's upper class. Let this cake become the food of the nobility, and artificially give it an expensive and high-end attribute. As for how to get in, Hua Yin has no doubt that the identity of the county magistrate in front of him may not be simple, and he can even talk to the Taisher, one of the 3 masters of Xia Yu. It is not too easy to mix into the upper-class nobles of Xia Yu. If you can make money for a while, you can make money for a while. If you can't make excess returns, there are naturally other ways. Su Yin did not elaborate on how to make it unique in the future, but directly said, is the head of the Hua family interested in investing? Invest? Hua Yin showed a surprised expression on her cheek, and looked at Su Yin with an extremely strange expression. When I was in Huahua City, the cake workshop was naturally my business. But I was just a passerby, and would go back after a while. When Su Yin said this, there was an obvious look of dissatisfaction on his cheek. It's better not to do business with Chi Wang. Su Yin was afraid that as soon as he left, Chi Wang Mansion would run to his aunt's house to inform him that the cake workshop had a fire. And then Chi Wang would launch his own exclusive cake. Therefore, if you want to do business in the flower area, it is useless to have spiritual stones. It is okay if someone is watching. But no one is watching. With the greedy character of the Red King, who knows what he can do. Of course, in addition to this consideration, Su Yin is also in a difficult situation now. The storage ring is indeed in hand, but it needs to be kept by Master Jean for a few days. Cheating is not allowed on the outing. And Su Yin does not want to let Master Jean knock all the slaps. It's interesting. After Hua Yin pondered for a long time, he said, I am really interested in it. Let's talk about it. This pastry is really interesting. Especially the sweet and smooth taste is really pleasing. You can definitely make money. But how to divide the account? And what kind of risks do you need to take? As a clan, the Hua family has many people in the family. So it is naturally impossible to give up the opportunity to make money in front of them. The cost of cultivation is not a small amount. Therefore, after confirming that there is a market for this pastry, Hua Yin directly started to talk about the way to divide the account. When doing business in the southern region, people always deal with villains first and gentlemen second. If the account sharing issue is not discussed, there is no need to continue discussing other matters. It was almost noon. About the suppression of bandits. The discussion about the pastry business was almost over. And Su Yin spoke again at this moment. Impossible. There are absolutely no bandits. Hua Yin still pretended to be stupid and didn't respond at all. Let's put things in order. Making money is a private cooperation between the two parties. Suppressing bandits is Chi Wang's business. Chi Wang had beaten him not long ago. I am not a cheap bone. How can I continue to approach him with a shameless face? No. I want to ask. Are there any brothers in the clan or in the mountains who want to make money? Please ask the head of the Hua family for me. Su Yin said, regarding the suppression of bandits. Now that the Chi Wang army is plundering in southern Xinjiang and can't spare any time, the Chi Wang mansion naturally allocated a sum of money to the flower office and asked the county magistrate of the office to find some temporary workers to take over first. It's difficult to ask the government to find someone. And it's even more difficult to find a monk. The old man Chi Wang has offended all the natives. They are not cheap. So how could they come over? But if someone else were to ask, it would not be difficult to recruit cultivators. Su Yin had been laying the groundwork for so long. Just for this sentence. I asked you for help. But you didn't agree. But you are an old man who has benefited from me. And I paid you. You family leaders are indeed rich. But do you really have no poor buddies under your command? It's not difficult to say something. Just say it. You don't have it here. And I don't believe that no one from the demon clan is willing to come to collect spirit stones. TSK. Hua Yin pondered for a long time. TSK. And said, then I'll ask for you. As for the wages, do you understand what I mean? I understand. Report it to the big newspaper. The Yamen runners will get a lot. And the rest will be split 190%, and we will take the kickback from the Red King. 370%? 280% is fine. Chapter 272 Su Yin's Dark History. Happy Cooperation. After having lunch in the Hua clan's land, Hua Yin, the head of the Hua family, smiled and said Su Yin and Fox Mom out. The two sides have also reached an agreement on the current cooperation. Hua Yin is willing to help with the cake workshop and the recruitment of temporary Yamen runners in the government office. But there are some twists and turns in the transaction. For the cake workshop, the cooperation between the two sides adopts the OEM production model. Hua Yin said that people will be sent to the major cities of Xiaoyu to conduct taste research. And the Hua family will invest and provide raw materials. At the beginning of the cooperation, the two sides will adopt a 30% to 70% profit-sharing model. And Su Yin can get 30%. The 30% to 70% profit sharing will last until the Hua family recovers its costs. And then Su Yin and the Hua family will share 50% of the profit. If the sales that Su Yin is responsible for can be shipped in large quantities, then Su Yin can get 70% of it. And the Hua family will get the remaining 30%. Of course, this is what Hua Yin said. But Su Yin did not agree. Su Yin didn't want the income from the pastry workshop. Both parties were responsible for their own parts. He was responsible for research and development and formula provision, while Hua Yin was responsible for production. and provided affordable pastries to himself, and did not participate in the management of the workshop. But Su Yan could make suggestions on the workshop's rectification. Hua Yin thought about it and agreed. It was very easy for the two parties to have differences of opinion when managing the workshop together. And Su Yan was also worried that after he left, the actual control of the workshop would be completely lost. So he simply didn't retain the right to rectify all aspects of the workshop. The accounts of the workshop were completely settled. As for the wages of recruiting temporary yamen runners and taking kickbacks from Chi Wang, the two sides just talked about it casually, which were all shady things that could not be counted too clearly. In short, everyone had spirit stones to earn. Hua Yin did not take the share of the money, and let Su Yan pay all the wages, so he could have a good time. On weekdays, he let Chi Wang ride on his head. Now he can eat his spirit stones, no matter how much. In short, this time he won the numbness and made Chi Wang lose money. The little fox is grown up and knows how to fight for the benefits he deserves. The fox mother didn't say much during the whole process, and didn't even introduce herself. After leaving the Hua family, she happily hugged Su Yan from behind and rubbed him. Before coming here, I was thinking whether you would lose in the verbal battle. Let those old men squeeze your little face red, and then change back to your original form like before. Crawl under my skirt, and cry for me to fight you back. I didn't expect you. Mom, seeing the fox mother sighing about her growth, but then talking about the past black history. Su Yan's white and tender cheeks suddenly turned red. He quickly pinched the fox mother's cheeks and started pulling to stop her from continuing to talk about her own things. It happened so many years ago. Don't talk about it. It was just that one time. How can you still remember it? At that time, Su Yan was just about a year old, and the fox mother and the dragon father took Su Yan out for an outing. Su Yan was jumping in the grass when he happened to meet a cultivator flying on a sword. The man immediately sensed the demonic aura on Su Yan. In order to prevent Su Yan from growing up and causing trouble, the man prepared to kill the little demon. Su Yan sensed the malicious intent and saw the escape light. So he ran and rolled towards the fox mother. The bluestone was slippery, and Su Yan slid to the bottom of Fox Mom's skirt and hugged her thighs to stop. Although the encounter was not pleasant, after Fox Mom and Dragon Dad intervened, Su Yan spent a relatively pleasant time with the monk, and he also taught Su Yan how to slide on the grass. The monk lay on the hilly grass, and Fox Mom put Su Yan on the monk's back and let them slide down. My son's fur was dirty, and you don't clean him up and make him happy. Then you give it to me. Do you understand? 3 days passed. In the void of the imperial palace in the main city of Xiaoyu, not far in front of the Wuxing Emperor, a wave-like ripple appeared on the space, and pieces of limbs poured out from the gap in the space and fell to the ground. Finally, a white arm holding a large glazed jar stretched out from the gap in the space, and threw the glazed jar holding Dao Hua Xinjuan in his hand onto the ground of Jingxin Hall. The owner of the white arm did not appear. After throwing Dao Hua Xinjuan in front of Wuxing Emperor, he retreated. Dao Hua Xinjuan, who was sealed in the jar, raised his head and met Wuxing Emperor's eyes. There was no life in those eyes, only indifference. It seemed to say that everything was meaningless to her, and nothing was important. After seeing Wuxing Emperor, Dao Hua Xinjuan showed a very reluctant smile on his cheek. Junior Dao Hua Xinjuan greets the senior. I wonder what instructions the senior has for recruiting me. Although he did not know Wuxing Emperor, the emperor in front of him dressed as a female cultivator was definitely in existence that he could not disobey. Dao Hua Xinjuan slid to his knees and respectfully asked Wuxing Emperor what she wanted to see him for. Wuxing Emperor did not speak, raised his hand, and asked the guards outside the Jingxin Hall to pick up Dao Hua Xinjuan's soul and send it directly to the Demon Suppression Division for soul search. Eunuchs and palace maids followed. The eunuchs picked up the remains of Dao Hua Xinjuan, and the palace maids took out clean water and rags from the storage rings to clean the blood on the ground from Dao Hua Xinjuan's remains. Emperor Wuxing did not speak, and the imperial guards, eunuchs and palace maids did not speak either, but they handled the things here very skillfully, as if they had experienced countless drills. After half an instant's stick of time, Jingxin Hall returned to its former tranquility and peace. Dao Hua Xinjuan's sixth sense was still very accurate, and he was indeed not important to Emperor Wuxing. Therefore, Emperor Wuxing did not say a word, and asked the guards to take Dao Hua Xinjuan to search his soul. The lightning speed and decisiveness of the action made Dao Hua Xinjuan unable to even say a word of temptation or begging for mercy. Dao Hua Xinjuan was now completely dumb, and did not even react to what had happened. The body he occupied was not strong. So he had just sat down in the tea house to rest his feet. And before he could even drink tea, he felt dizzy. And a blue meteorite hit the tea house where he was resting. Dao Huajinjuan had just thought of the words Falling Star City in his mind, when he was instantly dismembered by the cultivators of Falling Star City. When he came to his senses, he appeared in Xiaoyu, and had someone throw him in front of Emperor Wuxian. So what happened? How come they had never dealt with Falling Star City? Why could they find him through astrology? Who was the woman dressed as an emperor in front of him? Before Dao Huajinjuan was searched for his soul, he was thinking about which immortal he had offended. With the arrest of Dao Huajinjuan, the wanted order for his name on the gold list was also withdrawn. Sister Sierra also came back from outside leisurely and ran to Princess Wux's house. Little lazy fox. Get up. We are leaving. Don't be crazy so late at night. Princess Wuxi asked Sister Sierra to hold her hind legs and glance at the dark scenery outside the window. The fox's little paws tightly grabbed the sheets and kicked her legs, asking Sister Sierra to stop making trouble. Chapter 273 in short. Just don't find me a stepmother. In the government office of Flower City, Shiwan territory. Finally found it. It turned out to be hidden here. As Su Yan negotiated with the indigenous clan, Hua Yin, the head of the Hua family, spoke for the government office and helped recruit workers. The public security pressure faced by the government office was reduced sharply. The monks recruited by Hua Yin were originally responsible for patrolling Flower City and the mountains. They didn't even need training. After they came to the government office and got the yamen clothes, they went to work with knives. After dealing with these important matters, Su Yin finally took time to deal with another matter. That is to find the little dragon girl who exudes negative emotions all day and likes to make big promises. She came to Flower City with her old father, chasing the mythical beast by Zai. Su Yin returned to Flower City from Binhai City and looked around but didn't see Zai Longnu. Originally, he thought she had left Flower City long ago. But Su Yin learned from Zhou Yu that Zai Longnu had not left. Occasionally, he could see Zai Longnu going out to eat in the middle of the night. Su Yin couldn't find Xiao Longnu, so he knew that Xiao Longnu was still staying at the flower office. Are you playing optical camouflage here? At the entrance of the cellar of the flower office, Su Yin looked up with a speechless face, looking at the top of the entrance. The visibility of the cellar was not high to begin with, and after the cellar door was opened, the area above the pavilion became even darker under the light of the door. And Xiao Longnu pulled a piece of black cloth on it, and also arranged a hidden and quiet formation to cover herself in it. The black cloth was like a hammock across the door, blending in with the dim light around. If Xiao Longnu hadn't been not very honest in her sleep and kicked her white feet out when she turned over, Su Yin would not have noticed that there was a real dragon hidden in the visual blind spot. Wake up. It's time to eat. Su Yin looked around, picked up a wooden rake used to rake rice, walked to the entrance of the cellar, grabbed the wooden rake, and poked it with the handle. After Su Yin had been poking her for a while, Xiao Longnu reluctantly opened her eyes in the black hammock, and looked at Su Yin below with a wandering and slightly dull gaze, saying, "What happened? You ran to my bed early in the morning and poked me with something. Didn't you say you would teach me magic?" Su Yin took 2 steps back and looked at Xiao Longnu, who had just been poked awake but had not yet completely recovered from her daze. "I've been looking for you for several days." "Oh!" Xiao Longnu responded to Su Yin, thought about it, and it seemed that this was really the case, and said, "Let's talk about it after you wake up." After that, Xiao Longnu laid down on the hammock again and picked up the black pillow to cover her ears. "When will you wake up?" "I'll tell you at midnight. The dragons usually move at night and go home to rest after a night of revelry." Su Yin woke Xiao Longnu up early in the morning, just like pulling someone who had not slept for several days out of bed. Apart from some vague answers of him and ah, it was impossible to ask anything meaningful. "Okay, I'll come to you tonight." Su Yin glanced at Xiao Longnu, muttered a spider spirit in his heart, and closed the cellar door. Xiao Longnu raised her hand when she heard the voice, and used the power of telekinesis to pick up the wooden rake that Su Yin had just poked her with. She will stab back tonight. Those who disturbed her sweet dreams should be punished. After Su Yin left the cellar, he returned to the courtyard of the government office. The fox mother was sleeping on the recliner, sleeping in the sun, with a leisurely and comfortable face. The little foxes originally adopted by Su Yin squatted beside the recliner, guarding the big fox with solemn faces. Pills really can't be eaten randomly. There were more than 20 little foxes, which was lucky. At the beginning, the flower government office was attacked by the wedding dress puppet. causing the pills stored in the government office to suffer. All fell into the mud and became dirty. In the spirit of not wasting, Suyin picked them all up and used them as snacks to feed the little foxes. As a result, 1 or 2 foxes became smart, and they knew how to please people like spirits. At present, the fox mother has the strongest cultivation in the government office. These little foxes circle around the fox mother and even perform some simple talents for the fox mother, such as jumping in a circle. Let Suyin call them shameless. Little fox. Feeling Suyin approaching, the fox mother moved the round fan on her face and sat up. She looked at her big son with a smile on her face and said, "I'm going to visit your father later. Is there anything I need to tell you? The incarnation is too far away from the main body, and the mana in the body will dissipate after it is exhausted." Fox mother played with the little fox for many days, and her mana has been consumed by 2 tints. Therefore, before the incarnation dissipates, Fox mother plans to visit the hard-working dragon father in the universe. A bowl of water must be balanced to ensure that there is no safety hazard on Suyin's side. Fox mother will naturally go to the universe to visit the dragon father. The child's father worked so hard. Isn't it for the family to reunite as soon as possible? If the child's father knew that I ran away from the clan land and only took care of my son and didn't visit him, he would probably be unhappy. Right? When she thought of Long Dad, who was not tall, humming with his arms folded and an unhappy expression on his face, Fox Mom couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Is there anything I need to bring? I don't think so. Right? Suyin pondered for a long time and wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, he didn't say it. He originally wanted Long Dad to work harder and pay attention to his safety so that he wouldn't be caught by the dragon clan. He didn't want to have a bunch of stepmothers on his head for no reason, and a bunch of brothers and sisters crawling on the ground under his feet. Suyin has heard too many stories about stepmothers abusing their stepsons, and he is afraid that Long Dad will find a stepmother who loves fur and then pull out his snow-white hair to knit sweaters. It seems inappropriate for his mother to convey these words. Suyin plans to have a chance to meet Long Dad in the future, and then tell him in person to pay attention to safety and not to find a stepmother for him. By the way, Mother, how about the strength of the Su family? Suyin seemed to remember something, and looked at Fox Mom and asked, "You have the strength of the Su family?" The Fox mother was stunned when she heard this, then smiled and said, "You have the strength of the Su family, but it is also very strong after accumulating over time. Plus there are many relatives. You don't need to care about the adults' affairs, unless you have the ability of the Emperor Wusheng. Don't think about splitting the mountain to save your mother. No. I want to ask, what is the strength of the Su family? So that I can hide a little, so as not to let those old foxes uproot them," Suyin said with a face full of complaints. If he had seen Fox Mother before, Suyin would have thought about it in his mind. But when he saw Fox Mother jumping in front of him, he knew that Fox Mother had not suffered any abuse, but just lived in a large manor on the top of the mountain to reflect on her mistakes. Of course, Suyin is not thinking about saving his mother now. It is better to say that Fox Mother is much more comfortable than himself, living a life of clothing and food. Now he is still hiding. And don't disturb those psychologically abnormal foxes for the time being. Okay. It's actually a good little fox bell. When I am strong enough, I will also tie up your bells. At this moment, Suyin didn't know that the ancestor of the Su family was actually a big female fox. His mind was full of thoughts about tying up the old bells of the elders. Chapter 274. Take you to experience complete childhood memories. Muma. Fox Mother pinched Suyin's little face, kissed him hard, and said with a smile, "Since there is nothing to say to Dad, then Mother will go first and come out to play with you when there is a chance. Remember to eat well and grow up, and find more bad women to kiss, so that you can grow up healthily. Coax your aunt more. Don't look at her poor. Aunt is just a gambler. Her family is very rich. If there is nothing to do, try to get close to her. Maybe you will really have a chance to drink a few sips of immortal grass bath water." "Yeah." Suyin showed reluctance, went forward and hugged Fox Mother and said, "I will try my best not to fall into the net, so as to ensure that Dad will not fall into the net either." "Well, that makes sense. Then you have to work hard." Fox Mother heard the words, and black lines appeared on her forehead. After that, Fox Mother did not continue to stick to the skin and bones, leaped up and turned into a reverse-flying meteor to climb above the planet, heading to the largest known mausoleum in the world of cultivation, the universe and the stars. Hey! Watching Fox Mom leave, Su Yin sat on the lounge chair where Fox Mom had rested and basked in the sun before. Sighed a long time and said a little lonely, "It's so quiet." With Fox Mom's departure, Su Yan's life has officially returned to peace. Compared with the group of elders who gathered together to drink and revel, Su Yan's side is indeed quiet. In the past, in the seaside city, my aunt, Fox Mom, Sister Han Ling, Hatching Chicks, Firefly, Hua Yu, Swatong, Lian Qi, and a large group of my aunt's Taoist friends. Even Master Jean sat at the wine table to chat and talk about everything. And even went to the beach to catch some sea beasts that broadened my horizons. Now that he has returned to Flower City to serve as the county magistrate, Su Yin suddenly has no motivation to be a fox. Going to work is really boring. It's more interesting to be a street kid. I really don't know what's the point of being an official in the court. It's not as good as sleeping until you wake up naturally. Su Yin turned into a fox again, used a pillow to slightly cover his little bell, and lay on the recliner to bask in the sun, ready to have a good sleep. Before taking office as the county magistrate, Su Yin always thought that being an official in Xiaoyu was very comfortable. Every day, he would wake up in the mansion, change into official uniforms, and go to the government office to point out the country. He could cross his legs and bully men and women, and occasionally be greedy. But after taking office, Su Yin realized that being an official in Xiaoyu was not comfortable at all. The first thing he did when he woke up every day was to see if there were any unruly people trying to murder him. Then he had to be busy with the big and small things in the city, from basic people's livelihood to public security and punishment. This is just the experience of being an official. The real county magistrate still needs to prevent the unruly people under his command from reporting. That dog official has not been promoted for a long time, and he has prevented the second and third in command of the government office from getting promoted and getting a raise. He must be incompetent, and he must find a way to report him. And as Su Yin came into contact with the government account books, he gradually discovered a little secret of Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu officials need to pay tribute, starting from the lowest level of local officials, and eventually most of the gray income fell into the national treasury. Seeing this, Su Yin finally understood why the Red King paid hundreds of millions of spirit stones to the Wishing Emperor every year. To put it bluntly, it is a hidden rule. The more tributes paid to the officials of Xiaoyu, and the more they can keep the local people living and working in peace and contentment, the more outstanding the officials' abilities are, and the easier it is to be promoted. This part of the spiritual stones is basically the extra tax quietly taken from the pockets of merchants from all over the country. As a big businessman in Xiaoyu, Qi Wang also controls several large business houses, so he naturally needs to pay this extra tax. However, in name, this tax is paid to Emperor Wuxing in the form of tribute. Tai Bao is responsible for extorting the military group. Tai Fu is responsible for extorting the civil group. And Tai Shi is probably responsible for the final statistics of the account book and reporting to Emperor Wuxing. Those who are stingy will directly check the accounts of the Demon Suppression Division. Being an official in the court will benefit future generations and your own wallet. So why not? As long as you can get into the court, you can get a salary of about 1,000 kilograms of spiritual stones every month. And you can also get extra spiritual stones according to your level of cultivation, and obtain the skills that can be passed down to the family. Just when Su Yin complained about the hard work of being an official, getting up earlier than chickens, and sleeping later than dogs every day, Sister Shear's voice sounded behind Su Yin, smiling and answering Su Yin's doubts. If you can enter the court, you will not only get spiritual stones, they can also obtain a superior status, backed by Emperor Wuxing, and enjoy the blessing of Xiaoyu's luck. Some important officials can even borrow the power of His Majesty through their official badges. Where can you get such good treatment? Our Xiaoyu has always been generous in terms of salary, and even the families of those who died in battle can get a generous resettlement allowance. Xiaoyu's treatment has always been generous. In addition to the basic salary, there are additional cultivation and merit salaries, including the tribute dividend system that Su Yin complained about. The royal family of Xiaoyu took 60% of the tribute, and Xiaoyu divided the remaining 40%. Of course, the income of most Xiaoyu officials cannot be compared with that of Su Yin, a fox who makes money from a side door. Therefore, it is very normal that being an official in Xiaoyu is not attractive to Su Yin. But others may not be able to copy Su Yin's way of making money. Sister Shear? Su Yin, who was sleeping on the recliner, turned his head and opened his eyes to see a girl with a white cloth covering her face and a happiness character on it squatting beside him. Su Yin immediately jumped up from the recliner with a surprised expression. It's been a long time since we last met. Where did you go? Hey! Su Yan's greeting immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of Princess Wuxi behind Sister Sheer. I'm here too. Princess. Do you have Moon Rabbit? As Princess Wuxi spoke, Su Yan noticed Princess Wuxi, who was hidden by Sister Sheer's figure, and the spherical rabbit that was as fat as a ball and could roll down to the foot of the mountain if she slipped. Why is it so fat? Su Yan pointed at the Moon Rabbit with a look of surprise and said, It can't even be seen as a rabbit. Of course I took care of it. The owner of Wuxi County stood up, with her hands on her waist, and boasted to Su Yan. It can eat whatever it wants. There are special people to serve it for breakfast, lunch and dinner. It is always carried in the hands of a young girl when it goes out. How about it, Fox? You are India's. This is the special treatment for submitting to me. The race has changed, Su Yan complained. I guess even his biological mother can't recognize him now. Isn't this a coincidence? Sister Sheer reached out, grabbed Su Yan's neck and lifted him up, smiling and saying, Let's go to the secret realm where the Moon Rabbit clan is, and see with our own eyes whether the Moon Rabbit mother still recognizes this little rabbit. Now, I may need to ask the dean. Hey! What's the point of asking for leave? A childhood without skipping classes and getting beaten is incomplete. Let Sister Sheer help you complete the little fox's childhood. Who wants a childhood like that? Why don't you just go to Luo Heiju and tell him for me? After seeing Princess Wuxi and Moon Rabbit, Su Yan actually understood in his heart why Sister Sheer suddenly appeared in Flower City. Sister Sheer came here specifically to find him, because Sister Sierra said that when she is free, she will send Moon Rabbit back to the Moon Rabbit tribe, and take me and Princess Wuxi with her, to get to know the only alchemist tribe in the demon tribe, Moon Rabbit. Sister Sierra is looking for me now, probably to take me to the Moon Rabbit tribe to get familiar with them. Right? Sister Sierra, please go to Luo Heiju instead. If you ask, the dean will approve your leave. Right? But it's so troublesome. The Grand Master is so long-winded. Chapter 275 Eastern State. Even if I want my childhood to be complete, I have to pack her up anyway. Facing the anxious Sister Sheer, Su Yan did not directly take Sister Sheer's express train. Instead, he ran to the cellar of the government office and flew up and down, and left a letter to his friends, who were out that he and the princess were going out. After doing all this, Su Yan returned to the courtyard. Ready? Let's go! Su Yan dismantled the black hammock of Xiaolongnu, wrapped Xiaolongnu into a package, and carried her on his back. This time, Su Yan said that he would always keep this Xiaolongnu by his side, if he didn't get the method of refining the dragon ball from Xiaolongnu. Su Yan didn't know if he could find her after this trip. Don't let the dragon ball not be condensed by then. And the next time you see Xiaolongnu, you will have urethral stones. Huff. Uff. Uff. The Xiaolongnu, who was carried on Su Yan's back, still didn't open her eyes, and slept very soundly. She had already noticed someone moving her, but after seeing Su Yan and Princess Wuxi, she was too lazy to move. Where does Moon Rabbit live? Su Yan looked at Sister Sheer and Princess Wuxi, and Moon Rabbit, who had not been seen for a long time, jumped to Su Yan's feet, looking at Su Yan with sparkling eyes, and stretched out two small hands for Su Yan to hold it. Although Moon Rabbit is still young, it still remembers that the fox brother in front of it is a good person. Moreover, it is a good person who has not been seen for a long time. Moon Rabbit's home is in the forest north of the eastern state. How should I describe that place? It's very strange. It may not be clear verbally. I will take you there, and you will probably understand it. Sister Sheer thought for a while and said. Sister Sheer did not elaborate on the location of Moon Rabbit, but led the little guys to take the teleportation array and teleported directly to the area north of the eastern state. By the way, don't run around here. After coming out of the teleportation array, Sister Sheer seemed to remember something and warned the three little ones. This is already a marginal city in the eastern state, separated from the demon clan by only a mountain range. The customs and traditions here are different from those in other states. In a word, it is a chaotic war. The human race and the demon clan have been at war here for many years. From time to time, you can see the two clans fighting against each other. It is common to affect the area of hundreds of miles. Therefore, the cities in the eastern state are extremely rare, and there are often millions or tens of millions of people and monks living in a city. The city we are in now is still good, because it is very close to the Pingfeng mountain range. The city here is a mixed place for humans and demons, and some low-end trade is carried out in such a city. Bulk trade and expensive trade all require human merchants to go to the Demon Clan territory through Pingfeng Mountain for negotiation. Su Yan didn't have any real feelings about the eastern province described by Sister Sheer. It was just a war. A daily scene that could be seen everywhere in the southern province. If Su Yan had to describe the degree of chaos in the southern province, he would choose a sentence that was very popular on the internet in his previous life to describe it. Hey, you thief bald man. How dare you snatch the nun from me? The upright, the evil, the grass-headed king, and the sea tribe attacked each other to build the ecology of the southern province. Could the eastern province be more chaotic than the southern province? So many monsters. Coming out of the treasure appraisal pavilion, Su Yan couldn't help but sigh when he saw the scenery on the street. There were overwhelmingly many monsters on the street. And even the shopkeepers in the shops were monsters. If the monsters want to live in the human territory, they need to master the method of transformation. That is, at least they need to be at the golden core stage to run around in the city. So, human cultivators often feel that the monsters are so strong. The golden core is not as good as a dog. And the Yuaning is rotting all over the ground. Even the cultivators of the god transformation stage and the earth immortals are like a group. But it's different here. The little monsters in the chi refining stage, who can speak, are the mainstream here. Some foundation building monsters have already opened shops on the street and shouted and sold goods. Humans are extremely rare here. Faced with the huge monster residents, humans basically walk on the roadside and are not very willing to pay attention to the monsters on the road. Get out of the way. Don't block the road. Su Yan stood at the door of the appraisal pavilion, looking out at the scenery of the mixed city. And Princess Wuxi also put her 2 fox paws on the threshold like Su Yan, and poked out her snow fox head to look outside. A human cultivator came to the door, and saw that the intersection was blocked by Su Yan and Princess Wuxi. So he turned his head, and looked at Princess Wuxi on the threshold, and scolded her. Su Yan was carrying a large package, and he blocked half of the door by himself. If he gave way a little, and let the package of more than 1.6 meters horizontally move aside, he could make room for 2 people to pass through the door of the appraisal pavilion. But the cultivator did not scold Su Yan, but looked at Princess Wuxi, who also kept the secret method of immortality. What? Why are you so fierce? Just as Princess Wuxi looked up, she didn't even have time to speak. A big-footed deer demon, who was setting up a herbal medicine stall outside the treasure appraisal pavilion, kicked out his hind legs and kicked the monk in the chest and head, kicking him more than 10 meters away. After doing all this, the bighorn deer was about to transform into an orc and continued to move forward to prepare for action. What does this have to do with you? As soon as the bighorn deer demon started to move, the human cultivator on the side of the road stepped forward with both palms extended and pushed the bighorn deer demon who stood up for Princess Wuxi away, saying, "You demons are blocking the door, and you think you're right? You're not allowed to say anything. Right? Who are you?" Pointing fingers everywhere. "We demons still need you to teach us the rules?" After a disagreement, the demon and human vendors on the street directly fought together. But due to the city rules, neither side used magic, and just used brute force to fight with tables and chairs. Cool? Princess Wuxi raised her fox paw and slowly lowered it to look at the dusty fighting scene on the street. She couldn't help but utter the word cool, with a trace of yearning in her eyes. Such a life is too great. Right? No twists and turns. No intrigue. No various rules. And you can just pick up a weapon and do it if you feel unhappy. Hey. Hey. Hey! What are you doing? Sister Sheer, who seemed to be invisible, saw Princess Wuxi standing up and looking around, with a broken table leg on her fox paw. She immediately knew what Princess Wuxi was thinking, and quickly reached out, pinched the back of Princess Wuxi's neck, and lifted her up. "We are here to do business, not to let you build your own street power." "Let me go! I want to join the fight. The situation here is caused by me. Bah! It's because of me. So I have to solve it myself." Princess Wuxi, who was pinched by Sister Sheer, shook her body anxiously, trying to break free. Sister Sheer said with a frown, "What do you mean it's because of you? You clearly want to release your violent tendencies to passers-by, whether Princess Wuxi likes it or not. She is also the granddaughter of the third prince. No matter how willful she is, she needs to shoulder the responsibility of the royal family's face. Now she has come to a place where no one knows her, and she has seen such a violent street fight, which directly arouses the violent factor that has been suppressed in Princess Wuxi's heart. She also wants to have some fun, so she picks up the table leg stick and fights from the beginning to the end of the street. With the strength of Princess Wuxi, it is indeed possible to do such a thing. Princess Wuxi's strength is infinitely close to that of a divine transformation cultivator, and she has already condensed a demon with the same strength as herself. But I have something important to do this time. The Moon Rabbit tribe was attacked by a natural disaster some time ago. Sister Sierra is now representing the Xiaoyu dynasty to deliver aid to the Moon Rabbit and return the Moon Rabbit baby. You want to skip work and go play before you finish your business? Chapter 276 Garden. Just because of a disagreement. A melee between humans and monsters broke out on the street outside the Treasure Appraisal Pavilion. In this city where humans and monsters live together, humans and monsters are distinguished by race, and there is a clear dividing line between the two sides. On weekdays, the two sides keep a safe distance and live their own lives. But if there is a contradiction or conflict between the two sides, there is basically no possibility of any reasoning. Because the rule here in the Eastern State is that the race is above everything. Once they see their compatriots being bullied by foreign races, no matter what the cause and effect of the matter is, they will help their own race to directly form a group to deter foreign races. Or they will deter each other successfully and each other. The male cultivator scolded Princess Wuxi, which immediately caused dissatisfaction among other monsters. The friction between the quarrels escalated directly to a street, and hundreds of monsters and human cultivators started a violent street fight. Except for not using magic and magical powers, both sides have basically used all means. Let me go! I want to fight too. Princess Wuxi, who was held by Sister Sheer, held a broken table leg and asked Sister Sheer to let go of her neck flesh. She also wanted to join the fight. We didn't come to the Eastern State for an outing. After we finish our business, there will be plenty of time for you to play. Sister Sheer directly rejected Princess Wuxi's proposal and said, besides, they can't fight for long. They should start to run away in a while. Before Sister Sheer finished her words, the street fight outside the Treasure Appraisal Pavilion suddenly changed. On the edge of the second floor eaves of the Treasure Appraisal Pavilion, a plant with a strange fragrance suddenly grew. The stamens on the plant bloomed and a human figure with female characteristics fell down. The upper body of the plant monster fell from the stamens, and the lower body remained inside the plant. It glanced at the tribes fighting on the street with an indifferent face, and its right hand like a petal began to change, showing the color of trees. The plant monster hung upside down on the edge of the eaves, raised his right hand and pointed it at the tribes on the street, and began to attack indiscriminately. Countless wooden thorns sprayed out from the right arm of the plant monster, pouring down on the street like a torrential rain. The monsters and human monks, who had no time to dodge, were covered with wooden thorns in the blink of an eye, and fell to the ground with white eyes like a hedgehog. Seeing this, the other human and monster monks let out a series of strange cries, and fled the scene at the fastest speed without stopping. The plant monsters are the law enforcers of the city, and represent the masters behind the city. Fighting against the plant monsters is equivalent to declaring war on the city lord. Therefore, when both sides saw the plant monsters coming out to maintain order, the human and monster tribes fled in all directions without resistance. In the Eastern State, humans and monsters are united, and monsters are united, and they are hostile to each other. Therefore, in cities where humans and monsters coexist, plant monsters are the law enforcers, and only plant monsters are suitable to be law enforcers. Sister Sierra said, as if complaining, because plant monsters were oppressed by humans and monsters in their childhood. They hate all humans and monsters equally. You can see it. Su Yan glanced outside the door. After the plant monster used wooden spikes to disperse the fighting crowd, it jumped down from the eaves of the appraisal pavilion. The wooden spike Gatling gun in its hand turned into a thick wooden stick, and it aimed at the monks on the ground and beat them directly with a big stick. After a violent law enforcement, it released its roots to tie up the trapped monks and drag them away. Here, it is extremely difficult for either side to enforce the law fairly. Whether the human race and the demon race are united or the demon race is united. Plant demons are known for their brutality, and are a group that is neither friendly to the demon race nor to the human race. It is really appropriate for plant demons to be law enforcers. It's just that they are too violent, with blood all over the ground. I don't want to pull out the thorns for you, and you don't want to have holes all over your body. Right? Sister Sheer held Princess Wuxi in her left hand and Su Yan, who was holding Moon Rabbit and carrying Little Dragon Girl on his back in her right hand. With one step, the scenery changed from the city buildings to the emerald green grassland. With the second step, the surrounding scenery changed directly to the mountain scene. Sister Sheer, can I learn this trick? Su Yan looked at Sister Sheer beside him and asked. Seeing this trick flashing again, Su Yan asked Sister Sheer if she could teach him. Su Yin had seen such flashing magic on Fox Mom and Little Ant, where each step was dozens of meters away. Sister Sierra's step was a new scene. It can even be said that the big guys basically know how to do it. And it should not be a secret magic. You need to have the cultivation of the nascent soul to move. And the escape technique, like mine, requires the realm of earthly immortals. Sister Sierra said. Escape technique? Hearing the word escape technique, Su Yin was slightly stunned, and couldn't help but tilt his head to look at Sister Sierra. Su Yin actually knows how to escape. But before encountering a desperate situation of life and death, Su Yin would never easily perform the water escape technique. Because the water escape technique is a method of gambling on luck to save life. Performing it in the prime will cause serious injury and near death. And performing it when injured is basically a life or death situation. If you are lucky enough to save your life, you will inevitably drop in realm, and even leave some permanent side effects. What I use is not the 5 elements escape technique, so it's normal that you can't recognize it. Sister Sierra explained a little and said with a smile, if you find it interesting, it's okay to teach you. But you may need to improve your cultivation before that. Short distance maneuvering. That is, the technique that Su Yin saw could flash dozens of meters in one step. It is a skill based on the Yuaning stage, which controls the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. With one step, an invisible spiritual tunnel is generated under the feet, allowing the cultivator to slide on it at a very fast speed. It is precisely because of the excessive speed that it appears to flash in the eyes of outsiders. So, if you work harder and break through the Jin End stage quickly, you can flash. Sister Sierra smiled and touched Su Yin's head, raised her hand, pointed to the plain with flowers in full bloom in front of her, and said, we need to walk the rest of the way. The Moon Rabbit territory is in a secret realm called the Garden. Sister Sierra took out 2 umbrellas from her storage ring and handed them to Su Yin and Princess Wuxi. Hold an umbrella after entering the plain, and don't expose yourself to the sun. Otherwise you may die. Sister Sierra reminded again. The flower plain ahead is not simple, and it contains arrays and strange toxins. Once you step into the flower plain, cultivators of any race below the earthly immortal realm will spontaneously combust from the inside out as long as they are exposed to the sun. The flames are generated by the explosion of spiritual power in the body. So even if rescue is timely, the meridians in the body will be burned. Such invisible and intangible poisonous traps can be found everywhere in the Moon Rabbit tribe. The 2 little ones can't stand such a toss if they are not taken here for a walk. Sister Sierra is worried that the 2 fools will run to the Moon Rabbit tribe in the future, but will die directly because they don't know these poisonous traps. TSK. After hearing Sister Sierra's explanation of the flower plain, Xiaolong knew, who had been lying in the package, squeaked, then held her breath, and her body began to shrink instantly, turning into a miniature black dragon with the thickness of 2 fingers, crawling out of the package behind Su Yin, crawling along Su Yin's shoulder to the collar, and shrinking directly to Su Yin's belly, hiding behind 2 sets of clothes. Xiaolongnu's position could not be exposed to sunlight. It's so cold. Su Yin couldn't help but shiver when Xiaolongnu's dragon claws scratched his skin, and felt a burst of coolness in his arms, which was a little comfortable. You want to seduce my fox? Princess Wuxi frowned as she looked into Su Yin's arms, then turned into a fox, jumped onto Su Yin's shoulder, and went inside through the opening of Su Yin's collar. Chapter 277 Black-Hearted Maggot. When Princess Wuxi saw Xiaolongnu, she went straight into her minister's arms without saying a word, as if she intended to seduce her minister to be unfaithful and unfilial. Princess Wuxi immediately said hey in her heart, and went into Su Yin's arms. The shrunken 9-tailed fox and black dragon wrestled in Su Yin's arms. Xiaolongnu didn't care who Princess Wuxi was. She only knew that someone wanted to invade her territory and disturb her sleeping space. And Xiaolongnu couldn't stand it. Su Yin whimpered and changed directly from human form to his original form, causing the 2 9-tailed foxes and black dragons that had originally burrowed into his clothes to fall out. The 3 little guys fell from the air, and Princess Wuxi and Xiaolongnu wrestled in a cloud of dust, dragging Su Yin, who was about to run away, into the inside. The whimpering sound continued. I'll do it. The little moon rabbit was surprised to see this, and then it also flew into the rolling smoke and dust, trying to rescue Su Yin, who was hit by the unexpected disaster. Sister Sierra, Princess Wuxi and Xiaolongnu fought for a while, but they were not injured because of their similar cultivation. On the contrary, Su Yin's cultivation was lower, and he fell into the rolling smoke and dust and suffered an unexpected disaster, and was bitten several times. Su Yin raised his hand to touch his cheek, looking at Princess Wuxi and Xia Longnu with resentment on his face. You two are fighting. Why did you drag me in? And bite me all over? Because of the secret method of immortality. Su Yin and Princess Wuxi are the same except for the different eye color. So Xia Longnu will take Su Yin as Princess Wuxi and bite him twice when she is not careful. After the fight between the two, except for the slightly dirty fur, nothing happened. Let's get ready to go after the fight. Sister Sheer held her forehead with a helpless look on her face, looking at the two little guys glaring at each other. And Su Yin, who was covering his cheek with a bite mark and a black face. Yuatu even raised her hand beside Su Yin and patted his shoulder to comfort him. Su Yin looked at Princess Wuxi, and then looked at Xia Longnu, who was confronting him. After thinking about it, he made a decision to obey the ancestors of the Dragon Clan. Su Yin took off his hair crown, combed his long hair with a stream of streams, let it fall naturally on his shoulders, and a pair of fox ears popped out on his head. Then he picked up Princess Wuxi on the ground and put her on his head, and raised his left hand to pick up Xia Longnu, so that she could lie on his left arm and sleep more comfortably. After doing all this, Su Yin raised his only free right hand, picked up the umbrella on the ground, and said helplessly, Sister Sheer, let's go! Two great immortals, please put away your magical powers. Don't continue to involve me in your fight. The reason for the conflict between the two was very simple. That is, Princess Wuxi felt that Xia Longnu violated her fox. Su Yin was the left protector she liked, and he would be her imperial guard in the future and her lover. In front of her, Xia Longnu was so unscrupulous that she went straight into her left protector's arms. Isn't this throwing herself into his arms? Princess Wuxi felt that her authority was violated. In the past, when she was in the imperial city, Xia Longnu adopted a strategy of closing the door to Princess Wuxi to seek peace. The new hatred and old hatred caused the two to fight directly. Therefore, Su Yin secretly played a trick, directly put Princess Wuxi on his head, and held Xia Longnu in his left hand, and put her in his arms. Xia Longnu just wanted to find a comfortable nest and peace. As long as she can sleep peacefully and comfortably, Xiao Longnu should have no objection. The current situation is that Princess Wuxi is on top, and can get the treatment of the leader level and maintain her dignity, while Xiao Longnu is on the bottom, and gets an extremely comfortable ergonomic bed. Both sides get things that are quite satisfactory, so they will naturally not fight again, and it will affect themselves. And Su Yin can also brush up the favorability of both. Humph. Princess Wuxi, who was lying on Su Yin's head, got a panoramic view of the mountains, and looked at Xiao Longnu below, and patted Su Yin with satisfaction. Su Yin didn't care about the princess's little movements, but followed Sister Sheer into the garden. He didn't feel it from a distance, but when Su Yin stepped onto the flower plain mentioned by Sister Sheer, he really found that the flowers in front of him were really tall. They looked a bit like the cauliflower sold in the market, but the stamens were slender and not stuck together. The shortest plant here is taller than Su Yin, and the ones that are strong and sturdy are even 2 or 3 meters tall. He didn't feel anything when he was standing on the distant mountain before. It was just like seeing a plain full of flowers. The fat little moon rabbit, like a ball, entered the flower plain as if it was back home, jumping all the way and occasionally opening its mouth to chew on some unknown plants. All the plants here are highly toxic, but the moon rabbit is naturally immune to all toxins in the world. The fierce poison ingested into the body through eating will be converted into the most difficult to cure strange poison in the world in the digestive system of the moon rabbit, forming a unique self-protection mechanism of the moon rabbit tribe. There are no taboos for moon rabbits here. Just when Su Yin was holding an umbrella and following Sister Sheer to the moon rabbit tribe, when he was about to leave the flower plain, he heard a shrill scream beside him. Su Yin asked and looked over, and saw a scene that made him extremely nauseous. 3 or 5 monks walked out of the flower plain, and then their skin turned red visibly. Blisters like high-temperature burns grew densely on their skin, and then burst violently, flowing out yellow pus mixed with blood. The next second, a colorless flame rose up, and the monk who had just walked out of the flower plain turned into charcoal and fell straight to the ground, turning into a handful of white ashes. Su Yin was stunned when he saw this, and subconsciously wanted to put down the umbrella that had been holding up and obstructed his vision, intending to see the situation of the self-igniting monk over there. Don't put down the umbrella. The toxin of the windproof flower is time-triggered. There is still windproof flower toxin in your body now. It will take 2 days to completely eliminate it from the body. Sister Sierra raised her hand and put the umbrella that Su Yin wanted to put down back in place, and told others with a serious face, The windproof flower toxin is extremely strange. It is colorless and tasteless and cannot even be directly observed, but it will be integrated into the human body through breathing and skin contact, and completely integrated into the flesh and blood of the monks. Eliminating toxins is a process, and during this process, you must not be exposed to sunlight. In severe cases, you will spontaneously combust, and in mild cases, you will leave severe and toxic blisters on your skin. Once the pus touches the skin, the infection will continue to spread until the poisoned person is completely torn apart and has no skin left. The Moon Rabbit tribe is an eastern state, and it has always been known as the secret garden. The kind-hearted moon rabbits will help some monks who come to ask for medicine, so don't be surprised to see other monks. Remember to hold an umbrella. Sister Sierra led Su Yin to continue forward. After they completely walked out of the flower plain, they saw a big river. Sister Sierra looked quite strange and complained, sometimes reading too much is not a good thing. The Jinwu people really love to tease people. Although the poison of the windproof flower is powerful, it is a strange poison that dissolves in water and cannot survive in water. Although the big river in front of us can wash away the strange poison, the river is home to the charming clams that the Jinwu people specially moved here. The Jinwu people and the nine-tailed fox people both contributed to the construction of the Moon Rabbit clan. The nine-tailed fox created a garden with its endless power, where all the spiritual plants in the world can be nurtured. The Jinwu is responsible for the formation of the Moon Rabbit clan and the defense of various clan lands. The windproof flower is indeed extremely poisonous, but it is a strange poison that will lose its effect if it falls into the water. While the Jinwu directly dug a big river behind the flower field, which is home to some fierce river clams that even the demons can't bear to look at. Jinwu, who arranged the defense layer, was full of vulgar and evil tastes from beginning to end. What will happen if you enter the water? Your little mouth will explode. Huh? Chapter 278 The Collapsed Land of the Moon Rabbit Tribe. Gurgle. After walking through the flower plain, the sparkling river appeared in front of everyone. The river water was so clear that you could see the pebbles at the bottom. Small fish and shrimps were swimming in it, seemingly harmless. Su Yin glanced at the river surface, stretched out his feet, and used his toes to gently poke the river surface. But he didn't see anything terrible. Put your feet back. Su Yin was curious about the charmed clams in the river. Sister Sierra thought about it and asked Su Yin to poke the water surface. Seeing that the small fish at the bottom of the river began to float up due to the ripples on the water surface, Sister Sierra asked Su Yin to retract his feet and not let the clams pinch him. Sister Sierra raised her hand to grab a dead branch on the ground and poked it directly on the fish head at the bottom of the water. The silver carp and bighead carp seemed to be unaware of the people on the shore. They opened their fish mouths and gently sucked the sand and gravel that fell from the dead branch into the river. Look! Sister Sierra let go of her hand, and the dead branch stood straight up on the river surface in an extremely strange way. The embroidered boots stepped on the dead branch, but the dead branch did not react at all. The next moment, a black shadow from the bottom of the river suddenly flew to the surface of the river, and the clam opened its mouth wide, biting the branch and flew into the air. Come! Sister Sierra raised her hand and pulled, and the big river clam fell directly onto the land. Although the big river clam's eye was tightly closed, a tentacle protruded from its head, and the meat ball at the end of the tentacle was disguised as a silver carp and bighead carp through mimicry. The big river clam was silent for a moment, and the meat ball on the tentacle began to wriggle. In less than a moment, the original silver carp and bighead carp disappeared, and instead, a girl about 28 years old was formed at the end of the tentacle. It was about 1.56 meters tall. Once it took shape, it knelt down with its 5 limbs on the ground and cried out in a tender voice. Please spare me, immortal. I was blind and tried to molest you without knowing your face. I know I was wrong. Sister Sierra glanced at the charming clam monster and said, Open your clam L and introduce your internal organs and reproductive opening to my child. The charming clam hesitated a little, but it changed into a human-shaped meat ball and looked at the sea surface. Seeing that the fish and shrimp were watching and had no intention of coming out to help, it replied shyly, Then please be gentle, immortals. As it spoke, the clam L slowly opened. Inside the clam L hung soft human-shaped flesh. The pure white human-shaped figure was a little shy, covering its vital parts and looking at Sister Sierra with tears in its eyes. Cough, cough, cough. Sister Sierra coughed lightly, and the shyness on the charming clam monster's cheek disappeared. Sharp thorns grew on the edge of the clam L. and 4 tentacles with barbs protruded from behind. We usually act. After tricking fools into falling into the river, we clamp their heads with clam SHLS, and then use these hooked arms to fix their heads. Finally, we rush madly to get our cubs into the fools' bodies. The nine-tailed fox's breath was fleeting. The clam monster seemed to understand something and stopped pretending. He began to introduce his work process to the leaders. There are tens of thousands of charmed clams living in this river, and there are no other creatures. They are mainly responsible for guarding. Once they see someone falling into the water, they will use deception to make the person relax their vigilance and clamp the head of the person falling into the water. They will fix the head of the person falling into the water with their barbed tentacles and spit the young charmed clams into the internal organs of the person falling into the water through the mouth. The young of the charmed clam develops in the mother's body, but it will not grow after a certain stage. It needs to parasitize and devour the flesh and blood of the parasite to continue to develop. Hundreds of young parasitize the human body until the body is eaten up. The cruelty of the charmed clam can be seen. As the charmed clam spoke, it also chuckled and took out its reproductive cavity to show Sister Seer and the 4 little ones how it worked. Su Yin was silent and had no intention of expressing his opinion. A female beast is bigger than himself. The things in the field of geography and biology are really unreasonable. After the face was swiped, the charmed clam living in the riverbed did not hinder the progress of the crowd, and made way for a riverbed passage that could lead directly to the moon rabbit tribe. Moon rabbits are not afraid of poison, and they are also highly poisonous. The flower plains are ineffective against them, and the charmed clam dare not touch the moon rabbit, for fear that the moon rabbit will urinate under stress and poison itself to death on the spot. Now you know how to get to the moon rabbit tribe? From the bottom of the river, they came to a cave. Through the tunnel without any poisonous traps or heaven-defying monsters. Everyone walked straight to the moon rabbit tribe. Sister Seer said, "The road above is dangerous, and the original intention is to prevent other tribes from sneaking into the moon rabbit tribe. As friends of the moon rabbit, we have an exclusive passage. Just tell the guards at the bottom of the river." Sister Seer looked at Princess Wuxi and said, "You should be honest later. Don't chase chickens and dogs. The moon rabbit tribe suffered a sudden change not long ago, and the tribe was trampled down by the passing morning star giant. Those tribes that are friendly with the moon rabbit are now visiting and helping there. Since Princess Wuxi showed her bad temper when she left the Xiaoyu dynasty, Sister Seer specifically told her to be honest. We are here on behalf of Xiaoyu." Hearing Sister Seer's words, Su Yin, who was originally following, suddenly stopped and felt a phantom pain in his crotch. The Su clan foxes are not among the tribes that are friendly with the moon rabbit. Are they there? Am I not sending warmth from 1,000 miles away? The messenger of the nine-tailed fox clan is from the Qingqiu clan. Seeing Su Yin's actions, Sister Seer immediately understood what this little fox was afraid of, and complained, "Sister Seer, can I harm you?" Although the Wuxing emperor of the Xiaoyu dynasty is a nine-tailed fox, the Xiaoyu dynasty belongs to the human race. For demons like Su Yin who have good blood and complicated backgrounds and come to the Xiaoyu dynasty for refuge, Xiaoyu usually chooses to quietly recruit them after discovering them, and never considers returning them, unless they are really untamable and rebellious. Xiaoyu usually won't expose them. For a little demon like Su Yin who is close to the emperor, even if the Su clan runs to Xiaoyu to ask, Xiaoyu will not know anything. "I don't know. I haven't found it. It's not here." Qingqiu clan? Su Yan's mind was filled with the Qingqiu clan. Among the 4 fox clans, Qingqiu, Tushan, and Yusu belong to the nine-tailed fox clan. Qingqiu clan is the oldest, the most mysterious, and the purest in blood. In ancient times, the nine-tailed fox who stood by the Queen Mother of the West with a sharp robe was the Qingqiu clan. Qingqiu clan, the creator of the nine-tailed fox legend, the lawless madman in mythology, the representative who beats anyone who comes. On the other hand, the legend of Tushan clan is basically related to love and romance. Yusa clan, forget it. There is nothing good to say about them. Basically they are all cunning and treacherous, and bring disaster to the people. Qingqiu clan can be said to be the face of the nine-tailed foxes. They fought from the west to the east of the continent with a sword. They are the purest nine-tailed foxes. They do not have the charm of Tushan clan and Yusa clan. They are extremely powerful with the endless power of life, as if they are immortal. This is Su Yan's basic understanding of Qingqiu clan, a clan of berserkers who become more and more energetic as they fight. The dragon clan is not as crazy as Qingqiu foxes in melee. If you say so. Isn't the craziest one His Majesty Wuxing Emperor? Has she fought Qingxiu clan before? Su Yan muttered in his heart. Chapter 279 The Strongest Man in the Cultivation World. Hack. What is this? When Su Yan came to the end of the riverbed passage, he could only see cliffs. A footprint that was bigger than the lake appeared in front of him, which made him gasp. Can a footprint be this big? According to Sister Sheer, the end of the river channel was directly connected to the lobby of Yuetu for entertaining guests. But now Su Yan saw a footprint, and there were some things like furniture and city walls in the deep of the footprint pit. The cause of all this was the Morning Star Giant, one of the 10 witches of the undead country in the legend. Although he was called a giant, it was difficult for Su Yan to imagine what a giant was. 100 meters, 1,000 meters, or 10,000 meters, until he saw a footprint that was as big as a city. Su Yan intuitively understood what a Morning Star Giant was. One step down, and a city was gone. Its fate. Sister Sheer shook her head and said, the Morning Star Giant contains 2 treasures of ancient emperors in his body. He could temporarily delay Long Zhu and Huang Di when he was alive. Although he was defeated in the end and his head was cut off by Huang Di, he was resurrected because of the treasures given by Yan Di and some other factors. And he grows taller every day. Among the 10 witches of the immortal country, the Morning Star Giant is the only one who is not a demon. And he is also the most difficult one. Because of the 2 treasures, the Morning Star Giant has an unparalleled momentum. He walks like a bull and can even break through the existence of you. Therefore, after noticing the appearance of the Morning Star Giant and its movement trajectory, the well-informed tribes along the way have already avoided it far away, fearing that the Morning Star Giant would step on them to death in the middle of the night. The Moon Rabbit tribe is also unlucky, and is located on the route of the Morning Star Giant. It's so outrageous. Su Yan couldn't help but ask, if the Morning Star Giant passes through our Xiaoyu, won't hundreds of millions of people have to evacuate? Knowing the horror of the Morning Star Giant, Su Yan couldn't help but feel a little worried. If this thing happens to pass through Xiaoyu City one day, then Xiaoyu City will explode. My aunt still has property there. Su Yan also thought that after the outing, he would go back to Xiaoyu to buy real estate. What if the Morning Star Giant passes by one day? The Morning Star Giant has been to our Xiaoyu. Next time he comes, he should know how to take a detour. Sister Sierra said with a smile. The Xiaoyu dynasty is located in the center of the continent. For example, the 10 witches of the undead kingdom appear to patrol and search for obsessions. Basically, they appear from a corner of the continent, then walk to the end of the continent and disappear in Guishu, waiting for the next patrol. The Xiaoyu dynasty also experienced the disaster of the Morning Star. However, the Xiaoyu dynasty is not like the Moon Rabbit clan. The Xiaoyu underground hides the Immortal Kingdom tribe, as well as countless formations and suppressed luck. It is not as simple as simply evacuating the residents. Therefore, Emperor Wuxing directly chose to fight, wearing the Xianhuan light and holding the founding holy sword to chase the Morning Star Giant. If the Morning Star Giant had not run fast enough, the 2 treasures in its body would have belonged to Xiaoyu now. Su Yan. Master Wuxing really didn't lie. He said he would kill the 10 witches of the Immortal Kingdom. It seems that there was another Immortal Kingdom 10, which big bird that let His Majesty kill it before. Could that Xin Wang robe be another Immortal Kingdom 10 witch? Maybe not as powerful as you think. His Majesty Wuxingdi also had a hard time driving away the Morning Star Giant. Sister Sierra smiled and patted Su Yan's shoulder, scattering the little stars around him, pulling him back from his fantasy to reality, although the final result is that His Majesty chased the Morning Star Giant with a knife. You must not skip the early entanglement. His Majesty Wuxingdi is the best in the world. Su Yan thought about it and shouted directly, using the strategy of pointing fingers at others and praising Sister Sierra's power in a roundabout way. Jiuyo and Wuxingdi are one body, and praising Wuxingdi is indirectly praising Jiuyo. Home is gone. The little glutinous rice ball Moon Rabbit saw the clan land, felt the familiar atmosphere, and looked at the unfamiliar scenery in front of him, and couldn't help but say something full of sadness. It's okay. It will be repaired quickly. Let's take you to find your family now. Sister Sierra touched the glutinous rice ball and said, although the Moon Rabbit's land was completely destroyed, the Moon Rabbits had already known the news and basically evacuated all of them, leaving only some houses and spiritual plant gardens. The Moon Rabbits were all safe and sound. After that, Sister Sierra's spiritual sense spread out around, found a direction, and led the 4 little ones to walk over, walking out from the edge of the pit to the ground. There were some damaged spiritual plants scattered around, and a large number of books were drying on the specially cleared large flat. Books on medicinal materials and soil cultivation knowledge were densely packed in a large flat. And some were even hung on branches for drying. "Who are you?" As soon as Su Yin and his party walked out of the footprints, they met the transformed moon rabbits, who were drying the pharmacopoeia. The girl in white, about 1.45 meters tall, looked at Su Yin and felt a little confused, and asked who he was. Those who can come to the tribe from the secret passage are definitely the moon rabbit's best friends and allies in the cultivation world. Other friends or partners are from the secret garden. Therefore, when she saw Su Yin, she did not show any hostility, and asked Su Yin very gently which faction he represented. "Mother." The little moon rabbit curled up in Su Yin's coat heard a familiar voice, thought about it, and then came to a surprising conclusion. It immediately ended its sad thoughts, got out of Su Yin's arms, looked at the girl about 1.45 meters tall, and called out in a baby voice, Who are you?" The girl holding the book looked at the little moon rabbit and said in surprise, "I don't have such a big fat boy." The little glutinous rice ball was shocked, and even showed signs of excessive shock on its body surface. And the light pink on its body surface, and the pink mark on its forehead that only appeared when eating. It raised its hand and pointed at its cheek and said, "It's me, Mother." The girl took 2 steps closer and looked at the fat rabbit with a completely different smell. But the spiritual power fluctuations were exactly the same as her daughter's. She said in shock, "You are? Xiao Tang? What's wrong with you? How come you are as fat as a ball in just a few months?" The rabbit mother saw that her daughter didn't recognize her at first sight. It was not until the glutinous rice ball exuded demonic power due to excessive excitement that the rabbit mother barely recognized that the rabbit in front of her was really her own. "Mother! Mother!" The glutinous rice ball kicked its hind legs and jumped directly from Su Yan's arms to her mother's arms. With a happy face, it raised its hand and pointed at Su Yan, Sister Sheer, and Princess Wuxi, saying, "They are all great and kind people. They brought me out of the snowy mountains and gave me good food and fur to sleep on. Every day when I wake up, there is a mountain of food." Mother Rabbit pinched the plump glutinous rice ball in her hand. Her eyes twitched slightly, and she looked at Su Yan with a frown. Su Yan pointed his mouth upwards. "It was not me who fed your daughter like this. You go find that little rich woman." Princess Wuxi turned her head away and didn't look at Mother Rabbit, pretending nothing happened. "It was not me who fed it. I just used the herbs to win over the rabbit, and it ate it all at once. So it can't be blamed on me." Chapter 280 Emperor Qi. Friends of Xia Yu, please come this way. After seeing Gu Xiaotang, Rabbit Mother already knew where Su Yin and his group came from. So after putting down the ancient pharmacopoeia in her hand, she directly invited everyone to rest in the temporary village of the Moon Rabbit clan. Gu Xiaotang was the rabbit raised by the princess. She ran to the edge of the tribe's land to play because of her mischief. Later, she was kidnapped by the Nightmare Town sect in the Central Province. The disciples of the Nightmare Town in the Central Province change their bodies, like changing clothes, and can even parasitize ants and leeches silently. It is extremely difficult to prevent the disciples of the Nightmare Town in the Central Province when you are not careful. Fortunately, Jiuyo rescued the kidnapped Gu Xiaotang after learning the news, and asked Xia Yu's messenger to inform the Moon Rabbit clan of Gu Xiaotang's situation, and sent them back when Xia Yu was free. Moon rabbits are gifted with extraordinary magical powers, and only the Moon Rabbit tribe can get perfect care. It is difficult for Moon Rabbit cubs that are stranded outside to make much progress. Now that Xia Yu has finished worshipping his ancestors, all the people in Nightmare Town have been killed, and the Moon Rabbit tribe has received news of changes. So Emperor Wuxing asked Sheer to bring supplies and rabbits to send back to the Moon Rabbit tribe. Therefore, when Rabbit Mom saw Gu Xiaotang, she already knew that the visitor was a cultivator from the Xia Yu dynasty. Rabbit Mom led Su Yin and his party to the village and took everyone directly to the front of the Moon Rabbit tribe leader's residence. "Excuse me for a while." After informing the outsiders and the insiders, Rabbit Mom looked at Su Yin and Sheer's sister and bowed gently, said goodbye politely, and left with her silly daughter for the time being. The joy of reunion fades with the passage of time, and naughty children will eventually receive heavy punishment. Su Yin poked his head out and looked at Rabbit Mom, only to see her palm gradually shift to the back of Glutinous Rice Ball's neck, and immediately understood that motherly love would fall with a thunderous force. Little Glutinous Rice Ball should have a more complete childhood memory. Su Yin pondered for a long time before slowly speaking, "At least more complete than mine." Su Yin knew that the world of cultivation was not safe, so he never ran around when he was a cub. Every time he went out, He wanted to get into his mother's arms. Naturally. He had never experienced the experience of being beaten by his parents for running around. Neither Princess Wuxi nor Xia Longnu could understand what Su Yan meant by complaining. Xia Longnu was spoiled since birth. She was the youngest female black dragon in the North Sea Dragon clan. She was extremely precious. Princess Wuxi was born with elite education. She started to read and learn at the age of 4, and began to practice body and chi at the age of 6. When she was 7, she was already fighting in the martial arts field. She didn't have a normal childhood at all. Both of them couldn't understand Su Yan's complaints. Xia Yu's friends. Please come this way. The Moon Rabbit clan didn't let everyone wait too long. After the chairs were cleaned up in the temporary mansion, an 8-foot-tall attendant came out to invite everyone into the house. Because it was a temporary building, there was no 3-entry courtyard or plantation here. When you entered the house through the gate, you could see the pestle. A square meter of pestle and grinding mortar were placed on the ground. Judging from their wet surface, they must have been cleaned just now. But the further you walked into the main house, the more Su Yan felt that the temperature around him seemed to be rising. A hot breath gushed out from the main house's open door, making Su Yan's mouth dry. Either someone was refining elixirs in the main house, or there was a big monster with fire attributes. A word popped up in Su Yan's mind. The 3-legged Golden Crow clan. Excuse me. Please take a seat. When everyone entered the main house, they saw an old man dressed as a farmer with a dark complexion. He smiled and greeted Su Yan and Sister Sheer and invited everyone to sit down. The leader of the Moon Rabbit clan wore loose trousers and had no clothes on his upper body, which weakened his dark figure. He wore a sweat towel on his neck and sat on the ground very casually with a smiling expression on his face. Next to him was a big bird, with a slender and elegant body like a crow, and its tail feathers drooped on the ground. From the front, it seemed to have 3 legs. What made Su Yan look sideways was its big head and the pure black beak that was 1/3 the size of his body. When Su Yan was looking at the 3-legged crow, the 3-legged crow also turned his head to look at Su Yan. The 3-legged crow in the 9 netherworld knew her, so he didn't stay on her for too long. After staring at Su Yan for a while, he opened his mouth and said, "Sniff. Why is there a smell of fox?" The 3-legged crow looked at Su Yan and said, "Blind guess Su Yan?" Su Yan saw that the 3-legged crow directly pointed out his name as soon as he opened his mouth, and a slight surprise expression appeared on his cheek. "I didn't introduce myself from beginning to end, let alone tell my birth date. Is the 3-legged crow in front of me a divine fortune teller? Fortune telling from a distance? Oh, Jinwu friend. Do you know that little friend?" Seeing the 3-legged crow's unusual expression, the Moon Rabbit tribe leader asked with interest. And by the way, he helped Su Yan, who was at a loss. "I can't say I know him. I just know him. So I asked if I recognized the wrong person." The 3-legged crow gradually moved on the table and came to the front of Su Yan's seat with 2 small feet. He stared at Su Yan's face with a serious face. "I can't find anything in common. Whose personality did you inherit? It's nothing like your mother. Senior, you are." Su Yan saw the old bird in front of him. As soon as he opened his mouth, the breath of a gangster suddenly hit him. He immediately felt familiar. Could the 3-legged crow in front of him be a friend of his mother? Guess. The 3-legged crow did not answer Su Yan, but smiled and asked Su Yan to guess. "You better guess it. Otherwise I will be angry. I took care of you when you were a child. Now is the time to test your conscience." Su Yan slowly typed a question mark, and felt puzzled by what the 3-legged crow said. Since he came out of the egg, he has been able to remember what happened around him. But in his memory, Su Yan has no impression of the 3-legged golden crow. So, the 3-legged golden crow said that he was still in the egg. Su Yan thought about it, and suddenly a bold idea popped up in his head. And he whispered, "Senior, could you have sat on the house where I was in my embryonic period?" In front of him was a big bird, and he was hatched from an egg, before. Jinwu said that he took care of me before, but his memory has always been complete. The only thing he didn't remember was the time when he was still in the fox pattern egg. So Su Yan guessed blindly that the Jinwu in front of him helped hatch the fox pattern egg. "You guessed right. As a reward, you call me mother." The 3-legged Jinwu proudly puffed out his chest and said, "Just call me. Go. Go. Put away your banditry." Sister Sheer beside him rolled her eyes, raised her hand, and pushed the wings of the 3-legged Jinwu, interrupting the 3-legged Jinwu in front of him, who was talking about running cars. Looked at Su Yan and said, "This guy is Di Chi of the 3-legged Jinwu clan. His greatest hobby in life is to force good women into prostitution. And then persuade the rabbit master to become a good woman. Nothing. Don't pay attention to this guy. Chapter 281 Mother's Friend. What do you mean by absorbing the smell? The three-legged golden crow slightly turned sideways, flapped its wings to maintain its balance, raised its claws to block Sister Shear's push on his arm, and said dissatisfiedly, "If it weren't for my great help, this fox might not have been born yet. It's not too much to call me Red Mother." After Su Yin broke out of the S.H.L., it seemed that no one came to attend his 100-day banquet, making Su Yin feel that his parents seemed to have no relatives or friends. But the real situation is that after the fox mother gave birth to the fox-patterned egg, she organized a carnival banquet for her friends. As long as the fox-patterned dragon egg is born, it means that there is already a life inside the egg-shell. But it takes some time to break out of the S.H.L. Once the dragon life is formed into an egg, birth is inevitable. After 2 weeks of revelry, the drunk Emperor Qi slept directly in Su Yan's house. Fox Mom stuffed the fox-patterned egg directly under the buttocks of the three-legged golden crow, and took Long Dad out to travel and rest for a while, so as to conserve energy for the future hatching time of the fox-patterned egg. Emperor Qi and the fox-patterned egg stared at each other for about 2 years before Fox Mom and Long Dad came back. It took Su Yin nearly 13 years from formation to hatching. Emperor Qi took care of it for 2 years, and Xiaoyu took care of it for 2 weeks before she directly found a ferry boat to find Fox Mom and returned it to her. Wang Tianho stared at the fox-patterned egg for 3.5 years. Fox Mom took care of it for about 5 years, and the rest of the time the fox-patterned egg was under the buttocks of different female beasts. Fox Mom's Taoist companions often saw an extra egg and a letter under their buttocks just after they finished meditating. During the period when Su Yin had no memory, he had already traveled to various regions in the cultivation world. That is to say, Zhou Tong was young and had low cultivation, so he could not protect the fox-patterned egg well. Otherwise the fox-patterned egg could have lived in the big cat's home for several months. Su Yin was stunned while listening. From the brief words of the three-legged golden crow, Su Yin could know that when he was in the egg-shell, he should have had a more exciting and complicated wandering history. He not only lived in his aunt's house, but also stayed in other aunts' houses for a period of time. It was just that because of the isolation of the egg-shell, Su Yin had no perception of the outside world. The leader of the Moon Rabbit tribe looked at the scene in front of him and did not express any opinions at all. He brewed a pot of fine spiritual tea for the guests with a leisurely face, as if he could not hear the content of the conversation between Sister Shear and Di Qi. "I'm too lazy to argue with you, kid. Follow me." The three-legged golden crow snorted, spread its wings and took off, picked up Su Yin, who had already revealed his true body and pretended to be dead, and flew directly to the outside of the main house of the Moon Rabbit Mansion. There was no point in arguing with Shear. Even if he won the argument, he would not let her recognize him as Su Yan's godmother. Instead of arguing with that eloquent guy, it was better to go to the main character Su Yin and have a secret talk. Di Qi flew directly outside the house with Su Yin in his mouth, and landed on the large flat ground where the pestle and mortar were drying. His figure took on a human form during the fall. Di Qi was wearing a warm yellow shoulderless dress, and an emerald green suspender on his chest was in a cross shape and wrapped around his neck. The wide-sleeved long skirt had slits on both sides, extending straight to the thighs above the knees. Her long black hair was dark and dull, as if it had absorbed the sunlight that shone on her hair, making it appear dark. Su Yin was worried about being hugged by Di Qi. He was not worried that his mother's friends would hurt him, since his mother had trusted him to her before. It proved that the relationship between his mother and Di Qi was extraordinary. But that was also between Fox Mother and Di Qi as far as Su Yin knew. The Jinwu clan was stubborn and had abnormal bad personalities. It would be a lie for Su Yin not to feel uneasy in his heart if he was hugged by such a stubborn female beast. What's going on with the old fox recently? There has been no news of her since she ran away last time. Di Qi found a remote corner, raised his hand to release the stone table and stone bench in the bracelet, put Su Yin on the table, and asked about Fox Mother's situation. "It was almost 20 years ago that I last parted with Fox Mom. After finishing a job, Fox Mom went back home to take care of Su Yin. Until now, when Su Yin is almost 15 or 16 years old, there has been no contact. Su Yin has the smell of Fox Mom, which means that Su Yin was still with Fox Mom not long ago. Since he was still with Fox Mom not long ago, how did Su Yin get into the Xiaoyu dynasty delegation?" Di Qi said that he didn't quite understand this. "Well, Mother is currently facing the wall and thinking about her mistakes. Su Yin answered Di Chi's question honestly, and roughly told about the incident that more than a year ago, the family was robbed by the elders of the Su Nine-Tailed Fox clan. Of course, Su Yin focused on the incident that the elders wanted to steal his bell. The threat of the bell by the elders was an unbearable pain for Su Yin, but it was simply a good story for the bystanders. Su Yin had tried countless times to tell other seniors about his tragic experience, but from the Emperor Wuxing to the ant, after learning about the danger facing Lingding, they all showed a wicked expression of covering their mouths and laughing, without showing any sympathy at all. Because the Su family is really talented, they can come up with such a heretical punishment. The nine-tailed fox and dragon hybrid Yazi male beast should have held up his magic weapon high and brought honor to the dragon family. As a result, he faced the punishment of Lingding. Yazi, one of the 9 sons of the dragon family, the second generation of the dragon family, who could enter the family tree without review, faced the biggest life and death crisis of Lingding, which is hilarious. After Su Yin told the current situation of the fox mother and openly laughed at his own experience, Di Chi's face suddenly became strange, because she knew Su Yan's bloodline and the relationship between the Su family's 9-tailed fox and the lustful dragon family who advocate pure love. Therefore, she could fully understand Su Yan's self-mockery. And then she burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Let Chimu see how precious the little fox bell is to attract a group of 9-tailed fox elders to pester them endlessly, Di Chi said. And he really put his cheek on the stone table and looked at Su Yan's crotch while he was squatting. But Su Yan had always been accustomed to using his tail to protect him. So although Di Chi's behavior was sudden, he saw nothing. Why are you still protecting him? When Chima climbed over the wall, she had seen all kinds of situations. Could it be that it was really an even number as Lao Chong said? Di Chi straightened up again, looked at Su Yin who was squatting on the table with a black line on his forehead, and pondered and proposed a possible hypothesis. I don't know about other dragons, but I am definitely the only one. Otherwise I wouldn't run away. Su Yin was full of complaints, and complained in his heart about his aunt's rumors. Aunt Chi, isn't this bad? You just do this when you come. Is it not okay for elders to care about the younger generation? Chapter 282 Fox Mother and Her Sisters. Di Chi looked at Su Yin and pondered. After a moment, he said, in theory, elders need to give gifts to their juniors when they meet for the first time, to encourage or bless their safety. She paused here and continued. Just as a gift for meeting. Giving magic tools, spiritual stones, or elixirs is too tacky. How about I give you something you will never forget? It is normal to give gifts to juniors, but Di Chi thinks that those are too ordinary. At first glance, the fox in front of him doesn't seem to need those. Giving magic tools and elixirs. It is probably not possible to make Su Yin remember him firmly. So, in a flash, Di Chi thought of a very good idea. Chi Mother invites you to go shopping and takes you to find the most beautiful and nourishing demon woman in the eastern state. How about that? Aunt Chi, this is not good? Su Yin wanted to firmly refuse Aunt Chi's gift, but Su Yin was a little shaken in his heart, because Su Yin clearly remembered that his aunt told him that the demon tribe bar was different from the human tribe bar, and the two were completely parallel shops. As for what was different inside, his aunt did not tell Su Yin. This made Su Yin curious about the place. Therefore, when he came to the eastern state, visiting the demon tribe bar was originally in Su Yan's itinerary. Facing Aunt Chi's remedy and taking him to visit the highest in demon tribe bar, Su Yin seemed a little hard to refuse. He was really curious about the difference between the demon tribe bar and the human tribe bar. By the way, where is your tail? Seeing Su Yin's heartbeat, Di Chi showed a smug smile on his cheek. Obviously, Su Yin was very moved by the gift he gave. How could a dragon cub refuse a strong, beautiful and nourishing girl? Since Su Yin had agreed, Di Chi naturally paid attention to some details. That is, where is Su Yan's tail? Shouldn't a Jindan stage cultivator have 3 tails? Where is your tail? The 9 tails of the 9-tailed fox are iconic giants, deeply imprinted in the bloodline, no matter how thin the bloodline is. As long as the 9-tailed fox bloodline has 9 tails, it is inevitable. The appearance of Su Yan's tail made Di Chi afraid that Su Yin would be beaten out with a broom at the door of the fence. The demon fence is very particular about bloodline. If an ordinary little demon goes to the demon fence, I am afraid that he will not even have the opportunity to lick the upper of a girl's shoe. Of course, Su Yin doesn't need to worry about those things when he follows him. But if he doesn't show some things, it's like a force melon, which tastes sour and astringent, and may even be poisonous. The tail is retracted into the body. Su-yin said. Huh? The nine-tailed fox also has this ability? Dichi showed surprise on his cheeks and said, No. Next time I see the old fox, let her show me too. I'm really curious. How can 7 tails that are bigger than the body retract into the body? Su-yin and Aunt Chi sat in the courtyard for a while, until it got dark, and it was close to dinner time. And the two returned to the main house. During the chat, Su-yin's curiosity also ignited in his heart and asked Aunt Chi about his mother's past. When living with Fox Mom. Although Fox Mom didn't reveal much, Su-yin still knew that his mother had a lot of close Taoist partners, like Lao Chong, Xiao Qi, and Xiao Wang. Lao Chong refers to Su-yin's and Chong Qiong of the Jiaochong clan. Xiao Qi refers to Di Qi of the three-legged Golden Crow clan. And who is Xiao Wang referring to? Aunt Chi did not hide anything and told the story of the sister group in a careless manner. A group of 4 people came out of the Wanyao City Academy and traveled all the way from east to west, north to south, and implemented the principle of taking what they had. They robbed whoever was rich, and traveled on the mainland for hundreds of years by relying on strength and words. Of course, the original intention of the sister group was to travel together to avoid trouble, but they didn't know why the sisters' path was getting crooked. In the end, after reviewing their experience, the sisters figured out that something was wrong. Later, the sisters thought about it carefully. The bad elements of the nine-tailed fox clan include Su, the born fierce banded Jiaochong clan, the naughty three-legged golden crow, and the playful and irritable Wang Tianho. Suddenly, the taste became right. In the Fox Mother Taoist companion group, Xiao Wang, who Su-yin had never seen, refers to Aunt Wang Tianho, a rare beast with horns like a deer, hair like a lion, ears like a cat, and a body like a unicorn. There are very few Wang Tianhao in the world. It is a beast that will be exterminated if a few of them die. It is as rare as Bai Zhe, the god of war, whose tribe is composed of one beast. Xiao Wang is the force of the sister group. When she has nothing to do, she squats on the roof to look out the wind, responsible for alerting the surrounding situation and providing timely military support. After learning the details, Su-yin imagined the image of the sister group robbing in his mind. But Su-yin thought for a long time and couldn't think of it. It was really hard for him to imagine what kind of unlucky guy could provoke a group of powerful beasts to beat him up. Maybe this is the real version of him hoarding food and I hoarding guns. They are all my granary. Right? Su-yin secretly complained about the wild style of Fox Mom in the past. Time goes back to the dinner of the Moon Rabbit clan. Su-yin also saw many moon rabbits. The moon rabbits were all petite and had baby faces. Female moon rabbits were about 1.45 meters tall in human form, while male moon rabbits were about 1.56 meters tall. Not very tall. The moon rabbits all had the surname Gu. The moon rabbit cub that Sister Sheer had saved before was named Gu Xiaoting. Gu Xiaoting, who was supposed to be jumping around, now walked with her red, but sticking out, and 4 legs following closely after she and her mother expressed their longing for each other. Gu Xiaotong's childhood was quite complete. At the banquet, Su-yin also saw the representative of the Qingqiu nine-tailed fox clan, who was sent to the Moon Rabbit clan. It was an adult fox with a human-like appearance, extremely handsome face, sharp angular cheeks, and a sharp aura all over his body. He was completely unlike the soft beauty of the Tushan clan and the Yusu clan. There was also a little fox beside the big fox, and the two seemed to be carved from the same mold. Su-yin didn't like the rigid and serious atmosphere from inside to outside. But Su-yin could understand this. If the nine-tailed fox of Qingqiu clan was as jumpy as Tushan clan and Yusu clan, there might not be any legends of armed and sharp. Although the big fox of Qingqiu clan had a stern face and didn't smile. During the banquet, his eyes would occasionally look towards Sister Sheer, full of vigilance. At first, Su-yin thought the big fox was looking at him, and then he moved a little away, only to find that the Qingqiu fox was looking at Sister Sheer, very vigilant. Sheer didn't care much about it. She would feel strange if the Qingqiu clan fox smiled at her. There are 2 branches of the upper magical power of the wood element. One is to transform vitality like Qingqiu clan, so that one can obtain the characteristics of near immortality. The second is to transform into an erosive wind like Wuxing Emperor. The life-demanding gusts of wind erode everything like a continuous drizzle, and the fall of a whale makes life form a closed loop. When the crown prince Xiaoyu died, Wuxing Emperor was furious and spread to all directions. The first person Wuxing Emperor looked for was the Qingqiu clan's nine-tailed fox clan. They specialized in life and must have a way to resurrect. Wuxing Emperor is different from ordinary cultivators. The Qingqiu clan's nine-tailed foxes all know that she is a nightmare, and has obtained the Yin wind that restrains the power of immortality. Therefore, when they see the ghost of Wuxing Emperor, they are naturally full of vigilance. The Qingqiu clan's big fox is also afraid that Sheer will suddenly go crazy. Chapter 283. Come. Let it take you to see it. At the dinner, Sister Sierra solemnly introduced her younger generations, Su Yin and Wuxi, to all the moon rabbits. The two little ones may often trouble everyone in the future. After all, Princess Wuxi's mind is full of thoughts of running away from the Xiaoyu dynasty, establishing a sect, and doing harm to the cultivation world, wanting to be the king of the mountain without restraint. Now let's get to know the Moon Rabbit clan. Maybe it will be useful in the future. After the dinner, there was nothing good to visit in the damaged Moon Rabbit clan land. Instead, there were a lot of poisonous traps around the clan land. Therefore, the Moon Rabbit clan leader arranged 2 temporary dormitories for Su Yin and his party. The adults lived in a single room, and the children lived in one. The 2 temporary dormitories were really built temporarily, and the inside still exuded the smell of wood. The Moon Rabbit clan did not expect that the envoys from the Xiaoyu dynasty would come so quickly. The fox-like Princess Wuxi jumped on the bed for a long time, turned around, looked at Su Yin, and laughed strangely, saying, "Are you ready, little fox? Let me instill some loyal concepts into your head. There is no one around now. No one will save you even if you shout. Princess, please be normal." Su Yin looked at Princess Wuxi, who stood up on the bed, put her hands on her waist, and laughed obscenely. "I am going to rest early now. Auntie Three-Legged Golden Crow said that she will take me to the Demon Clan brothel tomorrow to broaden my horizons. I will make trouble with Princess Wuxi later, and I guess we will practice fighting on the bed tonight." Su Yin does not plan to overwork tonight, but to conserve his energy to prepare for the physical strength to go to the city tomorrow. Princess Wuxi was slightly stunned. As if she remembered something, she suddenly flew down from the bed and rode on Su Yan's back with the momentum of a mountain. The 2 fox hands pulled Su Yan's ears and said, "If you didn't tell me, I would have almost forgotten it. Tell me the truth. What are your parents' names?" Su Yin didn't show off in front of her, and the princess didn't think of forcing the fox to tell her about his life and origins. The Three-Legged Golden Crow was able to represent the Three-Legged Golden Crow alone to send condolences to the Moon Rabbit. It naturally had a considerable status in the Golden Crow clan. And the Three-Legged Golden Crow Dichi said that he was a sister of Su Yan's mother, and was even ready to recognize Su Yan as his godson. It can be seen from this that the elders of Su Yan's family should also be quite important. Su Yan once told her that he had a big trouble outside the Xiaoyu dynasty and couldn't follow her, fearing that her troubles would drag her down. Until now, Princess Wuxi finally understood that the honest Su Yan might not have caused any big trouble in the outside world. But the real trouble might be the parents of this little fox. It's time. Su Yan was caught and choked by Princess Wuxi, and he immediately slapped the princess's arm and shouted incoherently that he surrendered. As soon as Princess Wuxi let go of Su Yan took a deep breath and started parkouring in the dormitory, not accepting Princess Wuxi's interrogation at all. "Humph! Just a fox cub." Seeing Su Yan resisting her, Princess Wuxi suddenly sneered, stood up, took 2 steps on the ground, raised her hand to make a seal, and 4 semi-fluffy tails grew behind her, and her body gradually stretched out. From a child of about 1.5 meters, she quickly grew into a woman of 1.9 meters. The long skirt that was originally tightly covered turned into a shoulder-free short skirt, which was casually put on her body to reveal a large area of snow-white and flawless skin. Princess Wuxi released her hand that made a seal, raised her hand to cover her mouth and chuckled. Her eyebrows curved, and opened her arms. "Xiaoyan, I have told you my story, but you concealed it from me. Is it really good to deceive me like this? Don't you want to live in my warm embrace?" Princess Wuxi said as she raised her hands and hugged her arms to shake the long skirt that stretched the line. As a 9-tailed fox bloodline returned to the ancestors, Princess Wuxi perfectly inherited the good qualities of the Su family that caused chaos in the world. Every frown and smile made people unable to look away. They wanted to kneel down in front of the princess, pick up the upper of Princess Wuxi's shoes and kiss them, and take out their internal organs to tell her their heartfelt and sincere feelings. She had no intention of bringing disaster to the world, but her natural beauty made others unable to control themselves and willing to give everything for her. "Won't you sleep on the same bed with me?" Princess Wuxi said with a smile again. "Something's wrong, Princess. Something's wrong." Su Yan's running figure squatted in place, His arms tightly hugged the table legs. But the long legs in the lower body seemed to have their own ideas, madly resisting the commands issued by the brain, and retreating to find the princess. Squeaky. Su Yan was very strong, and the solid wood tea table weighing hundreds of pounds could not withstand the strength of Su Yan's uncontrollable legs. Su Yan directly dragged the tea table backwards madly, retreating towards Princess Wuxi. As a nine-tailed fox of the Su clan, he naturally had resistance to the Su clan's charming appearance. But because of the huge gap in blood and cultivation, Su Yan could only make sure that his mind was clear, and the rest of his body was like having its own independent thoughts, and was out of control. Wow wow wow. Su Yan did a backflip and jumped directly into the arms of Princess Wuxi. The whole fox was as straight as iron and plunged directly into the pile of white sand like diving. Su Yan. It is better not to have such resistance. It is better to fall directly into the charming appearance of all living beings. At least I can't remember what I have done. Princess Wuxi raised her hand with a smile on her face, pinched the tail as if drawing a sword, and pulled out Su Yan, whose body was completely stiff and unable to move, and said, "There is an ivory mat on the bed. Let's go there and talk slowly. I think you can't run away. Right?" Princess Wuxi lay on the fish bed, raised her hand to pick up Zai Longnu, who was sleeping soundly on the ivory mat, threw her on the mosquito net, put Su Yan in front of her, and poked Su Yan's head with a smile on her face. "Don't you have anything to say to me? If you say it obediently, maybe I am willing to give the little fox some rewards. What reward do you want? A kiss? Wrap your hands around my waist, bury yourself in my hair, and fill your heart with my fragrance, or my skin, with fine canine teeth biting on my skin. Let me." After Princess Wuxi revealed her true form, her temperament changed greatly. The immortal secret method not only suppressed her body size, but also suppressed the hormones during her formation. Now that the immortal secret method was suddenly lifted and her innate magical powers were used, Princess Wuxi became extremely excited, even crazy. The animal nature in her body has completely overwhelmed her human nature. Just as Princess Wuxi reached out and began to touch Su Yan's bell, a ripple suddenly appeared in the living room, and a sense of drowsiness swept over. "Am I not here at the right time?" The Lord of the Night looked at Su Yan, who was spread out with the word "Tai," and the plump and beautiful woman who buried her head on Su Yan's shoulder, and was slightly stunned and muttered to himself, "Do young children like this now?" Chapter 284 3 Faces of Embarrassment. "I don't think I came at the right time." The Lord of the Night emerged from the gap in space, emitting a strange ripple around him. As long as the creatures or plants that were touched had intelligence, they would fall into a deep sleep. The Lord of the Night did not deliberately suppress his own breath, and weak creatures could even fall asleep directly. Every time she came to Su Yan's dormitory, she would emit a sleeping wave when she appeared, so that the creatures in the room would fall into a deep sleep. And then the Lord of the Night would show up, because the Lord of the Night did not want to publicize his affairs everywhere. It's just that this time it seems to be the wrong time. The situation inside the couch is that Su Yan is lying on the fox, and the plump beauty with half-revealed clothes holds the fox's waist with her hands, her cheeks deeply buried in the fox's shoulders and neck, and her mouth is half open. Such a strange action. No matter how you look at it, it looks like the foreplay of reproduction. Right? When the Lord of the Night saw the scene on the bed, he immediately knew that he came at the wrong time and ruined someone's good thing. Do all the cubs like this now? Do they like the smell of their mother? Now that everything is done, the Lord of the Night cannot wake up the two foxes and one dragon again and let them continue to sleep on the bed and continue to do it. She shook her head helplessly, sat cross-legged beside Su Yan and waited silently. The Lord of the Night looked at Su Yan and Princess Wuxi, and suddenly remembered something in her mind. She is the Lord of the Night of the 10,000 Monsters Forest, and the honorary dean and director of teaching of the 10,000 Monsters Academy. She mainly focuses on laws and school rules on weekdays. Don't expect the three-legged golden crow to be disciplined. The Lord of the Day, the Sun Golden Crow, is a representative figure who has no respect for the king's law. The Lord of the Night usually takes him to work. When inspecting the 10,000 Monsters Academy, the Lord of the Night often confiscates some banned books. The protagonists of the book circulated among the small monsters are all plump ladies, who are enough to be their mothers. But the protagonists of the book circulated among the big monsters are basically tall beauties. That is to say, the age difference is not that big. This is a rule. The Lord of the Night collected tens of thousands of books of the law calculated by the Emperor's uncle by means of confiscation. Now seeing Princess Wuxi and Su Yan, the Lord of the Night is more certain of his judgment. The Lord of the Night was thinking about parenting in his mind, and his palm subconsciously touched something. Before, when she was thinking about things, she always stroked Su Yan's back, turning Su Yan from a little snow fox into a little white dog. But today Su Yan was sleeping on the bed, and the Lord of the Night stroked him, causing Su Yan in his sleep to move suddenly. Originally in the deep dream, Su Yan, who was soaking in the snow mountain hot spring with the fairy sister, suddenly felt the urge to urinate in his heart. So he ran into the woods under the surprised gaze of the fairy's sister and shuddered. In reality, the Lord of the Night stared at his palm with a dull face, and then looked at Su Yan, who was sleeping soundly but frowning as if he was not sleeping well, and couldn't help muttering to himself, "It shouldn't be like this. It's just a cub in terms of age? Because it's a dragon hybrid? So its body shape has developed prematurely? But shouldn't that be a change that only occurs in human form?" The Lord of the Night didn't wait until dawn this time, because things were a little beyond common sense, causing the Lord of the Night to turn around and go home to start writing a book. Writing what happened today in the parenting book he compiled. The next morning, Princess Wuxi, who was holding Su Yan with one arm, woke up faintly. Her head was as groggy as if she was drunk and had blacked out. It had been too long since she had reappeared her true body, causing the growth pheromones that had been suppressed in her body to rush straight into her forehead. Princess Wuxi sat up straight, rubbed her forehead, and then looked at Su Yan, who was still sleeping beside her. Just one glance made Princess Wuxi completely stunned, and her eyes almost popped out, because the hair on Su Yan's belly was wet and clumped. Princess Wuxi immediately remembered some flashbacks of last night. "This time I'm really in trouble," Princess Wuxi murmured softly, and laid down again and started to play dead. With Su's charming appearance, it is obviously a natural magical spell of charm and stimulation. Su Yan is so young. It is impossible for him to have any evil abilities. It is obvious that he had tormented the little fox last night when he was dizzy. Faced with such an embarrassing scene, the first thing that Princess Wuxi thought of was to pretend to be dead. Let Su Yan wake up first, and then pretend nothing happened and ignore the matter. A moment later, Su Yan also woke up from his sleep, smacked his little fox mouth, glanced at Xialong sleeping in the mosquito net, and then glanced at the beauty next to him, with a frown on his face. Su Yan was about to complain, but suddenly found something wrong. He looked down and saw a surprised expression on the fox's face. Then his little face turned red, and he swallowed all the complaints. He carefully jumped under the bed, spread his legs, and hopped around behind the screen in the inner room to use the power of water control to attract a trickle and start taking a bath. Princess Wuxi quietly opened her eyes, glanced at the picture of the little fox bathing behind the screen, pretended to be awakened by the sound of running water, and said in a normal tone, laughing as usual, "He. Is it so miserable to take a cold bath alone so early in the morning? Do you want to agree to become the left guardian of my sect? I might be willing to use a hair comb to comb your back for you." "No need. I can control the water to wash it," Su Yan retorted in a low voice, and immediately accelerated the action of bathing and changing clothes in his hands, secretly criticizing the terrible destructive power caused by Princess Wuxi's body. As a cultivator of the demon clan, Su Yan is very clear about his body structure. The fox body currently does not have the ability to reproduce and agitate. On the contrary, when he is in human form, he can occasionally see the slight movement of the bell. But his human form actually does not have the ability to reproduce. But today, the fox's body, contrary to its usual behavior, overflowed, excluding the influence of its own factors and confirming that nothing happened last night. It let Princess Wuxi's arm press on its neck, making it faint as if it was strangled. That proves that the abnormality in the body is definitely due to the charm of Princess Wuxi. The nine-tailed fox is so terrifying. It can even temporarily change my physiological structure. Su Yan controlled the water flow to scrub his back, secretly criticizing the ability of the nine-tailed fox in his heart. Fortunately, nothing happened. If the rumor that Princess Wuxi lost her virginity after sleeping with him for a night was spread, then Princess Wuxi's grandfather would not pull out his roots. The third prince of the Xiaoyu dynasty was very mysterious. Su Yan didn't know much about him, but according to some rumors, he was the guarantee of the stability of the border. He should be a ruthless man engaged in infiltration and subversion. He did those things without a formal marriage. The third prince didn't strangle himself after knowing it. If Princess Wuxi moaned or begged for mercy, it would probably add fuel to the fire. Su Yan complained about his experience in his heart. Suddenly, he noticed that there was a gaze behind him. He turned around and saw Princess Wuxi leaning on the screen. Princess, what are you doing? I haven't seen a water monk bathing. So I'm curious about how a water monk bathes. Su Yin, I haven't seen a wood monk bathing either. Why don't you show me? Chapter 285. The Simple Demon Clan Brothel. Don't look. Don't look. Such things don't require an equal exchange. Thank you. Princess Wuxi glanced at Su Yin bathing, which made Su Yin couldn't help but complain about Princess Wuxi's hooliganism. As a result, Princess Wuxi opened the secret method of immortality without saying a word and turned back into a little fox. She squeezed into the bathroom and stood up. She opened her arms, and vines grew on the ground. The ends of the vines rolled up the toiletries in the bathroom and began to scrub Princess Wuxi's white fur. In the meantime, she also grabbed Su Yin, who was washing his body with a trickle, and washed him. Two white little foxes stood in the bathroom. Both of them covered their bodies with their tails, and opened their arms to let the vines in the bathroom pick up the toiletries to help wash their bodies. How is it? Is the wood method more comfortable than the water method? This is how I want to save time. Princess Wuxi looked at Su Yin beside her and said with a proud look, "Come to my house when you have time. I will show you how luxurious my bathhouse is. I will let the maids treat you comfortably." In the princess's house, Princess Wuxi's daily bathing and changing clothes are basically equipped with 6 maids to serve her. Some are responsible for regulating the water temperature of the bathhouse. Some are responsible for entering the pool to provide massage and wash. And some are responsible for carrying fruit plates. After washing, there are body wiping and hand and foot massage, plus a set of nail care. That is, a maid sits on a small stool to keep her body in an arc shape, and Princess Wuxi sits in her arms, resting on her mountains. A maid in front is responsible for massaging the little fox's feet, and 2 maids on the left and right are responsible for massaging the little hands. Princess Wuxi said these to Su Yin, not to show off, but just to let the little fox know what kind of fairy life it is to be with her. Su Yin was stunned by the whole process, so much so that he forgot the embarrassment of sharing a bathroom with Princess Wuxi. Can the little fox really live such a lavish life, like a god? The little rich woman's daily life can be so luxurious. After coming out of the bathroom, Su Yin used his water control ability to absorb all the water droplets on himself and the princess, and threw them back into the bathroom. Princess Wuxi raised her head and walked out of the bathroom first. As soon as she came out, she saw Dichi, who was sitting at the tea table in the dormitory eating raspberries. She looked at the 2 foxes who came out of the bathroom one after another with interest and said, "You have an affair?" Rather than saying it's an affair. What happened to me just now is more outrageous. Su Yin secretly complained in his heart and greeted her, "Aunt Chi, why did you run to our dormitory so early in the morning?" "Of course, I asked you to go to the brothel to play," Dichi said with confidence, then showed a funny look on his face. Looked at Princess Wuxi on the side and said, "It's just that Chi's mother seems to be a little nosy. It is common for the demons to roll around and kiss and bite each other. But bathing together usually occurs between the same sex. If the opposite sex bathes together, it is more or less meaningful. Therefore, Dichi has every reason to suspect that the 2 little guys might have just finished and went to play in the water with mandarin ducks." Princess Wuxi snorted and walked outside while saying, "I am just competing with Xiao Suzy in magic. So stop talking nonsense." Dichi's face was full of disbelief, but he sniffed the smell in the bedroom and found that there was indeed no peculiar smell after the incident. "How should I put it? I am bathing, and the princess has never seen a water monk bathing. So I will temporarily show you the way of bathing of the wood monk." Ah. Su Yin looked helpless and prepared to explain to Aunt Chi what happened just now. But halfway through, the words of the bathing method of the wood monk came out, and Dichi's cheek showed a wave of disgust. And he waved his hand and said, "I understand. So don't say it." Su Yin looked at Aunt Chi with doubts. But Aunt Chi said with a subtle look, "The little demon knows too much about the big demon, which affects the development of shoulder height." Speaking of the bathing method of the wood monk, Aunt Chi recalled what happened in the northern state. At that time, a hot spring pool was found in the snow mountain, and the sisters ran to the hot spring pool to play together. Aunt Chi was envious of the fox mother's ambition, so she stepped forward to catch her, wanting to see if there was a big hemorrhoid on her snow-white skin. Fox Mom stretched out her hand and summoned vines, which directly tied up the rogue bird from the feet. Finally, Aunt Chi's face flushed and she was panting. She asked Fox Mom to stop torturing her. She really knew she was wrong. If she continued like this, she would become an adult. The wood monk took a bath, which was so perverted. Since there is no partner. Let's go! And she shuddered all over. And directly changed the topic of the wood monk. She lifted the little fox on the ground and said, "Let's go to the brothel. And she will find some beautiful fairies for you. I guarantee that you will have never seen an experience before. Now?" Su Yin looked at the sky and said in surprise, "Are we going to have breakfast?" Su Yin went to Xiaoyu brothel every day. And from time to time, he would go to the Wanhua pavilion next door to visit. He knew very well that the brothel was open for business. It started to prepare at around 4 p.m. Opened at 5 p.m. And officially started business for the day at around 5:30 p.m. Even if the Demon Clan brothels are different. They don't run to the brothels early in the morning to talk about love. Right? What breakfast? By the time you get breakfast, the good girls in the brothels are all covered in icing sugar. And she rolled her eyes, threw Su Yin over her head to reveal a raven-like figure, and quickly expanded to reveal her true form. Opened her mouth, and put Su Yin directly into her mouth. The three-legged golden crow is pure black. But this is the color of its surface when it is still. Once its body moves forward, a clear golden flame will burn on its surface. Like a rising sun, with extremely strong destructive power. With Su Yan's cultivation, he can't ride the golden crow, even if he sits on the lowest temperature foot. Our demon tribe's club is different from that of humans. We all need to fight on the ring. You will show your true form later, and stir up the lustful blood of the dragon tribe in your body to fascinate those little demons. The sun slowly rose into the sky, and the flames around it burned the colorless poisonous miasma gathered above the moon rabbit tribe. It rushed straight to the east of the eastern state. And she briefly explained the rules of the demon tribe's brothel to Su Yin. There is no tea party here, nor so many romantic things. In the demon tribe's brothel, it is very simple and only looks at blood, strength, and appearance. Spiritual stones don't work in the demon clan's pen. The nobleness of blood is greater than all external factors. The remaining factors are strength and appearance. The demon clan's pen is very special. The customers who can go there are either sex embryos who like bells jingling, or female beasts seeking to breed, or small beasts who want a touch of spring in spring. Su Yan's strength is not outstanding there. But the blood and appearance of the nine-tailed Jizi are top-notch. Unless the extremely rare blood of the divine beast appears, Su Yan can just pull off his pants, pounce on the female beasts, and do whatever he wants in the pen without restraint. The demon clan's pen is such a simple place. Chapter 286 Spring Orchard Street. Swoosh. Su Yan was riding in the mouth of the three-legged crow, and he didn't have much perception of the outside world. The only feeling he had was the push on his back. The force was a little bit stronger. So Su Yan had to hold his tongue tightly, fearing that he would run into Aunt Chi's stomach and turn around if he slacked off. Fortunately, the push on his back didn't last long. After the three-legged crow flew out of the Moon Rabbit clan, which was full of death traps, Aunt Chi opened her mouth and spit out Su Yan. He could use the flow of light or escape technique to move forward. So big, the three-legged crow opened its mouth and spit out the fox, exposing Su Yan's figure directly in the air. When Su Yan adjusted his body to stabilize his figure, he saw the three-legged crow's body, which still had clear golden flames on its surface. In front of the crow, Su Yan's body was not even as big as the feathers of the crow's feathers. The size of the little fox's body was probably barely comparable to the size of the crow's feather powder. Su Yan's body was almost as big as the crow's dandruff. The name of the sun golden crow is not exaggerated. When flying, it really looks like a sun. Su Yan looked at Aunt Chi, who was shrinking at a very fast speed, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Aunt Chi's size was even more outrageous than the giant statue of the flower god summoned by the fairy doctor. I really don't know what this demon king eats on weekdays, and its size can grow to such an outrageous extent. Why are you looking at me? When Aunt Chi saw Su Yan looking up and staring blankly at the three-legged golden crow that had already shrunk in the sky, she couldn't help but chuckled and picked up Su Yan and threw him on her shoulder, saying, "Don't worry. With your parents' bloodline, you also have the potential to grow so big. If you work hard to improve your cultivation, you should be able to grow this big in the future. The higher the cultivation of the demon clan, the larger the size. After crossing the stage of transformation and reaching the stage of fusion to become a terrestrial immortal, the size of the demon clan will usher in a round of explosive growth. That kind of size should no longer be called size, but Dharma appearance. At present, Emperor Chi's size has not reached the limit. The size of the three-legged golden crow ranks among the top in the monster race. But if we talk about size, it is the strongest golden crow ancestor. His size is even named Sun, by both the human race and the monster race. Emperor Chi's size is just that big. Just like the Lord of Daylight. The only one who can compete with the Lord of Daylight is Tiantingo, who is called the Lord of Night. Although Su Yan's size can still grow, it is impossible to match the three-legged golden crow, because neither the dragon race nor the nine-tailed fox is a race known for its size. Su Yan lay on Aunt Chi's shoulder, facing the wind and wrapped in orange light to the Spring Orchard Street in the eastern state. The eastern province is the base camp of the demon tribe, where demons gather. Chuanri Orchard Street is located in the east, and is a small town. The original purpose of its establishment is unknown. It seems that it was established by a group of demon beasts with the instinct to reproduce in spring. However, as the reputation of Chuanri Orchard Street spreads, it has gradually lost its nature of spring blind dates and has become a brothel and kiln city. Su Yan came to visit the Moon Rabbit clan, which is very timely. Now is the busiest season of Chuanri Orchard Street, where a huge group of demons gather. Some demons come here to find high-quality males. Some demons come here to find handsome men and beautiful women. And some human monks living in the eastern province come here to join in the fun. This is a carnival that lasts for several months. And the afterglow can even cover the 3 seasons of summer, autumn and winter, until the next spring, when the Spring Orchard Street Festival will be held again. There are already signs of fertility worship. Come on! Show your true form quickly, so that Aunt Chi can also take a good look at the young man's majesty. Aunt Chi led Su Yan to land on a dirt road not far from Spring Street. Although the name of Spring Orchard Street is very loud, it is a no man's land. And naturally there is no infrastructure. The operation of the town belongs to each family, and they enclose their own land and take care of the snow in front of their own door. The pavilions and towers are luxurious. But who cares about what happens outside their own enclosure? Dichi originally wanted to get a godson, but Su Yan was unwilling to do so. So Dichi reluctantly agreed to Su Yan's opinion and got himself a nephew. Small ones are cute too. Why do you want to show your true form? Su Yan muttered in his heart, and reluctantly stood up, took 3 steps, raised his hand and pinched out the seal to release the secret method of immortality, so that his body shape returned to the shape of a 9-tailed fox in the Jindan period. Compared with the slender body of the 3-tailed fox, Su Yan actually likes his little fox form more. The little fox is cute, and everyone loves it, although the round body looks a little fat. Su Yan would rather call it baby fat. The little snow fox form specializes in killing female cultivators in Xiaoyu, so that Su Yan can eat and drink in Xiaoyu, and can also take the bag away. Therefore, Su Yan naturally has no intention of showing his 3-tailed fox form. With such a large body, it is useless except for being used as a mount. If it weren't for Aunt Chi saying that the little fox form is a bean curd with no hair in Chuanri Orchard Street, and it is not allowed to enter the brothel and the brothel, Su Yan would not show his true form no matter what. Ha! The moment Su Yan released the secret of immortality, the azure demonic power was faintly leaked out because of the change in his body shape. The little fox, which was originally about 20 centimeters tall, stood up and reached the height of an adult. The fox's shoulder height also increased to about 60 centimeters. The black lines from the black dragon blood also spread from Su Yan's limbs to his shoulders. The 3 snow-white fox tails popped out with a flick, and some black flame patterns appeared on the ends of the tails. Su Yan looked at his fox claws, then lowered his head and looked at his black silk feet. He didn't want to make any comments, and directly transformed into a human form. Hey, and she looked at Su Yan carefully. Seeing that Su Yan wanted to show his human form, she interrupted him and said with interest, "Don't do that yet. I have never ridden a 3-tailed 9-tailed fox. Let me ride it for a while first." Su Yan, who showed the young 9-tailed gnat, had long lost the fatness of a little white fox. The whole fox's body also looked particularly slender to the point of being a little thin. When the 3-tailed fox landed on all fours, its head, chest and forelimbs looked broad and powerful. But when it came to the waist, it might be because of the dragon bloodline, it had the special effect of shrinking the waist and abdomen. The hind legs looked a little short and thick because of the black color that made it look thin. Like this, then like this, then like this. After interrupting Su Yan's transformation, Aunt Chi directly sat on Su Yan's waist and back, grabbed the tail in the middle of the 3-tailed fox, let it support her waist and coil it on her back to form a back cushion, then lifted the 3-tailed fox's 2 tails on the left and right, and placed them on her side as the best fox for armrests. Su Yan looked sideways with a frown on his face. Seeing that, Aunt Chi had already kicked off her boots and seemed to want to hang a pair of small feet on his head. Su Yan immediately jumped and threw the naughty Aunt Jingmu out. When Aunt Chi showed her body or cast a spell, Su Yan directly transformed into a human body, hugged Aunt Chi, who had kicked off her long boots in a princess hug, and said, "Aunt Chi, it's okay to ride, but you are going to hang your feet on my head, which is too much." Wow. When Aunt Chi saw Su Yan's appearance, she hesitated a little and then exclaimed, Chapter 287 Too Simple. Wow. After throwing Aunt Chi off, Su Yan revealed his human form and caught Aunt Chi, who had kicked off his boots, in a princess hug. Aunt Chi saw Su Yan's appearance, hesitated a little, and then sighed, looking at Su Yan, and said, "I didn't expect it to be quite to my taste." As the fox's body grew, Su Yan's human form also grew longer, from a young boy to a teenager, and even the clothes he was wearing were stretched because of his body growth. The original collar was wide open, and the shoulders were exposed. Aunt Chi raised her hand and could touch the lines on Su Yan's chest. Aunt Chi thought so and raised her hand to touch it, and found that this little fat fox was really hidden deep. The snow fox was short and fat. The three-tailed fox was slender, and the human form had some flesh. He really didn't treat Aunt as an outsider. First of all, let me touch the chest muscles and little face directly. Why don't other children be so sensible? Dichi sighed silently in his heart that the big fox really gave birth. The little fox was as beautiful as a crown of jade and well-behaved. It didn't have any bad habits of the big fox. You can take advantage of it as you like. Aunt, do you have a long gown? Su Yan put Aunt Chi on the dirt road and searched for a while in the storage ring. As a result, he didn't find suitable clothes to change. Su Yan couldn't help but look at Aunt Chi and ask her if there were any replacement clothes in the storage ring. The original clothes no longer fit. Su Yan was 20 centimeters taller than the little fox humanoid. "I do have a long skirt. Do you want to try it?" Aunt Chi teased with a smile, and then said, "It's pretty good now. Auntie will fix it for you." Auntie Chi walked around Su Yan, and after pondering, she stretched out her hand to untie the collar of Su Yan's coat, took off the coat and the inner clothes, and then tied the collar again on Su Yan's trousers, let him open his hands, and put on the slightly smaller coat again, and took off the hair crown on Su Yan's head. After Auntie Chi's arrangement, Su Yan's white trousers were slightly lowered and slightly loose, and the upper body was dressed coolly. He casually wore the original white base blue embroidered coat, and large areas of skin on his chest were exposed. You can even see the curves on both sides of the waist on the chest. "Auntie, are we really red like this?" Su Yan examined his own dress, thought about it, and smelled a strong narcissistic style of the southern state demon Dao. Subconsciously, he wanted to pull the collar to cover the body lines exposed in front of him. "Hey kid." Aunt Chi slapped Su Yan's hand that was pulling at his collar, and said with a look of disappointment, "You are so handsome. But if you don't show it to others, it will be a waste of your appearance. Believe me, I will go to the brothel with my bare body to seduce those little fairies, and then catch those little fairies who are in a trance and drag them to the dormitory to beat them alive. Why are you looking at me? I am so ugly, so I have to cover myself tightly. I am inferior," Aunt Chi said with a confident face. "I would like to say that you are the best among all the ants in your ability to talk nonsense." Su Yan secretly criticized Aunt Chi's big lies. "The ticket is 20 gene of spirit stones." When we arrived at the gate of Chunri Baiguan Street, there were many patrolling monsters in front of the dilapidated city plaque. 3 or 5 little monsters dressed as scholars squatted under the plaque, looking at the monks who entered the town one after another and collecting the admission tickets. The town was very lively. At a glance, it was even more lively than the siege wars Su Yan had seen before. There is no admission fee for the brothels inside, so we need to pay a ticket to enter. This ticket can visit all the brothels without hindrance, but food and accommodation are calculated separately. Aunt Chi introduced Su Yan. "Oh." Su Yan nodded and didn't say anything. Every region has its own regulations, as long as they are treated equally. Su Yan has no objection to this. Thinking of this, Su Yan took the initiative to open his storage ring and took out 40 gene of spirit stones as tickets for himself and Aunt Chi. What are you doing?" The toll-collecting demon looked at Su Yan's actions, and immediately frowned at Su Yan and Dichi. "Are you going to make trouble? Don't you know what you look like? Take it and go in." The toll-collecting demon took out 40 kilograms of spirit stones, and gave 20 kilograms to Su Yan and Aunt Chi, asking them to go in and have fun, and not to interfere with his business. This, Su Yan looked at the spirit stones in his arms, looked at An Qi with a face full of doubt, and said, "What's going on? What's going on? Being handsome and beautiful naturally has privileges," An Qi said indifferently. "Although there is no operator in Chunri Baiguan Street, the owners of the brothels inside have spontaneously formed a business to formulate some regulations that are conducive to the development of Chunri Street. Some cultivators with extraordinary handsome looks can come in directly without any obstacles. And some cultivators with top looks can get nutrition fees from the toll-collecting demon. The monster beasts here can eat, stay and play for free, and can also get a large amount of compensation, although there are not many spirit stones. A few 100 kilograms of spirit stones are still given as a token of appreciation. If it is a visitor from the Dragon Clan, Chunri Trading Company is willing to pay 100 kilograms of spirit stones a day. If Su Yan shows his hand directly, the spirit stones he can get in Chunri Street should be Divine Beast Token of Appreciation plus Handsome Beast Subsidy plus Dragon Clan Daily Salary times number of days equals actual amount. Chunri 100 Fruit Street focuses on male breeders. In order to retain high-quality male breeders, they are even willing to pay for spirit stones. If Su Yan wants to earn more, he can even go to the center of Chunri Street to show his true body and sell publicly, so that those female beasts who come here to look for high-quality male breeders can bid against each other. You are too simple. Su Yan subconsciously tightened his clothes and looked at An Qi with a genuine suspicious look on his face. What are you thinking? Auntie doesn't lack spirit stones. Don't look at me like an old bug. Auntie Qi looked down on her auntie, smiled and put her hand on Su Yan's shoulder, saying, Annie brought you here mainly to open your eyes and broaden your horizons. Look, have you seen anything like this? Auntie Qi, who was walking on the dirt road, raised her hand and pointed to let Su Yan look at the door of one of the brothels, in front of a building similar to a stable. Su Yan saw some small beasts and some human children, both male and female, with a thick hemp robe tied on their chests, sitting in a row and eating food set by the Jindan stage demons in front of the stable. TSK. Auntie is not lying to me. Su Yan couldn't help but exclaimed after a closer look. Just tie them at the door? Chunri Street brothels do not accept little brothers. Su Yan originally thought that those little brothers sat in the private rooms, but unexpectedly, the little guys who came with their parents actually sat at the door. In addition, to prevent them from getting lost, they were tied with hemp ropes, and there was a Jindan stage demon beside them to take care of them. Yes, that's why I asked you to show your fox tail, so as not to come all the way here, and end up being tied up in front of the door by the owner, and unable to find the female beast. And she brought Su Yan here to play. If Su Yan can't get in because of his age, it will be a headache. When the time comes, the aunt and nephew will sit in front of the door, eating the candied haws distributed by the brothel monsters. It will be too embarrassing. Chapter 288 Brother Jean. Look, I have a pass. There are stables next to brothels or inns, where customers can park their mounts. If they ask the store owner, they will even wash and brush the customers' mounts, or feed them some food and grass. But on Chunri Baiwa Street, there are no stables in the brothels on the entire street, and the buildings that replace the stables are nurseries, like those in the cultivation world. Children are thrown to the door by their parents. They sit in rows, looking at the monsters around with confused and cute expressions. The waiter next to them has a blank expression on his face. From time to time, he takes out some snacks or juice from the storage ring and feeds them directly to these unlucky little guys. Eat. The waiter took out the juice from the storage ring and handed it to the kid next to him, saying, Pass it over. No. Looking at the juice in front of him, a 15 or 16-year-old boy's eyes twitched slightly, and he slapped the juice that the waiter handed to him and said, I'm an adult. Show it and measure it. The demon waiter didn't say much, took out a tape measure from the storage ring, and asked the boy to measure it. The boy was so angry that he trembled all over, but he could do nothing about the demon waiter. The rules of Chunri Street are very straightforward. So straightforward that some human cultivators feel uncomfortable. They must be either adults, or have extraordinary talents and majestic demeanor, or they may be so handsome that they can shock the world and make ghosts cry, or they may have noble bloodlines that are hard to describe, and they speak with their own strength to move mountains and fill the sea. If you don't meet any of the above conditions, I'm sorry, Chunri Gulan Street refuses to receive such a person. Accepting such customers will not earn you any spiritual stones, and it may also lower the grade of Chunri Street. Our big customers all want those female beasts who want to breed. They are the financial sponsors who support our Chunri Street. If we let too many low-quality customers in, it will greatly affect our reputation. Therefore, the young man had to sit in front of the door and watch his elders go in, while he let the male prostitute in the brothel take out and throw him directly on the child seat in front of him, and eat the juice drinks and various snacks provided by the store with a group of small beasts or children. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. But he had no choice. No matter how he reasoned or even gave spiritual stones. The final result was a tape measure taken out by the waiter. Puff. Su Yin lay in front of the nursery, watching the quarrel between the young man and the waiter with interest. The waiter seemed to be used to making trouble. When facing unreasonable customers, he would take out the tape measure. Under the tape measure, all cultivators are equal. If you don't agree, come and measure. What are you laughing at? After suffering a loss at the hands of the waiter, the young man cast his eyes on Su Yin, who had been lying on the fence with a smile on his face and a smug expression, and glared at Su Yin with a fierce look in his eyes. What's so funny? Seeing that the young man was angry and wanted to draw his sword, Su Yin quickly raised his hand and pointed at his cheek and said, "It's me. Don't you remember me? Old friend Jean Lin. When we said goodbye to Xiaoyu, we said that we would fight each other next time." The young man sitting in the nursery was Su Yan's opponent from Luoxing City, who fought until dawn before the Imperial Martial Arts performance at the Xiaoyu Ancestor Worship Ceremony. Jean Lin. She was a female cultivator from Luoxing City. But because of her own innate magical powers, she looked like a man. Su Yin even called him Brother Jean at the beginning. Su Yin. The anger on the boy's face began to disappear. Looking at the handsome young man who stood up and was half a head taller than him, his face gradually showed horror. He raised his hand and pointed at Su Yin as if he couldn't accept it, saying, "You and me." She was dumbfounded, raised her hand, gestured her height, and gestured the current height of the young man Su Yin. Finally, Jean Lin's palm fell on Su Yan's shoulder and slowly made a question mark. "Did you eat any natural treasures?" Su Yin smiled and shook his head, opened his arms, and gave Jean Lin a bear hug, and said with a smile, "My current body shape is a bit special. Not normal. But why did you come to Chuanri Street?" Su Yin gave Jean Lin a hug to express his longing for friendship. After letting go, he smiled and asked Jean Lin why he came to Chuanri 100 Fruit Street. Chuanri Street is a place where female bees seek offspring, and where perverts in the world of cultivation seek pleasure. Jean Lin and her master Su Yin have both seen it. The master and disciple seem to be cut from the same mold, both with a bit of the seriousness that is unique to cultivators from famous and upright sects. Find one, kill 3, and rest for 5 days. Jean Lin thought about it and didn't say much, just simply explained the purpose of her coming here. She came here with her master and brothers. Of course, not because of the grand occasion of Chuanri Street, but to find monsters with the mission of the sect. To find a big monster, and to kill 3 monsters that committed numerous bloody crimes. But Jean Lin's actions in Chuanri Street were blocked. The monsters measured their bloodlines, and the humans measured their rulers. No matter how Jean Lin, a human cultivator, measured, he did not reach the entry threshold, and neither men nor women could enter. The girl's masculine appearance is only similar to her eyebrows and eyes. She is more like a woman in terms of body shape, but she contains the strongest and fiercest white thunder power in her body, which has caused her second characteristic to be delayed in development. The only way for Jean Lin to reverse the masculine appearance of a girl is to improve her cultivation and completely master the innate magical power in her body, rather than being fed back by the magical power and affecting the changes in her body shape. "Come with me," Su Yin smiled and said. "I also came here with my aunt to broaden my horizons. I think I can go to most areas on the Great Spring Street. It shouldn't be difficult to take you with me. Let's go shopping together." Su Yin is different from other monsters or humans. After Dichi brought Su Yin to Spring Street, he did not go to have fun like other people, but took Su Yin to the center of the street to apply for a pass. Su Yin only looks tall, but his actual age is still too young for most monsters. And she said that Su Yin should have a good time. So it is naturally impossible for Su Yin to encounter those things that spoil the fun. Therefore, and she issued a pass for Su Yin. Black lines appeared on the azure jade slip, and the 4 characters of Dragon Clan Jiaozi were branded on it, emitting a dazzling light. The Dragon Clan has great privileges in Chuanri Street. When real dragons or second-generation dragons come here, it is no longer a simple matter of seeking pleasure. As soon as they sit on the recliner, the female beasts on Chuanri Street will smell the smell and come to their door to take a round of seeds. and she got Su Yan a pass and let him indulge himself without worrying about anything. And she was on the second floor of the card office, chatting with fellow Taoists she hadn't seen for a long time. If the little fox caused any trouble, and she would be there in the next second. The content of the conversation upstairs was very complicated. Su Yan didn't know what happened roughly, but he knew that Aunt Chi was arguing with the female demon upstairs about compensation. It seemed that a certain golden crow was bored and passed by the sky above Chunri Baigua Street and set some buildings on fire. As a result, the golden crow ran away quickly and was not caught. Now that a genuine three-legged golden crow was caught, Chunri Street merchants naturally caught Aunt Chi and asked her to pay spiritual stones for the loss. However, Aunt Chi didn't care about the demon. It wasn't her who set the fire. It had nothing to do with me. We were just of the same clan. I wasn't its mother. So why should I pay compensation myself? Whoever wants to go. I won't pay anyway. And I will sit in your study, drink your tea, and eat your cakes. Can you do it? Jean Lin's face was full of disbelief when Su Yan said he would take her around, because she vaguely remembered that when Su Yan participated in the imperial martial arts performance in the Xiaoyu dynasty, his elders seemed to have said that he had just been weaned and smelled of milk. I couldn't even get in. So how could Su Yan enter the brothel? Don't let them be caught eating apples in the nursery before they get into the brothel. I have a pass here. When I applied for the pass, it seemed that I could go anywhere with the pass. Su Yan complained in his heart. Not only can I go anywhere, she also said that as long as she sees a female beast with a pass hanging on her waist, she can get it. Chapter 289 VIP 1. Are you sure you can get in? Coming out of the nursery, Jean Lin looked at Su Yan again. Although he was already tall enough and handsome, he still had a childish look on his face. He asked him suspiciously whether he could get in. If he couldn't, forget it. Otherwise, he would be picked up by the brothel owner and thrown into the nursery to eat candied haws. It should be okay. Right? I haven't tried it yet. And I just got the token. Su Yan shrugged his shoulders and didn't care too much about whether he could hang out in the brothel on Chunri Street. If he couldn't, he would call Aunt Chi to come over and talk to her. Jean Lin took a deep breath, clenched the pitch-black spirit sword in his hand, and walked towards the brothel again with a gloomy face. After stepping over the threshold of the sea courtyard, Su Yan led Jean Lin to the front door. The two land monsters stationed beside the gate frowned, looking at Jean Lin, who turned back again and said unhappily, "Why are you here again? Kid? I told you that it's not suitable for you to come here. You can't stand it. Going in will only add to your troubles. If you die in there, we will have to explain to your elders. It's too troublesome." Another monster guarding the gate also echoed and said, "We only do repeat business. Dead people are unlucky. The brothels on Chunri Baigua Street do not have real girls inside. The brothels here are like a blind date corner. The owner behind the scenes is responsible for attracting high-quality males and beautiful females, and providing a comfortable and safe breeding place for the monsters. Therefore, there are actually great risks in brothels. There are all kinds of demons inside, and it is not uncommon for people to die in bed. Some people have a stroke, some die from being raped, and some have their hip shattered. Young monks mean that their cultivation is not strong, and they are not experienced in the world and cannot deal with dangers. Some demons may just get excited and crush the bones of young monks. You know, those female beasts who want to reproduce are not weak. The boss just wants to make money smoothly and does not want to cause trouble for no reason. So, the bosses of Chunri Street brothels tacitly reject young monks and some children, forming a rule. Behind each strange rule, there are some unknown anecdotes. Can this enter? When Su Yan came to the door of the brothel in the sea courtyard, he turned sideways to reveal the azure token hanging on his waist. The azure color represents that the visitor belongs to the Dragon Clan. The black lines on it represent that he is from the North Sea Dragon Clan, and the text on it clearly shows the race name of the holder. Su Yan's token was marked with Yazi, but Su Yan didn't like this name very much, because he had an idiom in his previous life. Yazi must take revenge. Calling himself Yazi always seemed to be particularly vengeful. Raised by a fox mother, Su Yan actually preferred to call himself a nine-tailed fox. The two gatekeepers saw the azure token worn on Su Yan's waist and fell into deep thought. After a while, their stinky faces faded, as if they were Shiba Inus who hadn't seen their master for a long time. They ran to Su Yan's side with a flattering smile and motioned for the master to ride on their backs. "Whatever you say. Master, do you want to stay here for a long time? Our shopkeeper said that if you stay for one day, You will be given 120 kilograms of spirit stones to replenish your body. You can eat spirit beasts for 3 meals, which are guaranteed to be very nutritious, especially nourishing yin and yang. The snake demon curled up his body as a step to help Su Yin ride on the deer demon. Dragon Bloodline. But it is one of the core competitive bloodlines of Chunri Baigua Street. If we can attract this Dragon Master to stay in the store for a long time, it will be a great merit. Get out of the way. Everyone. Get out of the way. A VIP with a blue token. The snake demon ran back to the brothel first, cleared his throat with pride, and announced loudly that the VIP of the Dragon Clan had come to my humble home, notifying the female beasts in the brothel that the opportunity to ask for dragon seeds has come, and they should pay quickly. The deer demon then carried Su Yin into the brothel. The atmosphere in the brothel was basically silent. But in the next second, the female beasts in the lobby all looked at each other sideways. Even the female beasts, who were doing things upstairs, left their bedmates and ran to the corridor. The disheveled and gorgeous female beasts formed a beautiful landscape. That's my best friend. Can she come in? Su Yin asked the male deer demon who got up. The male deer demon said flatteringly, yes. 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 Let alone entering the brothel. Even if she kicks my basket, it's fine. If Su Yin can be persuaded to stay for a long time, he can actually get spirit stones and elixirs as incentive money. As long as Su Yin can stay, everything is fine. Jean Lin, you really turn your faces faster than turning a book. Why don't you see the previous yin and yang? The snake demon led the way, and the deer demon then carried Su Yin around the brothel lobby. During this time, the waiters in the brothel had cleared a private seat for Su Yin, so that Su Yin and Jean Lin could sit in an unmanned area. But 3 waiters stood outside the unmanned area, forming a protective formation, and holding a sign with 4 big words, Admission 200. The unmanned area was not really unmanned, but it was necessary to pay a fee to the brothel to get close to Su Yin. Su Yin did not need to move throughout the whole process. The wine and delicacies had been served on the table. The only thing he needed to do was to sit there and exude masculine charm. The brothel would help me with other things. No. With your appearance? The Dragon Master may not be able to chew 200 kilograms of spirit stones. You need to pay more. We will give the other spirit stones to the Dragon Master as compensation. The waiter hurriedly refused to let the centipede in front of him enter with his bare hands. Although the female beast had spirit stones, her transformation was not complete, and half of her body still retained the body of a centipede. Therefore, she needed to pay more spirit stones to enter. Master. While the centipede monster was still bargaining, another entrance had already paid. A plump beauty with a blue and red hair hanging around her waist, whose race was a stone lizard, had slipped into the no man's land. She sat directly next to Su Yin and looked at him shyly. I am a stone lizard. My ancestors once had a dragon ancestor. I am very coquettish. Master, you can do whatever you want to me. She didn't say anything nonsense. She explained her origins directly and supported the inspection of the goods. She hoped to quickly reach a deal with Su Yin, so that she would not have the opportunity to obtain the dragon seed after other stronger female beasts died. Seeing that the stone lizard lady had already made a move, some beautiful female beasts sitting alone in the brothels also took action. Su Yin was obviously a good match. It was already very rare to meet a dragon in a brothel on Chunri Street. If he continued to be picky, he might miss the opportunity for another year. What's so good about stone lizards? They are thick-skinned and thick-fleshed, as noble as the Dragon Master. Of course, I have to choose a watery one. The girl with dark green hair. Half of her body was a snake, and she crawled up from behind the seat in a winding manner. She sat down in Su Yan's arms with a smile on her face, and finally turned into a little girl about 1.45 meters tall. She looked at Su Yan with expectation, raised her hand, and hugged Su Yan's neck and said, Master, do you like petite and delicate ones? They will whimper when you bully them, and they feel a special sense of accomplishment. And Xiaoqing hasn't found a male beast yet. Master, don't believe her. I'm more moist, and I'm slippery even without pinching, the river monster said confidently. Su Yan, why do you feel like I'm the girl? Is this what a demon clan brothel is like? So weird. Chapter 290, Helping the Tiger. Sir, I feel itchy in my heart. Master, choose me. I am tough and durable. In the brothel, because of Su Yan's arrival, the lewd panting sounds inside subsided, and the female beasts gathered around Su Yan without any prior agreement, saying more obscene words than the other, and their clothes were ragged and torn. Although the female beasts looked shy, They did not have much sincerity inside. They were not after Su Yan's beauty, but the dragon blood contained in Su Yan's body. If they could borrow the dragon blood, even if the male beast in front of them was ugly, they would only grit their teeth and be disgusted for 2 hours at most. The dragon bloodline has a far-reaching influence. As long as it is properly cultivated, the mother can rewrite the history of their own tribe by virtue of her son. Just like the sea beast tribe can stand on its own mountain with dragon blood. Besides, Su Yan in front of them was not bad looking. If they could spend a night together, even if they didn't get the dragon seed, it wouldn't be a big loss. Therefore, they were naturally as flirtatious as they could be in front of Su Yan, fearing that they would waste the entrance fee of 200 kilograms of spirit stones. I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious. There are so many beauties, and I only have one. I feel ashamed of your enthusiasm. Su Yan raised his hand with a smile on his face, and used his thumb to gently tease the little mouse girl who was leaning over behind him and pressing his shoulder with her feeder, and said, "Why don't you ask my brother's opinion and let her decide?" Su Yan subconsciously shifted the blame, throwing the contradictions and worries he faced to Jean Lin, and helped her solve the problem of not being able to find her senior brother. As soon as the voice fell, the female beasts who had been around Su Yan, flirting and undressing, intending to have sex, all looked at Jean Lin, who was sitting quietly beside him. There was a familiar heat in their eyes, as if the monsters were hungry and wanted to eat people. Su Yan threw the decision to Jean Lin, and the female beasts naturally looked at her with fiery eyes. Next, whoever could please Jean Lin would be able to drink the puff pastry mushroom seafood soup prepared by Su Yan in the breeding house. Jean Lin saw Su Yan diverting the trouble to the east, letting a group of bees and butterflies approach him, and the soft and glutinous white meat flooded his nose like a wave. Jean Lin hummed lightly, feeling confused about his current situation, and looked up at Su Yan as if to say, "What are you doing?" Su Yan blinked at Jean Lin, quite proud of having succeeded in a prank. "Fellow Taoist Jean," asked them quickly, "didn't you say before that you would find one person and kill 3 people in Chunri Street?" Su Yan whispered to Jean Lin, "If we talk about who has the most information in Chunri Street, who can compare with the female beasts who spend the whole day here preparing to hunt male beasts? Helping Jean Lin is sincere, but playing a prank on Jean Lin is also sincere." After unlocking the secret of immortality, Su Yan, like Princess Wuxi, has a disordered emotional regulation in his body due to the rapid growth of his body, and his thoughts are temporarily excited. The animal nature in his body will overwhelm rationality, further amplifying the instinct in Su Yan's body, so that what was originally a matter of one sentence caused Jean Lin to suffer an unexpected disaster and flooded the mountains and gullies. Just as Su Yan borrowed the folding fan from the goblins to cover his face with the dissolute smile on his cheeks and admired the golden scales, he suddenly felt a gust of wind coming from behind him, and goosebumps suddenly appeared on his fair and smooth skin. Someone attacked. Su Yan immediately became alert, raised his hand, and held the folding fan covered by the Shuangchuan method horizontally behind his head to resist the black mist attack from the malicious source behind him. The smile on Su Yan's cheek gradually faded, and he turned his head to look at the guy who attacked him. The attacker was more than 8 feet tall, naked, with anger and resentment on his face, looking at Su Yan's table. "You can't be?" After seeing the person clearly, Su Yan saw his temples and wet figure, and was shocked in his heart. He looked at him with suspicion and said, "Did you get dumped?" This disguised appearance, coupled with the current place called Gulen, Su Yan boldly speculated that the demon cultivator in front of him might be bathing in the dormitory upstairs. After bathing, he was ready to hug the female beast he found to live together. As a result, after stepping out of the bathtub, he found that the female beast he found had run away. If a demon is killed, it is a beast. Die! Su Yan's words hit the pain point directly, and the face of the visitor suddenly became gloomy. Black mist emanated from his body. In the thick mist, a head vaguely emerged, and countless painful and wailing faces appeared on it. It turned into a black tornado and flew out of his hand and attacked Su Yan directly. Female beasts look for excellent bloodlines to inherit, and male beasts will naturally look for female beasts to inherit their bloodlines. The tiger demon that attacked Su Yan had originally found the female beast mother mandarin ducks in the dormitory, but because of Su Yan's arrival, the female beast ran away without saying a word, and ran to the lobby to line up to pay to learn from Su Yan. This revenge is the hatred of stealing his wife and killing his son. If he doesn't take revenge, is he worthy of being a male beast? The female beast saw the conflict between the two male beasts, and they did not intend to step forward to stop them. It is common for male beasts to conflict over mating rights. And this is also the case in the demon clan. Su Yan's arrival is like a circle of kings. He conquered the female beasts in the breeding house with his noble blood. And other male beasts, who refuse to obey, challenge Su Yan with their strength. The loser can only escape in disgrace, and cannot set foot in the breeding house this year. Well, it would be better if Su Yan lost. The female beasts could capture Su Yan, who was alone, imprison him in a secret room, and rape him crazily day and night, until they can be sure that they are pregnant with dragon seeds, and then let him go. Clang! The black evil spirit attacked, and destroyed the throne of the brothel, where Su Yan was sitting in one fell swoop. The golden color on the surface of the golden scales became brighter, and formed a golden light to protect the body, covering the four directions, and blocking the black evil spirit from moving forward. Jin Lin's face was gloomy. He pressed the thumb of his left hand on the hilt of the black spirit sword and gently pushed the sword body, causing it to vibrate and chant. He said, "Ghost. Wait a minute. Brother Jin." Su Yan did not even turn his head. He pressed his backhand on Jin Lin's palm to stop her from drawing the sword. He smiled and said, "Since we last parted, I have been practicing hard." The tiger demon in front of him was not as advanced as the nascent soul, but he had already condensed a flawless human body. He should be considered to have some skills in the demon clan, or the head of the family should have some face. Su Yan was not afraid of the old coming after the younger one was beaten. Indeed, she was drinking tea in the business, and she would come as soon as she was called. And Jin Lin had to perform the master's mission here. So Su Yan stopped her from taking action, and said he could handle it himself. Fox chop. Su Yan stepped out of the range of the golden light spell, raised his hand, and the black beast's claws had already taken shape. He slapped the tiger demon who drove the ghosts to attack him. However, the tiger demon did not dodge or evade, and used his physical body to resist the giant palm of Jiuzi that spanned more than 10 meters and was larger than his body. Bang! Layers of black fog gathered around him, and the tiger demon took Su Yan's big hand very fiercely. His body moved across the solid wood ground for several meters out of thin air, leaving deep gullies. The tiger demon groaned, obviously suffering a great loss. Although Su Yan looked like a fox and called like a fox, he was really not an ordinary pure fox. His physical strength was not even weaker than that of the nine-tailed fox, who specialized in wood magic. Fight back. After a palm strike, Su Yan didn't even need to think about what he should do next. He retracted his left hand, and continued to manifest a big hand with his right hand to hang up a gust of wind, and then slapped the tiger demon's head with his big hand. Dark clouds cover the sky. Bang! Su Yan slapped with his big palm, and the black fog defense layer around the tiger demon was like spring prison snow. It melted instantly when it came into contact with the fox's hand. Su Yan directly slapped the jealous tiger demon into the foundation. Although I look a little small, I can be considered a pretty good fighter. Su Yan walked to the edge of the pit, took a look at the tiger demon who was completely unconscious, with his head tilted, foaming at the mouth, eyes rolling back, and spitting out a long tongue with barbs, and complained about his overestimation of his ability. Since leaving home, this fox has been fighting the immortals. The reason why Su Yan could wander around the world of cultivation until now was entirely due to his mother's connections, but also because of the elders in his family. The things he encountered and saw basically involved earthly immortals, or some thugs in the world of cultivation, the affairs of the Nightmare sect. On weekdays, when he met those unruly people, which one of them was not so thick that it was completely unbreakable, and the soul was scattered all over the sky. When he fell, a Taoist master, who was covered with blood all over the ground, could even ask himself if he wanted to drink a sip of tea the next day. One by one, his life was as hard as steel. The orange cat in front of him was really too weak. When they fought, it was so easy that Su Yan himself found it unbelievable. That's it? Aren't you going to play a resurrection match? Are you really not going to play overtime? Su Yan seemed to be worried and just left the pit. He returned to the front of the pit again and took a look inside. He found that the big orange cat had no intention of turning over and attacking him. It was really trapped to death. So he was slightly relieved. It's good not to fight. I thought I could punch out another old demon in the nightmare town with one punch. Chapter 291 The Mark of the Proud Insect. If you don't fight, I can go back to continue playing music and dancing. Su Yan squatted in front of the floor and asked the orange cat below again whether there would be an overtime match. But the orange cat was unable to answer now. Su Yan's double-peaked fox palm slapped it, and it completely fainted. Young master is brave and mighty. The female beasts saw that the winner had been decided. So they congratulated Su Yin on successfully defending his mate's sovereignty and protecting his territory. And then surrounded Su Yin and licked him. Young master, do you want to punish me? A petite girl popped up and raised her hand to show that she was the female beast that the tiger demon liked. She was the one who knew about Su Yin's arrival and tricked the tiger demon into taking a bath alone. And then ran out of the dormitory to have sex with Su Yin. I'll give you a beautiful one. Get in line. The snake demon, who was also a petite beauty, flashed to Su Yin's side, hugged Su Yin's arm, and glared at the female beast who spoke. Master, don't reward her. You can tell from the first glance that bitch that she is a hungry thing that will eat anything. She can't help but flirt with the barbed tiger demon. How can you say that she has no quirks? The strength of the tiger demon in the cultivation world is not weak. And it can even be said that it is a bit outrageous. Because the tiger demon is born with an ability called serving the tiger as an accomplice. Every time a creature is killed, it can gain a wisp of resentment. And eventually those resentments can be refined into accomplices who obey its orders. Thousands of evil spirits swarmed out and drowned the enemy. In the brothels of Chunri Street, male tiger demons are obviously one of the more popular males. But tiger demons are only popular compared with the extremely rare dragon bloodline owners. They are immediately eclipsed. Not to mention the talent of the dragon clan. If the little beast born is extremely talented, it can lead the little cub directly to the dragon clan to recognize its relatives. Once it can recognize its ancestors, the mother and son will be connected and take off directly on the spot. Even if you can't recognize your relatives, you can get a guarantee. If you give birth to a small beast that can fight, you can go to the corresponding dragon tribe to ask for the small beast and your own cultivation method. The dragon tribe may not recognize the small beast with mottled blood, but the dragon tribe has always been generous and generous. There is a reward system for female beasts willing to continue the dragon bloodline. Ao Renlin was deeply harmed by the reward system. As long as he showed his head and was discovered by the creatures, people and ghosts would form a group to directly pin him to the ground and rape him violently, trying to obtain the dragon identity card through Ao Renlin and receive a generous reward that is enough for him to spend for several lifetimes. As a person of dragon blood, Su Yin is also blessed by the dragon tribe invisibly, not to mention other aspects. As long as Su Yin is willing to take out the dragon identity to travel the world, he will not lack female beasts. Female beasts are also happy to find a person of dragon blood to receive the dragon's guarantee. Your cultivation is much stronger, although it is not much different from when we parted. I can feel something unusual. Seeing Su Yin turn around in return, Jin Lin frowned and said something to Su Yin in a tone of praise and doubt. The tiger demon's strength is also in the Jinden stage, but it should be that it has just entered the Jinden stage not long ago. However, Su Yin is also a demon cultivator who has just entered the Jinden stage not long ago. But he can directly beat the tiger demon into unconsciousness in 3 moves. His strength is no longer the same as when he performed martial arts in front of the emperor. Especially the white light film that can melt spells, which is a move that Jinlin has never seen before. Compared with before, Su Yin has really improved a lot. So, I have suffered a lot, Su Yin said with a firm face. In less than 2 months, Su Yin experienced the invasion of the southern Xinjiang cavalry, the manifestation of the god of war Bai Zhe, and the thief Daohua Xinjuan of the beast taming sect. Although these things were forced to be involved, or they came from the love of the elders, the masterminds inside were basically big figures who could make a name for themselves in the world of cultivation. For Su Yin, not dying suddenly was already a great victory. Naturally, his strength also gained some improvement. Huh? Jin Lin laughed softly at the bottom of his throat, and nodded slightly to Su Yin's answer, as if he was not hardworking. When she performed martial arts in front of the emperor, she was in the middle stage of the golden core. Now, after a lot of tossing by her master, her cultivation has reached the late stage of the golden core, and she is only 1 step away from manifesting the nascent soul. Just watching the fox beast grow up, she couldn't help but feel a little weird in her heart. It was like raising a pet. I have seen your ability. Jin Lin pulled Su Yan's arm and walked upstairs. Follow me. Although Su Yan's battle with the tiger demon ended quickly, only a quarter of the brothel in the breeding yard was still damaged. But the brothel clerks had no intention of pursuing the damage caused by Su Yan, and even turned around to continue to provide Su Yan with good wine and food. Jin Lin was not a demon cultivator, but he also roughly understood Su Yan's ability and prestige on Chunri Street. Therefore, he led Su Yan to check the room upstairs. Kick here. Jean Lin took Su Yan to the third floor and pointed to the dormitory door in front of him, indicating Su Yan to kick it open. Su Yan didn't think much about it, raised his foot and kicked it, and kicked the door in front of him that was cast with a silent band directly. "Ah, girl. Respect yourself. Don't do this." As the dormitory door collapsed, Su Yan also saw the situation inside the dormitory. A Jindan stage cultivator was hung up by a Yuaning stage spider demon with spider silk. He looked at the female demon in leather clothes and holding a whip in front of him, and made a reluctant but welcoming refusal, with an expression that "I want more." The open-minded spider spirit frowned and looked back at the dormitory door that was kicked open. She was training her pet, and was disturbed by the people outside the door. She was immediately displeased. "Who are you? Don't you have your own dormitory? Why did you run to my dormitory?" She looked extremely displeased. And faintly, a poisonous miasma had already grown around her. Seeing this, Jean Lin pulled Su Yan over and hit Su Yan's butt with his crotch, letting the azure token hanging on his waist rise. The spider spirit was stunned when she saw the azure black pattern token. And then she was ecstatic. "Let's exchange it for now." Jean Lin looked at the ecstatic spider spirit and said, "I like you." Seeing the pie falling from the sky, the spider spirit quickly escaped from senior brother Jean Lin and ran to Su Yan's side, with an ambiguous look on her face. She touched Su Yan with her big butt, then raised her hand to touch Su Yan's chest with his clothes open, gently stroking the skin of the dragon child. However, just as the spider spirit leaned over and was about to lean on Su Yan's shoulder to ask him if he wanted to play with the whip, she smelled a strong smell of arrogant insects from the ends of Su Yan's hair. The spider spirit's little hand froze, and she raised her head, looked at Su Yan in front of her and asked, "Dot you so powerful?" As her beloved nephew and lucky beast, Mayan had marked Su Yan before. When bees and spiders ruled by Jiao Chong saw Su Yan, they felt as if they had seen Jiao Chong himself. And other insect monsters would also give him some face when they saw the mark. Jiao Chong's mark is not common. It belongs to the Pingfeng Mountain Pass. Passing by Pingfeng Mountain can automatically obtain the friendship of Jiao Chong. Pingfeng Mountain. Dogs passing by need to leave their fur as a toll. The cultivators who can obtain the Jiao Chong mark are basically the little white faces, or the other half, who are spoiled by Jiao Chong. Isn't she competing with the Mountain King for men now? Thinking of this, the spider spirit's little hand suddenly became stiff, and she was a little at a loss. This place is not far from Pingfeng Mountain. If those mountain kings knew that she was competing with them for men, they would probably flatten her chest and beat her buttocks. "Sir, please respect yourself. I am not a pushover." As she spoke, the spider spirit quietly took 3 steps away, pulled up her revealing shirt, and put on a stern rejection on her face. Chapter 292, The Wild Beast. "Sir, please respect yourself. I am not such a casual person. If you come again, I will call for help." Smelling the scent of the arrogant insect in Su Yan's hair, the spider spirit left without saying a word. In 2 or 3 steps, she changed her naked appearance and wove a spider silk dress for herself. With the spider silk, she spit out of her mouth. Then she sat down slowly with her back against the wall of the dormitory, looking at the bewildered Su Yan with a pitiful face. The cultivators who can obtain the mark of the arrogant insect are basically the Taoist partners, or close friends of the arrogant insect without blood relationship. Su Yan, who has the mark of the arrogant insect, is now like an open ointment. If he stays beside him for a long time, he will be infected with a special smell. If the special smell is stained with blood, it will reach a peak. The spider spirit can't explain it clearly. She doesn't know which arrogant insect the mark on Su Yan comes from, compared to her own special hobby. The spider spirit thinks that her life is more important. What happened? Su Yan looked at the trembling spider spirit, and a black line gradually appeared on his forehead. He said, "I don't think I did anything. Right? Ah. Sir. Don't. I'm going to scream." The spider spirit saw Su Yan coming and ran away quickly. She didn't dare to continue to contact Su Yan, because, according to human common sense, although she has a perverted fetish, she is still a novice. If the beastly nature of the lewd dragon in front of her is aroused, and she is contaminated with the breath of the proud insect mark, she really can't wash away her grievances even if she jumps into the sea. Moreover, the bandits of the proud insects are not reasonable. Jean Lin has no interest in understanding the love and hatred between Su Yan and the spider spirit. From the moment he entered the door, his eyes were always fixed on his fellow senior brother. Jean Lin took 2 or 3 steps forward and looked at the senior brother whose limbs were tied up by spider silk and hung in the air in the dormitory. His clothes were open, and there were faint red marks on his chest. He said, "How is the investigation of the matter that Master mentioned going?" Jean Lin raised his head and looked at his senior brother, asking lightly. The head of the gold bank in Luoxing City assigned 4 tasks to his disciples: find a human and kill 3 demons who were causing trouble in the eastern states. The Jean Lin brothers came to Chunri Baigua Street for this purpose. Junior sister, be careful. The male cultivator who was hanging was in pain, and he lowered his head and said, "There is a charm poison in the dormitory. Don't breathe too much air here. Senior brother, I am now deeply poisoned and my whole body is hot. I am sorry to make you laugh. No. We, the Yinhua spiders, are non-toxic. We make a living in Wanyao City with our singing and dancing skills." He is lying. When the spider spirit saw that person slandering her, she quickly explained her true identity. She was afraid that Su Yin would think of her as some evil slut. She hardened her skin and pressed her to the ground and taught her a lesson, according to what you humans said. I am still a virgin now, not a wanton beast. So don't come over. Young master, I am really scared. The painful expression on the senior brother's cheek froze, and he looked at the junior sister with embarrassment. Although Jean Lin is a junior sister, she is the orphan of the former head of the Jinxing town in Luoxing City, and is now the close disciple of the head of the Jinxing. Her status and majesty are untouchable in the Jinxing lineage. The senior brother admitted that he was vulgar and lowly. After knowing that Jean Lin could not enter the brothel, he found a female demon who seemed to have a stronger personality and wanted to have a secret tryst with her. Now that Jean Lin caught him being lazy, the senior brother was extremely uneasy, fearing that the junior sister would clean up the mess. Wow! The female beasts that followed Su Yin all crowded at the door to watch what was happening inside, and they all screamed subconsciously. The senior brother was seducing the female fairy in the brothel, and the junior sister led the majestic dragon clan to the brothel. As a result, she caught her own senior brother in bed. And on the other side, the spider spirit with sadistic fetish was chased by the fierce male beast of the dragon clan. The relationship between the 4 people seemed very chaotic, making the other female beasts, who were watching, confused for a while. I have no intention of interfering with your private morality. How is the information you collected? Jean Lin's eyebrows twitched slightly, and she asked about the mission information. She didn't care how fancy this guy was, because he was also so unreliable in this sect. If not for this, the master would not have specially arranged himself and him in the same group when he grouped himself. Don't say you didn't collect anything. Jean Lin's face gradually began to darken. The senior brother who was hanging saw that the junior sister seemed to be angry, and hurriedly said, "Yes. Yes. According to my understanding, the peach garden is the largest in Chunri Fruit Street, and there are many descendants of divine beasts and exotic beasts. The thing we are responsible for chasing should be hiding in the peach garden." Humph! Jean Lin snorted coldly, and no longer paid attention to the unreliable senior brother in front of him. He turned to Su Yin and said, "Friend Su, can you accompany me for another trip? Chunri Street does not welcome little guys." Jean Lin, who has lost Su Yin's pass, cannot enter and exit Chunri Street stores at will. Okay. Su Yin nodded and agreed to Jean Lin. He just had nothing to do. There was no big difference between strolling and accompanying Jean Lin to do things. We are going to kill 3 monsters separately, and the monster I am responsible for is called Baisho, which originated from the eastern state and was later chased by the Nine-Tailed Fox clan and fled in all directions. After leaving the dormitory, Jean Lin explained his mission to Su Yin through voice transmission. The Baisho has a fox-like face, a wolf-like body, and wings on its back. It has extremely strong aggressiveness, and its supernatural power of turning mountains and seas is also well known on the list of strange beasts. However, the Baisho has a natural defect. The lifespan of the Baisho is extremely short, even worse than that of humans. It is very easy to be trapped and die in the bottleneck of realm breakthrough. Therefore, the Baisho clan all joined the Nightmare Town sect. Later, because they spied on the vitality of the Nine-Tailed Fox, the two combined and transformed into a terrible beast leeches that caused trouble in the mountains and forests. The Nine-Tailed Fox clan chased and killed the whole clan and fled in all directions. Nowadays, most of the Baisho live in the central province. But because of the order of Emperor Wusheng, the Xiaoyu dynasty carried out a large-scale extermination of the Nightmare Town sect, and the Baisho tribe sneaked back to the eastern province. The Baisho, who had been hunted by the Nine-Tailed Fox, dared not continue to be enemies with the nine-tailed fox. After learning that the Nightmare Town sect in the central province was trying to touch the butt of Emperor Wushing, the Baisho followed the example of their ancestors and fled overnight. All over the world. Jean Lin's trip was to hunt down the Baisho that escaped the net. Luoxing City did not welcome the arrival of the Baisho, because the Baisho will take away the vitality to supplement its own lifespan. Every time you encounter a Baisho, it will basically cause unpredictable disasters, and even give birth to some extremely terrifying monsters. For example, the tribes of the undead country. Some alien creatures whose spirits have dissipated, but whose bodies are still alive and evolving. So, we have to kill the leopard beast completely before it can use its method of taking over the body, and prevent all unforeseen accidents. Jean Lin, who was walking on the stairs, turned his head and looked at Su Yin with a serious face and said, "Their possession is dismemberment and transfer, connecting the remains of other long-lived alien beasts to themselves, so as to achieve the purpose of taking away vitality, which is against the law of nature." I understand. Su Yin had a strange expression on his cheeks. The leopard beast should be one of the childhood shadows and nightmare materials of the nine-tailed fox. Speaking of the leopard beast, Su Yin may not remember it very much, but when it comes to the leech, Su Yin understands it. The fox mother used to tell Su Yin some bedtime ghost stories, among which the leech of the Nightmare Town sect was the most dramatic and had the most famous scenes. "If you don't obey, I will throw you into the street and let the people in Nightmare Town capture you and do hard labor. You won't even have a meal for 3 days. When your fur is loose due to hunger, the people in Nightmare Town will chop off your tail, peel off your skin and return to your mother with your identity. From then on, your mother will get a good child, and you will become a wandering ghost." Fox Mother looked at Su Yinru, who was unwilling to sleep in the bed, and tried to go to the study room, and threatened her, and added, "By the way, after you become a wandering ghost, remember to run faster. There is a soul-refining sect in the southern state. If you fall into their hands, you will really have nothing left." Chapter 293 Taiyuan. If we really want to talk about it, the easiest way to capture a leopard beast is to throw a nine-tailed fox on the street and twist its butt hard, forcing the nine-tailed fox to make a whimpering sound. Walking on the streets of Chuanri, Su Yin gradually came up with information about leopard beasts in his mind. Leopard beasts are born fearless and have divine power, but their lifespan is extremely short, even worse than that of humans. Their cultivation speed is similar to that of the demon race, which is slow and leisurely. Therefore, in order to make up for their innate deficiencies, the leopard beasts turn to the Nightmare Town sect and learn the method of taking over the body. By forcibly taking the body of the immortal demon race, they made up for the loophole of the leopard beast race's incompleteness. The whole clan is a gambler. If they win, they will live for 10,000 years and crawl out of the dangerous quagmire of death. If they lose, they will just die. It is better to die early and reincarnate early to hope for the next life. After thoroughly understanding the information of the Baisho, the next thing to do is actually very simple. That is, to find the monsters with long lifespans in the Spring Fruit Street. Well, although the nine-tailed fox is great, each tail contains huge vitality. But Su Yin believes that the Baisho who have experienced the hunting of the nine-tailed fox clan should not have the courage to target the nine-tailed fox clan again. The nine-tailed fox clan is just divided, not extinct. If the Baisho really touches the nine-tailed fox's butt again, the nine-tailed fox clan will definitely let them know what cruelty is. "Sir, are we going to the Punging place now?" Just when Su Yin was thinking about things, the female beasts who followed Su Yin closely suddenly spoke up and asked Su Yin if he was going to a high-end place to take them, and others to hold the Punging meeting that was popular among the human race. "What is Punging?" Su Yin came back from his deep thoughts and asked the stone lizard lady behind him with a puzzled look. These female beasts followed out of the pen. They paid real money for the tickets, so as to get the opportunity to approach Su Yin legally. For this, each female beast paid 200 kilograms of spirit stones for the ticket. Seeing Su Yin leave, they naturally followed him. Su Yin also got a 60-40 split from the brothel, and took 40% of the spirit stones as his nutrition fee. The two gatekeeper monsters smiled and said goodbye, and welcomed Su Yin's visit. If he lived in the breeding house for a long time, the proportion of the two sides could be swapped. 60% of the spirit stones could be used as Su Yin's nutrition fee, and the breeding house would take 40%, and help him find female beast customers everywhere. Pangin. Well, I don't know much. I just heard the human race say it in the mixed city. The general meaning seems to be a group of people giving birth in a nest, the stone lizard lady said unconfidently. It was obvious that the stone lizard lady was not very clear about the exact nature of her words. Su-yin thought about it, and suddenly realized something. The words wine pool and meat forest popped up in his mind. I understand. What Su-yin realized. The female beasts and Jinlin had no idea. And Su-yin did not continue to talk. During the conversation, the group of people had arrived in front of the brothel called Taoyuan. Looking into the courtyard, they saw a large number of beauties, who had completely transformed into human forms. Charming and graceful, exuding elegant fragrance, chatting and laughing in front of the pavilion and pond, commenting on the male beasts, who were showing their love. The scale of Taoyuan should be regarded as the largest brothel on Chunri Baigua Street. It is also the brothel with the most abundant resources, and a large number of demons gather here for fun. Compared with other small and medium-sized brothels, female beasts swarmed to snatch the mighty male beasts. But here the male beasts did their best to show their love to the female beasts. In the words of Princess Wuxi, male beasts are always thinking about their own things. And when they see a female beast with excellent blood, they go crazy and want to pounce on her and shudder. The female beasts sitting in Taoyuan are basically the rare white and rich beauties of the demon race. Seeing this, the male beasts naturally want to continue their bloodline in such female beasts. What? You actually come to Taoyuan? The female beasts following Su-yin immediately showed unhappy expressions after seeing the sign of Taoyuan. Among the brothels on the whole street, Taoyuan has the most intense female competition, because Taoyuan has a different business focus and mainly serves female beasts. Most of the female beasts here are not so much coming to Chunri Street to seek for seed, but rather they are here to tease the male beasts out of boredom. They play with the male beasts as pets, and if they meet a male beast that they like, they invite him to the temple, and toss the male beast that is obsessed with their beauty as a mount. Not all female beasts can come here, and the demon ladies inside are super weird. Therefore, after seeing that Su-yin's final destination is Taoyuan, the female beasts can't hide their disappointment, looking at Su-yin's back with resentment on their faces, and secretly complaining in their hearts. This Dragon Clan dead ghost beast first ran to the breeding house to commit fraud, cheated our spirit stones, and then turned around and ran directly to Taoyuan to give them to those slutty foxes. Aren't you coming? Su-yin noticed the abnormality behind him, turned around and saw that the female beasts following him all stopped, with no intention of moving forward. Su-yin was stunned and asked them if they didn't want to go inside for a drink. They were all good people who gave their spirit stones for free. Although Su-yin could not fulfill their wishes, he was ready to treat them to a meal. As a result, the female beasts stopped going forward in front of Taoyuan. No. No. The atmosphere inside is too weird. We can't stand it. The female beasts shook their heads. No one was willing to go to Taoyuan to humiliate themselves. After rejecting Su-yin's invitation, they scattered to different brothels, and continued to wait for the male beasts that suited their appetites to appear. The hierarchy among the monsters is extremely strict. Maybe they haven't met the entry requirements? Seeing Su-yin's puzzled expression, Jinlin slowly explained for the little fox living in Xiaoyu. He has always lived in the human territory, and may not know much about the monsters. The monsters have a very obvious hierarchy, and everything is based on strength. Before they have the corresponding strength, the monsters cannot do anything that is usurped. But the divine beasts and the exotic beasts are exempt from the unspoken rules, because the bloodline system of the demon race has largely determined the potential of the demon race itself. The more noble the bloodline, the easier it is for the demon race to climb to the top of the mountain. As for the demon race with ordinary bloodlines, it is hard to describe them. Their cultivation is uneven, and they can't make much contribution to the demon race as a whole. Naturally, their status is not high, and they can't benefit their own tribe. They left because it must be because setting foot in Taoyuan is an act of usurpation. If they set foot in it, they might be humiliated by the superiors. Right? Jinlin said. So, your master. Su-yin was about to complain about Jinlin's master, but when the words came to his lips, Su-yin felt something was wrong and changed his words. Your master can really be trusted. Let you come to hunt a beast at least in the nascent soul stage. If the seeing house is a street stall, then the Taoyuan in front is definitely a high-end club. The monsters inside are all in human form, and none of them have poor cultivation. Master Jinlin is really generous, letting a Minhang Jindan cultivator hunt a beast at the nascent soul stage. If it weren't for the saying that a teacher is a father for life, Su-yin would definitely complain about Master Jinlin. I am confident in my strength. Jin Lin raised his hand to show the spirit sword in his hand. With it, I think I should be able to fight a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul without losing. Well said, fellow Taoist Jin. Please come to the front. Su Yin stepped back and made a gesture of invitation, pointing to the two gatekeeper monsters in front of the Taoyuan gatepost to see if Jin Lin was really as fierce as she said. Looking at the guard in front of the brothel, Jin Lin couldn't help but recall the experience of being thrown into the nursery. His eyes and eyebrows twitched slightly and he said, Brother Busu, please go first. Chapter 294. Don't lest others get excited. It's impossible for Jin Lin to walk in front. The experience of being thrown into the nursery twice before has made Jin Lin understand that if a child's body shape does not meet certain standards in Cherry Fruit Street, it will be difficult to move. And those monsters will really measure with a ruler. One young master of the Dragon Clan and his followers. One each. Su Yin walked in front of Jin Lin and came to the peach garden, which the female beasts were quite afraid of. He showed his azure pass hanging around his waist. The monster guard took a look, turned around and shouted loudly, notifying the VIPs inside that a high-quality male beast had come to the door. The female beasts under the pavilion in the peach garden glanced at Su Yin, but did not make any big moves. Just a simple look at the appearance of the visitor. Su Yin glanced at them, and then at the various male beasts standing outside the pavilion, showing off their love in all kinds of ways. After a moment of hesitation, he sent a voice message to Jin Lin and said, Is it possible to perform identification here? If we approach the Taoyuan pavilion rashly, I'm worried that those male beasts in heat may attack us in groups. Seeing the courtship performances of male beasts of various tribes, Su Yin was very sure that they were all excited. If he approached the pavilions rashly, they would definitely treat him as a rival for their wives and beat him up. Fighting doesn't matter, but the male beasts obviously won't fight alone, but will attack in groups, eliminating him as the biggest enemy first. The male beasts in front of the pavilions were all in groups. There were as few as a dozen male beasts in front of the pavilions, and as many as hundreds of male beasts, including some human-shaped beasts who had cultivated to the nascent soul stage. Therefore, Su Yin asked Jin Lin if he could perform identification method similar to the method used by the Xia Yu Demon Suppression Division to check the nightmare suppression when they were hundreds of meters apart. We don't have that kind of chi reading technique. Xia Yu's chi reading technique is a top-secret technique that cannot be passed on to others. Jin Lin shook his head and answered Su Yan's question with a voice transmission. The nightmare sect originated from the unwillingness and desire in the hearts of living beings. It is impossible to completely kill them. As long as there is desire, there will be a dirty sect without the nightmare sect. Therefore, the technique used by the Xia Yu dynasty to identify the followers of the nightmare sect on a large scale is a top-secret technique and will not be passed on easily. Otherwise, once it falls into the hands of the nightmare sect, they can crack Xia Yu's chi reading technique through reverse research. The monks of the Xia Yu Demon Suppression Division do not actually understand the chi reading technique. The chi reading technique they perform is derived from the branding method of the commander of the Demon Suppression Division. When casting the spell, they only activate the chi reading method branded on the body surface, without identification skills. How can we find the beast hiding in Chunri Street? Knowing that Jin Lin did not have the method to identify the nightmare suppressor, Su Yin showed a speechless expression on his face. We only guessed that the beast might be in the peach garden. In fact, we don't know where the beast is, what it looks like, and whether it has taken over another body. So, this is a test for us, Jin Lin said directly with a serious face. If it is just a simple killing, Master only needs to raise his hand to do it. It is a test for me to do it specially to test my practice and test my results. Jin Lin is different from Su Yin. Su Yan's practice mode should be called family-style education. Moreover, he is a unique only child, and there are no other brothers and sisters to compete with him for the resources of the family elders. But Jin Lin is different. The sect is a miniature closed society. Although she is the orphan of the former chief monk, she is a cultivator who has not made any contributions to the sect. However, she alone occupies a large amount of resources, which will make people gossip behind her back, and will also humiliate the reputation accumulated by her father. Jin Lin has extremely high requirements for herself, and she even uses the straight sword in her hand to fight for the title of chief disciple. Su Yan's complaints made Jin Lin couldn't help but correct Su Yan's attitude towards things. The world can't revolve around oneself, and there is no such thing as a good thing that pie falls from the sky. The beast can't jump out like a fool to ask for a fight. Although the current whereabouts of the beast are unknown, it is possible to explore, search, and collect the possibility of the whereabouts of the beast. Things haven't started yet. Why are you, a little fox, saying some discouraging words here to disturb the Tao heart? In our Luoxing city, cultivators like you who disturb the Tao heart will be sent to the law enforcement hall. And let the brothers and uncles be locked in the dark room and educated with a big stick. In fact, we are not without any information now. Given the current complicated situation, Su Yin and Jin Lin found an empty pavilion and sat down directly inside. They asked the waiter to order some food for lunch. Jin Lin thought for a while and said, "If we really can't find it, I should be able to lure the beast to show up by myself as bait." Jin Lin has the power of thunder magic. Not only does he have extremely strong destructive power in daily battles, but he can also reduce some thunder damage when the cultivators are undergoing tribulation. The power of thunder magic is not common. In Luoxing City, the top human clan force in the eastern state, only Jin Lin has the power of thunder magic. Her thunder magic was planted in her body by the former head of the Jinxing before his death. As a disciple of the Nightmare Town, the greatest pursuit of the beast is to obtain the ability of longevity. It is easy to find monsters with long lifespans, but it is difficult to find thunder magic that can be immune to some thunder tribulations. If Jin Lin uses himself as bait, it is very feasible to attract the leopard beast lurking in Chuanri Street. You'd better forget it. Su Yin waved his hand. And when he called the waiter, he also complained about Jin Lin's plan, saying, "I don't know if the leopard beast can be attracted, but the other Nightmare Town people in Chuanri Street will definitely be excited. Let's ask someone first. Ask if there are any new customers with abnormalities recently. Is there anything I can do for you, young master?" Just when Su Yin and Jin Lin were talking, the waiter who was called by Su Yin raised his hand, ran to Su Yin with a smile on his face. "Do you need information?" Su Yin took out a brocade bag from the storage ring, put it in the waiter's hand, and said with a smile, "Excuse me, can you give me some tips? That is, I want to know some female beasts with a longer lifespan in Taoyuan. And there is no other meaning. I just like big sisters. Although the brothels of the human race and the demon race are different, they actually have something in common in some aspects. For example, spend some money to ask the pimp or the maids of the courtesans about something." As a practitioner in the brothel industry, Su Yin has also encountered young men who asked him about the news of the girls. The lord with a long life? The waiter thought for a moment, recalled the tribes of the young ladies in the pavilion and the palace, shook the brocade bag in his hand and smiled. "Young master finally asked the right monster. I just don't know if the long life you mentioned refers to the innate or acquired. If it's innate, you can look at the Lord Chung Huang over there, or the Lord Fu Yi in the palace and the Lord Jiuying behind you." After the waiter said this, he took a step back and nodded behind Su Yin, indicating that he should look behind him. Chapter 295 Ing? Ing. When Su Yin heard the waiter say that there was someone behind him, he turned around subconsciously and saw a woman in a red dress with a warm yellow belly band on her chest. She walked on the bluestone road in the peach blossom forest, and walked towards the pavilion where Su Yin and Jin Lin were with lotus steps lightly and slowly, with a bright smile on her face. If we talk about longevity, I may not be able to compare with Chenghuang or some mythical beast tribes, but in terms of pure longevity, we Jiuying can also rank among the top. Jiuying smiled, stepped into the pavilion where Su Yin was, and sat down without showing any shyness. He looked at Su Yin and asked, "I just don't know. Which tribe of the 9 sons does the young master belong to? How many generations?" Jiuying did not look at the token on Su Yin's waist, but directly asked about Su Yin's tribe. The token issued by Chuanri Street is not impossible to forge. In Jiuying's opinion, the information on the token is for reference only, which is far less practical than asking by himself. Let's use Yazi as an analogy. When a real dragon and a beast give birth to a child, the child is named Yazi. However, when a sub-dragon and a beast give birth to a child, if the child is shameless, he can also call himself Yazi. The concept of the second-generation dragon Yazi is different from that of the third, fourth, and fifth-generation dragon Yazi. Those false Yazi have no ability, but have inherited the dragon's promiscuous character. They spend the whole day carelessly promoting their identity as the 9th son of the dragon to cheat for food and drink. Jiuying is not an ordinary ignorant girl. After sitting next to Su Yin, she began to ask him whether he is the second-generation dragon Yazi born by a real dragon and a beast, or those shameless and lewd little ghosts who hold the name of Yazi. Jiuying's purpose is to ask for seeds, but she doesn't want to give birth to a branded product in her belly. I don't know either. Faced with Jiu Ying's highly directional questions, Su Yan was completely confused. His mother was a nine-tailed fox and his father was a black dragon from the North Sea. But he was not registered on either side. How could he know how many generations he was a descendant? I was probably an unregistered person, whose name was not written on the genealogy of both sides. What about your father and mother's tribes? Jiu Ying frowned and asked again. It's not convenient to disclose. Su Yan answered honestly. After a moment of silence, Jiu Ying looked sideways at the waist badge hanging on Su Yan's waist. Although the content on it was only for reference, it was at least a reference. So he was not as cunning as Su Yan, who didn't know anything when asked. Seeing the word Z on Su Yan's waist badge, Jiu Ying's frown relaxed a little, and he continued, I hope you can be a little more serious, because I came here sincerely to discuss the matter of taking seeds with you, and your answer may eventually affect the length of your life. Seeing Su Yan's doubtful face, and Jin Lin beside him looking alert, thinking that he was threatening them, Jiu Ying waved his hand and said, I'm not threatening you. I have had several marriages before. In the words of the human race, my fate should belong to the fate of killing my husband. Every time before preparing for the wedding night, they either met with revenge and died suddenly, or died suddenly in the wedding room for no reason. And some died because of the reverse flow of qi and blood and bleeding from the 8 orifices when the veil was lifted. Well, its incontinence and urine is bright red after death, as if they were poisoned. Jiu Ying and Wu Yao had marriages, but it was a pity that all of them died before the wedding night due to accidents. Therefore, Jiu Ying did not plan to make a connection again, and went to Chuanri Fruit Street to look for a seed to continue the bloodline. But the male beast that Jiu Ying liked basically died suddenly as expected. Died suddenly in the house. Died suddenly in the forest. And even a Gu Dia in the Yuanying period drowned in the dry toilet. Jiu Ying was helpless. Now the corpse of the Gu Dia was still lying in the Taoyuan dry toilet. She just happened to hear the Taoyuan guard shouting that someone with dragon blood had appeared. Dragons are divine beasts anyway, so their fate should be stronger than those guys. Right? Is your fate so noble? After listening to Jiu Ying's story, Su Yan showed a surprised expression on his face and praised him. Although Jiu Ying said that she was a husband killer, if Su Yan was not born in the southern state, he would also say that Jiu Ying was a husband killer. But Su Yan was born in the southern state. Is she a husband killer in the southern state? It doesn't exist. A wife who can kill her husband like this is simply a rare and exquisite beauty. What does it mean that people who marry Jiu Ying are killed? It means that their fate is not as strong as Jiu Ying's. Jiu Ying's fate is very noble. Ordinary cultivators cannot bear her luck and suffer the backlash of fate. The master of Wanhua Valley, the upper demon sect of Wanhua Pavilion, is a person who kills her husband. Before practicing, she killed 3 husbands. Later, her family thought she was unlucky, so she was sold to Wanhua Pavilion as a maid. As a result, the master's cultivation realm was as high as a cheat, and she became a rare heavenly person in the world of cultivation. Women like the master of Wanhua Valley are not unique in the southern states, not to mention those far away. The fate of the city lord of Qicheng where Su Yan and Fox Mom live is not much different from Jiu Ying. After marrying several husbands who killed her husband, her cultivation levels seem to be as high as a cheat. Jiu Ying is not a husband-killing fate. If a person with a strong fate marries Jiu Ying, it can be said that he will benefit infinitely. Bing? Jiu Ying subconsciously whimpered. Jiu Ying's true form was a water and fire monster, and its sound was like a baby crying. In fact, the cry was not significantly different from that of a 9-tailed fox. Bing. Ing. Ing. Seeing Jiu Ying start to whimper, Su Yan also started to speak his own fox language. After the two of them hummed to each other, Jiu Ying's face showed a hint of realization. He covered his mouth, chuckled and looked at Su Yan and said, Since you said that I have a noble fate and strong luck, why don't we go to the palace next to us to have a chat? I like your little mouth very much. I hope to know whether what you said is sweet talk or sincere. It's true. Those proud sons of heaven in the southern states like to kill their husbands and widows to prove that their fate is so terrible, Su Yan said, then shook his head and said, I have something to do and can't leave now. Let's make an appointment when we are free. Su Yan was not worried about his sudden death. He had enough confidence in his luck. But it was a pity that he had promised Jin Lin to accompany her to check the whereabouts of the leopard beast. Jin Lin left him and walked alone in Taoyuan. He would appear in the nursery at the door in about an hour. Right? Su Yan was a fox who was honest. Since he promised to help Jin Lin, he would not break his promise. It won't take you too long. Jiuying looked at Su Yan, and then at Jean Lin. Two snake-like heads grew out from the shoulder blades behind its back, wrapping up Su Yan and Jean Lin. Jiuying said, 1 hour should be enough. Right. Let's fight quickly, and then exchange a sound transmission jade message with each other. As he said that, Jiuying took Su Yan to the inner palace located in the center of Taiyuan. When they reached the door, they heard a burst of crying. When Su Yan was persuading Jiuying, he also heard the miserable crying sound. He subconsciously looked up and saw a nest made of a lot of pillows of various colors not far from the palace door. The palace was filled with incense. The woman was simply covered with a thin gauze, which was a bit lewd. She lay on the pillows with a lazy expression. At her feet was the tiger demon that Su Yan had beaten in the breeding yard before. The tiger demon now had a swollen nose and face. He lay at the feet of the woman and rolled around, crying heartbreakingly, and choked with sobs and cried, "Mother! That man stole my wife and beat me unreasonably. Look! Can you still recognize your child now?" Woo woo woo. Su Yan, you are talking nonsense. I just slapped you and knocked you unconscious. I didn't hit your face at all. The injury on your cheek can't be blamed on me. Chapter 296 Is my little nephew so cold and indifferent? Mother! Come and see! That dragon guy is so unreasonable. He stole my wife first, and flirted with her in front of me. When I found out, he beat me until I was deformed. He also raped my wife in front of me. Whoa! The tiger demon, who was beaten by Su Yan, before has lost his previous arrogance. He lay at the feet of the tiger mother and cried, rolling on the ground and begging his mother to help him. The incident he described was indeed exaggerated, but the hatred of stealing his wife and the defeat in the battle for territory were already very serious problems. He must get back at her. Huh? Just as the tiger demon was throwing a tantrum and crying beside his mother about his experience, he accidentally saw a foreign object in front of the Taohua Palace from the corner of his eye. The tiger demon subconsciously wanted to see the beauty of Taoyuan. Jiuying's body is very strange now. 2 long snakes grow out of his human body, wrapping around Su Yan and Jean Lin, making them fall behind him like wings. It's you? The tiger demon looked at him sideways. His head was stunned. And the next second, he turned around and looked at Su Yan, who was swept behind Jiuying with angry eyes, and said to his mother, "Mom, come and see. It's the beast at the door, who raped my wife in front of me." Oh, I didn't. You're talking nonsense. Su Yan saw that the tiger demon kept adding fuel to the fire and slandering his virtue. So Su Yan loudly refuted, including the wound on your cheek. It has nothing to do with me. Good guy. I asked you whether you would play overtime, but you didn't react at all. It turned out that you were squatting here, ready to directly stage a round of round-robin battles. Right? You bad guy. Su Yan broke free from Jiuying's snake head and jumped onto the topaz floor of Taohua Palace. With a serious expression on his face, I advise you to tell me the truth. Otherwise I will cry loudly. Hee. The tiger demon's mother laughed softly, lying gracefully on the nest made of various pillows, sitting up slowly, and the gauze slowly slid down from her fair skin, making Su Yan and Jean Lin turn their eyes subconsciously. She seemed to have just finished, and her figure naturally exuded a mature charm, which made her already excellent beauty, adding a touch of charm. At this moment, the tiger mother was already a beauty in the eyes of male beasts. After she sat up, she did not show any malice or anger. She raised her long and beautiful legs and kicked her son directly on the buttocks, smiling and saying, "How could I hide the truth from him? But you beat him. It should be a fact. Right? You bullied us orphans and widows. Shouldn't you give us an explanation?" As a mother, she knew the character of the tiger demon. Usually, if he hit his elbow, he would cry and say that he broke his hand. If he lost a pound of spirit stones, he would lie that he weighed 100 pounds. Naturally, the things he said were exaggerated. But shouldn't Su Yan give an explanation for bullying his orphans and widows? Tiger Mother Tiger Spirit narrowed her eyes slightly, and stood up from the colorful pillows and beds. Either pay the spirit stones, or pay with your body for 3 days. This matter is over. It's not your turn. Jiuying put down the golden scales behind him, stepped forward to block the 2 little ones, protected them behind him, and said lightly, "Young people's affairs should be solved by young people themselves. What's the point of adults intervening?" Jiuying knew the white tiger monster in front of him. The white tiger monster was a variant of the tiger monster. The magical power of refining ghosts was a few points stronger than that of ordinary tiger monsters, and its strength was also extremely difficult. Moreover, This tiger monster was good at the method of collecting and replenishing. The 3-day flesh compensation she mentioned was not a simple flesh compensation. The Juicy in front of him might not lose his life, but he probably wouldn't be interested in seeing female beasts in the future. So Jiuying stood up directly, protected the 2 little ones behind him, and looked at the white tiger monster for negotiation. The dark resentful soul crawled out from the ground and climbed into the palace made of yellow jade. A burst of yellow spring wind appeared out of thin air and blew through the palace, making the palace like the netherworld purgatory at this moment. And the sound of pain was endless. Well said. The white tiger demon, who had transformed into darkness, shouted, and looked at Jiuying with fierce eyes. Let the children solve their own problems. Let's talk about it. Shall we? Roar! Jiuying's body expanded rapidly, and in an instant it turned into its original form. A strange creature with a fox-like body but 9 snake-like heads, and let out a threatening long roar at the white tiger demon in front of it, brewing white mist in its mouth. Ah! Seeing that Jiuying and the white tiger demon were about to fight, Suyin hurriedly took 3 steps, raised his hand to pinch the seal, and then jumped up directly on the spot and transformed in midair, turning into a little white fox and falling heavily to the ground, raising 2 fox paws to cover his chest and crying out in pain. Auntie! Suyin could not see the cultivation of Jiuying and the white tiger demon because of his own realm limitation. But as a famous beast, Jiuying, when he showed the strongest body of the demon clan in the confrontation with the white tiger demon, it actually showed that Jiuying was at a disadvantage. Therefore, without any hesitation, Suyin jumped up and hit the ground, and began to cry. Pa! A bright golden sun rose in the palace, and the scorching heat of the sun dispelled the darkness in the Peach Blossom Palace. Chi-Yi's figure gradually emerged, and appeared behind the white tiger monster. Her right hand slapped the tiger monster's buttocks hard and tightened it, and lifted the white tiger monster's body several centimeters higher on the spot. Hiss! Feeling the severe pain in the buttocks. The pain like a burning flame made the white tiger monster's face twisted and screamed in pain. So, why did you make my nephew cry? And she moved behind the white tiger monster, stretched out her hands with a fake smile, pinched the white tiger monster's buttocks, tightened it, and lifted her up. Don't you want your big butt? Yes. 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 And I'll use it again. Feeling the big hand of the golden crow behind him embedded in his flesh and blood, as if ready to tear it apart, the white tiger monster quickly begged for mercy and said, I was just trying to scare him. I didn't mean to do anything. I was simply lustful. Our goddess of Wanhua Valley has always been like this. I don't care if you are lustful or mean. You are the one who made my nephew cry now. If you can't coax him well, I will directly seal your reproductive cavity with hot melt. Dichi stood behind the white tiger monster, and warned the white tiger monster in a low voice with a fake smile, not to let Suyin see what he did behind the white tiger monster. Now, go and cheer him up. He'll still be crying when I come over later. Just wait. As he said that, Dichi loosened his hands, allowing the white tiger monster to step on the ground with both feet. However, the 10-finger holes on the gauze and the female beast's buttocks were particularly eye-catching. Dichi picked up the gauze of the white tiger monster and wiped his hands. After wiping off all the blood on his hands, he seemed to be still not satisfied. So he ran back and slapped the white tiger monster on the chest. Woo! The white tiger monster looked aggrieved, with his left hand covering his buttocks where the wound was healing, and his right hand blocking Dichi's own swollen chest, making a whimpering sound. Now, it's okay. And she bent down to pick up the little fox on the ground, sighed slowly, and said, Aunt Chi is arguing over there. I discussed with the tiger demon and asked her to take you out to play. I'll come to you after Aunt Chi finishes arguing. Aunt Chi held Suyin's neck, looked at Jiuying who opened his arms to take the little fox, and then looked at Jean Lin and the white tiger demon, muttering in her heart, is the little fox so picky about food? From young girls to adults to mature women. It suits everyone's appetite. Now I should praise him. He is worthy of being a good son of the dragon clan. Well, it's no wonder that the elders of the Su clan are so angry. The 9-tailed creatures are running around everywhere, and they can't stand it. Chapter 297 Tiger Women. So, you are also a liar. Jiuying raised his hand and took Suyin, who was in the state of immortality, from Aunt Chi's hand. After looking him up and down, he complained to the little fox he was holding. From Suyin's fox body, he is now a child for the demon race. Because of the dragon blood, Jiuying did not doubt whether he could turn himself into a woman. But his seed must not sprout, because Su Yan's age has not reached the reproduction age of the demon race. Faced with Jiuying's doubts, Su Yan subconsciously turned his head away from Jiuying's face and muttered, "I have been refusing before, but you didn't listen to my explanation at all." Rolled me up and ran to the bedroom of Taohua Palace. Jiuying said that she was born with a husband-killing appearance, and her husband-killing power is comparable to that of a star of destiny. But Su Yan disagreed and told him about the husband-killing experiences of the Valley Master of Wanhua Valley and the City Master of Chicheng. The so-called husband-killing appearance actually means that they are not blessed to marry Jiuying. At this point, Jiuying invited Su Yan to go to the Peach Blossom Palace. Su Yan refused, but Jiuying was very interested and ignored Su Yan. He packed up the golden scales and went to the Peach Blossom Palace. "You guys have fun. I'm going back first." After staying for a while, Enchi turned around and left, and returned to the Chunri Street business through the escape technique. She was arguing with a female fairy. The shameless female fairy actually ran to the bed of the Lord of Daylight in the name of doing business in the Wanyao city, and slept with the Golden Crow Patriarch for 2 days. Afterwards, she proudly spread the taste of the Golden Crow Patriarch everywhere. The old ancestor, is so young. And you, an old woman, dared to sleep with our 3-legged Golden Crow Patriarch. The Lord of Daylight's body was so big that it blocked out the sun. But the human form of the Sun Crow was only about 1.45 meters tall, with a completely childlike appearance. Not a handsome, burly, strong man. That old woman took advantage of him. And she also boasted about the taste of the Sun Crow everywhere, saying that it was easy to get it. It was rare for Emperor Qi to catch her this time, and he would not be relieved if he didn't tear her fox mouth. Tiger power. As Emperor Qi left, the white tiger demon, who was covering his graceful figure, suddenly had a gloomy face. He turned around and looked at the child lying on the ground pretending to be dead, and raised his hand to exert the power of controlling things that tiger power could not resist. "Mother!" Woo woo woo. The white tiger demon took tiger power, pulled off his pants in front of everyone, and violently whipped tiger power's buttocks, making tiger power scream. But he didn't dare to ask for mercy from his angry mother, for fear of angering his mother and suffering more severe punishment. Faced with such a child who had betrayed his mother, the white tiger demon Hu Lian used all the tricks that Di Qi had used on himself on Hu Li. "Pa! Mom!" He slapped Hu Li's butt 10 times in a row, causing him to scream for his mother frantically, hoping to awaken his mother's love. TSK. Su Yan jumped out of Jiuying's arms, landed on Jin Lin's shoulders, looked up, and watched the misfortune of the naughty child. He said with a gloating look on his face, "I'm so envious. Brother Hu Li actually had a complete childhood, but I never had such a complete childhood memory." After Hu Lian beat Hu Li up, he eased his anger a little, and then he raised his hand and threw Hu Li into the tiger's den filled with pillows. Hu Li didn't even dare to fart, and quickly got into the pillows. Hu Lian took a few deep breaths, put on a businesslike smile on his cheeks, tightened the gauze, and walked slowly to Su Yan on tiptoe, saying, "Hu Lian, the 6th elder of the Wanhua Valley Gu Garden." Hu Lian came from Wanhua Valley, and was mainly responsible for managing the cultivation of gu worms on weekdays. Now he had a rare vacation, so he ran from the southern state to the eastern state for vacation. Unexpectedly, his stupid child actually provoked a 3-legged golden crow for him. It is well known that the 3-legged golden crows hold grudges, and their minds are no bigger than their own excretory cavities. Therefore, even if Di Qi had turned around and left, Hu Lian had no intention of turning around and running away, and was not willing to provoke the extremely petty 3-legged golden crow. If she dared to turn around and run away today, the next day, the 3-legged golden crows would dare to form a group to come to her door and put a sack on her to beat her. The compensation is spirit stones. Hu Lian asked the little fox helplessly. Enjoying the service is different from providing the service. Hu Lian was helpless to change from a customer to a maid, but she didn't know where to tell her grievances. "You should be familiar with Taoyuan, right? Just lead us to the way." After learning that Hu Lian came from Wanhua Valley and was a fellow villager, Su Yan thought for a while and said, "We want to find Fui and Cheng Huang." Fui and Cheng Huang. After hearing this, Hu Lian hesitated for a while before speaking, saying, "It's barely okay." With that, Hu Lian turned around and walked away quickly, leaving Su Yan, Jin Lin, and Jiuying staring at each other. But Hu Lian didn't let the three wait for long. Just when they looked at each other, A wave of shaking and sound waves came from the depths of Taohua Palace. A bat with a pig nose and snow-white fur all over its body was like a bowling ball. Hu Lian pinched its head and pushed it on the ground. It slid very smoothly in front of the three people, rolled its eyes, and twitched its feet. Then, the tiger woman kicked the wall open and walked straight to the pavilion in Taoyuan. The ground shook. A strange beast that looked like a fox with two branches on its back was carried on Hu Lian's shoulders, restraining her 4 legs, and fell heavily in front of Su Yan and the other two. Hu Lian raised his finger and pointed at himself, then pointed at Fu Yi, Cheng Huang, Jiao Ying and Jin Lin on the ground, and said, "There are 5 female beasts now. Tell me which female beast you like. I will tie them up for you. When the time comes, I will be responsible for making them stick up, and you will be responsible for the strength." Su Yan and Jin Lin had extremely strange expressions. They were stunned and speechless. The tiger woman in front of him obviously misunderstood Su Yan's meaning. Su Yan wanted to know where Fu Yi and Cheng Huang were, so that he and Jin Lin could go over and observe their behavior, and then ask the waiter Fu Yi and Cheng Huang about their behavior to see if there was anything unusual. In this way, they could judge whether they were parasitized by the beast. But in Hu Lian's understanding, Su Yan's words clearly meant that he had taken a fancy to Fu Yi and Cheng Huang, and asked him to help tie them up in the dormitory. At that time, he would gather 5 female beasts for Su Yan to take turns to enjoy. Although he was a little unwilling to lose, Hu Lian was convinced by Su Yan's aesthetics. Fu Yi and Cheng Huang were really beautiful, and it was really enjoyable to listen to their melodious singing on the bed. "Come on, young master. Lie down when you are tired after the job, so that I can also explain to the Golden Crow." Hu Lian grabbed Jiao Ying's arm and pulled her and Su Yan to the private room inside. At the same time, he used telekinesis to drag Fu Yi, Cheng Huang, and the horrified Jin Lin away. "Don't bring me along with you to your demon clan social activities." Chapter 298 Weak Male Beast. Bang. Hu Lian lifted her foot and closed the door of the dormitory with her hand, throwing Cheng Huang and Fu Yi to the ground. Then looked at Su Yan, Jiao Ying and Jin Lin, and after a moment of hesitation, she moved her eyes away from Jin Lin and said, "Let's start now. The order will be determined by the cultivation level, and then the other things will be discussed. The girl surnamed Jean will open a single game later. Now I ask you to help us get drinks and hot towels." After arriving at the dormitory, Hu Lian saw that Su Yan did not make any moves. So she guessed something. This young man from the Dragon Clan should not have experienced such a thing. So, she arranged the tasks as the host. First, she had to determine who would be the protagonist and then the heroine. The second thing was to select a maid to serve tea and water, and serve the people who were unable to get away from the bed. Although Hu Lian did not like this kind of lewdness, Hu let Jin Wu have the final say now. She ordered her to entertain the little fox in front of her, and Hu Lian had no choice. Being promiscuous is not conducive to the use of the method of collecting and replenishing. Hu Lian herself is also experiencing it for the first time. But as the goddess elder of Wanhua Valley, she is the type who is well informed and begins to arrange the work of everyone in an orderly manner. "I don't want such a thing." Just as Jin Lin was taking the wine with black lines on his head, Fu Yi, who was covered with white fur all over his body, woke up from his coma. After learning about his next fate, he immediately said a word of no to Hu Lian with a stubborn face. "I don't want the dragon beasts. Fu Yi came here to play with the male beasts." Looking at those male beasts surrounding the door curtain and howling, they tried their best to use courtship methods to please themselves. She came here to play, but she didn't want to run back home with a bulging belly. Especially the bad reputation of the Dragon Clan, which made Fu Yi feel trembling all over when she heard it. Facing the glory of the Dragon Clan directly, it was too scary. Well, the legend is true. Riding on us can indeed increase your lifespan, but it should be impossible for a cultivator to sit down. Right? Unlike the stubborn Fu Yi, Cheng Huang woke up and learned that Hu Lian had knocked him out because the dragon boy coveted his beauty and tied him up. After Cheng Huang looked at the real owner Su Yan, she agreed to Hu Lian's invitation. But she needed to ensure that she could have a single match with Su Yan. Otherwise she could not be sure whether she could take the right dragon seed back. Well, the second generation of Yazi is very good, but it is a bit regrettable that Su Yan's mother's bloodline is not clear. When Hu Lian and Fu Yi were negotiating, Cheng Huang ran to Su Yan's side and squatted in the same row with Su Yan to get familiar with each other, so that it would be easier to handle things later. The most famous legend of the Cheng Huang tribe is that after riding on them, the lifespan can be increased. Cheng Huang's legend is indeed correct. But the whole Cheng Huang tribe actually has a doubt. Who was the first to sit on Cheng Huang's back? The horns on Cheng Huang's back are not small horns, but rather look like the horns of a sick deer, like the crown of a dead tree. The branches radiate in all directions. How can a creature sit on Cheng Huang's back from the top of the tree crown? The entire Cheng Huang clan is puzzled. Sitting on it can increase your lifespan by 2,000 years? Then, what if you sit on a young Cheng Huang? The horns on the back of a young Cheng Huang shouldn't be that big, right? Su Yan looked at Cheng Huang's back. The smallest branch on the tree canopy was longer than his body. He could not bear the lifespan of 2,000 years that came out of nowhere. Xiao Cheng Huang does not have such ability. Cheng Huang shook his head and said, "We are wood-based. We can get the spiritual energy of the earth veins by stepping on the ground with 4 feet. The dead trees on the back are actually due to sufficient nutrients. There are 2 small trees on Xiao Cheng Huang's back. They are not even surplus. How can they transform the spiritual energy of the earth veins into pure vitality, and cleanse the essence and marrow of the rider to make it to a higher level? So that's it." Su Yan nodded with a look of sudden enlightenment. He was still wondering why Hu Lian tied up Cheng Huang's limbs and tail with ropes. It turned out that he didn't let her get on all fours to absorb the spiritual energy of the earth veins to prevent her from suddenly attacking. Who was the first one to ride it? Who knows? Anyway, the legend of riding a yellow horse was passed back to the demon race through the mouths of the human race. Jiuying sat on the bed, looking at the people in the dormitory with a tangled face, and murmured in his heart, "With my natural bad luck, there shouldn't be a scene of sudden death in turn later. Right? I always feel a little uneasy about my conscience. Hey, do you have any strong liquor?" Jinlin rolled his eyes and walked out of the dormitory to help Hu Lian get the spirit wine. But the main feature of Taoyuan is super freedom. There are no maids or waiters wandering around inside to disturb the atmosphere, causing Jinlin to walk from the inside of Taohua Palace to Taohua Garden before seeing the waiter. "Want some spirit wine?" "Yes. Yes. Yes." When the waiter saw Jinlin, he smiled with a helpless smile, and motioned Jinlin to look at the exhausted male beast on his shoulder and said, "Sir, you may need to wait a little. I will take you to the other courtyard to rest. We have medicinal wine, fruit wine, and pure wine here. Take a look at what spirit wine you need, and I will get it for you later." Taoyuan brothel mainly serves female beasts. The cultivation level of female beasts that can come here will not be lower than the nascent soul stage. It is a high-end brothel with small quantity and precious essence. Therefore, from time to time, you can see female beasts still come out in style, while male beasts often go in vertically and come out horizontally, although the process may be exhausting. The sense of accomplishment in the heart is unparalleled. The male beast carried on the waiter's shoulder was a demon cultivator in the nascent soul stage, who was paralyzed in the dormitory after fighting a demon cultivator in the god transformation stage, and was carried out by the waiter. "Medicinal wine?" Jinlin looked at the waiter, then glanced at the weakling male beast on his shoulder with a silly smile on his face. After recalling Su Yan's figure, he pondered and said, 3 pounds of blood activating and blood stasis removing wine mixed with 2 pounds to replenish spiritual power. And then add half a pound of analgesics and whipped wine. The waiter raised his free hand and scratched his slightly numb scalp. "Is this customer so hardcore? So many different types of medicinal wines are mixed into one jar. Aren't you afraid that you will fall down directly after one glass?" The waiter complained in his heart. But on the surface, he still smiled and replied, "Okay, I'll be there soon." The waiter asked Jinlin to sit for a while, and he sent the guest to the courtyard. And then, he quickly took the wine out of the cellar and handed it to Jinlin. Jinlin looked around and didn't see any chairs for her to sit on. And she obviously couldn't sit in the pavilions that belonged to the female beasts. "What are you looking at?" Jinlin looked at the tiger's den that was originally the tiger's pity. A pair of eyes peeked out from the small hill of pillows, and looked around with vigilance in her eyes. "I wonder if my mother will continue to beat me." Huli looked around for a long time and confirmed that his mother was not there. He then showed his head from the hill of pillows, and sighed a long sigh of relief and complained, "Why didn't you say you had a background earlier? You caused my mother to beat me up. If you had said that you had the support of the 3-legged golden crow, I would have called you my dear father." Jinlin, although I know that the demon race has no bottom line, you still make me look at you with new eyes. With your excellent and flexible moral bottom line, you should be able to get along well on weekdays. Right? Chapter 299 Crazy Beast. Wait a moment. The courtyard is quite far away. I'll go to the cellar to get the wine first. and then help you to the courtyard to rest later. After saying goodbye to Jean Lin, the waiter thought about it, and didn't go directly to the courtyard. At the edge of Taoyuan, he turned to a small wooden house next to him, and said to the weak male beast he supported with an embarrassed face. The courtyard of Taoyuan Gulan is very remote. In fact, it is no different from the Cold Palace. It is basically used to place cleaning items, and completely exhausted male beasts to prevent these half-dead male beasts from obstructing the scenery. The wine cellar is inside Taoyuan, but it is located in the wooden house on the west. After opening the door of the wooden house, you can see the wine cellar by walking down the steps. The wooden house above is more decorative than practical. In order to avoid detours and save time, the waiter is ready to take customers to the wine cellar to get wine. The male beast he supported was still obsessed, and had not come back to his senses for a long time. His head was full of the charm and tenderness of the big fox of the pure fox clan. He had no intention of waking up, and was still enjoying the afterglow of the fox. Please sit down for a while. I'll go get some wine. When he arrived at the door of the wine cellar, the waiter used his waist badge to unlock the seal of the door, put the customer he supported on the bench next to him, and walked into the wine cellar by himself, carrying a small wine jar to get wine from the big wine jar. 1 caddy of analgesic wine, half a caddy of whipped wine, 3 caddies of blood circulation and blood stasis, 2 caddies of pure brewing spirit wine, and 2 cents of Yuhua Wanling Xingmu powder. The waiter poured wine randomly, while muttering the ingredients added to the wine jar in his heart, then took out a seal to seal the wine jar, and then carried it away. I have already poured the wine. The waiter put the wine on the ground, and went to support the customer, who was full of aftertaste. Poochie. The waiter put his hands through the customer's armpits, as if he was going to pick him up and steady him. But the next moment, the waiter's arm suddenly exerted force, and with a series of popcorn-like crackling sounds, the chest of the customer held by the waiter was directly broken, and was strangled by the tyrannical force to the thickness of a thigh. Large streams of blood and organ fragments spurted out of the customer's mouth. He seemed to be intoxicated by the beauty of the fox, and did not react to what happened. He looked at the servile waiter with disbelief. Roar! The waiter opened his big mouth, revealing an extremely large wolf head, bit off the customer's head in one bite, and reached out with his left hand as fast as thunder, grabbed the escaping demon beast's yuaning, and threw it into his mouth to chew. Is there anything on the 3-legged turtle worth replacing? After killing the Taoyuan customer, the waiter threw the customer to the ground slowly, took out a storage bag from his arms, took out a manual and a dark red knife, squatted in front of the corpse, and flipped through the book. 3-legged turtle. 3-legged turtle. Got it. The 3-legged turtle has a poison sac that can spit out poison mist, and its lungs can lurk in lakes and seas for a month. TSK. I crushed one of the 2 most valuable things. The waiter showed a look of disgust on his face, took off his coarse linen clothes, exposed his whole body, and then raised the dark red dagger and stabbed it into his abdominal cavity, cutting directly to the perineum. Moreover, because the dark red dagger was extremely sharp, the wound had not yet split, leaving only a red blood line with faint blood beads. The waiter had a ferocious look on his face. He inserted his hands into the blood line, and completely opened his chest and abdomen, allowing the dark red snake-like things inside to emerge. The red snakes had dragon heads on them. After wandering around in the wine cellar for a while, they suddenly opened their mouths and bit the dead 3-legged turtle. After the dark red snakes that were wriggling like intestines finished eating, they all retracted into the waiter's abdominal cavity. However, there was an extra dark purple gallbladder near the spleen in the waiter's abdominal cavity, which was slowly wriggling. What a beautiful moment! Seeing the completely alienated organs in his body, the waiter's cheeks were intoxicated. After the special swallowing state was lifted, the colorful internal organs with faces were exposed to the air. He couldn't help but touch his organs with his own hands and praise them. Really? I can't help it at all. The waiter twisted his body, and blood-red cracks appeared faintly on his skin. Aware of the abnormality of his body, the waiter suppressed his excitement of admiring his body, and pulled up the dark red dagger that was still inserted in his perineum. The blood that originally flowed on the skin returned to the body, as if time was reversed. As the dagger was pulled out, no wounds were left on the waiter's body. It's a pity, and I still want to reward myself. The waiter showed regret, picked up the coarse linen clothes on the ground and put them on again, and put the dark red dagger and the demon tribe illustration in his hand back into his storage bag. The waiter put his hands on his face and rubbed it, so that his twisted facial features could be normalized. Opened his mouth, and the molars made a crisp sound. and showed a flattering smile again. Let's go! I didn't expect those crazy people in Luoshing City to come after us so quickly. Ah. The waiter picked up the wine jar with added ingredients, and used the waist badge to open the door of the wine cellar with a sealing spell again. This door has an isolation spell. The spell on it was not made by the waiter, but was engraved by the shopkeeper of Taoyuan when she built the wine cellar, because she believed that letting customers notice the dirtiness of the wine cellar would affect the aesthetics. She set up an isolation array at the construction site. In this way, customers can't see the dirtiness, and it is also convenient to store some miscellaneous things. There are more isolation arrays like this in the other courtyard. The shopkeeper doesn't want other female beasts to see that the male beasts squeezed out of the bone marrow by the female beasts are exposed to other customers. However, the shopkeeper of Taoyuan may not have thought that his unintentional actions helped the crazy beast that sneaked into Taoyuan's brothel so much. It is like a fish in water here, and it has no intention of touching the female beasts at all. The female beasts here are too high to be preserved in the hands of the elders. Therefore, the target of the beasts has always been the male beasts, and they specially select some male beasts that the female beasts have played with until they are exhausted. The brains of these male beasts are probably also transferred into the female beasts through their infusion tubes. When facing the beasts, they can't even show a trace of resistance, and they are completely slaughtered by the beasts. In addition, the crowds of people in the brothels are dense, and it is extremely difficult to detect that hundreds of monsters have disappeared. Therefore, the beasts have been committing crimes crazily for more than a month without revealing their whereabouts. The reason why Luoshing City pursued them was entirely because the beasts of the same clan were arrested, exposing their whereabouts. Otherwise, the crazy beasts could hide for a long time, and it would be impossible to be exposed. Sir, the wine is here. The waiter ran back to the palace with a smile on his face, holding the wine jar in both hands, and respectfully handed it to Jean Lin. A total of 378 kilograms of spirit stones, minus the deduction. The total is 370 kilograms of spirit stones for you. Taoyuan brothel requires payment before enjoyment. Otherwise, the paying customers will be squeezed into dry firewood by the female beasts, and the brothel will not know who to ask for payment. Chapter 300. Don't worry. We are the beasts who are anesthetized. You guys chat. I'll go out for a walk. Huli took out more than 300 kilograms of spirit stones from his storage ring and paid for Jean Lin's wine. Then he ran out of Taoyuan and prepared to continue to be cool. The tiger woman gave birth to a tiger son. Jean Lin looked at the wine jar in his hand, and then looked at Huli, who was walking out of the palace, and complained. Huli's expression seemed very happy. He didn't feel that he was humiliated by Su Yan at all. Instead, he seemed to be extremely happy that he had an elder who was backed by Jean Wu. Jean Lin couldn't understand Huli's brain circuit, and walked towards Su Yan's dormitory with the wine jar. The spirit wine is back. Jean Lin pushed open the door of the dormitory, locked the door of the dormitory with his backhand, put the wine jar on the tea table, and sat down on the chair with a big horse and golden sword, as if he had no intention of being shy. As a determined evil eliminating person, Jean Lin had no intention of retreating, because she felt that the probability that the beast might be hiding in Jiuing, Chengwang, or Fui was very high. So she decided to stay in the dormitory and keep an eye on the female beast's every move. Of course, monitoring the suspect was only one of the reasons. The more important reason was that Jean Lin was very likely to be thrown into the nursery by the gatekeeper of Taoyuan when she wandered around in Taoyuan. Without Su Yan's waist badge, she could not move a step, and it was very likely that she would be expelled because of her abnormal behavior. Come and have a drink. Relax your mood, and you can enter a violent state when the alcohol is strong. Hu Lian, who had just come out of the bathroom, smiled and poured a pot of spirit wine with a wine pot, came to Su Yan, who was sitting on the bed with a slightly cramped expression on his cheeks, sat directly at Su Yan's feet, and put his elbow on Su Yan's leg. Hu Lian smiled, raised her head, and opened her red lips, raised the wine pot high and poured it into her mouth. The transparent wine body splashed on Hu Lian's face, skin, and collarbone. Hu Lian threw away the wine pot and opened her arms, looking at Su Yan, throwing a wink to signal Su Yan to come over. Su Yan seemed a little hesitant, especially when he saw Jiuing, Chengwang, Fui and Jean Lin sitting in the distance, and said, "This is not good. Right? How about we wait until it gets darker before taking action?" Su Yan thought he was well informed, but when he really arrived at the scene, he couldn't let go, because it felt so strange. All the eyes were looking at him, as if expecting, and looking forward to something appearing. Su Yan didn't take the initiative, so Hu Lian moved by herself, kneeling on the steps of the bed, hugging Su Yan's waist to shorten the distance between the two to a negative number. Hu Lian's head tilted slightly, and kissed Su Yan's mouth. Bang! Something was happening on the bed. Jean Lin was originally observing who was the beast, but as the plot gradually began to progress, she turned around and faced the direction of the dormitory door, no longer looking at the excitement inside. But the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground broke the ambiguous atmosphere in the dormitory. Jean Lin turned around and saw Su Yan, who had taken off his coat and whose white skin was covered with lipstick, opened his arms and fell to the ground with a red face as if drunk. Who? Su Yan snored. Hu Lian, who was kneeling on the bed and stretched out his hand as if to pull Su Yan back, had black lines on his forehead. Are you playing hard to get? I was already in the mood. Why did you fall down? Can you get up and continue now? Hu Lian lay on the bed, stretched out his hand to grab Su Yan's legs and shook them gently. But in response to Hu Lian, Su Yan snored again and again. No matter how Hu Lian shook Su Yan, he didn't wake up. Wu, sitting on the bed, Fu Yi, who slightly covered his fair body with a corner of the quilt, couldn't help but open his mouth and yawn for a long time. He immediately felt that his desire was fading quickly, and he had no interest at all. Even the spiritual stone reward promised by Hu Lian didn't seem so important at this moment. Fu Yi fell asleep, as Su Yan fell. Fu Yi, who was the second to last in the group of people, also fell asleep. Chum Huang and Jiuying didn't hold out for too long, and followed Su Yan and Fu Yi's footsteps and fell on the bed. This is. Hu Lian and Jean Lin looked serious at the same time, watching the female beasts gradually fall on the bed, and quickly turned their eyes to the jar of spiritual wine on the table. The spiritual wine contains a lot of spiritual power. Su Yan, who is in the Jin Den stage, is still within the scope of understanding. But Jiuying, who has reached the Shenhua stage, will not cause spiritual power congestion due to this ordinary spiritual wine, and will not appear in a coma similar to the situation of drunkenness to digest the spiritual power in the body. The spiritual wine sold in Taoyuan. There is a problem. Bang. Hu Lian realized that someone was playing tricks behind her, so she raised her hand to roll up the people in the dormitory and leave. But her left foot softened when she stepped on the ground, and her body fell headfirst onto Su Yan, and her consciousness gradually became drowsy. Who is it? Before Hu Lian lost consciousness, he was still thinking in his head. Who is so generous as to secretly put a drug that can knock down earth immortals and demon cultivators in the spirit wine? She herself certainly did not offend such a person. The monks of Wanhua Valley have always been kind to others. Apart from some non-lethal small-scale nourishment, they have never made enemies with anyone. The guy who secretly drugged her was not her enemy. Huh? Jean Lin saw Su Yan and the female beasts fall down, and his eyes were stunned and his face showed doubt. Even Hu Lian, who was in the earthly realm, had fallen down, realizing that the situation was gradually getting out of control. Jean Lin did not even hesitate for a moment to take a deep breath, and shouted at the top of his voice. Help! There are monks from the Nightmare Town sect who want to slaughter the Dragon Clan. Master, come and save me quickly. Senior Jin Wu, your precious nephew has a knife on his neck. The disciples of Nightmare Town are killing people. Jean Lin used the vibration technique of Shangjingxing to increase the volume of his voice. While shouting loudly, he ran quickly to the door to seek help. The spiritual wine even knocked down Hu Lian, which was enough to prove that the guy who drugged the spiritual wine was very willing to spend money. Otherwise it would be impossible to get a knockdown of the earthly immortal demon cultivator. That guy was the type who was calculating without intention. So Jean Lin immediately opened his voice to attract the attention of the female beasts and Taoyuan managers in Taoyuan, and began to call for possible helpers to buy time. Squeak. Jean Lin pushed open the door of the dormitory. What she saw was not the jade floor she saw when she came here, but a wilderness. There were no living creatures in sight. She could only see a big sun, which was slowly setting. Jean Lin's voice gradually became lower, and she stared at the wilderness in front of her with a dull look. Looking back, she still saw the luxurious inn in Taoyuan behind her. But the desolate wilderness in front of her was not an illusion, but a real existence. She looked up slightly, and immediately understood why this happened. Teleportation array. Someone arranged a small teleportation array around Su Yan's dormitory. and directly cut Su Yan's dormitory out of Taoyuan through the power of space, and transferred it to this uninhabited wilderness. Caw caw caw. The waiter slowly emerged, holding a bamboo tube in his hand. He looked at Jean Lin, raised his hand, and crushed the bamboo tube in his hand, smiled and said, I have to say that the Xiaoyu dynasty's simple teleportation array is an extremely useful thing. Except that it is very difficult to get. It has no disadvantages at all. But sometimes it is worth it. Just like now I have caught Jizi, the Earth Fairy White Tiger monster, Jiuing, Cheng Wang, and Fu in one net. I am so greedy. Chapter 301 There is thunder inside. The thunder god is incognito. I did a big job before I left. The waiter appeared in the wilderness, looking at the guest room that stood out in the wilderness, and smiled at Jean Lin and said, Little guy from Luoxing City, can I trouble you to borrow it for a while? My target is inside, and I don't want to get too entangled with you here. The divination and astrology of Luoxing City is extremely terrifying. If the beast kills Jean Lin here, then there will be a clear causal line between it and Luoxing City. And Luoxing City can chase and kill him along the causal line. Therefore, the beast has no interest in the monks of Luoxing City. Clang. Jean Lin stepped out of the dormitory, looking at the slowly approaching waiter with a solemn expression, raised his hand and took out a bottle of pills from his storage ring, and said in a deep voice, Are you the one who put the drug in the wine jar? Isn't this an obvious answer? There is no need to delay time with these stupid questions. The gap in strength between us is not a gap that can be made up by any pills, magical powers, or secret methods. The beast smiled and pointed out Jean Lin's little thoughts, and did not feel any annoyance, because it could already imagine the collapsed expression she would show after killing and eating the little guy in front of it. As the beast moved, the skin and flesh on its body cracked and fell off. A gray-black female werewolf broke free from the fur of the Taoyuan waiter, exposing her body to the sun and slowly extending her body. Ha ha ha. The beast stretched out its nearly 4-meter body, kneading its hands fiercely in front of itself, and its own claws tore blood marks on its fur. But it seemed to have no sense of pain at all, and raised its head to burst out with a happy wolf howl full of joy and pleasure. The beast's demon body is no longer ordinary. In the crazy transformation again and again, the pain has turned into excitement. The more crazy it hurts its body, the more it swallows the biological organs of various tribes into its body, and the more it feels that its life has been sublimated. The creatures of different tribes are integrated into its body, and the beast feels like it is nurturing the ancestor of all spirits, allowing all tribes in the world of cultivation to merge into one in its body. Madman. When Jean Lin saw the beast expose its body and perform obscene and vulgar behavior in front of her, she couldn't help but spit subconsciously, and continued to chew the pill in her mouth into spiritual liquid and swallow it into her stomach. Jean Lin looked back at the situation in the house and silently said in his heart, Ancestor bless you. Ayo. A high-pitched wolf howl broke out in the wilderness. The beast trembled all over and lowered its wolf head. The wolf pupils were blurred in trance, and the various colors of pupils changed rapidly. Finally, they turned into black and sharp pupils, staring at the door of the dormitory where Jean Lin was stationed and refused to give in. The dark and majestic spiritual pressure burst out from the beast's body. The terrifying materialized momentum swept like a gust of wind, and all the wild plants along the way bent down. Bang! The majestic pressure, accompanied by the spiritual consciousness attack, directly hit Jean Lin's body. Jean Lin's body gradually bent down, and the expression on his cheek looked extremely ferocious. He tried to raise his hand to hold the spiritual sword and stick it on the ground, so as not to kneel down under the sudden heavy pressure. But she was barely able to hold on, because the gravity on her body was constantly increasing. Bang! The beast rushed forward, and its knee hit Jean Lin's abdomen heavily, breaking Jean Lin's balance and causing her to fly high without strength. The invisible spiritual power pinched Jean Lin's body and violently smashed her into the ground, smashing her heavily into the ground, and cracks spread out along Jean Lin's body. Cough. Jean Lin spit out a mouthful of bright red, and the calm expression on her cheeks did not change at all, and she had no intention of continuing to struggle. She just lay in the ground, watching the sky gradually change. Huh? The beast came to Jean Lin and looked at her with displeasure, because of his confidence in the nurturing all spirits Holy Mother powder. The beast originally wanted to abuse and reward the monks who came from Luoxing City to chase him like a cat playing with a mouse. It was because of the damn monks in Luoxing City that he had to flee from Chunri 100 Fruit Street. But Jean Lin seemed to see her intention, and only resisted instinctively for survival. She defended what she could, and didn't defend what she couldn't. The little guy in front of her couldn't know that she didn't intend to kill her. This could only mean that she saw the difference in strength between the two sides, and was ready to die before others. Jean Lin's attitude made the beast very unhappy. But the beast had no way to deal with Jean Lin. He couldn't kill her. Otherwise he would be entangled by the cause and effect line of the world. And she could be tracked even if she ran to the end of the universe and the starry sky. The falling star city. Boring guy. The beast smacked his lips, raised one of its wolf feet, stepped on Jean Lin's abdomen and rubbed it hard for a while, wiping the pads on its wolf feet clean. How about this? I won't kill you, but you have to open your eyes in the dormitory later. How about I rape that dragon kid to death in front of you? Jean Lin's calm face suddenly showed a sneer. I hope you still have the energy to move later. The sunset sky actually concealed some special celestial phenomena. In Jean Lin's sneer, the red clouds turned into dark thunderclouds at a speed visible to the naked eye. Gusts of wind gradually rose in the area within a few miles. The dark clouds above the sky formed a layered vortex. And the vortex at the core of the cloud looked like a pupil. Robbery cloud. The beast stepped back from Jean Lin, jumped a distance away, looked up at the strange dark clouds in the sky, and slowly uttered a term in the world of cultivation. As the calamity cloud descended, the invisible spiritual power that the beast had applied to Jean Lin was dissolved. Jean Lin turned over and jumped up. His body turned into white lightning and retreated back to the door of the dormitory at the speed of lightning. He raised his hand to grab the spiritual sword that fell to the ground, and looked quietly at the crazy beast that stopped moving. The beast's eyes were calm, and he also looked quietly at Jean Lin, who was in the state of calamity. Calamity is a test of the laws of heaven and earth for cultivators. Those who pass it can be recognized by the laws of heaven and earth, and those who fail will be directly annihilated without leaving any trace. Jean Lin is now in a special state of calamity, and others cannot exert any influence on him. Moreover, because of the power of the laws of heaven and earth, if others approach him casually, they will inevitably be chased and killed by the calamity until the end of the calamity. The cultivation level of the wild beast is very strong, and it is only one step away from the earthly immortal realm. However, the heavenly tribulation of the disciples of Nightmare Town is completely different from the lightning strikes of ordinary cultivators. The tribulation clouds above their heads are lightning swords that strike heavily, punishing them for skipping classes with the incomparably terrifying power of the heavenly tribulation. Therefore, after seeing the calamity cloud, the calamity beast chose to evacuate to a safe area, fearing that Jean Lin's calamity would also attract the calamity lock on his body. I hope this method will work. Jean Lin looked up at the calamity cloud in the sky and murmured in a low voice. She forced herself to take the elixir to attract the calamity, but her original intention was not to deal with the calamity beast. The real meaning of attracting the calamity was to wake up the unconscious Hu Lian, or to attract some monks who liked to join in the fun as a model bomb. And it would be best to attract her master. But seeing the calamity beast's fearless look, Jean Lin knew that she was probably very far away from Chunri Baiwa Street, and it was located in an extremely remote place. So it was unlikely to use the calamity to attract reinforcements. Jean Lin's only hope was probably to pray that the thunder of the calamity could wake up Hu Lian or Jiuying. Otherwise everyone would really have to explain here this time. It doesn't matter who you are. You all wake up quickly. Chapter 302 Don't Call for Overtime. Boom boom. Jean Lin was stationed in front of the cylindrical dormitory. The sky gradually darkened. A column of lightning rushed to hit Jean Lin's body before the sound of thunder. Jean Lin's body was flashing with white lightning, and he took on the thunder of the heavenly tribulation with his body. The thunder of the heavenly tribulation cannot be dodged, and it contains a medium that helps the cultivators comprehend the power of the laws of heaven and earth. If the cultivator chooses to escape and not accept the test of the heavenly thunder, and uses magic weapons or formations to block it, then the cultivator is useless. When crossing the tribulation, the cultivators will only use magic weapons to weaken the power of the thunder tribulation when they feel that they are about to collapse, and swallow pills desperately to recover the damage they suffered in the previous thunder tribulation. Boom boom. The second thunder exploded, and the lightning hit Jean Lin heavily before the sound. Woo! The sound of thunder resounded, but it did not wake up the people in the dormitory. Instead, it forced the Queen Mother Su, who was in a deep sleep in Su Yan's dream, to wake up. The Queen Mother slowly sat up and glanced at the fox that suddenly appeared in front of her and slept soundly. Then she swept her spiritual power outward and looked speechless. It's a waste for you not to join the demon suppression division. Wherever there are Nightmare Town people, you show up there. Last week, you were still eating in the southern state. And then you ran to the eastern state and fought with other Nightmare Town people. If you had reported to the Xiaoyu Demon Suppression Division earlier, you would have been promoted and made a fortune to raise a little fox demon in the courtyard. Wake up! The Empress Dowager Su pinched the little fox's cheek and pulled it hard, causing the real Su Yan to open his eyes in pain. The fox's eyes were wide open, and he was breathing heavily. His heart beat at a very high speed, making a dong-dong sound and pumping blood and mana for Su Yan's whole body. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yan, lying on the ground, coughed lightly and spit out some colorless liquid. The whole fox was still in a trance and had no ability to move. I feel like the whole fox is numb. Su Yan stared at the beams in the dormitory with wide eyes. The feeling now was exactly the same as when he was still in anesthesia after having a tooth extracted in his previous life. The whole fox was confused. Although Su Yan's body was numb now, he could still move slightly, and he could see the flashing lightning outside the door, and the 3 or 4 meter tall werewolf hundreds of meters away. He also saw that the scenery outside the door changed directly from luxurious style to wilderness style. Although Su Yan was still a little confused, he knew that he must have been tricked by the beast, who secretly drugged him, and Hu Lien and the others. The lightning outside the door. Should it be Jin Lin? Su Yan closed his eyes again and began to collect the spiritual power fluctuations around him through his spiritual vision to judge what level of enemy the beast in front of him was. A cultivator in the spiritualization stage? Su Yan glanced at Hu Lien and Jiuying and found that their heart rates almost fell to the bottom, and they were barely breathing. It was estimated that if he let the beast roast and eat them, they would not be able to wake up. Su Yan complained in his heart, "Don't be like this. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on until the resurrection round." Su Yan was panicking. But he was not too scared. Although he was young, he had seen many storms and waves. As long as the intruder had not reached the earthly immortal realm, he could still rescue him. Su Yan raised his right hand inconspicuously and gently touched his storage ring, causing a drop of liquid like the starry sky to float out. Su Yan used his ability to control water to control the drop of liquid to float to his mouth, then wrapped it with a layer of water as protection and held it in his mouth. While holding the water, Su Yan's eyes twitched slightly. The star-like liquid he held in his mouth was actually the liquid containing the Yin-Tide poison excreted by the moon rabbit after eating the wrong food and having diarrhea. Later, after being refined by Sister Sheer, a swamp-like Yin-Tide poison was melted into a drop of pure Starlight Divine Water. The effect of the Starlight Divine Water was very rough, which was to forcibly reduce the cultivation of cultivators below the earthly immortal realm, whether it is the human race or the demon race. If the Starlight Divine Water touches them, they will fall into the mortal world. It can be called a magic art to bully weaklings. Su Yan has been holding this thing for a long time, but he never uses it on weekdays, and he can't use it in battle. Now it's finally the turn of the Starlight Divine Water to fight. After holding the Starlight Divine Water wrapped in a protective layer, Su Yan began to adjust his heart rate and slowly restore the perception of various parts of his body. Boom boom. Outside the dormitory, the sixth thunder fell with a bang. The thunder with the power of repair fell, and the charred skin on Jin Lin's body was falling off at a speed visible to the naked eye, exposing the regrown skin at the bottom to the sun. The appearance of killing evil and subduing demons. In the instant when the thunder subsided, the beast and Jin Lin launched the final attack at the same time. Jin Lin's face was ferocious, and she used all her strength to drive the white thunder in her body, and drew out the straight sword to stab the beast. Her plan basically ended in failure. The thunder did not attract the monks who came to watch the fun, nor did it wake up Hu Lien and Jiuying who were sleeping in the dormitory. It was better to fight directly, since they were going to die anyway. They had to bite the beast even if they died. The white lightning flashed and disappeared, and its speed was so fast that the beast could not see it directly with its naked eyes. But Jin Lin's every move was under the detection of the beast's consciousness. The beast looked at Jin Lin, who was rushing towards it, grinned, and while turning sideways, raised his foot to trip Jin Lin, causing the white lightning to lose control and fall to the ground after rolling in the air. Thunder magic is not used like this, little guy. You should practice it after your nascent soul stage is stable. The beast grinned, picked up the broken Jin Lin and held it in his hand, then walked straight into the silent dormitory, looking at the group of divine beasts and strange beasts lying on the bed and the ground. Bang! The beast raised his hand and threw Jin Lin, who had tried his best but was still broken, onto the vermilion pillar, so that Jin Lin's body was embedded in the load-bearing pillar. Then, She knelt on the ground with a look of enjoyment on her face, glanced at Jean Lin, who was still conscious, raised her strong arms, and turned Su Yan's body back to the front. You should have never seen the scene, right? The beast pinched the orchid finger with the index finger and thumb of both arms, pinched the two hind legs of the fox, and lifted it up directly to expose the fox's belly and small bell in front of Jean Lin. Then, the giant wolf stuck out its tongue and licked the hair on the fox's belly, as if it was tasting its prey. Su Yan, who had been pretending to be dead and motionless, sensed such a good opportunity and did not hesitate. He watched the wolf's head open and spit out the starlight holy water wrapped in the water ball. As Su Yan withdrew his weak spiritual power, the starlight holy water in the water ball fell into the huge mouth. The water ball, which was not even the size of a fingernail, was not even as large as the saliva hanging on the hair beside the mouth of the wolf beast. What is it? Did you wet the bed in your dream? Because Su Yan pretended to be dead properly and spit out the small water ball quietly when the wolf beast was dragging her body and shaking it. The wolf beast did not actually notice it. Su Yan also started to drug it like her. When she was just licking the fur, she suddenly felt a hint of strange smell on her tongue. Woo! The wolf beast's thick and long hairy arms suddenly bulged out the wriggling cysts, bursting out a lot of pus and blood. The wolf beast's originally strong and graceful werewolf body also swelled up at this moment, as if it was pregnant for 10 months and was about to give birth. Inside the swollen werewolf's abdomen, there seemed to be some abnormal creature, struggling constantly, causing the beast's belly to bulge out in various shapes. Ahoy! The beast kneeling on the ground. The flesh and blood between the chest and abdomen finally couldn't bear the pressure, and a crack appeared. Hundreds of internal organs rolled out like a torrent, spraying the ceiling and walls of the dormitory with bright red. The living organs were wriggling, and the faces of painful howlings vaguely appeared on the surface of the organs. Tick tick tick. All the internal organs in the chest and abdomen of the beast ran out. The beast's eyes rolled back and fell backwards to the ground. His arms fell weakly to both sides of his body, leaving only an empty SHL with nothing inside in the dormitory. Hack! Su Yan saw the beast fall down, and he didn't dare to stay for a moment and stood up quickly. He took out the magic whip confiscated from the beast taming sect from the storage ring, input spiritual power to transform the magic whip into a meteor hammer, and smashed the corpse of the beast in the dormitory. He raised his hand to summon a large number of water phantoms, and ordered them to hold 2 organs each and run out of the dormitory. Take away those organs that were screaming. Su Yan was afraid that the nightmare suppression disciple in front of him would suddenly open his mouth and say to him, "It's not good, little fox." Overtime. Then all the exploded organs were returned to their original positions, allowing the extremely perverted beast in front of him to come back to life. Huh? After smashing the empty SHL of the beast, Su Yan slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, and hurriedly ran to Jean Lin, who was embedded horizontally on the vermilion load-bearing column, and said, "Hold on a little. I have pills here. I'll give them to you right now." Lapel. Jean Lin's consciousness gradually became dim, and before he fainted, he murmured in a daze, "This way. At least I can die with dignity. Hey, 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 don't sleep. Take medicine. Take medicine. There are many to replenish spiritual power and recover from injuries." Seeing Jean Lin fainted, Su Yan hurriedly opened Jean Lin's mouth, controlled the small trickle to carry the pills into Jean Lin's stomach, and Su Yan used his magic power to help Jean Lin digest the pills in his stomach. Chapter 303, The Masterpiece of the Immortal Emperor. What is this? It's a rare date with the beautiful big sisters of the demon clan. Su Yan gave Jean Lin a good first aid, and used his rarely used water moistening technique to help Jean Lin, who had completely fainted, digest the pills in her stomach. By the way, according to the message Jean Lin left before she fainted, he changed her into a decent set of clothes to block her spring light. After experiencing the play of the beast and the heavenly tribulation, Jean Lin's clothes were tattered. It was difficult to piece together a piece of cloth after taking off all the clothes on her body. Even the most private belly band of a girl turned into a pool of black mud and stuck to Jean Lin's skin under the burning of the thunder. Su Yan also respected Jean Lin's wishes. After rescuing her, he took out his own clothes from the storage ring and wrapped them for her. Afterwards, Su Yan turned around and looked at the blood-spattered dormitory and the female beast sisters beside the bed. He covered his cheek helplessly, sighed and complained, "Is it wrong for me to just want to experience the gentleness and gracefulness of the demon sisters? Why do you come to disturb my good things at the most critical moment? Can't you choose another time?" The beast was poisoned by the starlight divine water, She might not be completely dead, because Su Yin saw that the hundreds of organs that splashed out of the beast's body were moving, and some strange organs were even cursing. That's why Su Yin summoned dozens of water spirits before, and ran wildly with those strange organs at the fastest speed. The beast may not be dead, but because the starlight divine water can reduce the soul and cultivation of cultivators, Su Yin believes that even if the beast jumps out again, it will definitely not be qualified to run out and challenge him to a resurrection match. Su Yin walked to the bedside and patted Hu Lian and Jiu Ying's faces, but they didn't respond to Su Yin at all, and were still in a coma. Su Yin was dumbfounded, because Jiu Ying had a physique that was immune to all poisons when he was born, and ordinary poisons were not as effective as boiled water in quenching Jiu Ying's thirst. It was fine that the medicine knocked out Jiu Ying, but the poison secretly put in the wine by the beast could even knock out the earthly immortals. This was something Su Yin couldn't imagine at all, because the earthly immortals had already shed their mortal bodies, and their entire bodies had been reconstructed on the original basis through huge spiritual power. If we explain the existence of earthly immortals in a one-sided way, they belong to the pure elemental life forms in Su Yin's understanding. From this, we can see how powerful the medicine of the beast is. But after thinking about this, Su Yin once again had a doubt in his heart. The medicine put in by the beast could even knock out the earthly immortals. So why was he an exception? Judging from the fact that the beast was arrogant and licked her belly, she was extremely confident in her medicine. So confident that she did not doubt whether the drugged person was awake. If she had checked Su Yin carefully, Su Yin would not have let the beast lick the little bell twice, but his entire lower body would have been gone. Go and touch her storage bag to see if there is any residue of drug powder. Seeing that Hu Lian, Jiu Ying, Sheng Huang, and Fu Yi had all sunk to the bottom and fallen into a coma, Su Yin did not do anything obscene, but simply summoned a trickle of water to slide over their bodies, to wash away the blood stains on their bodies, and then put on their respective clothes, ready to wait until they woke up to continue their relationship. But before that, Su Yin walked back to the place where the beast had been disemboweled and died, and transformed the magic whip in his hand into a half-meter-long hard whip. He pushed aside the meat paste on the ground mixed with broken bones, and took out the storage bag of the beast inside. Su Yin had seen this storage bag earlier, but at that time Su Yin was worried that the beast would come back to life, and Jin Lin was dying. So Su Yin had no intention of paying attention to some trivial matters about property. But now that the important things have been dealt with, it has been confirmed that the beast will not be resurrected. Jin Lin is fine, and the clothes of the big sisters of the demon clan have been put on them. Su Yin naturally needs to deal with his spoils and find things that can answer his doubts. Wow! Su Yin opened the storage bag of the beast. The storage space inside the storage bag is not small. It has surpassed the storage space of normal storage bags and reached the space size of ordinary storage rings. The items stored inside made Su Yin dumbfounded. Tiger tribe copper sun, long whip, dog collar, 5 sets of clothes that can't even make up a piece of cloth. Su Yin came to the window, and black lines appeared on his forehead. He threw away all the things he didn't need inside. From the items stored in the special storage bag, Su Yin could already judge the personality of the female Baisho in front of him. Su Yin was in a coma before, and didn't see the Baisho get so excited when he saw the golden scales after breaking the human skin and rewarding himself crazily in front of her. If Su Yin saw that, he probably wouldn't be shocked by the things in the Baisho storage bag. It should be these, right? After Su Yin threw away all the Baisho toys, the storage ring was instantly empty. Thanks to the habit of the Nightmare Town people to treat ordinary monks as supplements, there were no messy pills in the storage ring. Only some wooden boxes marked with abbreviations. The Baisho should be worried that he would make a mistake, so he deliberately put a label on the box. Aphrodisiacs are labeled with the word aphrodisiac. Poisons are labeled with the word poison. And drugs for intoxication and healing are labeled with the word intoxication and injury. Su Yin found an intoxicating drug called Yuhua Wanling Xingmu powder in a wooden box with the word intoxication. Seeing the name of Yuhua Wanling Xingmu, Su Yan's cheeks twitched visibly. Yuhua Xingmu's Taoist name. The full name is Yuhua Wanling Shifang Xingmu, which is the nickname of Emperor Wuxing when he was a girl. Su Yin didn't know what Emperor Wuxing did in the cultivation world at that time, but from the conversation between Emperor Wuxing and Xia Chongming, the leader of the Nightmare Town sect in the central province, it can be seen that Emperor Wuxing, when he was aliasing Yuhua Xingmu, had organized a large number of cultivators to conduct targeted research on the method of Nightmare Town, in order to deduce the solution to the situation of death when practicing the method of Nightmare Town to the extreme. The research seemed to have failed in the end. because the method of Nightmare Town is a block taboo. All cultivators who have learned the method of Nightmare Town either become heroes in human history or are besieged and killed by all races including the human race. Without exception. After seeing the medicine bottle with the nickname of Emperor Wuxing and his own feeling of the elixir, Su Yin felt that the Yuhuaxingmu powder in front of him was most likely developed by Emperor Wuxing when he was studying the method of nightmare suppression and used to collect various experimental data. As for whether it was used on cultivators or on the people of the undead country, Su Yin didn't dare to think about it, for fear that he would know too much and would have to enter the palace to serve the emperor. If it's something from the Wuxing emperor, then Su Yin thought of a possibility, and ran to Hu Lian's side and stretched out his right hand. But Su Yin thought about it, and finally turned around and ran to Jiuying's side, pinched his right hand, and fed his blood to Jiuying. As the bright red blood dripped, Jiuying's heartbeat, who had drunk Su Yin's blood, was recovering rapidly, and his spiritual power and blood were flowing rapidly throughout his body. Jiuying, who drank Su Yin's blood, should be able to wake up from anesthesia soon. I knew it. Su Yin saw the changes in Jiuying's body shape, and muttered in his heart, if you are caught in the fox's way, it is basically impossible to solve it. But the fox mother once told Su Yin that the fox's magic can be completely broken with the blood of the nine-tailed fox. If you can drink the blood of the nine-tailed fox with a high level of cultivation, you can be free from all the evil obstacles in the fox's magic forever. Su Yin once asked Fox Mother for blood, but Fox Mother just smiled and flicked Su Yin, saying, You are not that old yet. The subtlety of the fox path is not only about plotting to harm people, but if it can be used in the right place, isn't it a subtle enjoyment? When Su Yin saw the nickname and medicine of Emperor Wuxing, he wondered if the medicine made by Emperor Wuxing belonged to the magical arts of the fox lineage. Su Yin originally wanted to wake up Hu Lian, but then he thought about it, and was worried that the tiger woman might frantically take the essence of his little fox when she saw that there was no one around. So Su Yin fed the blood to Jiuying, whom he trusted more. After drinking the blood of the nine-tailed fox, Jiuying immediately recovered from the anesthesia-like state as expected. What happened to me? Jiuying slowly opened his eyes, but his body was temporarily unable to move like Su Yin. Jiuying was in a state of confusion. Did he faint? Impossible? Or did he lose part of his memory because of the light? Don't have such high and unrealistic expectations for a little fox. Su Yin hurriedly interrupted Jiuying's outrageous speculation. If he had such a skill, he wouldn't have run to Xia Yu's brothel to be a fox that attracts fortune and a fox for marriage. Chapter 304. The Illusory Falling Star City. Hey! Don't have such outrageous and unrealistic expectations for a little fox. I don't have the ability to knock out a whole room of people. We were ambushed by the guys from the Nightmare Towns by Shouju. Su Yin hurried forward and interrupted Jiuying's speech, who was still confused. He really wanted to admit Jiuying's dream talk directly, but Su Yin was also worried that other big sisters from the monster tribe would wake up and ask him to replicate it. If that really happened, Su Yin would be dumbfounded. Now was obviously not the time to be greedy and reckless. After Su Yin helped Jiuying up, he fed her a glass of water and quickly explained the cause and effect to Jiuying, fearing that Jiuying would have some unrealistic expectations of him, and asked him to perform again in front of her. After listening to Su Yin's explanation, and seeing the blood on the ground and the unconscious Hu Lian, Chum Huang, and Fu Yi, Jiuying gradually recalled what happened before he fell into a coma. At that time, Chum Huang hugged Su Yin from behind. Hu Lian ran to the front, and he and Fu Yi were holding Su Yan's arms on both sides. Where are we now? Su Yin saw Jiuying completely awake, so he asked some key questions. Where is he now? Suddenly coming to a completely unfamiliar environment made Su Yin feel a little insecure. Getting lost is impossible. The real horror is getting lost in the eastern state. This is the base camp of the demon clan, and the home of the nine-tailed fox. We are in the Wuyu of the eastern state. Jiuying took out the coordinates on the Nan from the storage bracelet, and wanted to say the name of this place. But thinking of Su Yan's accent and customs, the demon clan, who was obviously not from the eastern state, said, You can simply understand that we are more than 40,000 miles southwest of Chunri Street. The simple teleportation array of the Baisho is not simple. Something less than the size of a palm can be teleported tens of thousands of miles away. It was precisely because they were far away from Chunri Street that the leopard beasts were particularly fearless in watching Jin Lin pass the tribulation on the spot, treating Su Yin and his party as lambs to be slaughtered, and not worrying about anything running out to hinder their hunting operations. More than 40,000 miles away from Chunri Street, and a little further south, They entered the territory of Xianwang Mansion of Xiaoyu dynasty. No matter how powerful Elder Su Yin was, he would not be able to find him within a few hours. By then, the leopard beasts would have eaten him up and disappeared without a trace. Unless they could chase him along the causal line, like Luoxing City. Su Yin. Am I the kind of person who went to brothels and was expelled from the country because of the jealousy of the demons? Su Yin teased himself in his heart about his experience. Although Su Yin was far away from Chunri Street because of the leopard beasts, he was with Sister Jiuying. After determining his location, Zhu Yingjuan and everyone turned into a stream of light and flew to the nearest city. Before night fell, everyone was teleported directly to Chunri Baigua Street through the teleportation array in the city. As soon as Su Yin landed, he quickly took out his 1,000 miles transmission jade slip and called Aunt Di Chi. Answer it. Aunt Chi. Please answer the phone quickly. If you don't answer the phone, I will be in trouble. Just when Su Yin was muttering in his heart, worried that Aunt Chi would find out that he was missing, look for him everywhere, and notify Sister Sheer and the others. A handsome middle-aged monk with an indifferent expression walked up to Su Yin and slowly said, Little friend Su. Long time no see. You are? Su Yin was a little confused when he suddenly greeted the middle-aged cultivator, who looked familiar. But he soon remembered that he had seen the middle-aged man in front of him, when he performed martial arts in front of the emperor and drank in the brothel. He was Jin Lin's master, and the head of Jingxing Town, in the Five Elements town of Luoxing City. Chongqingxing. The middle-aged man chuckled and said, then looked at Jin Lin in Jiuying's arms, and said, It seems that my good disciple must have suffered a lot. It's not just suffering. Su Yin protested, slightly dissatisfied when he saw Chongqingxing smile. If Jin Lin hadn't risked his life to delay, so that the nine-tailed fox blood in his body would have enough time to break the innate magical powers of the fox path, and if he hadn't had the starlight divine water that could kill the earth fairyland cultivator, the beast would have almost had a great harvest. Chongqingxing retracted his gaze from Jin Lin and cast his gaze back to Su Yin. He shook his head slowly and said, She will not die at the hands of the beast, because her life star is still hanging high in the sky. Just as I am guided by the stars to come here to welcome your triumphant return. I have already told your parents that your aunt should be fighting now, and will not answer the message. Ah? Su Yin looked at Chongqingxing with a surprised expression. Chongqingxing nodded gently and said, Yes, I have already said Lo for you and told the girl Di Chi that you may disappear for an hour and stay with us. Su Yin seemed to be unaware of the existence of Luoxing City. Other cultivators who explain the fortune-telling method may be charlatans. But Luoxing City is recognized by cultivators as a divine calculation, which can calculate many things based on the stars, the five elements and personal birthdays. For example, at this moment in front of the teleportation array, Su Yin seemed to meet Chongqingxing by chance. But in fact, Chongqingxing appeared here because he deduced that Jin Lin would appear here. So Chongqingxing appeared here after experiencing the disaster of the beast. No matter where Jin Lin appeared, Chongqingxing would stand in front of the teleportation array to welcome Jin Lin, who had completed the training. You may be dissatisfied, but that is her spiritual choice, and it is also the most beneficial to her. Chongqingxing took Jin Lin from Jiuying's arms, explained to Su Yin, and then said, When you are free, you are welcome to visit our Luoxing City. After that, Chongqingxing took Jin Lin away, leaving Su Yin and Jiuying standing there with a lot of questions. It is said that the monks in Luoxing City do not rely on their own experience when doing things, but rely on their own destiny and luck to combine something called spirituality, and use it to make their own decisions in cultivation. Jiuying pondered for a while, and explained something to Su Yin. As for whether the content is true or not, Jiuying will not guarantee it. The world's understanding of Luoxing City is very one-sided. The monks in Luoxing City are not mysterious. Instead, they shout and kill the evil monsters in the eastern state all day long. However, when you really want to talk about Luoxing City in detail, ordinary cultivators can only roughly talk about the fortune-telling method of Luoxing City and the five elements first seed, who is known as the five elements immortal. Jiuying's knowledge of Luoxing City is also all rumors heard from other demon sisters. Luoxing City exudes a sense of disharmony from the inside out, but no one can tell where the disharmony lies, at least compared to the reputation of Luoxing City. There are really few things about Luoxing City. As one of the top righteous forces in the world of cultivation, Luoxing City seems to have no sense of reality at all. Let's go get a guest room first. After watching Chongqingxing leave, Su Yin looked at Hu Lian and the three big sisters of the demon clan, Cheng Huang and Fu Yi, and sighed and said, "Then, let's go see Aunt Chi and see if she won." Chong Qingxing's adjectives for Aunt Chi were very strange, saying that Aunt Chi was fighting now, and had no time to answer the voice transmission. But the battle between cultivators should be described as fighting and fighting, not fighting. With the rigor shown by Chong Qingxing, Su Yan believed that he could not have used the wrong word. If Jean Lin's master did not use the wrong adjective, then his own Aunt Chi was very likely to be pinching each other's necks, pulling hair, and madly attacking each other's reproductive organs. That is, fighting like street thugs. Su Yan thought it was impossible. But thinking about what Aunt Chi said before that she was arguing, and that a certain vixen seduced the ancestor of the Golden Crow clan and spread the news that the Golden Crow was easy to get, Su Yan felt that Aunt Chi might really be tearing the vixen apart with her bare hands. Chapter 305 I hunted back with my own skills. After placing Hu Lian, Cheng Huang, and Fu Yi in the familiar breeding houses, Su Yan and Jiu Ying went to the Yisher business house on Chunri Street to look for Di Chi, who was fighting with other goblins as Chong Qingxing said. Su Yan had just come here to apply for an ID card in the morning, so he was not unfamiliar with the Yisher business house on Chunri Street. However, when he came to the business house again, he couldn't help but show a stunned expression. Originally a 4-story building, now only a ruin is left on the original site. The male and female beasts in the surrounding brothels are not in a hurry to give birth, and all ran to the windowsill or door to watch the show. A raven with a wingspan of more than 4 meters and a snow-white fox with red stripes were crying and roaring on the ruins of the business house. And a fight broke out. What happened in front? The streets were crowded with people, in order to witness the love and hatred of the immortals. The demons put aside the top priority of giving birth and came to join in the fun. Su Yan came to the back row and asked a female beast with a more friendly face what happened inside. The grudge between Aunt Chi and the fox originated from the fox secretly tasting the Golden Crow patriarch and spreading the word in the cultivation world that the Golden Crow patriarch was easy to get and coax. The two were just arguing at first. How come they even blew up the business in a short while? And both of them showed their true bodies and started a battle on the street? Of course it's interesting. That foxy girl. The female beast was about to talk about the fairy gossip. But after coming to her senses and seeing Su Yan's young appearance, she stopped talking and said thoughtfully, "They curse too dirty. It's not suitable for ordinary small beasts to listen. It's okay. I have the privilege of Chunri Street." Su Yan turned his waist and showed his Jiazi waist card, letting the female beast continue to talk about how Aunt Chi fought with the fox. However, it was not the female beast's kind answer that responded to Su Yan, but a slender arm, and the palm gently slapped Su Yan's buttocks that were tilted because of showing the waist card. Su Yan? The waist card issued to Su Yan by the Chunri Street business is similar to an ID card, and the holder is equivalent to a high-quality stud certified by the business, or an extremely beautiful and noble female beast, and has no other meaning. And the privilege that Su Yan thinks is just the extra value given to the waist card by the brothel, which is quite ambiguous. Seeing the young and mature male beast showing his waist badge, the female beast, who was already thirsty, naturally followed Su Yan's invitation and took action without hesitation. Just when Su Yan used the power of Jiu Ying to get rid of the entanglement of the female beasts and entered the front row of the crowd, the Golden Crow in the fight was not careful for a moment, and the red fox's flexible tail entangled its lower limbs. A smile appeared on the red fox's cheek, and the 4 limbs took a stance to stabilize its body, preventing the Golden Crow from flapping its wings to generate lift to take it to the sky, and slowly dragged the Golden Crow to the ground. Aunt Chi. Su Yan, who had been watching from the side, saw that Aunt Chi was gradually falling into a disadvantage. He immediately jumped off the shoulder of Jiu Ying and flew across the battlefield in the form of a little fox, calling out loudly to pull Aunt Chi to the side. After Su Yan's observation, the confrontation between Aunt Chi and the fox was kept within a controllable range. It should not have reached the point of real deep hatred. It was more like that they could not convince each other verbally, so they resorted to physical persuasion. Su Yan, who noticed this, jumped out directly when he saw Aunt Chi falling into a disadvantage, using his voice to attract the attention of the big fox and help Aunt Chi to take sides. When Di Chi saw Su Yan jumping out, he no longer said anything about martial ethics to the big fox. Golden flames rose from his body, burning the big fox and causing it to exclaim. It quickly retracted its precious tail and looked at Di Chi with a vigilant face. Di Chi ignored the big fox and transformed into a human form to catch Su Yan, who jumped out to rescue him. "Why are your legs swollen?" After taking Su Yan into his arms, Dichi showed a surprised expression on his face, looked at Su Yan and asked, could it be the old charlatan from Luoxing City who did it? Su Yan seemed to be fine during the attack by the macaque beast, but he was also injured. The female macaque beast pinched his legs at that time, pulled Su Yan's legs as far as possible, and opened the middle door. Su Yan's hips hurt a little, and the position of his legs pinched by the female macaque beast had already appeared bruises. But Su Yan didn't say a word before, firmly denying that he was molested by the macaque beast, and it was impossible for him to point at his crotch and shout in pain in front of Jean Lin. Now the strained meridians have recovered, but the blood clots on his legs need some time to be dissolved with the help of the body's recovery power. Nothing. Su Yan shook his head and roughly recounted how he and Jean Lin killed the macaque, without going into detail about the macaque going crazy in the dormitory. It's not bad. After learning about Su Yan's experience, Dichi was slightly relieved. There should be some gains, right? Otherwise, wouldn't your legs be beaten for nothing? When Chang Dingxing went to see Dichi, he didn't tell Su Yan what he would experience, but simply told him that Su Yan and his apprentice would have a trial, and both sides could gain some benefits from it. Chang Dingxing could protect Su Yan's life, but Su Yan might not be back until the evening. The old charlatan didn't tell Dichi that Su Yan and his apprentice were going to fight a macaque. It should be considered some gains, right? Su Yan subconsciously glanced at the storage ring. There were still 2 kilograms of the drug produced by Wuxing Emperor that could knock out earthly immortals. And he also learned the supply channel for Yuhua Xingmu powder. This medicine was not made by the beast. She also obtained the source from the central province through trading. That's good. Dichi's frown gradually relaxed, looking back at the big fox, who had also returned to human form, and was holding his big tail and combing his burnt yellow hair with a comb, and said, "Humph. Today is just a warning. If you continue to talk nonsense, you should take it easy." The golden crows actually had no opinion on the ancestors' search for female beasts. It's better to say that the 3-legged golden crows are looking forward to the birth of the little son golden crow. But the slutty fox in front of him was full of wildness. He occasionally got the favor of the Lord of Daylight as a capital to show off. He told everyone when he had done so and how it tasted. Lulu. Faced with Dichi's stern warning, the red fox combing its fur rolled its eyes, made a face at Dichi, snorted and slightly lifted its belly, as if saying something silently. Don't listen. Stop. Goodbye. Why can't I show off the prey I hunted with my own ability? What do you care about me? The red fox turned around and raised its tail, glanced at Dichi and snorted again. This move made Dichi's eyes twitch slightly, looking at Su Yan in his arms and said, "Auntie made me a little angry. How about we stay here today?" If it weren't for the face of the ancestor, Dichi really wanted to send Su Yan home, turn around, and use the sun's true fire to melt the fox's mouth and seal it. Chapter 306. Do I need to go to the Imperial Medical Bureau to ask for medicine? Why are you so dirty? The dispute between Jinwu and Chihu ended with Jinwu taking a step back. Dichi held Su Yan and landed on the ground. Then he put Su Yan down from his body and looked at his goose yellow long sleeves. There was a sticky gray mark on it, which was obviously not on his body. Maybe it was obtained during the previous fight? Su Yan glanced at Aunt Chi's long sleeves, and then looked at his slightly damaged state. Without saying anything, he ran to the brothel through the waist badge and took a bath. If Aunt Chi hadn't reminded Su Yan would not have remembered to go to the bathroom to scrub his fur. The saliva of the leopard beast is slightly sticky, and ordinary trickles cannot completely wash it off. You need to use a brush to scrub it to scrape off the sticky stuff. What about me? Watching Su Yan run to the brothel, Jiuying came to Dichi, who was redoing his makeup, raised his finger and pointed at his cheek, and said, "What about me? I just came here to find high-quality male and female beasts. Today, I accompanied Su Yan to fight against the Earth Immortals, traveled thousands of miles, and paid for everyone's teleportation back. Now it's my turn to get the seeds. And you said you're closing and going home? Isn't this a fuss?" Jiuying looked at Dichi with a face full of complaints. "Aren't you guys done yet?" Dichi looked at Jiuying with a little surprise and said, "Let's talk about it another day. I'm a little tired today. So why don't I write you a note for now? He should come to Chunri Street again in a few days. Next time you can ride the dragon with the note. And you don't need to queue, and you can add time for free. How about it?" Dichi, who was irritated when he saw Chunri Street, had no intention of staying here for a long time. Looking at Jiuying with dissatisfaction on his cheek in front of him, Dichi thought about it, and then smiled brightly and lied in front of her. If Jinwu's words are believed, It is basically a life sentence. Jiuying looked at the note written by the lipstick in her hand, and then looked at Diqi, and turned away doubtfully. She didn't believe what Diqi said in her heart. But seeing that Su Yin really closed the shop, she had no choice. Although she could be tough with Su Yin, if he didn't cooperate with her, nothing else could be negotiated. When Su Yin came out of the shower, the sky had completely darkened, and all kinds of colorful lights were hung everywhere on Chuanri-Baiwa Street. Diqi took Su Yin to dinner, and then left Chuanri-Baiwa Street, and flew to the Moon Rabbit tribe. When Su Yin returned to the Moon Rabbit tribe, the moonlight still quietly climbed to the sky. The moon rabbits were scattered in the temporary tribe in 2s and 3s, holding books in their hands to communicate with each other. And some moon rabbits were very busy tinkering with their pestles and grinding medicinal materials. Let's talk about it tomorrow. After watching Aunt Chi return to her own courtyard, Su Yin was originally going to find Sister Sheer to tell her that he had discovered the drugs used by the barbarian beast and the channels for purchasing them today. However, when he approached Sister Sheer's courtyard, he vaguely sensed a film-like thing covering Sister Sheer's courtyard. The film-like thing was a soundproof and shielding barrier. Su Yin poked his head and took a look inside the courtyard, and saw the Moon Rabbit clan leader, who looked like an old farmer, and the Qingqiu Big Fox were there. They should be talking about something inside. So Su Yin didn't rush to disturb them, and turned back to his own courtyard. Woo! When Su Yin pushed the door open, he saw Princess Wuxi lying on a bench and stretching. In front of her was a plant root growing on the ground. The root seemed to be a bookshelf, supporting a book. The slightly moist plant root could also turn the pages of the book according to Princess Wuxi's will. How was your fun in the fence? Princess Wuxi let out a long sigh, looked at Su Yin, who had just pushed the door open, and asked with a smile, Did you achieve any strange achievements? In the human race, it is actually taboo to talk about bad matters with others. But it is different in the demon race. Whether the male beasts can attract enough female beasts represents its comprehensive ability. The more powerful and majestic the male beast is, the more female beasts can be attracted to wait around him. While the sick and weak male beasts are difficult to attract the favor of female beasts. Therefore, the more females a male animal attracts, the more youthful and strong it is, which is their capital for showing off. Female animals also have such a habit of showing off, and are proud of the nobleness of their hunting male animals. Princess Wuxi actually didn't care much about what happened to Su Yin in the pen. She just saw Su Yin just came back and asked casually, A mere mediocre woman is not enough to seduce the left protector. I said, I worked in vain on Chuanri Street. Do you believe it? Su Yin came to the bedside and called the stream, washed his hands and feet, and turned into a fox, fell on the bed, and spread his body with a look of lamentation on his face. Princess Wuxi was stunned when she heard that. She slowly raised her head from the reading bench, looked at Su Yin and asked, Are you a natural eunuch or an acquired eunuch? Otherwise, how could you not attract a demon girl? You won't be stingy and not give me the reward money, right? I'm very normal. Facing Princess Wuxi's sharp complaints, Su Yin jumped up and retorted. The development of the situation was normal at the beginning, but it became more and more biased later. The matter was not complicated, but it was not appropriate to talk about those things in front of Princess Wuxi. Su Yin just refuted it without too much explanation. Poochie. Princess Wuxi smiled and shook her head, saying, It's not a good habit to hide your illness and avoid seeing a doctor. If you need it, tell me. I will ask the Imperial Medical Bureau to prescribe the right medicine for you. Even if you are a natural eunuch, I can connect a brand new one to you. After Princess Wuxi finished speaking, she looked at Su Yin with a smile on her face, ready to see him helpless and jump up to refute her fiercely. But after she finished speaking, Princess Wuxi saw that Su Yin did not jump up and refute angrily for a long time, but instead fell into deep thought in a very strange way, as if he was really thinking about the nonsense he had said. The smile on Princess Wuxi's cheeks gradually faded, and she also fell into deep thought. After a moment, Princess Wuxi spoke, with a crisp childlike voice mixed with a hint of weirdness. Su Yin. How is it? Su Yin, who was sitting cross-legged and thinking about the possible connection, woke Princess Wuxi from her thoughts. You shouldn't be born a eunuch, so you were hated by the nine-tailed fox, and your parents sent you to Xia Yi to protect you, right? Princess Wuxi asked in a deep voice. She had asked Su Yin many times before why he was unwilling to submit to her. Every time, Su Yin either didn't answer or hesitated, as if he had something to hide. Princess Wuxi couldn't make a guess before. But this time Su Yin went to the breeding stable for a day, and nothing happened. Obviously, either Su Yin had an unspeakable story, or an accident. In addition, the information collected by the female officials showed that Su Yin was very honest in Xia Yu's brothel and Wanhua Pavilion, and there was no sign of having sex. There was no news that any girl or lady ate the little fox. Based on the above speculations, Princess Wuxi had reason to suspect that Su Yin was born with a disability. So he was hated by the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, which led to him being unable to return home and then running to Xia Yu's brothel to make a living. Otherwise, Princess Wuxi couldn't think of any reason for the Nine-Tailed Fox clan to give up a nine-tailed fox. Only a nine-tailed fox with a disability could be disliked by the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. Su Yin stared at the princess in astonishment, scratching his numb scalp subconsciously. Xiao. Chapter 307 Showdown. You have a physical problem. So you are rejected by the Nine-Tailed Fox clan and have to leave your original home and come to our Xiaoyu. Right. In the bedroom, Princess Wuxi slowly sat up from the bench, raised her hand to close the book, looked at Su Yin on the bed with a serious face, and said her guess. The more Princess Wuxi thought about it, the more possible it was, especially after thinking about what happened last night and this morning. She felt that she had guessed the result, which was very likely to be the truth, because Su Yan's explanation was too clear. It was different from what Princess Wuxi knew or described in the book. The liquid was so clear and transparent that only the special group of eunuchs would appear in the princess's cognition. So, the princess was completely in favor of suspecting that the little fox was born with a defect. So he could not live in the Nine-Tailed Fox clan and had to run to Xiaoyu to make a living. Otherwise, he would be very likely to be cleared out by the Nine-Tailed Fox. Su Yin looked at the princess with a stunned face, with a question mark hanging high above his head. Let me see. Princess Wuxi stood up from the bench and ran to the bedside to catch Su Yin and examine him. There is nothing to be afraid of when you are sick. With the medical skills of our Xiaoyu Dynasty Imperial Medical Bureau, things like flesh and bones are not a problem. Even eunuchs should be able to be cured. Princess Wuxi's cultivation is very high. With Su Yan's cultivation, he can't resist Princess Wuxi's seriousness. In less than a moment, Su Yan, who was originally preparing to parkour in the house, let Princess Wuxi grab his tail to explore the symptoms of Su Yan's heavenly and earthly incomplete disease. No. There's nothing wrong with my body. Su Yan's fox claws tried hard to grab the bed rails, and he used his tail to protect his belly. He turned his head and looked at Princess Wuxi with a helpless expression, saying, Of course you guessed it right. One of the troubles I'm facing now is indeed the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. Princess Wuxi grabbed both of his legs. If he didn't explain, Su Yin would never doubt whether Princess Wuxi had the courage to hold a bell and take out a magnifying glass to check it in detail. Su Yin had never mentioned his life experience in front of Princess Wuxi, because Su Yin was not familiar with Princess Wuxi before. He was worried that if he told Princess Wuxi about his information, she might turn around and directly inform Yusa clan, so that when the big fox of Yusa clan captured him, she would take her away with her. This was what Su Yin was worried about before. But after getting along with Princess Wuxi for a long time, Su Yin was sure that Princess Wuxi would not do such a thing. However, later, when the princess didn't come to ask him, Su Yin was not prepared to say these things. What should I say? Seeing that Su Yin was willing to speak, Princess Wuxi put Su Yin on the bed with doubt. Su Yin thought about it and decided to make it short. He said with a little self-mockery and a hint of ridicule, Ahem. My father is Ao Renlin, the famous dragon of the North Sea Dragon clan, and my mother is from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. There is a Su family named Su Qing, the rebellious dragon in the North Sea Dragon clan, who made the 4 Sea Dragon clans jointly issue a rape and looting order, is not very famous. Oh, when the names of Ao Renlin and Su Qing came out, Princess Wuxi's face suddenly showed a look of sudden enlightenment. So, you are their child. Ao Renlin's name seemed a little strange, and it was the fox mother's name that made Princess Wuxi understand Su Yan's identity. Because when the princess was young, she occasionally heard her father and grandfather talking about Su Qing's name, saying that the Nine-Tailed Fox clan was really lively this time, and the Nine-Tailed Fox, which attached the most importance to blood, actually married a North Sea Dragon clan. The princess still remembers that her grandfather commented with a strange smile on his face. Ha ha ha. After all, she is a woman of the Yusa family, and it is not surprising to do anything. However, the Qingqiu family and the Yusu family may have a big fight. Right? There is no dragon blood mixed in the blood of the Nine-Tailed Fox. After the third prince finished speaking, he smiled and told the young princess some secrets about the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. There are 3 branches of nine-tailed foxes in the world, and the Qingqiu family belongs to the origin of the nine-tailed foxes. The nine-tailed foxes split up, not only because of the differences in concepts, but also because there were problems in the blood of the Tushan family and the Yusu family, and their blood was polluted to a certain extent. As for what kind of contamination, the third prince did not say. Princess Wuxi only knew that Su Qing and Ao Renlin's marriage caused the anger of Qingqiu clan and Yusu clan. Qingqiu clan is a pure blood sect among pure blood sections. If they knew about Su Yan's existence, they might indeed use the whole clan to kill Su Yan. Qingqiu clan cannot reason. If they can reason, the nine-tailed fox will not split up. And Qingqiu clan will not let the nine-tailed fox and the demon clan secretly curse for being stupid. No tribe is more conservative than Qingqiu clan. Princess Wuxi looked at Su Yan, thinking about Su Yan's experience in her heart. The troublesome thing he has been unwilling to talk about should be the pursuit of Qingqiu clan. Right? But Su Yan's next words made Princess Wuxi stunned in place, with a shocked expression on her face. Maybe because of my dragon bloodline? The elders of the Su clan prepared to make my bells to prevent the future from being full of little fox dragons. Thanks to my mother for buying me some time. Otherwise, I might not be able to escape to Xiaoyu completely. Su Yan sighed slightly when he said this. Regarding the elder's intention to use hemp rope to tie up my bells and let it die naturally due to lack of blood, Su Yan couldn't let go of this matter for a long time, and tried hard to find a rescue plan afterwards. With Su Yan's current strength, he can't fight against the Su clan's nine-tailed fox clan. Before leaving, the fox mother also specifically told Su Yan not to set foot on the nine-tailed fox clan. He just needs to live a good life. Regarding the matter of the fox mother being put in solitary confinement, the dragon father will find a way, before the fox mother and the dragon father are both out of trouble. Su Yan can just live a low-key life and don't tease those nine-tailed foxes. Wait a minute. Princess Wuxi interrupted Su Yan and covered her head, saying, You said that the nine-tailed fox tribe that wanted to attack you was the Yusu clan, not Qing cough cough. Princess Wuxi's words were on the tip of her tongue, but she remembered that there were also nine-tailed foxes from the Qingqiu clan in the Moon Rabbit clan. So she didn't say the words Qingqiu clan, fearing that the Qingqiu foxes would feel it after she said it. So she changed her voice transmission. Shouldn't the nine-tailed foxes from the Qingqiu clan be the ones who should attack you? They are extremely well-known and stubborn pure-blooded beasts in the demon clan. When they learned that Su Qing and Ao Renlin were married, they had already called for killing, just because of the problem of blood contamination. The nine-tailed foxes of the Qingqiu clan split into Tushan and Yusu. The old and young stubborn people of the Qingqiu clan could not stand the nine-tailed creatures running around in a mottled state. And what about the Su clan? It is so humiliating to castrate the male beast. It is better to kill it? That is not the case. Facing the complaints of Princess Wuxi, Su Yan weakly raised his fox paw and said, Compared with returning to the netherworld, it seems that being killed is not something unacceptable. When I achieve the earthly immortal realm, I should be able to reshape it again. Right? Wake up. With your bloodline, can you really give birth after being promoted to the earthly immortal realm? Princess Wuxi sneered at the words. Ordinary human cultivators who are promoted to earthly immortals need to achieve the same attributes of both parties if they want to give birth to offspring. And they need to be assisted by elixirs to have the possibility. Nine-tailed foxes are not famous for their high productivity. The high productivity of the dragon clan is achieved through day and night efforts. The first and second generation dragon clans are quite low productive. Chapter 308 Princess Wuxi's Bad Idea. TSK. After a moment of silence in the bedroom, Princess Wuxi continued. Actually, compared to the threat from the Su clan that you mentioned, I'm more worried that the Qingqiu clan will kill you directly after discovering your identity. Qingqiu clan? Su Yan didn't quite understand how the Qingqiu clan was involved in the matter between him and the Su clan. Yes, as I said just now, the Qingqiu clan is a stubborn, conservative and serious nine-tailed fox. They cannot tolerate the existence of aliens. Princess Wuxi looked at Su Yan and sighed. Even if it causes the clan to split, it doesn't matter. Tushan and Yusa came from this. Tushan was attacked by the Yinjin people, and his blood was polluted. And Yusu was separated because of ideological differences. Even such pure-blooded nine-tailed foxes were driven away by the Qingqiu clan. And you have dragon blood flowing in your body. The dragon clan may not be so lewd at first, but the habit of working day and night for thousands of years may be engraved in the blood. Qingqiu clan Princess Wuxi did not continue to speak. But the information revealed so far was enough to shock Su Yin. You mean? A little fox. Offended two nine-tailed fox clans unknowingly? Su Yin took a breath of cold air with a face full of shock. If Princess Wuxi hadn't said it, Su Yin really didn't know that he had actually offended the Qingqiu clan. Su Yin had always only known that Yusu wanted to castrate him. I didn't think about the Qingqiu clan at all. After all, the Qingqiu clan has always been famous for not caring about worldly affairs. They are nine-tailed foxes with eyes on top of their heads. So, the elders of the Yusu clan want to castrate you. Maybe they are prepared to protect you? Princess Wuxi slowly complained. After all, your existence cannot be kept secret. If the Qingqiu clan knew, it is not impossible for the whole clan to hunt you down. If the Yusu clan castrates you one step ahead, the Qingqiu clan wants to investigate. And the Yusu clan can also use your infertility as an excuse to push back the nine-tailed foxes of the Qingqiu clan. The elders of the Yusu clan know how to compromise. No wonder the Yusu foxes are famous for their cunning. Su Yan's forehead gradually showed black lines. He thought he had already understood the way to compromise. But unexpectedly, the big foxes also knew it. If the Qingqiu clan knew about Su Yan's existence, the whole clan must have shouted to kill him. But Yusu said that Su Yan had been castrated by Yusu. Apart from him, there could be no other nine-tailed foxes with dragons. At this time, facing Yusu, who had done everything, Qingqiu might choose to call it a day out of consideration for friendship and fraternity. And Yusu would not have to pay any price. Only Su Yan might have to bear the grievances for the rest of his life. It's okay if he doesn't give birth. Anyway, the fertility rate of our nine-tailed foxes has always been low. Some uncles and aunts have tried their best for half their lives, but can't even give birth to a soar. You see, a simple cut can save your life. And you can still play in the world of cultivation in a chic manner. Isn't it great? I understand the truth. I can do without it. But I can't live without it. Su Yan secretly complained in his heart. Princess Wuxi looked at Su Yan lying down, with a grudge expression, and couldn't help but chuckled. She also sat on the edge of the bed, raised her hand, pressed it on Su Yan, and said with a smile, although I don't quite understand your feelings. After all, I don't have a male beast. But I have also thought of a solution for you. Do you want to listen to it? Su Yan raised his head and looked at the princess, with a suspicious look on his cheeks. The solution is actually very simple. Princess Wuxi gradually showed her signature lewd smile, stroking Su Yan's head and said, first, you still have 3 or 2 inches now. Work hard. And then run to the Yusu clan and take a knife. Su Yan shook his head when he heard it, and shook off the hand of Princess Wuxi on his head, with a look of disgust on his face. Okay. Since you are unwilling to use a simple method, let's talk about a complicated method. Princess Wuxi didn't care about Su Yan's behavior. She turned into a little fox of similar size to Su Yan, landed on the bed, and rode on Su Yan, saying, since you don't want your lychees to be in danger, then you can ask your great aunt to talk to the Qingqiu fox on your behalf. There are also differences in levels between heaven and earth. The great aunt herself is also a giant among the heavens. If she comes forward, there is basically nothing in the world of cultivation that can't be solved. So my mother is a woman? Su Yan looked up at Princess Wuxi with an expression of what the hell are you talking about here on his face. Wuxing Emperor is Wuxing Emperor. Jiuyo is Jiuyo. Su Yan only knows a few Jiuyo, and has no special relationship with Wuxing Emperor. If you insist on talking about the relationship, it's just that the wandering fox saw the rich lady, and the rich lady found it interesting to feed him once. And now there is no Jiuyo in Wuxing Emperor's body. She is like a cold-blooded executor. All logic is based on the interests of the Xiaoyu dynasty as the top priority. If Su Yan ran to her, she would not be able to say a word. She told the Wuxing Emperor about her predicament. After thinking for a while, she might come to the conclusion that selling herself to the nine-tailed foxes would bring higher benefits. Then she ordered the officials to tie her up tightly and sell herself to the nine-tailed foxes as soon as possible. What's that expression on your face? Princess Wuxi showed dissatisfaction, raised her little fox paw and patted Su Yan's butt, saying, I can ask you to ask the great aunt. So I can naturally think of the possibility that His Majesty will not agree. So we need to change our identities to meet the great aunt. When I return to the palace, I will immediately meet my grandfather and say that we fell in love under the flowers and moonlight in the Moon Rabbit clan. And we couldn't help it. Then I clamored to marry you home. In this way, your boys' affairs are equal to our Xiaoyu's affairs? How dare they? The Qingqiu clan flattened our Xiaoyu? Princess Wuxi sneered and said, last time, our Xiaoyu attacked their clan. And they haven't mentioned that incident until now. One of the most well-known deeds of Emperor Wuxing is to attack the country of Qingqiu alone. If Emperor Wuxing can come forward to protect Su Yan, Qingqiu clan will naturally not dare to have improper thoughts about Su Yan again. But the topic returned to the original point. How could a mere county lord invite the ruthless emperor? Good night. Su Yan swayed his body and pushed Princess Wuxi to the inside of the bed. With a face full of complaints, he pulled up the quilt and closed his eyes, and stopped listening to the princess' bad ideas. The possibility that the princess said was true. And if she was protected by the Wuxing emperor, she would not have to worry about the nine-tailed foxes. But Su Yan thought that he was not important enough. Without the Wuxing emperor of Jiuyou, he would quantify everything when thinking. Su Yan was not so important that Xia Yu had to protect him. Not to mention that he was a fake duke. Even if he was a real duke, what would happen? It's not like a widow can't marry again. A rich woman like the princess has no worries about not being able to marry a duke. How many to marry is just a matter of a word from the Wuxi princess. Hey! I'm serious with you. After I use my reputation to help you solve your worries, shouldn't you follow me to open a sect outside? The Wuxi princess got up in anger and ran to push the sleeping Su Yan. As she pushed, the princess felt a little sleepy and fell asleep on Su Yan's chest. Isn't it the wrong time for me to come? Chapter 309 The Lord of the Night is here again. Isn't it the wrong time for me to come? Looking at Princess Wuxi lying on Su Yan's chest, with a look of dissatisfaction on her face, the Lord of the Night, who had arrived as promised to wait for the Empress Dowager Su to wake up, showed a hesitant expression on his face, said a word, and then slowly walked out of the gap in the space. The posture of Su Yan and Princess Wuxi was so obvious that it was impossible for others not to misunderstand. Especially yesterday. The Lord of the Night saw Princess Wuxi caressing Su Yan with a charming smile on her face, and naturally mistook the two for a pair of mandarin ducks. Now he saw Princess Wuxi lying next to Su Yan again, as if doing something. The Lord of the Night felt that his appearance seemed to have ruined the good things of the little mandarin ducks in front of him. Does this need to be so frequent? The Lord of the Night moved lightly, appeared beside the bed, and elegantly adjusted her skirt and sat down. She raised her feet and crossed her legs on the bed, with her left elbow on her leg, and her little finger slightly raised like an orchid finger supporting her cheek, silently observing Su Yan and Princess Wuxi. Although she had a marriage and a child, the Lord of the Night's marriage was very strange, different from that of ordinary people. She felt that she needed to continue her bloodline, and the Lord of the Night got a suitable husband. She thought she might get pregnant on a whim, so she had sex with her husband to combine the blood of both parties to continue the bloodline. If she failed, she would wait for the next whim. There was no day and night like a normal couple, and there was no possibility of any sweet talk. The Lord of the Night was born at the end of the War of All Races. When she got married, it coincided with the mainstream of the human race proving the Tao, and all ethnic groups entered the stage of recuperation. The husband of the Lord of the Night grew up listening to the legend of Tien Tiango since he was a child. When facing the Lord of the Night, all he had was admiration and loyalty. He felt that he was shouldering a responsibility and mission. So when he fell into the hands of the beast tamers, he decisively chose to end his life after confirming that there was no hope of escape. He would not leak secrets or betray the clan leader. And he was even more unwilling to become a stain on the clan and the Lord of the Night. The first marriage of the Lord of the Night ended, and even with the child, only a body remained. Therefore, she cursed all the blood relatives of the beast tamers who remained in the world. If the grudges were not resolved, the night would sweep away their talents and spirituality, making them wander in the world of cultivation like Lianmu, neither dead nor alive. Su Yan's cheeks showed a little strange color, and recalling the Lord of the Night who had gone through vicissitudes of life, his palm subconsciously placed on Su Yan's waist and rubbed it. The night passed without words. When the sky got light, the Lord of the Night did not see the Queen Mother Su, so he got up from the bed and left without showing any impatience. Time has no meaning to her. 10 years or 100 years or just a blink of an eye for her lifespan. Night is the time when everything rests and there is nothing she needs to deal with personally. Coming to Su Yan to observe the growth of children is also an interesting experience for the Lord of the Night. It is just a learning experience to prepare for the birth of his own children in the future. Half an hour after the Lord of the Night left, Su Yan slowly opened his eyes and habitually prepared to stretch his waist. But when Su Yan's thin waist was halfway back, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Hiss. Su Yan's face froze lazily. His cheeks twitched slightly. And he curled up, covering his stomach with both hands. What happened? Princess Wuxi, who was sleeping on the inside of the bed, noticed the strange noise made by Su Yan beside her, opened her short fox mouth and yawned, looking at Su Yan with sleepy eyes. It hurts. Su Yan's cheek twitched slightly, and said, Maybe I was bitten by mosquitoes when I was sleeping last night. Foxes are covered with hair, and ordinary mosquitoes cannot bite the skin under the hair of nine-tailed foxes. The only exception is the belly, because the hair here is similar to shorter fluff, and Su Yan usually protects it with his tail. The tail protects not only to cover the shame of the child when he grows up, but also to prevent mosquito bites. Puff. Princess Wuxi burst out laughing, and rolled on the bed like a fox. Ha ha ha. You are too funny. Aren't you? You actually let mosquitoes bite you. Ha ha. Have you never been bitten before? Su Yan rolled his eyes in annoyance, sat up on the bed, and turned into a human form, took out the healing ointment from the storage ring, lifted up his clothes, and prepared to apply the ointment to the wounds bitten by mosquitoes. It doesn't exist. Princess Wuxi waved her hand and said, We have insect generals in the Imperial City. They usually leave spirit stones around the Imperial City to kill mosquitoes and insects. Even cockroaches and rats are driven away by those insect generals. Anyway, I have been rolling around in the Imperial City since I was a child, and I have never seen any insects or disgusting things other than insect generals. It feels good to be rich. Su Yan, holding the ointment in his mouth, looked at the rich woman next to him, who was unconsciously showing off her wealth, and silently complained in his heart, We are all foxes. Why is the living standard so different? By the way, what I said yesterday? Take a shower. Princess Wuxi just opened her mouth. Su Yan jumped off the bed and ran to the bathroom. Do you think I am worth the price of asking Wu Shengdi to come out of the mountain? Princess, let me take it easy first, and we will talk about that matter when I think of what part of me is valuable. Otherwise, I am worried that if Emperor Wusheng is not invited, your father and the third prince may kill me, in view of Su Yan's crime of disrespecting the princess. Princess Wuxi punished Su Yan not to turn back into a little fox, and made him maintain his human form and hold her when traveling. Sister Sheer. Su Yan put the princess on his shoulders, came out of the bedroom, and prepared to eat at the Moon Rabbit clan leader's residence. However, as soon as Su Yan went out, he saw Sister Sheer squatting in front of the flower bed in the courtyard. Morning. Sister Sheer greeted Su Yan and said, Are you ready to have breakfast? Do you want to join us? Sister Sheer raised her hand and pointed to the three-legged golden crow lying on the stone table and basking in the sun. Okay. Su Yan nodded and said, By the way, Sister Sheer, I found something when I was browsing the brothels yesterday, and I think I need to tell you. What did you find? Sister Sheer slowly stood up, stuck the flower shovel in her hand into the flower bed, patted off the soil in her hand, looked at Su Yan with a little curiosity and said, Could it be that you saw other Jiuyo? Or court ministers? Well, that's not the case. Su Yan was about to open his storage ring and hand the purchase order seized from the fox to Sister Sheer. But Sister Sheer interrupted Su Yan and said, Since none of them are there, let's leave the rest on the dining table. If we don't run away, we will have to stay in the Moon Rabbit tribe for breakfast. Sister Sheer took Su Yan and Tian Dichi away. The Moon Rabbit tribe's diet is all medicinal herbs, and it is a tonic made from a mixture of various dried and crushed medicinal herbs. Sister Sheer is not afraid of poisoning, but the fox diet is basically meat, and she has no interest in vegetarian dishes. Although she does not need to eat, the fact that her body has no need for food does not mean that she has no desire for food. Sister Sheer also likes to taste some delicious dishes. TSK speaking of the food in the Moon Rabbit tribe, Princess Wuxi showed a chill on her cheek. Su Yan went out to have fun yesterday. She stayed in the Moon Rabbit tribe's territory with the two foxes from the Qingqiu clan. She nibbled on the fruits and vegetables that the Moon Rabbit tribe had carefully prepared for her for a long time, and her mouthfuls tasted like vegetables and fruits. Chapter 310. I knew he had a dark heart. By the way, bring me some food. Just when Su Yan was about to follow Sister Sheer and Aunt Dichi to go out for food, a voice transmission sounded from the bottom of Su Yan's heart. Xiao Longnu lazily transmitted the voice to Su Yan, asking him to help bring some food back. Are you awake? After receiving Xiao Longnu's voice transmission, Su Yan's eyes and eyebrows twitched slightly, and he said, If you don't speak, I may have to feel your pulse in 2 days. Xiao Longnu asked Su Yan to move from the Red King territory. Xiao Longnu slept all the way. After arriving at the Moon Rabbit tribe, she slept for 2 full days. If Su Yin hadn't checked Xiao Longnu's breath before going to bed every night, he would really worry that she would fall asleep. I don't know either. Xiao Longnu transmitted her voice with a satisfied look on her face, saying, Anyway, I feel like I've been sleeping well lately. I've been sleeping comfortably, and there's no sound disturbing me, let alone the dissatisfied roar of a female dragon or the hoarseness of a male dragon. The answer of Master Wanli Ning, who was in a gloomy mood. Silence, Su Yin. You're bringing breakfast back, right? You can bring breakfast back at any time. I'll eat it when I wake up today. Xiao Longnu transmitted her voice. You'd better not sleep before I come back. Otherwise, I really don't know when I can meet you when you're awake. If you sleep for a few more days, my golden elixir will break out of its cocoon and become an infant. Su Yin used exaggerated words to complain about Xiao Longnu's concept of time and the work and rest time of the underworld. Okay, Xiao Longnu thought about it, responded, and promised Su Yin that she would not sleep this morning and teach him the Dragon Clan's condensation method. After the transmission, Xiao Longnu rolled on the mosquito net in the dormitory, and the black dragon floated down like a drunk, and flew to the bathroom in the air, ready to take a bath first. Huh? Why is there no one here? Just as Su Yin and his group left, the Moon Rabbit tribe came to Su Yin's courtyard. The white rabbit looked around the dormitory with a strange look on its face. And finally, following the sound of the water, it looked at the little black dragon lurking in the bathtub, brushing its scales like stars in the night sky with a brush. Ah! You're awake. I didn't see you come out for dinner the past 2 days. Where did the others go? The Moon Rabbit tribe showed surprise when they saw Xiao Longnu. Xiao Longnu was silent for a while. She didn't intend to answer the white rabbit's question in front of her, as if she didn't hear it. But seeing the liveliness in the rabbit's eyes, she immediately knew that if she didn't answer, it would be more troublesome. They just went out to look for food. Huh? Did everyone get up so early? Moon Rabbit said in surprise, and then prepared to lead the guests in the bathtub to the clan leader's house for dinner. Then let's go to Grandpa's house for breakfast. Little Dragon Girl was confused and was pulled out of the bathtub by the Moon Rabbit and walked to the Moon Rabbit clan leader's house. As soon as Little Dragon Girl sat down, the Moon Rabbits politely placed a medicine mortar in front of her. There was some gray-green paste made from some herbs and medicinal materials, and some fruits and steamed buns on the plate next to it. Little Dragon Girl's eyes twitched slightly, and she looked up at the Qingqiu fox sitting opposite her. The 2 foxes, one big and one small, had no expression on their faces. They ate breakfast with vegetables and fruits and steamed buns on the plate and various medicinal pastes in the mortar. They seemed to feel the Dragon Girl's gaze, and looked at her and nodded at the same time, saying H low. The Little Dragon Girl's eyes shifted to the left, and the Moon Rabbit wearing an apron looked at her expectantly. I refuse to eat vegetarian food, the Little Dragon Girl said with a blank expression on her face. The meat dishes will be here soon. Guess you can eat the pre-meal fruit first, the Moon Rabbit said with a bright smile. Hearing this, the Little Dragon Girl was slightly relieved, but the Qingqiu foxes raised their hands after hearing this, indicating that they were full. The Moon Rabbit tribe eats medicinal herbs, and their diet and daily life are very different from those of ordinary tribes. They really entertain guests very seriously, but the meat they cooked was not even as good as the paste in the mortar in the eyes of the Qingqiu foxes. At least the paste can taste the taste when it enters the mouth, and feel alive. The Little Dragon Girl ate vegetables and fruits, waiting for the meat to be served. On the other side, Sister Sierra had brought Su Yin, Princess Wuxi, and Di Chi to a tea house in a city where humans and demons lived together. They opened a private room, sat inside, and ordered a large table of various dishes. By the way, what did you just want to tell me? Sister Sierra took a sip of tea slowly, looked at Su Yin with a smile and asked. These are for you. Su Yin took out the receipt of the purchase of the Yuhua Xingmu powder from the storage ring and handed it to Sister Sierra, saying seriously, I saw the date on it. Some of the purchases were made after the Imperial Martial Arts performance. The Zongbu Zhao Yinjin sect may still be remnants. Sister Sierra took the account book of the Yin Show and half a bottle of Yuhua Wanling Xingmu powder, glanced at the time recorded on it, and the smile on her face gradually withdrew, frowned slightly and said, This shouldn't be. Grandma just ordered the extermination of the Yinjin sect, and it revived so quickly. Burned? Princess Wuxi showed a strange expression and said, Is there someone in the court who is protecting the people of Yinjin? Otherwise, how could the Yinjin sect be revived so quickly? That's not the case. Sister Sierra handed the account book and half a bottle of Yu Mu powder in her hand, which was enough to knock down the Earth Immortals. Back to Su Yin, and said slowly, "It's just that the matter of the leopard beast may be related to Princess Wux's grandfather. The leopard beast may be the spy under the third prince." Huh? Su Yin tilted his fox head, and the word unclear hung directly on his head. Sister Sheer pondered and didn't know where to start. But at this time Princess Wuxi took over the conversation, rolled her eyes and said, "What's wrong with saying it? When it's inconvenient for us to show our faces, the people of Yinjin will show up for us. It's no secret that when the officials of the court do dirty work, they like to send the people of Yinjin to show up. What's more, some of the people of Yinjin are even raised by us." "You can't say that." Sister Sheer shook her head and said, "It involves the balance of court officials and the revenue of the people of Xiaoyu, as well as some matters related to trade escort. Xiaoyu's political situation is extremely stable, and the upper level is basically under the jurisdiction of the three divisions. But at the middle and lower levels, civil officials are prone to suppress military officials due to their special nature, and occasionally create some chaos. It is customary to promote military officials. The top-level structure of Xiaoyu was very stable, but it was precisely because the upper level was stable enough to remain unchanged for hundreds of years that the struggle between the middle and lower levels of the Xiaoyu dynasty was very fierce. Civil officials were easy to deal with, as they could be promoted by governance, paying donations secretly, reporting, and the influence of their ancestors. But it was not the case for military officials, as they needed to rely on military exploits to gain power. Now that Xiaoyu was almost dominating the central state, and the Red King even extended his hand to the southern state, Xiaoyu currently had no large-scale wars for military officials to rise quickly. But it was impossible to give up training middle and low-level military officials. Once the position of military officials was vacant, civil officials would naturally try to get some there, which would easily lead the people in Xiaoyu to have the wrong idea that military officials were inferior to civil officials, resulting in the increasing size of the civil official group. There needed to be a balance here, at least to let the people of Xiaoyu know that civil officials and military officials had different functions, and there was no difference in other places. Even if there was a huge difference inside, at least, outsiders should not be able to see any difference. The method of Grandmaster Jin was very simple. He took some methods of Yinjin from Wu Shengdi, the leader of the Yinjin sect, and trained some Yinjin disciples to do dirty work. When they were of no value, they were given to the designated military officers as nutrients. Of course, the Yinjin disciples did not know their identities and fates from beginning to end, and there were very few people who knew the promotion system structure of the military officer group. I knew it. Grandmaster Jin was evil. Su Yin ate breakfast and secretly complained in his heart, "I just don't know whether Grandmaster Jin will teach, and how many spirit stones will be paid for the class." Although Su Yin did not participate in the government, he could also see the influence of Grandmaster Jin in the Xiaoyu dynasty. He could gain such influence because he was capable. Wu Shengdi gave Grandmaster Jin such great power. Chapter 311. The True Method of Concealing the Gods. The military officer group is only one of them. The biggest use of the Nightmare Town is to stimulate domestic and foreign demand. When Princess Wuxi saw Sister Sierra talking about the military officers, she looked at Su Yin with a teasing expression and said, "Why is our Xiaoyu dynasty rated as a prosperous era?" The simplest reason is that everyone is money, and the income and expenditure of the people are actually planned by the upper level, through the plunder of the lower, middle and upper levels. We redistribute it, and then let the Xiaoyu dynasty be in a stable state. If there are factors that can affect stability, they will be dumped in all aspects to the surrounding areas through the Nightmare Town. Cough, cough, cough. Sister Sierra coughed twice, interrupting Princess Wuxi from talking about the national policy of the lower level of the Xiaoyu dynasty. Those things can be known secretly by everyone, and there is no need to say them out. The slogan of Emperor Xiaoyu when he founded the country is the one engraved on the jade seal today: times change, but change does not change. Emperor Xiaoyu once promised his subjects the dream of a prosperous era and a land without disease and disaster. But it is easier said than done. It is very difficult to realize it. Although his successor Emperor Wusheng was extremely powerful, he still could not prevent the dynasty from facing a situation where the demand for jobs exceeded the supply due to population expansion. To realize the dream of a prosperous era, the interests of some people must be sacrificed. Under such circumstances, a unique donation system was born in the civil service group. By collecting additional taxes from merchants and landlords, part of the wealth was returned to the upper class and redistributed by Emperor Wusheng and the 6 ministries. The system of kings of different surnames was also born in this way. The meaning of their existence was aggression. And they continued to support the increasingly large Xiaoyu dynasty by plundering resources. As the national fortune increased, Emperor Wusheng, who controlled the national fortune, would also become stronger. The more stable the country was, the easier it would be to attract other cultivators to settle in Xiaoyu. Then the demand continued to exceed the supply, and Emperor Wusheng had to dump goods through some means, plundering the surrounding wealth through trade, in order to stabilize the most basic livelihood security in the country. In short, Xiaoyu is like a ship. Although the keel is straight, thick, strong and powerful, other parts of the hull need to be repaired and maintained regularly. Otherwise the ship of the Xiaoyu dynasty will sink one day. Sister Sierra gave Su Yin a metaphor. Xiaoyu is a large ship sailing, with more and more passengers in the hull. The government orders are like the maintenance of the hull. Raising some obedient nightmare town people is to send them out to bite disobedient countries, pry open their national gates in the form of non-state violence, and dump goods to boost the economy of the Xiaoyu dynasty, so that farmers, workers, and merchants in Xiaoyu can maintain crazy expansion. At a certain point in time, after the dumped country loses its value, it will either be incorporated into Xiaoyu as a vassal state, or the main royal family will fall into civil strife, thus directly destroying the country. Because Xiaoyu wants to dump goods, the organization that feeds the Yinzhen people needs to be controlled by Xiaoyu, but cannot belong to Xiaoyu. Otherwise it will cause resistance from other countries. As for why Xiaoyu's army is not dispatched, the logic here is actually very simple. Robbing can indeed quench hunger and thirst for a while, but the robbed things will not go to the place where they should go. The things that Xiaoyu's army robbed belong to the army and the royal family. That is, the upper class. These things cannot benefit the lower and middle classes. The ones who really need these things are the lower and middle classes of Xiaoyu. Therefore, Xiaoyu has an obscure secret organization headed by the 3rd prince, which helps Xiaoyu target dumping and assists the 8 princes in aggression. The beast lady killed by Su Yin was secretly working for the 3rd prince when she was alive. However, she could not know that her superiors belonged to the Xiaoyu dynasty. Therefore, the beast clan, after learning that the Nightmare Town sect was ready to fight Xiaoyu to death, fled with the whole clan overnight, and did not participate in the Nightmare Town sect plan. The 3rd prince was not in a hurry about this. They were all pet dogs raised by him. They would go home when they were hungry. In this case, the county magistrate I implemented and issued in Flower City was not in line with Xiaoyu's national policy of dumping trade and stabilizing people's livelihood. Listening to the chat between Sister Sheer and Princess Wuxi, Su Yin recalled what he had done in Flower City. Su Yin just thought at first that Flower City, as an agricultural area, is rich in sugarcane. But sugar is a controlled product, and the price is set by the Xiaoyu dynasty. Therefore, Su Yin plans to reprocess the sugarcane to increase the price of sugar. In addition, when reprocessing, a large number of workers are also recruited in the flour area to solve the work problem. It seems to perfectly fit the national policy of the Xiaoyu dynasty. No wonder Master Jean said that his performance is quite good in the outing group of the academy. If it can be optimized, it is very likely to get the first place in the academy. The optimization mentioned by the master must be through the influence of the Red King Army to dump sugar products in the southern Xinjiang region and the southern states. Right? As long as the original industry in the southern region is squeezed, the invasion can be carried out directly through trade, so that the flour area and the Xiaoyu dynasty can strangle the enemy and slowly suck blood. Boy! Did you see that? Seeing that Su Yin didn't say anything and didn't eat the exquisite breakfast on the table, Princess Wuxi smiled and started to encourage Su Yin. The Xiaoyu dynasty is so dark. Why don't we go to the windowsill and swear to the Queen Mother of the West now? Form our own sect, and rebel against this black-hearted dynasty, and be the master of our own house. Princess, eat, eat. Su Yin didn't say anything and lowered his head to eat, but secretly glanced at Princess Wuxi. I used to be curious that Sister Sheer and Princess Wuxi didn't have a good relationship. What did they talk about when they got together? Now I know. Should I say that she is worthy of being a fox of the Su family? The topics she talked about are so calculated. No wonder Princess Wuxi was considered by the Xiaoyu court to be the most likely candidate for the crown prince when Emperor Wusheng didn't want to reproduce. It is not impossible for Wusheng Emperor to abdicate. For example, he could break through the cultivation level and ascend to heaven. Or after the Jedi Tiantong was completely opened, He could establish a crown prince for Xia Yu to stabilize people's hearts. Ah! Emperor Qi yawned while listening. And he didn't care about the affairs of the Xia Yu dynasty at all. Because he didn't need it. If he needed it, he would just go to Xia Yu to ask for help. Anyway, the golden crow, the jade rabbit, and the nine-tailed fox were allies. And wishing Emperor Xia Yu was also a member of the alliance. After Su Yin had breakfast in the city, he specifically asked the store to pack some more food and bring it to Xiaolongnu when he went back. This time, no matter what he said, Su Yin would definitely force her to teach him how to refine the Dragon Ball. Little Dragon Girl. After riding the golden crow back to the clan land, Su Yin ran back to the dormitory to look for the little black dragon. Here, the little dragon girl lay on her back in Su Yin's courtyard, with her black dragon belly facing the sky and her limbs hanging down, swaying back and forth, highlighting her slightly bulging belly after overeating. Did you bring food back? I'm feeling very uncomfortable and painful now. Tell me, why do the monsters we just caught taste so tasteless? And it's like eating a piece of rag. The little dragon girl lowered her dragon head and looked at Su Yin, asking a question that Su Yin couldn't understand so far. The meat cooked by the moon rabbit is very beautiful, and it is even poured with spiritual herb juice, which has high nutritional value. But it tastes completely without any meaty aroma. When you savor it, there is only the bitter taste of the spiritual herb juice. The more you savor it, the more sour and bitter it becomes in your mouth. It's even worse than eating vegetables and fruits with sauce before meals, which at least tastes good. How can meat not taste like meat? How can there be such an outrageous thing in the world? I know you don't believe it. So give me a bite too. Xiaolongnu turned over from the treetop and stuffed the meat cooked by Moon Rabbit that she had specially placed in her storage ring into Su Yin's fox mouth. Omitted. Su Yin chewed it twice and immediately looked bitter. Chapter 312 Dragon Ball. It tastes like boiled chicken breast. Little Dragon Girl rolled down from the treetop and fed the meat cooked by Moon Rabbit to Su Yin. After chewing it for a while, Su Yin suddenly recalled the so-called weight loss nutritious meals in his previous life, and almost spit out the rags in his mouth. The meat made by Moon Rabbit should have added a lot of fishy auxiliary materials to remove the smell of meat, and the original meat fragrance should have been removed. Moreover, no salt or sugar should have been added during the boiling process to enhance the flavor, which ultimately led to the finished product being bland and tasteless, and tasted particularly old. Su Yin felt that air-dried meat was not as chewy as it. Gudong. Su Yin chewed it to the end, but still couldn't chew it, and the taste of water-cooked meat was really bad. The sour taste of meat spread throughout his mouth after chewing for a long time. Su Yin swallowed it directly into his stomach and spit out his tongue, and took out a silk scarf from the storage ring to wipe the taste buds on his tongue. The stew cooked by Moon Rabbit is not something that can be described by whether it is delicious or not, but whether it can be eaten. But it is normal to think about it. There is no such thing as meat in the recipe of Moon Rabbit tribe. In addition, the tribe's land has been destroyed, and there should be no cooking books now. Moon Rabbit should make meat according to its own cooking experience. Happy, seeing Su Yan's bitter face, Xiaolongnu wiped his tongue frantically with a silk scarf, and couldn't help but smile. Here is the breakfast I brought for you. Su Yin took out the breakfast he had packed in the city just now from the storage ring, and under the dissatisfied gaze of Xiaolongnu, he took 2 pieces of cakes and threw them into his mouth to wash the wailing taste buds, using the method of taking objects from the air. Sloppy ghost. Xiaolongnu scolded Su Yin dissatisfiedly, and then lay on the stone table in the courtyard, took a deep breath of the aroma of the dishes, opened her dragon mouth and sucked, and the trickle of water carried all the meals on the stone table into Xiaolongnu's stomach, mixed into the originally bland stew in her stomach. Xiaolongnu's slightly bulging abdomen disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, and she slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. This action made Su Yan's face full of question marks. He originally thought that Xiaolongnu was very full, so her lower abdomen would show a slightly bulging shape. But seeing her current operation, Su Yan suddenly understood. Xiaolongnu was not full at all. She swallowed all the boiled meat into her stomach, but because the boiled meat was unpalatable, she was completely unwilling to digest it, so she piled it into her stomach. Now, the dishes with good color, fragrance and taste are in place. Xiaolongnu mixed all the food together to increase the flavor, and then digested it all in one breath. In this regard, Su Yan was deeply speechless. If you think it's unpalatable, find a place to spit it out, because it's too troublesome to spit it out. And Xiaolongnu sat on the stone table, as if she could see through Su Yan's foxy face what he was complaining about, and said lightly, Whatever is in my stomach is mine. Su Yin. After resting for a while, Xiao Longnu looked at Su Yin, who was squatting in front of her, and was reluctant to leave, and said, "Now, I will teach you how to condense the Dragon Ball, so that I can send you aside." Su Yin squatted on the stone table, his face showing excitement. "First of all, I can't guarantee that you can succeed, because there are physical differences between dragons." Xiao Longnu said ugly words in advance, and then said, "And the method of condensing the Dragon Ball that I teach you is absolutely authentic." As she spoke, Xiao Longnu opened her mouth, and a round ball rose up from her throat. Inside the golden transparent ball, a slightly transparent little black dragon lay on its back. The little black dragon inside the Dragon Ball was motionless, lying on its back with its legs spread out as if it was dead. Xiao Longnu ignored the Yuanying inside the Dragon Ball, and held the Dragon Ball to explain to Su Yin. Dragon Ball is unique to the dragon race, and it is also one of our talents. Its existence is actually what the cultivators call the golden elixir. But the nature of the dragon race's golden elixir is more special. The dragon race's golden elixir does not need to be broken. Their Yuanying is directly stored in the Dragon Ball, which is completely different from the cultivation methods of other tribes, and has its own system. Now, try to control your own golden elixir. Xiao Longnu opened her mouth and instructed Su Yin to take the first step. If you want to condense your own Dragon Ball, you first need to control the golden elixir rotating in your abdomen, and then consciously control it to accelerate, and then compress and polish it by taking spirit stones and elixirs. The Demon Clan's golden elixir is originally strong, and the Dragon Clan's golden elixir is super doubled on the basis of the original Demon Clans, and has a self-healing property that other clans do not have. As the slight damage increases, the Dragon Clan's golden elixir will become stronger during the self-healing process, and the Dragon Clan is restrained when forming the Yuanying, allowing the Yuanying to be born inside the golden elixir and continue to strengthen the outer SH/L of the golden elixir. And when forming the infant again, you have to pour your own blood and essence into the Dragon Clan, so that the Yuanying, soul, and blood and essence are all compressed inside. In this way, the Dragon Ball is considered to be initially formed. After the Dragon Clan dies due to accidents or other circumstances, the Yuanying, soul, and blood and essence inside the Dragon Ball can allow the Dragon Clan to live a second life. The outer SH/L of the Dragon Ball will also become the L of the ascending dragon. It is not that only one Dragon Ball can be condensed. After consuming the Dragon Ball that they condensed and resurrected, the real dragons can still condense the second Dragon Ball. But before the Dragon Ball is formed, the Dragon Clan will lose the ability to prolong life. This is a unique ability of the dragon race. Other races would have broken their golden elixir into liquid, and their spiritual power would have fallen back to the foundation building stage, and they would have cried, "I have it under control." Su Yin calmed down and spent some time to gain control of the golden elixir. He could consciously control its rotation and movement instead of letting it rotate on its own and passively absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. When the demon race was fighting desperately, they could actually spit out the demon elixir and demon baby to self-destruct and kill the enemy. Therefore, controlling the golden elixir was not too difficult for Su Yin. Xiao Long looked at Su Yin and said calmly, "Control the golden elixir to rotate at the highest speed, so that you can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at the maximum speed, and then separate a trace of your spiritual consciousness and put it into the golden elixir. But this step requires you to choose it yourself, because the success of the Dragon Ball condensation method is not based on talent, but on the concentration of dragon blood in your body. If you fail, your golden elixir will be directly shattered. You may need to spend a few years to cultivate and condense the golden elixir again." Xiao Long once again said ugly words in advance, worried that Su Yin would make a fuss and ask her to take responsibility after failing to practice the elixir. She didn't want to make meaningless negotiations here. Su Yin knew whether he could condense the Dragon Ball. I didn't know the situation of his parents, who knew that Su Yan's parents belonged to the Dragon Clan for generations, and inherited some of the Dragon Clan's magical powers except the ability to control water. Control the golden elixir to rotate at the highest speed, and then separate your spiritual consciousness and throw it in, Su Yin asked subconsciously, and Xiao Longnu answered Su Yan's question. Su Yin heard it and began to control it according to this method, making his golden elixir rotate to the highest value. As the speed of the golden elixir was artificially changed, a main vein in Su Yan's body, as well as the 12 meridians and 3 major acupoints, were completely transformed into water pipes of a pump under the influence of the golden elixir. and spiritual energy was madly extracted. A large amount of spiritual energy poured into the meridians and atomized into gas. All gathered towards the golden elixir with the highest speed. Ka ka ka. After the excessive atomized spiritual energy filled the dantian, the original position of the golden elixir was squeezed, and the golden elixir in Su Yan's body, which was slightly fat like Su Yan's appearance, was covered with cracks, and the whole golden elixir began to collapse and disperse. Su Yan was shocked when he saw this. The golden elixir itself was broken? Send your spiritual consciousness in. Just when Su Yan was stunned like a fox, Xiaolong Nu outside heard the sound of breaking. But she didn't see Su Yan sinking his spiritual consciousness. She couldn't help but shout and urge Su Yan to do it according to her words. No matter whether it succeeds or not. Sink your spiritual vision in. Su Yan stopped meaningless thinking after hearing this, and sank a trace of his spiritual consciousness into the broken golden elixir. The spiritual consciousness was in the center of the dantian. The golden elixir that had been completely shattered was squeezed by the overflowing atomized spiritual energy in the dantian, and did not completely disperse. After a trace of spiritual consciousness was sank, the shattered golden elixir gathered together again, with the spiritual stone as the center. The golden elixir in Su Yan's body compressed autonomously. Some golden elixir fragments were squeezed inward, and other golden elixir fragments were attached to the sunken golden elixir fragments. They were extremely strange, and spontaneously bonded together. The originally smooth and round golden elixir now looked much smaller, as if it had grown scales of different sizes. What were you thinking about just now? Didn't I tell you to sink your spiritual consciousness into the elixir when it was damaged? When Xiaolong Nu saw Su Yan open his eyes, she immediately scolded him for being in a daze just now. If he didn't take advantage of the moment when the elixir was damaged to sink his spiritual consciousness into it, Su Yan's method of refining the dragon ball would be considered a complete failure. Because the next time the elixir was compressed and damaged again, he would need to inject his essence and blood into it. During the process of refining the dragon ball, the dragon's elixir would only crack twice. If he missed any of them, he would need to destroy the elixir and recondense it. After a moment of silence, Su Yan slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air and looked at Xiaolong Nu, complaining wildly. My elixir was not damaged at all. It exploded on the spot. Okay. Have you ever seen an egg yolk fall to the ground? I almost doubted whether I was adopted. The damn elixir was damaged. It exploded. Then, they were squeezed together by the mist around the dantian. And then, they were glued together in an extremely strange way. Please use more accurate words. It almost made me doubt whether I was born by a fox mother and a dragon father. The little dragon girl was held down by Su Yan and shook her shoulders. The dragon head swayed wildly back and forth. After listening to Su Yan's complaints, she thought about it and said, Explode? Impossible. Our golden elixir will crack slightly and then shrink inward. Unless your golden elixir is too fat, it will explode because of the pressure difference. Among the dragons, only those fat dragons with severely deformed bodies will do that. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Spit out the demon elixir. Spit. Chapter 313 Xiaolong Nu's attitude towards life. Do you know what strong means? My golden elixir is one of the best when it is running at full speed. Faced with Xiaolong Nu's complaints about his fat golden elixir, Su Yan was immediately unhappy. He opened his mouth and spit out the golden elixir with dragon scales in his dantian, which rose to his mouth, like a fist-sized golden elixir of an adult man, emitting a brilliant light. Su Yan had nothing to refute when he was said to be fat as a little fox. After all, a little fox with a little baby fat is much cuter than a thin dog. And Su Yan himself consciously maintained this shape, which was deceptive, and could also win the love of Xiaoyu people. After Xiaolong Nu saw Su Yan's golden elixir, a strange expression appeared on her cheek. How should it be described? The golden elixir of a normal demon cultivator or human cultivator is only 2 fingers thick. It is rare to have a strong golden elixir like Su Yan, because the size of the golden elixir directly represents the amount of mana reserves. If Su Yan's golden elixir is not bloated, then Su Yan's mana should be the best among the cultivators of the same level. Judging from the current reserve of the early stage of the golden elixir, Su Yan's mana is now 4 times more than his original golden elixir. Okay. I take back what I said about you being fat. But why is your golden elixir so big? Xiaolong took back her words and asked with a little surprise. Because I am a fox. Su Yan answered with a righteous face. Fox demons are originally a demon race known for their mana. And my golden elixir also looks particularly strong. Su Yan didn't know what fox demons were like. But the 9-tailed fox was indeed famous for endless life. Oh! After Xiao Longnu responded, she was too lazy to respond to the meaningless argument and said, "Since you have already cultivated the scale pill, I believe you now have a certain understanding of condensing the Dragon Ball. Next, you will rely on time and perseverance to repeat today's practice and use the rich spiritual power to polish your golden pill. When it cracks again, inject your blood directly into the golden pill. And after condensing your own nascent soul, let it continue to reinforce the Dragon Ball. As long as the dragon blood is rich enough, it is not difficult for the Dragon Clan to condense the Dragon Ball, but condensing it is only the initial stage. Next, you need to let your nascent soul continue to madly reinforce the Dragon Ball, and make the Dragon Ball stronger through destruction, and the unique self-healing property of the Dragon Clan. If you slack off here, the condensed Dragon Ball will definitely not be strong enough. As lazy as Xiao Longnu is, she dare not be lazy here, for fear that she will die in an accident one day. She could have been resurrected with the help of the Dragon Ball, but because the Dragon Ball is not strong enough, the enemy will break the Dragon Ball, and she will die. Therefore, Xiao Longnu specifically told Su Yin, since you need to persevere. After listening to Xiao Longnu's explanation, Su Yin looked at Xiao Longnu with a strange look on his face. And the inner meaning was very clear. You little black dragon is so lazy. Why can you persist in refining dragon beads? I just don't want to make meaningless negotiations. Refining dragon beads is a necessary thing for the Dragon Clan. Xiao Longnu looked at Su Yin and said lightly, things exist very meaningful and meaningless. Just like I am now teaching you the Dragon Clan's condensation method, which is a meaningful thing for me, because I think it is worth using it to exchange for a month of comfortable life. Xiao Longnu taught Su Yin the method of refining dragon beads, and the prerequisite was that Su Yin needed to provide services so that Xiao Longnu could live a comfortable life before returning home. Also because of Su Yin, when Xiao Longnu stayed in Xiaoyu, she slept with the harem of Emperor Wusheng and enjoyed the food standard of Wuxi Princess. If it weren't for the Black Dragon father forcibly taking her out of the palace to chase Bai Zhe, Xiao Longnu's life would be extremely luxurious now. This is a deal that is beneficial to Xiao Longnu, so she thinks that there is meaning in teaching the skills. And next to the father, he would arrange some blind dates and mate selection activities for Xiao Longnu. Xiao Longnu felt that those things were meaningless to her, so naturally, she would dislike them and even start to sabotage them just to get out as soon as possible. Xiao Longnu is not simply lazy, but she will think before doing things. What is the meaning of doing this thing? It's just that because she is naturally cold and tired of the atmosphere of joy in the dragon territory all day long, she looks particularly lacking in vitality from the outside. In order to avoid meaningless socializing and her parents nagging, Xiao Longnu chose to sleep. When she fell into her dreamland, the whole world was quiet, and no creature disturbed her peace and tranquility. Sleeping is Xiao Longnu's life habit. Anyway, it's a waste of time. So it's better to waste your time in the way you like. At least in the dream, you can still think about some problems and things. Have fun by yourself. I'm going to sleep. Remember to bring me when you go out for dinner. After finishing what she should do, Xiao Longnu floated into Su Yin's dormitory and didn't stay with Su Yin for too long. After she returned to the Dragon Clan, the two sides should have no chance to meet, and there was no need to do some completely meaningless social interaction. Just say one thing and say hello. You live a carefree life. Su Yin looked at Xiao Longnu's figure returning to the house and complained slightly. Xiao Longnu's lifestyle is indeed carefree, and she will never do meaningless things. But Su Yin is different from Xiao Longnu. Some things cannot be measured by meaning or innocence. Su Yan's attitude towards life is that one more friend may bring one more way in the future. He doesn't even need them to bring any help to himself. As long as he can get some information when he needs it, it is enough. Just like the rich kids were ready to take out a sack to put Su Yin in. As a result, the rich kids were punished by their parents' iron fist without exception. And during Su Yan's fox tasting meeting, if Princess Wuxi didn't cheat openly, Su Yin could also rely on his own connections to canvass votes for himself. Voting is just a piece of cake for girls and ladies. Su Yin is not like Xiao Longnu, who is held in the palm of his hand by his parents and the North Sea Dragon Clan. Hey! Su Yin retracted his Indus gaze, sighed for a long time, rubbed his cheeks slightly, and turned into a young man to walk out of the courtyard, ready to see what Sister Sheer and Princess Wuxi were doing. I can't indie Xiao Longnu's life. If I have time to indie her free and easy life, I might as well go out for a walk to see if I can pick up spiritual stones on the ground. Huh? Forget it. Su Yin just walked out of the courtyard and suddenly remembered that he was so close to Xiao Longnu. and he could actually ask her about it. He said that he particularly admired the Dragon Clan and wanted to ask about the Four Seas Dragon Clan. But looking back at the dormitory, Xiaolong Nu was walking towards the bathroom. Su Yin thought about it and decided to tell her when he came back in the evening, lest Xiaolong Nu got angry and bit him on the head. Chapter 314 Broker. After leaving his own villa, Su Yin strolled in the temporary village built by the moon rabbits. Just after walking 2 steps out of the door, Su Yin saw Princess Wuxi sitting on a log, taking snacks and toys from her storage ring, surrounded by a dozen young moon rabbits. Princess, what are you doing? Su Yin had a vague answer in his heart, but he was a little unsure. So he walked to the princess and asked her directly. Princess Wuxi looked back at Su Yin, her eyes and eyebrows slightly raised, but she did not speak. Instead, she laughed obscenely through voice transmission and said, "This is the land of the moon rabbits. I don't think it's safe to seduce Gu Xiaoang simply with food. I am investing in the future now. If we can just kidnap one of the dozen little moon rabbits, we will make a lot of money. When the sect is established, we will rely on selling a large number of them at low prices to accumulate our founding capital. Pills are the hard currency in the world of cultivation, and in some cases, they are even harder than spirit stones. Moon rabbits are naturally good at deducing pill formulas and refining most of the pills. As long as they can kidnap one, it is more profitable than digging gold mountains, silver mountains, and spirit stone mines. Princess Wuxi is also a fickle woman. From the first time she saw Gu Xiaoang, she was full of disgust. And later she doted on her after learning that Gu Xiaoang was a moon rabbit. After coming to the moon rabbit land, she was fickle and tried to kidnap other little moon rabbits in the moon rabbit land. Su Yin secretly complained in his heart. Princess, feed less. You fed Gu Xiaoang so much that she became a ball. When her parents beat her, she looked like she was playing Kuju. Su Yin sat down beside the princess and picked up Gu Xiaoang, who was sitting on the first feeding chair beside the princess. When Gu Xiaoang saw Su Yin coming, little stars appeared on her cheeks. She rubbed her head against Su Yin. Her face was full of the words, "Good fox brother. Someone, help me. Jade Rabbit Immortals. Please help my brother." Su Yin just sat down and was about to play with the little moon rabbits with the princess. But a burst of shouting in front of the main gate of the temporary village broke the original quiet atmosphere in the forest. The little moon rabbits also hid behind Princess Wuxi, and Su Yin vigilantly poked out a little head and looked at the gate of the village quietly with the corner of their eyes. After Gu Xiaoang was kidnapped, the moon rabbit parents had beaten their own little ghosts to let them know the dangers of the cultivation world. Now the little moon rabbits noticed the unusual movement in front of the village, so they immediately hid behind the adults and observed quietly. Su Yin also turned his eyes over and saw a young demon who could not be identified. He walked into the tribe with a long fish with 5 pairs of wings on his back, a slender body, and colorful scales on his body. "Is this Shiyu, pronounced she-fish?" When Su Yin saw the strange beast, the name of the strange beast emerged in his mind. The reason why Su Yin could remember the Shiyu fish was actually very simple, because the words used in the description of the Shiyu fish in the strange beast illustrations were particularly strange. The general meaning is that in the coastal area of the eastern state, there is a lot of water vapor in the air. There is a kind of fish in the sea that is looking for death. They don't want to live in the endless sea, but have to wander around on land. They have the natural ability to condense water, and it is because of this ability that they can live on land. Well, I recommend fish sashimi, which makes you strong and vigorous. It's just short of writing, nourishing yin and replenishing yang on it. So, Su Yin always remembered the Shiyu. What disease? A female beast of the moon rabbit tribe put down the books that were drying in the sun, walked slowly to the side of the demon youth and the Shiyu, and after taking a quick look, she asked the demon youth what disease the Shiyu had. "Ah, Sister Shinshin, this is the case. This brother of the Shiyu went out to have some fun the day before yesterday, and then in the middle of the night, he was gutted by thieves who took out his swim bladder and liver, and also took a pair of lychees from the brother in front of him." When the demon youth saw Gu Shinshin, a surprised expression appeared on his face. After politely greeting him, he raised his hand and pointed at the Shiyu he had carried to the moon rabbit village and said, "His family is willing to pay 3,000 jin of spirit stones to hire me to carry him to the moon rabbit tribe, and is willing to spend 20,000 jin of spirit stones to ask the immortals to rescue him. It's not difficult to save his life, but we may not be able to do anything about the missing parts." Gu Shinshin squatted down, pulled open the rag bandage on the waist of the Shiyu, took a look at the wound inside, and said after a long pause, in this case, do you still want to save him? Okay. Just save his life. Anyway, the Shi brothers are walking on the shore. When the time comes, just control the water mass a little thinner. The demon youth said with a smile on his face. The swim bladders of most fish monsters help them breathe in rivers and seas, provide oxygen, and store some spiritual power for emergency use. The thieves took away the swim bladder and liver of the Shiyu, and even took away a pair of lychees. Basically, all the yin and yang nourishing things in the Shiyu were gone. It was only a matter of time before it died. Bai Shou? Seeing the underweight Shiyu, Su Yin suddenly thought of the Bai Shou in his heart. But seeing the appearance of the Shiyu, it didn't look like it had been attacked by those crazy monsters. It's a poacher from the eastern state. Sister Shear walked out of the forest behind Su Yin, glanced at the fish and the demon youth, then looked at Su Yin, who came close to watch the fun, and explained, there are some black businesses in the eastern state. There are some special parts of the beasts with strange medicinal effects. So poachers will poach them. They usually don't kill their prey, because it is very easy to be contaminated with resentment and be tracked by the demons. Huh? The demon youth was about to speak, but when he saw that there was no one around and there was no sound from the immortals, a voice of explanation sounded beside him, which frightened him so much that he took 2 steps back unconsciously, raised his hand and bowed, and said, don't blame the immortals for being strange. I'm just a broker hired by the Jade Rabbit Immortals. You can chat slowly, and I'll wait for the good news from the Jade Rabbit Immortals. An invisible guest of the Jade Rabbit Immortal was standing next to him. The broker didn't know Sister Shear's origin, but he was very sure that the cultivators who could come to the Jade Rabbit clan at this moment were either rich or noble, and they were not the existences that he could explore. Therefore, after hearing Sister Shear's voice, he immediately said goodbye politely, with a cautious expression on his face, and moved carefully, fearing that he would accidentally bump into the invisible immortal. Broker. Su Yin took a look and didn't pay too much attention to the demon youth in front of him. The meaning of broker was actually the middleman in Su Yin's previous life, which specifically described a group of people with extensive connections, who introduce business to both parties and earn commissions. Chapter 315, The Art of Combining Flesh and Plants. Poachers are rampant here in the eastern state. When you travel alone in the future, you need to be careful and don't pick up things on the ground. The people in the nightmare town here are also quite powerful. Sister Sierra walked out of the forest slowly. After watching the Shiyu for a while, she gave Su Yin and the 2 little foxes of the princess a reminder in a teasing tone. The demon race is born by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Although their cultivation speed is far less than that of humans, they have some magical powers that are different from ordinary people. For example, the swim bladder of the Shiyu has an immediate effect of nourishing blood, replenishing qi, replenishing kidneys and improving essence, whether it is cooked fresh or made into fish maw. The 9-tailed fox tail contains huge vitality, and drinking its blood can make people immune to the method of enchantment, and can also break most of the illusion arrays and poisonous insects in the world of cultivation. Pouring the blood of a real dragon on one's body, not only can one obtain an invulnerable body, but also freeze one's age, keeping one's face in the moment of bathing in the dragon's blood. And the face will not change until death. The things on the monsters are too valuable. And there is also an extremely large black market, which has given rise to a special group called poachers. Their biggest feature is that they will never kill after picking the monster's magical organs. Poachers are a group that moves for money. They are very cautious in doing things. When they act, they do not covet the preciousness of the prey, and they will never kill, fearing that the act of murder will be contaminated by cause and effect. If a precious little beast like the princess falls into the hands of poachers, the poachers will have to serve her well, for fear that she will die in their hands, and cause the 9-tailed fox to be angry. Therefore, after so many poachers died, poachers no longer touched those divine beasts and exotic beasts. Instead, they targeted those monsters that can strengthen the yang and nourish the kidneys. The things on them that nourish blood, qi, kidneys and essence are really easy to sell in the human territory, and the goods are scarce, so they can be sold for thousands or tens of thousands of caddies of spirit stones each. While Gu Xinchi was pounding medicine, Su Yin quietly slipped into the house, wanting to find out how the moon rabbits treated the Shiyu that had lost its lychee and liver, because Su Yin always felt that he could use it. He came here to watch and see as a way out in advance. Gu Shouting also poked his head out from Su Yin's collar, watching the uncles and aunts busy making money to support the family. Gu Xinxin put the shiyu on the long table, took out a long knife, and cut open the abdominal cavity of the shiyu. With a turn of his hand, a bracket grew out of his hand, and the wooden bracket opened the wound of the shiyu. Then the most magical thing happened. Su Yan watched Gu Xinxin pick up the knife again and cut directly into the spine of the fish from the inside. Plant roots thinner than hair began to flow in from the incision, and a plant sprout grew on the position where the liver was missing, and a fruit that could replace the original liver function grew out. After Gu Xinxin retracted her palm, she stood in front of the long table and pondered, observing whether the newly grown fruit organs played the corresponding functions. Then, she began to repair the missing fish bladder of the shiyu. But the newly grown fish bladder seemed a little bit wrong compared to the liver. It's not difficult to reconstruct the internal organs. But what about fish bladders and lychees? Gu Xinxin seemed to notice Su Yan's strange expression, and took the time to answer, well, the personal attributes are too strong. If we transplant it again, it may be even more unwilling after it recovers. From our perspective, the most important thing for reproduction is actually lychees. If we transplant new lychees to it, the children born in the future will not be its own. We might as well install a fake one for it. Just in shape. The moon rabbit's treatment method is very unique. Although Su Yan does not understand medicine, he also clearly understands that organ transplantation will cause rejection reactions, especially the combination of plants and flesh and blood used by the moon rabbits, which is a high-tech that he has never seen in his previous life. But the more Su Yan looked at the moon rabbits' techniques, the more he felt that their hands were very familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere. Medical fairy. Yes. The method of bloodline magical power transplantation developed by the medical fairy is exactly the same as the medical method of the moon rabbits, both of which combine the flesh and plants into one, so as to achieve the purpose of transplantation. The medical fairy uses plants as carriers, allowing plants to obtain the magical power plants they need through alienation and selection and cultivation, and then transplant them into the human body, so that the human body can provide nutrients for the plants and obtain the innate magical power of the alien race. The transplanted person does not have magical powers. The plants cultivated by the fairy of medicine have real magical powers. The transplanted person is just using the magical plants. The fairy of medicine's techniques and the moon rabbit's techniques are simply the same medical skills. Of course, the original skill of combining flesh and blood with plants should be the moon rabbit's, and the fairy of medicine should have been exposed to this slightly evil but very practical medical skill when she followed the Emperor Wuxing. Gu Xinxin put all the missing organs in the body of the shiyu like playing with building blocks, took away the disposable plant support that stretched the wound on the shiyu, and then reached into the medicine mortar to take out the ointment. Using 3 fingers as pliers, he pulled along the wound of the shiyu, and instantly sutured the wound like pulling the chain of clothes, without even a trace of the wound scar. Su Yan was watching from the side with a lot of surprise, and wanted to take some ointment from the medicine mortar. No! Gu Xinxin threw the remaining ointment in the mortar and the mortar into the barrel, saying, the ointment in the mortar is made of herbs and the flesh of the gullfish, combined with our plant magic. If other creatures apply it on the wound, it will not only fail to heal the wound, but may also cause the wound to fester and pus to flow, and the high fever will lead to death. If you want, I can make some ointments for you to take home as a specialty. But you'd better it is time effective. After the plant magic and spiritual energy inside dissipate, it will explode after use. She wanted to ask Su Yan to use it quickly, but it seemed unlucky to persuade him in this way. So she changed to a slightly euphemistic way to tell Su Yan that the medicines prepared by their moon rabbit are very time effective. If used within the shelf life, they are worth a lot of money. But the effects of using them after the shelf life are all kinds of strange. The weirdest one exploded on the spot after it was used. Ah! The family of the fish was willing to pay 20,000 yuan to rescue it. So the moon rabbit charged 23,000 yuan. The 3,000 kilograms of spirit stones were for travel expenses. From the outside world to the moon rabbit tribe, one needs to go through layers of traps. Ordinary cultivators do not have the ability to come in. Only brokers allowed by the moon rabbits can carry patients in. The brokers charge 3,000 yuan for carrying patients in, and the moon rabbit will naturally charge 3,000 yuan for sending patients out. Moreover, the moon rabbit is guaranteed to cure diseases, as long as there is still a breath. If the patient is not rescued after being sent to the moon rabbit tribe, the moon rabbits will double the refund of all expenses. The fish was confused, but after hearing what Gu Xinxin said, he quickly showed his human form. In front of Su Yan, Gu Xinxin, and Gu Xiaotang, he jumped up, untied his belt, reached out and grasped it. And then he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Hello, Jade Rabbit Fairy. You have brought back spring. I almost had my spring chopped off this time. Su Yin, wake up. I saw Dr. Gu grow 2 walnuts from your tube. They are not your fish spring." Chapter 316 Reconstruction of the Moon Rabbit Tribe. Of course I know it's not my spring. But as long as it can play the role of fish spring, it's fine. It is said that without the spring of lychee, it will become a female beast. The fish pulled up his pants and said to Su Yin with a helpless look on his face. Although there is no such thing as hormones in the world of cultivation, castration does exist in the world of cultivation. Everyone knows that creatures will gradually become gentle after losing lychees. And the earlier they lose lychees, the greater the impact. Some male beasts will even gradually become female beasts after losing lychees. As a local, the fish naturally knows that the Jade Rabbit Immortals cannot create lychees for themselves. But after being treated by the Jade Rabbit Immortals, at least they will not gradually become female beasts, and gradually be unable to move their fins when seeing handsome male beasts. The fish, like beautiful big female beasts. Logical genius. Su Yin watched the fish jumping around and talking about his fish spring theory, and couldn't help but secretly complain about the shameless dead fish in front of him. Of course, Su Yin had to admit that he also liked the beautiful female bee's sister, especially when he recalled the day when he was playing in the spring fruit street. His face turned red. "Take this bottle of ointment." Gu Xinxin took Su Yin's blood, added a lot of herbs to the medicine mortar, and made a bottle of external ointment for Su Yin to try. Su Yin took the medicine bottle and took a look. The ointment inside was dark green and exuded a fresh and fragrant fragrance of forest grass after rain. After Gu Xinxin finished, she didn't stop, and went outside to continue drying the pharmacopoeia books. In the past, the moon rabbits were busy making medicine, trying to make a panacea comparable to the elixir of immortality. The friendly forces such as Jinwu, Juweihu and Xiaoyu also assisted the moon rabbits in collecting all the exotic flowers and herbs in the world. Everyone was busy with all kinds of medicines. Although the moon rabbit's land was destroyed by the disaster, everyone now has free time and can also take out the books that were damp and thrown in the corner in the past to dry. If these ancient pharmacopoeias are not dried, they may be eaten by insects in a few hundred years. These ancient books are the hard work of the moon rabbits. Go and try the effect. Su Yin ran out of the house with a strange look on his face, carrying the ointment given by Gu Xinxin, and gave Gu Xiaoteng in his arms back to Princess Wuxi to take care of him, and ran into the woods, preparing to catch a wild beast to try the medicine, because Gu Xinxin just said that these ointments are bound to the user, and if used by others or after the expiration date, they may explode. The bound user Su Yin believed it. After all, the plaster contained his own blood, but if it exploded, Su Yin would not believe it. So he prepared to catch an unlucky beast to try the effect of the plaster. After walking in the forest for a while, Su Yin soon encountered a blue tree frog, lying on a tree and chirping. When it saw Su Yin coming, it turned around and jumped to the ground, hopping and preparing to return to the edge of the pond to avoid Su Yin's gaze. But Su Yin would never let it do what it wanted. He activated the power of telekinesis instantly, took the tree frog in front of him, uncapped the medicine bottle in his hand, took out some ointment, and applied it directly to the tree frog's back. After doing all this, Su Yin cancelled the power of telekinesis and put the tree frog on the ground. Quack! The dark green ointment was just applied, and the ointment was absorbed by the tree frog along the skin. The tree frog lay on the ground and called quack, and there was no abnormality in its body. But the next second, its originally black pupils turned red, and it suddenly jumped onto the big tree next to it. The small tree frog, which was less than 3 fingers wide, lay on a big tree, and the body gradually bulged with strong muscle lines that did not belong to it. Quack! The small tree frog's 4 legs tightly clung to the century-old tree, and its waist and abdomen were like an arrow drawn from a bow, and it hit the century-old tree directly. The tree shook continuously, and a large number of leaves fell from the tree to the ground. With the sound of quacks, the small tree frog gradually became a little dissatisfied with the ancient tree in front of it, and jumped towards an eagle hovering in the sky to feed small animals. Swoosh! The eagle caught the tree frog off guard. It fluttered in the sky, but still couldn't resist the crazy blue tree frog and fell to the ground in a circle. Su Yin was stunned. He lowered his head and looked at the medicine bottle in his hand, then looked at the trunk of the century-old tree that was almost pierced by the tree frog. Finally, he looked at the blue tree frog riding the eagle and falling into the forest. The effect of this medicine is a bit crazy, as the fox mother praised it personally. Su Yan, who knew how to be born, has the blood of the black dragon and the nine-tailed fox in his body. The blood of the black dragon made the tree frog's body indestructible, and the blood of the nine-tailed fox blinded the tree frog's eyes, allowing the little tree frog to burst out with the courage to change his fate, and beat the eagle that usually feeds on small animals to death. Combined with the power of the plant spirit in the ointment, the tree frog felt that he had endless energy. I don't understand the world of cultivation, but I am deeply shocked. Su Yan retracted his stunned expression, took back the plaster that Gu Xinxin gave him, and turned to walk into the forest. Sister Sierra. Su Yan didn't walk far before he walked out of the forest, and came to the cliff in front of the original Moon Rabbit tribe. Sister Sierra and Aunt Dichi were both here. Huh? Why are you here? Sister Sierra, who had walked out of the tribe earlier, returned to the Moon Rabbit tribe site that was being repaired and rebuilt after watching the excitement of the Shiyu. The clear golden sun's true fire was burning in the big pit of the footprints of the Morning Star Giant, melting the collapsed buildings and bricks into fluid. Sister Sierra was holding a repair blueprint, which showed the new tribe map discussed by the Moon Rabbit people. In the future, the Moon Rabbit tribe will be rebuilt according to the blueprint. I was idle in the village, so I came to see how the clan land was being repaired, Su Yan said as he moved closer to Sister Sierra, silently staying away from the father and son of the Qingqiu clan, fearing that they would suddenly draw their swords. The foundation is being burned now. Sister Sierra opened the clan map so that Su Yan could also see what the Moon Rabbit clan land would look like in the future. Looking down from the sky, the Moon Rabbit clan land can be divided into 4 layers. The outermost layer is the big forest. The outer layer is the poisonous garden that Su Yan passed by when he came. And then it is the turn of a circular river connected to the underground water system. The charmed clams inside have left a deep shadow on Su Yan. The core area is the Moon Rabbit tribe. In the past, a large part of the Moon Rabbit tribe was underground. Now that the tribe is being renovated, the Moon Rabbit has also rethought the purpose of the buildings in the tribe. In the end, it was decided to go against the laws of the ancestors and move the Moon Rabbit tribe out of the ground. The future Moon Rabbit tribe will be built around a library tower. The tower, which has good lighting, insect-proof, moisture-proof, and ventilation, is a tower specially built by the Moon Rabbit tribe to place books. Surrounding the tower are residential houses, as well as tea houses where the Moon Rabbits exchange their experience in making medicine and refining medicine. The outermost part of the core area is the garden space, which is used for leisure and drying spiritual medicine. A strong atmosphere of science and engineering pragmatism came from the blueprint that Sister Sierra opened, and hit Su Yan's face directly. Under the blueprint, there are a lot of blank areas without marked uses. Those buildings and facilities are buried underground, and no use is marked. It should be a treatment room, warehouse or something like that. Chapter 317 The Fury of the Immortal Emperor. The clear golden flames burned in the deep pit, melting the broken walls of the Moon Rabbit clan into liquid. And the cliffs around the footprint pit were also melting. And a hot magma river took shape in front of Su Yan. Growth. The Qingqiu clan fox raised his hand and pinched the seal, and the magma river trembled violently. Thick tree roots continued to grow in the magma river, building a facility framework buried underground. One by one, hundreds of meters high burning tree people climbed up from the flaming river and began to push the sticky magma to the center of the clan. Tree crowns rose from the ground, intercepting the magma river that was flowing freely, forming something like a reservoir dam to block the flow of magma. The self-healing tree people, who were burning with flames but relying on endless growth, began to dig magma and threw the liquid melted by the sun's true fire to the other side of the dam. Su Yan witnessed the hardcore self-leveling. A large amount of magma could not flow out because it was blocked everywhere. It could only self-level in the reservoir built by the Qingqiu clan, gradually submerging the underground building facilities built by the tree roots, and allowing the solidified magma to form an integrated foundation. In the end, the magma melted by the golden crow was dug to the other side of the dam by the big fox's tree man, completely filling the footprints of the Morning Star Giant to the ground. Go. Open up a viewing river channel. The big fox of the Qingqiu clan loosened his hand that was pinching the seal, and the self-healing tree man disintegrated in the deep pit. The giant tree man's feet took root in the earth, and his arms and branches on the crown grew in all directions, tightly fastened on the cliff like a protective net. After doing all this, the big fox of the Qingqiu clan raised his hand and patted the little fox of the Qingqiu clan on the shoulder, raised his hand and pointed, and told him to open up the river channel in the direction he pointed. divert the outer river of the Moon Rabbit clan, and fill the remaining footprints of the Morning Star Giant to build a viewing lake. Yes. After receiving the order, the little fox of Qingqiu clan did not make any other unnecessary movements. His body turned into a stream of light, standing on the dam built by the tree roots, slowly drawing out the long sword from the scabbard, aiming at the land in front of him and stabbing out a sword light that crossed hundreds of meters in the air, cutting a 20-meter gully on the ground. Sword light shot out from the little fox's sword, continuing to cultivate the gullies on the ground, opening up a river channel about 3 meters deep and 5 meters wide. Although the little fox of Qingqiu moved fiercely, the Moon Rabbit clan was still more than 10 miles away from the circular river channel. At his current advancement speed, it might take 3 to 5 days to open up the river channel. The big fox of Qingqiu clan nodded with satisfaction, glanced in the direction of Sister Shear without leaving a trace, but did not speak. Yugo helped too. After being glanced at by the Qingqiu clan fox, Sister Shear's face suddenly became unhappy. What do you mean? You boring fox? We agreed at the beginning that Jinwu would be responsible for burning the foundation. You would be responsible for the construction. And we would be responsible for making plans and drawing blueprints. Why are you so proud of me? Fox? Su Yan, who was pushed by Sister Shear, looked at Sister Shear with a strange expression. Good sister. I don't know how to repair it. And the little fox's claws are not strong enough to dig the soil. Even if you push me out, I may not be able to help. Of course, Su Yan was just complaining in his heart, and didn't say what he thought. Sister Shear now clearly looked down on the show-off of the big fox of Qingqiu, and asked him to go up and give the 2 foxes of Qingqiu a slap in the face. Alas, Su Yan sighed helplessly, turned around and ran into the forest. He didn't have the endless physical strength and sharp swordsmanship of the little fox of Qingqiu, so naturally he couldn't open up the river channel in the air like him. Hey! Miss Charming Clam at the bottom of the river. Please let me pass for a while. The river bank is going to pump water. Su Yan returned to the appearance of a little fox, stood in front of the moat and shouted, asking the clam spirits at the bottom of the river to let them pass for a while. Otherwise it would be bad if someone's cubs and property were pumped up when he pumped water later. Since Sister Shear likes this face, she must fight for it. Su Yan will not indulge the 2 foxes of Qingqiu. Get up. Su Yan squatted in front of the river, his 2 fox paws stroking the mirror-like lake surface. A large amount of mana was input into the moat. Hundreds of square meters of lake surface in front of him were trembling, and a ferry boat with double drills in front of him slowly rose from the lake. Bang! A thing similar to a shield machine allowed Su Yan to control hundreds of cubic meters of vortexes to create. When a pair of thick drills hit the shore, the seemingly soft drills instantly became as solid as steel, and the embankment collapsed. Is this dancing drill? The charming clams lying on the river watching the excitement, although they didn't know what a shield machine was. The front of the thing made by Su Yan was a bit like a carpenter's drilling tool. Su Yan didn't care about the questions of the charming clams, turned over and jumped onto the top of the double drill ferry boat, started the drill, and let the rotating kinetic energy of the drill drive the ferry boat forward, directly reclaiming a river similar to the one dug by the little fox of Qingqiu clan. The drill opened the way in front, and the water in the river rushed to the front to soften the forest road. Huala-la. The double drills moved forward to open up the river channel, except for the opening when Su Yan intentionally controlled it to contain some mud to strengthen the water flow drill. Su Yan didn't want the rest of the mud, and threw it all into the forest on both sides of the river channel. A large group of wild animals that didn't have time to run took a big mouthful of mud. Ah! As the ferry boat moved forward, a large amount of mud water began to flow back to the circular river channel. Seeing the mud backflow like a mountain torrent, the charming clams couldn't help but scream and run away to avoid being splashed with mud. Su Yan sat cross-legged on the top of the ferry boat, using meditation to restore mana to power the ferry boat. There was a water pipe next to him ready to pull it out and splash it directly on his face when he saw the little fox in Qingqiu later. Huh? The movement on Su Yan's side was not small. The ferry boat with double drills could open mountains, cut trees, and crush stones. Everything along the way was crushed by the shield machine in the cultivation world. The big fox of the Qingqiu clan naturally noticed the scene of mud mixed with stones, and with chips flying all over the sky. Sister Sierra looked around and saw Su Yan riding a strange thing, quickly reclaiming the river at a speed of several miles per hour. Brain power is obviously more important than physical strength. Sister Sierra showed a thoughtful look on her face, clasped her hands in front of her body, put her left hand on her mouth, and put a copy of the Moon Rabbit clan map under her armpit with her right hand, and slowly spoke. The big fox of Qingqiu clan had no expression, but his face darkened quietly. Although Sister Sierra's words seemed to be emotional, they also concealed a double meaning. Qingqiu clan was very arrogant as a fox. In the eyes of Qingqiu clan, Tushan clan and Yusa clan were poor relatives. It was better not to interact with each other if there was nothing to do on weekdays. At most, I would lend a hand to help you if you got into trouble. But today was different from the past. Now the strongest fighting power among the nine-tailed foxes definitely belonged to Xia Yu's Wuxing Emperor. Sister Sierra's words, in addition to describing the competition between Su Yan and the little fox of Qingqiu, were also scolding the nine-tailed foxes of Qingqiu clan for being stupid and inflexible. Let Xia Yu, who they once regarded as a mud-legged man, turn over and ride on him. Xia Yu had no ancestral law that could not be changed. In just 2 generations, he used all means and spent 1,000 years to complete the achievement of standing at the top of the cultivation world. Promised the subjects an unchanging dream of prosperity. By the way, take out the patriarch and elders of the Qingqiu clan and give them a good beating, and crush the nine-tailed fox myth filter on them. If Tushan and Yusa hadn't come to persuade him, the furious emperor who didn't get a satisfactory answer would really be ready to order the Qingqiu clan to be killed. What a dog day of endless life and immortality. If you can't revive my brother, you will all be buried with my brother in Jishan. The prince is completely dead. No matter how strong the vitality of the Qingqiu clan is, it is impossible to revive the prince whose soul has dissipated. The Qingqiu clan is usually extremely arrogant and mysterious, causing the Wuxing Emperor to mistake them for the last hope. The Wuxing Emperor was a general who rode on the back of a war beast to conquer the central province. When a common man gets angry, blood splashes 5 steps away. And he is not joking with them. Seeing the big fox's face darken, the little Qingqiu fox panicked immediately and quickly swung his sword faster. He didn't continue to swing the sword but posed a pose. The long sword was about to fly sparks, but it was still not as fast as the shield machine that Su Yan had made for the world of cultivation. Chapter 318. So, I hate going out shopping with her. I dug and dug in the Moon Rabbit tribe's land, and I found the old bell that was madly slapping the old fox in the tribe's land. Su Yan came out of his meditation state, took a look at the deep pit and pool of water that was close at hand, turned around and jumped from the ferry boat to the ground of the forest, letting the shield machine ferry boat fall directly into the pit along the excavated river channel. The water pipe on the top of the ferry boat also raised its faucet because of the sudden fall. The water pipe that was supposed to water and cool the drill head of the shield machine was raised. Under Su Yan's special control, a thick water column was thrown out, pouring all over the Qingqiu fox that was waving a long sword to open the river channel. Su Yan raised his tail and regained his human form. He walked towards Sister Shear with a calm face. Behind him, there was a loud noise of the ferry boat shield machine falling into the huge pit. The sound was diffused and reflected through the deep pit cliff, and it was extremely loud. A mud waterfall gushed out from the river channel, spraying over a distance of more than 4 meters and falling into the deep pit. Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission. The work of reclaiming the river channel is a little more difficult than I expected. In less than 2 hours, Su Yan reclaimed a river channel on the ground that was 3 meters deep, 5 meters wide, and extremely straight. Although Qingqiu Little Fox was already waving his long sword with all his strength, he only opened up a distance of more than a mile on the ground. Although the two were exactly the same size, Su Yan reclaimed the river channel quickly and directly, and deliberately staggered with Qingqiu Little Fox when reclaiming the river channel. Now you can see it from above. A very clear contrast. Wonderful. 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 Sister Shear showed satisfaction on her face, patted Su Yan's shoulder, and said 3 wonderful words in a row, expressing her approval for Su Yan's behavior of slapping the old Qingqiu fox's face. This river is long and straight, and the size is extremely uniform. It is simply a craftsman's work. Sister Shear was in a very good mood, especially when she saw the big black face of the Qingqiu fox. She patted Su Yan's shoulder and sprayed out her praise. The Qingqiu fox took a sneak peek, didn't finish, and then his eyes fell on his son. The panting figure of the Qingqiu Little Fox froze, and turned his head to look at his father with a little grievance. The power of moving mountains and filling the sea with a wave of the hand and raising the foot was originally a specialty of the Earth Fairy Realm cultivators. No matter what kind of cultivators below the Earth Fairy Realm are in the Mountain and River Diversion Project, they need to cultivate it bit by bit. And it is absolutely impossible to change the shape of the map with a wave of the hand like the Earth Fairy. The method used by Su Yan was simply unheard of. He couldn't think of a corresponding method at the last minute, let alone copy Su Yan's homework, and use his own wood magic to copy the Wuzhuan Xianzhou he was driving. Because if he did that, he would lose even more ugly. The big fox, who was looked at by the Qingqiu little fox, remained expressionless and didn't speak, and said him faintly. The father and son looked back subconsciously, and Su Yan had changed back to a little fox and fell into Sister Shear's arms. And then Sister Shear praised and stroked his fur, and especially praised Su Yan's intelligence. Indeed, she had disappeared long ago, and didn't maintain a close relationship with Su Yan in front of the Qingqiu father and son. The Qingqiu father and son looked at each other, and after a little silence, they suddenly felt a chill, and the two silently turned their eyes away from each other. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It is impossible for our Qingqiu foxes to say such disgusting words. And it is even more impossible for them to ask big foxes for hugs when they are 10 years old. Look, our Xiaoyu fox has perfectly inherited the intelligence of our Xiaoyu fox. And it is brain power. Sister Sierra lifted Su Yan up, and pressed Su Yan's belly directly on the face of the Qingqiu big fox, and unnoticeably launched psychological hints, once again strengthening the impression of Su Yan in the hearts of the father and son of the Qingqiu family. Regarding Su Yan's identity as a nine-tailed fox hybrid, it could not be hidden in front of the Qingqiu family. The nine-tailed fox blood purity Yamen. Therefore, when Sister Sierra introduced Su Yan, it was natural to assign Su Yan to the home of the third prince. Emperor Wuxing had no intention of giving birth, so it was naturally impossible for a nine-tailed fox hybrid to appear next to him. But the third prince's children can be. The third prince is half-human. Half-fox bloodline is not favored by the Qingqiu clan, and the two have no intersection. Saying that Su Yan is the third prince's illegitimate child can cover up his identity doubts, and there is no need to worry about the Qingqiu clan's bloodline concentration. Therefore, Sister Sierra boldly mocked him in the face, and quietly gave another psychological hint to strengthen the impression that Su Yan is the illegitimate child of the third prince and the fox demon. I must give you a meal tonight. Just tell me what you want to eat. I promise to feed you. Turning away from Su Yan, who was rebuilding, Sister Sierra also let go of Su Yan in her arms, and said with a smile. Although Sister Sierra had no grudges with the Qingqiu clan, she was still a little unhappy with the Qingqiu clan because of some past events of Emperor Wuxing. What to eat? Su Yan thought about it, and a kind smile appeared on his fox cheeks. As long as I don't eat it in the Moon Rabbit clan, I will be happy no matter what I eat. When it comes to food, Su Yan can't help but think of the boiled meat that Xiao Longnu fed him early in the morning. Thinking of the Moon Rabbit clan's stewing skills, Su Yan felt a sour taste in his mouth. Compared with the Moon Rabbit's cooking skills, Su Yan can eat vegetables and fruits happily even if they are raw. Anyway, just don't throw yourself into the Moon Rabbit clan's land. Then let's go to the streets for a walk. I don't know what delicious food there is here. Sister Shear pondered for a while, clapped her hands, and decided on the itinerary before dinner tonight with a happy face. Su Yan and Sister Shear returned to the village, took Princess Wuxi, who was playing with the little moon rabbits, and Di Chi, who was sitting in the Moon Rabbit clan chief's house, dancing with his legs crossed and drinking tea, and took them out to fly to the outside world. Only members of the Jinwu clan can come and go freely in the Moon Rabbit clan's land. Other tribes, even Sister Seer, can only follow the route if they want to avoid demolishing the house. When the Moon Rabbit tribe was built, they took into account that the Golden Crows were stubborn and obviously could not walk honestly, so they left a back door in the sky for the Golden Crows. As long as the Golden Crows have the true fire of the sun on their bodies, they can ignore all traps and come and go freely, and will not be attacked by the mushroom poisonous spores floating in the sky. Huh? After arriving at the city where humans and monsters live together, Sister Sierra carried everyone to the ground and saw a large group of human and monster monks gathered in front of the city gate. But they did not seem to be fighting, but were discussing something with loud gongs and drums. No! When Princess Wuxi saw Sister Shear's expression, her face suddenly turned black, and she grabbed her arm, saying, "We are out to find a tavern and an inn to eat. I don't want to waste time on some unknown creatures and unknown things." Although the princess is familiar with Sister Shear, they are basically in a state of never seeing each other on weekdays. The princess will think about what to do before going out, and get straight to the point after going out without wasting time. But Sister Shear is different. She will go up to watch anything interesting, and then continue to wander aimlessly on the street after watching enough excitement, or lie on people's windowsills and eavesdrop on people's conversations. So the princess doesn't like to go out with Sister Shear. I'll take a look. It's quick. Sister Sheer and Dichi ran away happily, running into the crowd of monks to join in the fun. Only Su Yin and Princess Wuxi were left standing there. Princess Wuxi looked at the scene with a frown on her face. She looked at Su Yin and said, "Please hold my sleeve tightly to prevent the poachers from catching you and sucking your blood." Su Yin. Princess, I'll be honest. If you hadn't held my sleeve, I would have joined in. Who doesn't like to join in the fun? Su Yin likes it too. Chapter 319, How can there be such an honest person in the world? Little Fox, come here quickly. Sister Sheer, who ran into the crowd to join in the fun, squeezed out again after seeing the situation inside, waved to Su Yin and Princess Wuxi, signaling them to come over. Alas, Princess Wuxi sighed deeply, feeling deeply powerless against Sister Sheer's gossipy character. But Princess Wuxi had no intention of rejecting her. So she and Su Yin came to a group of monks who were joining in the fun. Princess Wuxi had two tails behind her, and she went straight into the crowd and swung to both sides, swinging all the monks who were blocking the way to the side, leaving a straight road, no matter whether they were human or demon monks. They didn't say anything after seeing the two fox tails, and honestly gave way. After Princess Wuxi cleared the field, Su Yin finally saw what the monks were surrounded by in 3 layers inside and outside. On the ground next to the city gate, there was a spiritual stone weighing about 30 kilograms, as big as a wine jar, thrown on the ground nakedly. But no cultivator came forward to pick it up for the sake of the spiritual stone. Everyone watched around the spiritual stone with great interest. 30 kilograms of spiritual stones is not a small amount. Enough for a cultivator in the foundation building stage to practice for 2 or 3 years. And enough for an ordinary person to let his family of 30 live a luxurious life. And there is no problem at all to marry 5 or 6 wives and concubines. But no one dared to touch such a windfall, whether it was a cultivator or a little demon. They just looked at it, and had no intention of going forward, as if they were afraid of provoking something. This scene was very strange no matter how you looked at it. Here, go and chisel it. Seeing Su Yin coming over, Sister Sia raised her hands with a smile on her face, and used a dark red magic power that Su Yin had never seen before to create a small chisel and hammer out of thin air, and handed them to Su Yin, indicating that Su Yin should take the chisel and hammer to knock the spiritual stone on the ground. This Su Yin, who was holding a hammer and a chisel, had a slightly strange look on his face. He didn't want to go forward and do it, because his mother had always taught him not to pick up anything he saw on the roadside, especially things that he didn't understand or didn't make sense. If you move anything, it will only hurt you. But out of trust in Sister Sheer and her expectant look at him, Su Yin still walked to the front of the spirit stone, put the chisel on the spirit stone with his left hand, and hit the chisel with his right hand. Sister Sheer obviously knew about this thing, but she deliberately didn't tell him. It should be that something very interesting would happen when he chiseled the spirit stone. And Sister Sheer saw that scene. Right? Su Yin secretly complained in his heart, and the hammer hit the chisel hard, making a crisp sound. Caw caw caw. The spirit stone, which was as big as a wine jar, allowed Su Yin to directly chisel a crack from top to bottom. Su Yin trembled all over, and his body suddenly stiffened. He could no longer maintain his human form. He let out a comfortable and refreshing humming sound, and changed into a little fox and fell to the ground, his face full of intoxication. When he chiseled the spirit stone, Su Yin felt a burst of vitality coming from the spirit stone. Waves of numbness came from his spinal cord, making Su Yin so comfortable that he couldn't exert any strength. His little feet softened, and he fell directly to the ground and changed back into a little fox. It was a refreshing feeling that Su Yin had never seen or experienced before. Even the cultivation level in the body increased out of thin air. Are you okay? Seeing that Su Yin was in a bad state, Princess Wuxi hurried forward to help Su Yin up. Su Yin looked at the princess with a dazed look. Princess Wuxi turned around with a dark face and looked at the instigator. Sister Sierra, what happened to my left protector? Nothing. I just feel so happy. Sister Sierra came forward with a smile on her face, broke the spirit stone that Su Yin chiseled open into 2 halves, and picked up a piece of paper with red font from the bottom of the spirit stone. The note had a few words on it. Dao you. I give you 30 kilograms of spirit stones to borrow 30 years of life from you. The spirit stone that Su Yin chiseled open is actually a medium magic weapon for the spell of the Nightmare Town sect. As long as someone picks up the spirit stone on the ground, the life-borrowing spell of the Nightmare Town will be activated, because the spirit stone is equivalent to a paper contract. Once the spell is activated, the person who touches the spirit stone cannot make any defense or resistance. This is why other cultivators dare not touch the spirit stone medium placed in front of them, as the contract medium. No one knows how much lifespan these 30 kilograms of spirit stones will lend them. So no one dares to pick it up. However, this disciple of Nightmare Town was also unlucky, and happened to meet Sister Sierra. The skills of the Nightmare Town sect in the central province can be said to be ahead of the entire cultivation world in the method of taking over the body and occupying. Su Yan's chisel directly broke the method of borrowing life of the disciple of Nightmare Town. And the backlash force made the lifespan of the disciple of Nightmare Town return 10 times to Su Yan. Of course, the method of borrowing life does not mean that you can actually get as much lifespan as you borrow. There is a lot of loss in the process of lifespan transmission. The disciple of Nightmare Town borrowed for 30 years. But in fact, the lifespan he got may only be 10 years. And nearly half of his lifespan was lost in the transmission process. Su Yan, lying in the arms of Princess Wuxi, tremblingly raised his fox paws, looked at Sister Sierra and said, I want to do it again. Whether his cultivation level increased or not was secondary. Su Yan had never experienced such a comfortable feeling again. It was as if he had cleansed his essence and marrow out of thin air, making Su Yan feel that his physique was a little stronger, which was really addictive. Go away. Sister Sierra waved her hand and complained. Such a sincere disciple of Yinjin is not common. If you want to play again, you may have to find another sincere disciple of Yinjin. The life-borrowing spell is not uncommon. This school, in a sense, is still very marketable. They often sell vitality and lifespan to the upper-level old men in the cultivation world. But borrowing life for 30 years at a time is rare. There are also risks in the life-borrowing spell. Once the cultivator breaks it, he needs to spit out the lifespan on the contract. Moreover, if the life of the person whose life is borrowed is insufficient, the caster himself needs to spit out lifespan to fill the gap. The life-borrowing spell only borrows for 3 to 5 years. And it is rare to find someone who is honest enough to borrow for 30 years. Once you meet someone in the same profession, such as Sister Sierra, you will pick up a hammer and a chisel and knock it down. The caster will immediately explode gold coins on the spot and return 10 times the lifespan. If it is Emperor Wuxing here, she can directly clear the caster's entire lifespan through the air with one hammer. Therefore, Sister Sierra praised the honesty of the Nightmare Town, who cast the life-borrowing spell. 30 years of lifespan. Such a big risk. How dare you be so greedy to write it down? Aren't you afraid that your peers or other factions of the Nightmare Town will mess with you? Princess, shall we go for a walk? After Su Yan regained his mobility, he looked at Princess Wuxi and said, It's really interesting. I feel my cultivation and physique are improving after one hammer. The gift from nature should not be wasted. I see that other cultivators seem to be accustomed to the life-borrowing spell. There must be a lot of spiritual stones to pick up in this city. Whatever you say. Faced with Su Yan's words, Princess Wuxi agreed to him without thinking much. Sister Sierra is different from Su Yan. The former only eats and drinks for free and gossips all over the street. But Su Yan is someone who can be abducted to start a business. The princess naturally has a very tolerant attitude towards Su Yan and regards him as an investment. Chapter 320 Preparing for the Return. Faced with Su Yan's request, Princess Wuxi did not refuse. She turned around and led Su Yan to the Wanhua Pavilion in the mixed city. She found the Wanhua Pavilion's madam and took out a handful of spirit stones to issue a task. Find all the life-borrowing media in the city. Let the spies and assassins of the Wanhua Pavilion protect them. And take her to the scene to check afterwards. With one sentence and one action, Princess Wuxi took care of all the girls in the Wanhua Pavilion in the mixed city, and asked them to all take action to find a life-borrowing medium for Su Yan. Okay. Let your kitchen serve the dishes. Princess Wuxi waved her hand, and waved the madam of the Wanhua Pavilion to let her go to the kitchen to prepare some special dishes. The princess is a typical pragmatist. It is obviously not her style to waste time looking for a medium. If she can solve the problem with spirit stones, she doesn't need to waste her time and mind on trivial matters. We'll have tea and dinner here. I believe the spies of Wanhua Pavilion will soon be able to search the whole city. Princess Wuxi picked up the teapot and filled the teacups of Su Yan, Sister Sierra and Di Qi with tea. She took a sip of tea slowly and said, Little fox. Remember? Wanhua Pavilion is an organization backed by the Demon Gate Wanhua Valley. When you are away from home and don't have the right connections, whether you want to find an assassin or a broker for negotiation, you can spend some spirit stones in Wanhua Pavilion to get things done. The business reputation of Wanhua Valley is still trustworthy. Sister Sierra lay on the table with no interest. looking at Princess Wuxi with a dull look on her face. Am I in a hurry to find a medium? The little fox and I want to find the medium deliberately abandoned by the people of Yinzhen while playing in the city. That's a surprise. A small gift that we found while playing. You are such a boring fox. Quite boring. Sister Sierra stared at Princess Wuxi with dissatisfaction. However, Princess Wuxi pretended not to see it, raised her hand to put the teapot on the tray of the courtesan beside her, and raised her hand to signal her to find another pot of tea. The courtesan, who was kneeling beside Princess Wuxi, took out the spiritual spring from her storage bracelet with a bright smile on her face, put it in the jade teapot, hugged the teapot, and used her increased body temperature to brew a pot of fragrant tea for Princess Wuxi. Master, how much temperature do you want for the fragrant tea? Wanhua Pavilion recommends that the temperature of the flower tea be around 80 degrees. Just follow your experience. Princess Wuxi took out the reward silver and threw it to the courtesan. After seeing the fist-sized spiritual stone fall into her arms, the courtesan's bright smile on her cheeks became sweeter and her favorability was almost full. She had never seen such a heroic female warrior, who was so handsome and heroic. And she was also generous, much richer than the residents in the border areas. The courtesans of Wanhua Pavilion, who were also women, were almost intoxicated by the power of the princess's bottomless storage ring. After dinner in Wanhua Pavilion, when Su Yan was about to leave, he did not forget to ask the girls of Wanhua Pavilion to prepare about 5 servings of food for him, and to pack it back for Zai Longnu as a midnight snack. As for the matter of borrowing the life medium, Wanhua Pavilion has launched a full investigation, and will give Su Yan an answer tomorrow, and guarantee that the result will satisfy all employers. As she said this, the old procuress of Wanhua Pavilion showed a rather strange smile on her cheek, as if she thought of something happy. Princess Wuxi paid the spies according to the items, and the madam of Wanhua Pavilion happened to know where the group of Nightmare Town thugs were. Now the girls have started to catch them. If they can't come up with 100 life borrowing media tomorrow, the madam thinks she should resign from the position of shopkeeper and make money. If you can't grasp the way to make money like this, what's the point of being the shopkeeper of Wanhua Pavilion? Don't let the girls starve to death. After bringing the midnight snack back from the city, Su Yan searched around in the dormitory but couldn't find Xiao Longnu. He put the food on the table in confusion and took a bath in the bathroom before the princess came back. Xiao Longnu was scared by the moon rabbits this morning, and was afraid that they would call her to dinner again in the evening. So Xiao Longnu deliberately hid herself and didn't want the moon rabbits to find her. I'm full. It's your turn. Su Yan came out of the bathroom and sat on the bed, taking out the jar from the storage ring. The damaged spiritual weapon, the whip, was soaked in the jar. Su Yan took out 200 kilograms of spiritual stones from the storage ring and threw them into the jar. When the spiritual stones came into contact with the liquid in the jar, they immediately turned into atomized spiritual energy and watered in the jar, for the whip to absorb and use to restore its damaged spiritual weapon. To repair the whip, according to the cultivators of the weapon sect, at least 200,000 kilograms of spiritual stones are needed. Su Yan didn't care about it. A powerful spiritual weapon is hard to come by, so it's expensive. It's better than the long sword that the princess gave him. After doing all this, Su Yan began to meditate and breathe in spiritual energy to practice the Dragon Ball condensation method. However, it was useless. When the Lord of the Night visited Su Yan's dormitory, Su Yan, who was originally practicing, fell asleep like a dead pig without realizing it, and fell asleep on the bed. Have I come too often? The Lord of the Night sat on the edge of the bed, looking at Su Yan, who was obviously practicing but fell asleep. The Lord of the Night laughed and shook his head. Whether the visit is frequent or not is not the key. It is because the fox in front of him has a very rich life on weekdays that every time he comes, he feels as if he has disturbed Su Yan's daily life. Su Yan may feel dissatisfied, but the Lord of the Night does not care about it. With the Queen Mother Su, he can sleep again, and he should be awake in another year or two. Su Yan will be wrong for this matter. The repair of the Moon Rabbit clan is proceeding in an orderly manner. Su Yan did not have fun all over the mountains and fields. In his spare time, he ran to the house of the Moon Rabbit leader to watch the Moon Rabbits treat the patients carried by the brokers. Most of the patients who came to the Moon Rabbit land for medical treatment were miserable. Either they were missing an arm or a leg, or at least there were some missing internal organs. Generally, the monsters attacked by poachers have the effects of strengthening young, nourishing the kidneys, and nourishing blood. During the watching process, Su Yin could also get feeding from the Moon Rabbit sisters from time to time. In addition, in the mixed city, Su Yin could increase his cultivation by lying down in the Moon Rabbit land. Su Yin had never lived such a comfortable life, and finally experienced the daily life of the local tyrants. The Moon Rabbits were really rich. Brokers sent patients to the Moon Rabbits every now and then. The Moon Rabbits charged at least 20,000 to 30,000 kilograms of spiritual stones for the treatment of one patient. There is no such thing as credit here among the Moon Rabbits. You can't even leave the door without paying the consultation fee. A lot of spiritual stones are transferred from the patient's pocket to the Moon Rabbit's pocket. These are all cash, and there is no need to pay taxes or hold goods. Seeing the wealth of the Moon Rabbits, Su Yin wants to learn to make pills. In addition to the business of brokers, the Moon Rabbits also contracted part of the pill business in the eastern state through the Jiaochong clan. In the eastern state, where the alchemy technology is backward, the main producers of pills and plasters are the two sects where the Moon Rabbits and Jinlin are located, Luoxing City, as suppliers. But happy times always pass quickly. Su Yin ran to the room of the Moon Rabbit clan leader and looked at the elder sisters of the Moon Rabbit clan eagerly, preparing to ask for plasters to treat his golden elixir that was about to break through. Sister Sierra found Su Yin and said she was going home. Su Yin and Princess Wuxi, two foxes, saw Sister Sierra's face fall and showed an expression that she didn't want to go home. It's useless for you to look at me like this. This is the schedule. After visiting the Moon Rabbit clan, I have to go to the Xianwang mansion to deal with some things. Sister Sierra picked up the two little foxes, who didn't want to go home with her left and right hands. If you have any objections to the itinerary, you can just complain to His Majesty. I haven't had enough fun and don't want to go home yet. The big and two small sighed at the same time. The three foxes were not satisfied in their own ways.